Chapter 1081, The Domain Passage, Part 3, The Duality of Ice and Fire. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the ice and fire dragon suddenly unleashed its innate divine ability. Instantly, a fiery line traced an arc through the air, hurtling straight towards the pool of water. With a hiss, the previously tranquil surface erupted, evaporating nearly half of the water, revealing the figure of the evader within. Upon witnessing the evader's emergence, Haochen mockingly jeered. "Aren't you supposed to be adept at evasion? I've scorched your lair. Let's see where you can hide now." Seeing the evader appear, Sherry cast a puzzled glance at Haochen and inquired, "How did you know it was beneath the pond?" Following it into the stone chamber, there seemed to be no other refuge besides the pool. Haochen offered a brief reply before pointing at the evader, commanding, "Wretched beast, release my companion, and I shall spare your life." At that moment, he had no time to ponder whether the evader could comprehend human speech. He was intent on denying it any opportunity for retaliation, particularly given the evader's lightning-fast strike speed. The evader paid no heed to Haochen's words. With half-closed eyes, it fixated on Sherry beside him and leapt forward. "Little dragon, eliminate it." As the evader prepared to attack, Haochen's heart raced with urgency. He could not afford to consider his companion's safety and ordered the dragon to strike down the evader. However, to his utter disbelief, the little dragon's repeated assaults nearly laid waste to this extraordinary realm, but failed to inflict even a scratch on the evader. This predicament troubled Haochen greatly, as the evader was in a state of heightened aggression. Failing to vanquish it would surely lead to suffering once more. He himself was indifferent, but what about Sherry, who stood beside him? The evader's swiftness rendered Haochen unable to track its movements. In an instant, it appeared almost ethereally above him. Just as the ice and fire dragon was about to unleash an attack, Haochen intervened, realizing that such a fiery assault would incinerate both himself and Sherry. Although he mentally urged the dragon to hold back, it seemed oblivious to his command. With no other recourse, he was compelled to forcibly retract it into the demon suppression tower. The evader refrained from attacking them directly. Instead, its body suddenly shifted hue, releasing a stream of beige mist that rapidly pervaded the entire space. Haochen gasped in alarm and urgently pulled Sherry away, oblivious to the fact that the evader's emanations had already enveloped them. "Oh no!" Haochen shouted, quickly covering Sherry's nose and mouth with his hand. The evader, noticing this, maliciously sprayed the beige mist towards the pair. Gurgling sounds emerged from the evader, imbued with a mocking tone, as it displayed a sneering expression, seemingly relishing the unfolding drama. "Is it laughing?" Haochen thought, observing the evader with a sense of disbelief. Has this beast become sentient? The two, holding their breath, endured for a considerable time, their faces turning crimson until they could no longer withstand it, and gasped for air. Upon witnessing this, the evader's gurgling grew more frantic, and the mist thickened. Suddenly, it leapt into the pond. Haochen gradually caught his breath, feeling a surge of restlessness within. This beige mist was peculiar, although he sensed nothing unusual within his body. An overwhelming heat consumed him. "You have yet to inform me of the consequences of inhaling this beige mist." At that moment, Sherry's cheeks flushed, as if she could bleed, her lively eyes gazing at Haochen with a watery intensity. Her breathing quickened, evoking an irresistible urge in anyone who listened. Haochen desperately shook his head, striving to remain alert and not succumb to the invasion of the beige mist. He explained earnestly, "This beige mist has an aphrodisiac effect. If one does not engage in dual cultivation with the opposite sex immediately, the dantian will slowly be corroded, rendering one no different from an ordinary person." Haochen anticipated that Sherry would exhibit some restraint upon hearing this, yet to his astonishment, before he could finish speaking, Sherry dove into his embrace, affectionately calling out, "Brother Zeline." With fervent hands, she began to tear at her clothing. "Goodness, even if the poison were to seep into my bones, it wouldn't be as swift as this." Haochen sighed with a wry smile. He struggled to avert his gaze from Sherry, yet she grew increasingly bold in his arms. Sherry shed her clothing entirely, rubbing her soft form against him, her small hands fervently caressing his face. As her hands wandered down to Haochen's chest, she gasped, "Brother Zeline, you may freely indulge in my body. From this day forth, I am yours." Before Haochen could respond, Sherry's delicate lips traced along his neck, leaving a fragrant trail in their wake. As she approached his earlobe, her warm breaths filled his ear, sending a wave of tingling sensations through his body. Blushing fiercely, he erupted in a loud shout, finally mustering the strength to fight back. In an instant, the room was filled with her soft gasps, and after half an hour, Haochen leaned against the rocky wall of the dimensional passage, breathing heavily. Meanwhile, Sherry lay on the ground, tears streaming from her eyes. The space they occupied was so silent that it felt surreal. Haochen found himself at a loss for words. He contemplated a myriad of ways to comfort Sherry. Yet when the words reached his lips, he stifled them. He needed to hear Sherry's perspective on how to address this situation. Before Haochen could explain anything to Sherry, the tranquil waters suddenly became turbulent, and a cold, murderous intent surfaced in his eyes. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air as a figure appeared before them, a smile playing on its lips, as if it had witnessed their intimate moment. To Haochen, this scene was nothing short of mockery. He summoned the ice fire dragon once more, commanding it fiercely, "Kill it." Upon receiving the command, the ice fire dragon unleashed a torrent of flames, scorching the lair of the intruder to unbearable heat. Haochen held Sherry tightly in his embrace as he rushed towards the only escape route. At that moment, Sherry's eyes grew vacant, her expression dazed. Aside from the tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, she instinctively wrapped her arms around Haochen's neck, bringing him a sense of relief. In the space of the jade pendant, Haochen retrieved a bed and bedding, placing Sherry in a safe spot and covering her gently. Holding Sherry's hand earnestly, he spoke, "I am truly sorry, Sherry. Every fault lies solely with me. Rest assured, I shall take full responsibility for you. I will return." Just as he intended to retrace his steps, he felt an unexpected force gripping Sherry's hand. Glancing at her, he noticed that her eyes remained vacant, devoid of any reaction save for the tears streaming down her cheeks. A pang of sorrow pierced through him as he gently kissed her lips once more, murmuring, "I will be back shortly and will never leave your side again." Upon hearing his words, tears flowed from Sherry's eyes even more rapidly. Yet, her grip on his hand gradually loosened, and he understood that she had resigned herself to fate. Nodding at her, he turned and dashed back to the lair of the evasive creature. Chapter 1082. Slaying the evasive creature. At that moment, all he desired was to incinerate the creature or force it to reveal itself. The creature's speed was unlike that of any ordinary celestial beast. It was now a question of its endurance. Summoning the ice fire dragon, flames erupted forth, causing the surrounding walls to gradually glow red as the temperature soared. The fire raged for an entire instant's duration, yet still, no sign of the creature emerged. Concerned that the flames might harm Sherry outside the stone chamber, he was about to command the ice fire dragon to retract the flames when, suddenly, the evasive creature appeared out of thin air, charging straight at him. Seeing this, he quickly hurled the heaven-burning seal to block its path, but to his astonishment, the creature surged past it, sending him and the seal hurtling backward. Bang! He crashed against the rock wall, feeling a searing heat radiate from his back, a torment that was nearly unbearable. He hadn't anticipated that, despite lacking other extraordinary abilities, the creature could be so formidable simply due to its speed. Gritting his teeth in pain, he cursed the creature inwardly. Suddenly, a sound echoed, and he looked up to see the creature collapsing nearby. The creature lay on the ground, struggling for breath. Elation surged through him, and for a moment, he forgot the agony in his back as he darted over to inspect it. To his delight, he discovered that the creature had been injured by the ice fire dragon's spiritual attack, and its pitiful state brought him immense joy. In his excitement, he began searching for a suitable weapon to deliver the final blow. However, the ice fire dragon roared and conjured a shard of ice. Taking advantage of the creature's momentary daze, it directed all its strength to pierce the creature's back. Crack! The ice shard penetrated its body, causing the creature's eyes to widen in shock, its formerly beige skin turning a ghostly white before shattering into icy fragments. Boom! The lair of the evasive creature trembled violently, the intense heat suddenly giving way to frigid cold, resulting in cracks spreading across the rock walls. Sensing impending danger, he urgently called out to the ice fire dragon, "We need to leave." The walls of the lair continued to fracture, and amidst the falling debris above, he was astonished to find his companions, who had entered the dimensional passage with him, appearing in a cave at the bottom of a pool. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged towards the group of people, who were barely clinging to life. With a resounding crash, countless boulders descended, causing a profound headache for Haochen. The prospect of relocating these individuals in such a short span appeared insurmountable. Should he resort to employing a spatial artifact? Each of the magical treasures in his possession, the Demon Suppression Tower, the Qiankuan Furnace, and the Heaven-Turned Seal, was nothing short of extraordinary. Yet he was reluctant to unveil them before these unfamiliar faces. In the midst of his distress, a familiar voice echoed, "Allow me to handle this. You just bring them all up." Upon hearing this, Haochen's spirits lifted as he turned toward the source of the voice. The previously dazed Sherry had, at some point, regained her composure and was now activating her storage bracelet's spatial artifact. Haochen smiled knowingly at Sherry, then proceeded to pull each of his companions onto solid ground. Once everyone was safely ashore, Sherry temporarily stored them within her bracelet. For added security, Haochen then placed Sherry into the demon suppression tower. "It seems I must destroy this dimensional passage," Haochen lamented. He regretted summoning the ice fire dragon to confront the avoider. Had he intervened in time to employ the ice attribute's divine powers, such a predicament could have been averted. After leaving the avoider's lair and locating a safe haven, Sherry released the individuals before once again being secured away. A solitary figure swiftly made his way toward the direction of the Xiwaiting celestial realm. As Haochen observed the avoider, he gleaned insights into the principles of agility and leaping from its remarkable speed. While he contemplated this, he found that despite his hastened pace, his footwork lacked elegance due to his recent practice of the footwork technique. "Who are you?" Suddenly, a soft, melodious voice inquired. Haochen, absorbed in perfecting his footwork, had completely forgotten about the dangers of the dimensional passage. The voice disrupted his epiphany, prompting him to look toward its source, where three figures emerged from the passageway. As they approached, Haochen discerned that they were two men and a woman. The two men donned flowing white robes, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. Their presence seemingly detached from the mundane world, each wielding what appeared to be their life as treasures or perhaps celestial artifacts. The woman, dressed in a white gown, had her face partially veiled by dark gauze, her eyes sparkling like plump grapes, rendering her true visage a mystery. Nevertheless, Haochen surmised from her voice that this veiled beauty must indeed be strikingly lovely. As the trio drew nearer, a smile graced Haochen's face, and he hurriedly approached them. Bowing respectfully with cupped fists, "I, Zillian, humbly greet the three esteemed seniors," he proclaimed loudly. "Oh," the veiled woman inquired, "are you from a distant realm? Here to participate in the Alchemist Grand Tournament in Dance City?" "Not quite," Haochen replied. "I merely wish to witness the splendor of the alchemists in Dance City." "Oh," the woman's tone reflected disappointment upon hearing Haochen's response. The three of them had been dispatched by the Alchemist Association to welcome those arriving at the Xiwaiting celestial realm for the tournament. Yet they had not encountered a single competing group. With audacity, Haochen inquired, "Pardon my boldness, but in which direction do Zy City and Dan City lie?" He scanned the three figures before him, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, as he knew Zy City was situated at the heart of the Xiwaiting celestial realm, but was unaware of Dan City's precise location. The woman, her face partially veiled in black, rolled her eyes at the remark. The reputation of Dan City is virtually known to all. It was unexpected that this individual would utter such a statement. The place where the Alchemist Association is headquartered is known as Dan City, the most populous area for alchemists in the 5 realms of the immortal world. The territory of the Alchemist Association spans 1,000 miles, also referred to as the Alchemy Domain. The distance from here to Dan City is quite considerable, even with the use of a teleportation array. It would likely take at least a month. The woman explained, "As it happens, I am returning to Dan City. Would you care to accompany me?" Her invitation was warm, extending to Haochen to join her on the journey. The woman and 2 men had been waiting here for over 3 months, anticipating various alchemist groups from different realms to arrive at Dan City for the Alchemist Grand Competition. However, during this time, not a single participating group had arrived. Instead, they welcomed a visitor from a foreign realm. Gratefully, Haochen accepted the invitation, saying, "I shall accompany you to Dan City." Having someone knowledgeable about the route would indeed be a great convenience, sparing him the trouble of wandering aimlessly like a headless fly. The black-veiled woman and the 2 men exchanged a few words before departing with Haochen. "Hanyu, inform the association and Elder Ju that I will return with Huan Nan and the others," she instructed, indicating that the 2 men would remain here for a while longer. Although the Alchemist Conference was approaching, time was not pressing yet. Haochen, however, wished to experience the customs and culture of the Jiwei court before the competition commenced. Through their conversation, he learned the name of the woman with the black veil, Hanyu. What a lovely name. Perhaps she is equally pleasing in appearance, Haochen mused inwardly. Chapter 1083. Exotic charm. Atop a mist-shrouded peak in the immortal Soul Valley, a graceful figure sat cross-legged, her hands forming a seal for cultivation. With each breath, Ethereal dragons of chi spiraled around her delicate nose. Clad in a simple yet elegant white dress, she exuded an air of mystery and tranquility. A light purple satin ribbon gently cinched her slender waist, accentuating her enchanting curves. As one's gaze ascended, they would behold a serene countenance. Her beauty rivaling the purest snow, with a pair of enchanting eyes emanating an ethereal aura. It seemed that even the greatest fury would diminish under the gaze of those tranquil eyes. Such a woman appeared akin to a celestial being or a pristine lotus untainted by the mundane world. She radiated an elusive charm that invited admiration, yet forbade familiarity. The abundant energy of heaven and earth swirled around her, as if the stars were drawn to the moon, continuously integrating with her being. This serene cultivation persisted for nearly an hour. Slowly, the girl's enchanting eyes fluttered open, and with the unveiling of her gaze. Suddenly, a flicker of golden flame burst forth, accompanied by an extraordinary sense of pressure that permeated the air. Under this unusual weight, the surrounding energies of heaven and earth appeared to stagnate, subtly stirring with a faint tremor. The girl rose gracefully, her elongated figure exuding an irresistible allure. "If you wish to grasp me, perhaps in your next life?" she remarked with a slight tilt of her head and a fleeting smile cast over her shoulder. Two figures raced towards them along the merchant road, their swift passage creating a persistent whistling sound as they cut through the air. They were now at the fringes of the northern domain, yet if they were to run on their own, it would take at least 2 to 3 months to reach the alchemy domain. Luckily, they were near the Shadow City, which had a teleportation array. Utilizing it would significantly reduce their travel time. In a flash of movement, the leading figure suddenly turned to the man behind him and spoke. Upon hearing this, the man nodded, content as long as they could expedite their journey to the alchemy domain. Calculating the time, the Alchemist Guild in Haochen City should have already arrived at the Ziwei Garden in the Immortal Domain. It had been half a year since he parted ways with Luofei and Haochen. He wondered if they had reached the Ziwei Garden yet. The two racing figures were none other than Haochen and the veiled woman, Hanyu. In the distance, the silhouette of a vast city emerged within their line of sight. "Let us hurry, we are almost there." "Increase your speed," Hanyu urged, propelling herself toward the distant city, with Haochen closely following. Though the outline of the city was visible, it took Haochen nearly the time it takes to burn 3 incense sticks before they finally beheld the grand city in its entirety. Upon entering, however, Haochen did not rush to the teleportation array. Instead, he requested Hanyu to accompany him to the largest auction house in Shadow City, where they strolled leisurely. After spending a considerable sum, he procured numerous materials for alchemical concoctions, including various refining techniques, fire essence, and an immortal-grade alchemy furnace. Naturally, all expenses incurred by Hanyu were covered by Haochen, who only added a few articles of clothing for himself. Some of the flames were extracted from magical beasts and were not particularly powerful. Some were even weaker than the flames produced by lower-tier demonic creatures. However, this also depended on the level of the beast. The fire from formidable magical beasts could be quite potent. For instance, the flames of the ice fire dragon, which Haochen managed to suppress on that day, were subdued only due to the might of the demon suppression tower. Against some ancient fiends, even if Haochen unleashed the full power of the tower, he might not be able to overpower them, highlighting the evident disparity in their strengths. Hanyu was quite surprised by Haochen's collection of beastly flames. As it happened, Haochen offered no explanation, and Hanyu did not press him for one. Only after Haochen had gathered the necessary items did he lead him towards the teleportation array in the Shadow City. Standing in the expansive square at the heart of the Shadow City, Haochen gazed upon the colossal teleportation array, a breath of astonishment escaping his lips. Such a magnificent structure could likely only be witnessed in the Ziwei Pavilion of the Immortal Domain. A long-distance teleportation array is an endeavor far beyond the capabilities of a single individual. It was constructed through the joint efforts of 2 esteemed immortal sovereigns. The array is remarkably robust, having stood the test of time without a single spatial accident occurring over the years. This remarkable reliability has rendered the Shadow City as traffic unparalleled within a vast distance, with few other immortal cities able to rival it. Observing Haochen's awestruck expression, Hanyu smiled and remarked on the 2 immortal sovereigns, which caused Haochen to feel a moment of clarity. For many years, he had constructed teleportation arrays alone, without collaboration, and had yet to witness an array built by the hands of immortal sovereigns. In the past, such powerful beings seemed utterly unattainable to him. However, regarding the construction of teleportation arrays, Haochen possessed the legacy of the Xiaohao. He was confident that his skills in array construction were not inferior to those of the immortal sovereigns, allowing him to construct arrays of similar caliber. After all, this teleportation array functioned within the immortal domain. Having ascended to the celestial immortal realm, Haochen could now traverse the skies and become a genuine immortal, destined to interact with immortal sovereigns and eventually become one himself. Let us depart. Time is of the essence, and if we delay any longer, the teleportation array will close for the day. Hanyu waved his hand, and the two swiftly approached the array. At the fee station, Haochen expended a considerable sum to acquire 2 teleportation tokens. As he entered the teleportation array, he retrieved 2 palm-sized tokens from his storage ring. Although these tokens appeared quite rudimentary, they contained a significant amount of spatial energy. During long-distance spatial teleportation, the traveler must timely release the spatial energy stored within the tokens to replenish the energy of the teleportation passage. The immortal realm differs from other realms, as most immortals possess a certain understanding of spatial attributes, which inevitably leads to excess absorption of spatial energy during the teleportation process. To prevent the teleportation passage from being adversely affected by insufficient spatial energy, the array masters devised these tokens. Haochen had never employed this method in his previous constructions of teleportation arrays, and this revelation served as a reminder. In the future, when constructing teleportation arrays within the immortal realm, it would be imperative to create such tokens. These teleportation tokens are exceedingly expensive. I spent 2,000 immortal essence stones on these seemingly simple tokens. I risked my life to slay 2 6th-tier magical beasts just to gather that amount. Noticing Hanyu's gaze, Haochen feigned embarrassment, his face reddening, before he quickly added, "However, fortune smiled upon me during the hunt, as I discovered treasures collected by the magical beasts from their human victims within their lair. The technique I am currently practicing was discovered within a storage bag found in the den of beasts. Although its execution appears rather ungraceful, this technique is indeed a mid-level Earth-grade secret art." As he spoke, Haochen couldn't help but exhibit a hint of excitement. In truth, it merely combines the stunning step with the cloud escape learned from the West Peak, and the connection is not yet seamlessly executed. In Hanyu's eyes, it seemed that Haochen had stumbled upon a stroke of luck, resulting in his significant gains. "What is the name of this technique?" Hanyu inquired with curiosity. She had witnessed Haochen's technique in the realm passage. Although it lacked elegance, it was undeniably practical. "The evasion step," Haochen replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. The name, much like its execution, possessed no aesthetic appeal whatsoever. "It is indeed an excellent technique. With this skill, even an ordinary early-stage celestial practitioner would find it challenging to contend with you," Hanyu remarked, nodding as she glanced at the line ahead. The evasion step is paired with a corresponding technique known as the evasion art. However, it is merely a low-level art. He chuckled. "I owe my current prowess at this young age entirely to the evasion step." Hanyu smiled at his words, but internally she sighed, lamenting her inability to merge and advance her Dan flame. This level of primordial Dan fire could easily command respect from alchemists below the 9th rank before entering the celestial realm. Yet now, having ascended to the celestial stage, the path to becoming a celestial alchemist demands an even higher standard of Dan fire. It appears I must hasten to elevate the level of my Dan fire and ideally seek the primordial flame of alchemy. As we approach Dan City, I must quickly prepare some materials and begin cultivating the flame technique and its source that I have acquired. At this moment, Haochen was also lost in thought. Although he had already qualified as a 2nd-tier celestial alchemist, his actual level was comparable to that of a 5th-tier celestial alchemist. However, should he encounter an old monster from the alchemist community, the only true trump card he possessed to rival them was the Dan Burning Flame. Thus, he needed to integrate other flame sources to refine his alchemy further. He had stored numerous exotic flames within the fire space of the Demon Suppression Tower and his internal Star River Dan field, and he must prepare early to merge a new type of flame source. Dan City is located beside Ziwei City, where, in addition to the Alchemist Guild, numerous other factions alchemists reside. To stand out in the talent-rich Dan City, one must possess some form of trump card. Otherwise, progress will be exceedingly difficult. As Haochen pondered, their turn to enter the teleportation array arrived. With a stride, the two stepped directly into the enormous array. A wave of spatial fluctuations surged, and their figures vanished. Within the pitch-black spatial passage, the walls were formed from condensed spatial power. Through the silvery barriers, one could glimpse the endless void outside, a darkness that felt as if it were boundless, instilling a chill in the heart. The journey to Dan City would take nearly 10 days. This duration was fortuitous, as it would allow him ample time to refine those primordial flame seeds. As the heart swayed and the mind stirred, a profound technique emerged. A fervent warmth emanated, signifying the essence of the Dan flame. Haochen sought to refine and merge the recently acquired primordial fire seed, integrating it with the previously refined Dan flames, Dan fire, and Dan burning fire. The resultant Dan flame, after this intricate process, was undoubtedly of a superior caliber, astonishing even Haochen himself. While Haochen immersed himself in the profound fusion of the Dan flame, time swiftly traversed the spatial corridor, leading to the very heart of the Ziwei Court's celestial domain, a place even more alluring than the northern Hao Court's celestial realm. Days passed seamlessly, yet Haochen remained engrossed in his cultivation, showing no signs of awakening. Observing this, Hanyu refrained from interrupting, fearful of disrupting his enlightenment. In this accelerated passage of time, 7 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Throughout this duration, Hanyu acted as Haochen's guardian, skillfully maintaining her cultivation at the late human realm stage. The consumption of the spatial corridor was not excessively burdensome, allowing her to persist. During these 7 days, Haochen resembled a serene monk, seated within the corridor. Were it not for the palpable vitality emanating from his being, Hanyu might have doubted whether he had encountered a mishap in his cultivation. Alas, what profound practice could occupy this fellow for such an extended period? Hanyu occasionally released the spatial energy stored within her transmission token to replenish the corridor's energy, then glanced at Haochen, shaking her head in resignation. Just as Hanyu mused, Haochen's seemingly motionless form quivered slightly. His tightly shut eyes gradually opened. Witnessing Haochen's sudden awakening, Hanyu's face blossomed with surprise. She exhaled deeply, yet remained silent to avoid disrupting him. Haochen, upon opening his eyes, inhaled deeply, a glimmer of joy crossing his gaze. His palm spread open, revealing 3 orbs of fire, each the size of a longan, which danced around him like ethereal sprites, radiating waves of intense heat. Through tireless refinement, Haochen had successfully merged the Dan flame, Dan fire, and Dan burning fire with the primordial fire of magical beasts, resulting in flames imbued with sentience. These sentient flames were indisputably far more formidable than any ordinary fire. At last, the fusion was a success. Gazing at the 3 flames, Dan flame, Dan fire, and Dan burning fire, Haochen felt an immense relief. After 7 days of relentless merging and refining, had it not been for his extraordinary mental acuity, he would have likely faltered. For others, achieving such a feat would take no less than 3 to 5 years, making it exceedingly difficult to reach this level of integration with these primordial fires. Chapter 1085, The Elaboration of Techniques, Part 2, The 3 Primordial Fires. Upon merging with the magical beast's primordial fire, had astonishingly gained sentience. Haochen's arsenal had undeniably grown stronger. He had acquired yet another card up his sleeve, elevating his power to a terrifying degree. Only the prodigious Haochen could achieve such feats, possessing a considerable number of spiritual entity avatars, with the 3 types of alchemical flames undoubtedly transforming into 3 spiritual entities. These sentient alchemical flames, distinct from ordinary alchemical fire, were aptly named by Haochen as the flower of Dan flame, the flower of Dan blaze, and the flower of Dan inferno. He not only possessed 5 unique dantians, but also a jade pendant housing a miniature world, alongside treasures such as the demon-suppressing tower, the universe cauldron, the heaven-toppling seal, and the ancient bronze bowl, each an extraordinary artifact. These spatial treasures allowed sentient spiritual entities the freedom to roam. Only Haochen could sustain such beings. The blood-poison spirit avatar, the profound ice spirit avatar, and the thunder dragon spirit avatar were all formidable existences in the world. The devouring yuan demon fly, the ice demon spider, and the jade spider, among numerous other powerful spiritual insects and magical beasts, were exceptional in their own right. Now, with the addition of 3 sentient sources of fire, it could be said that he had further enhanced his already terrifying prowess. The next step was the final fusion. If he could successfully merge the 3 sources of fire into a single, more potent seed than the 3 alchemical flowers, only then would he consider the refinement a success. Haochen's gaze was intensely fixed upon the three flames dancing between his fingers. After a moment, he looked up and offered an apologetic smile to the cold jade beside him, saying, "I fear I will need your protection during this next phase, as my cultivation technique requires this last step of refinement." As he spoke, he produced a teleportation token and nonchalantly tossed it to the cold jade. In response, the cold jade nodded with a smile, saying, "It's a minor matter. Focus on your cultivation. Just ensure there are no unforeseen incidents. Furthermore, I calculated the time, and there should be approximately 3 days left until the end of the teleportation. At the terminus of the space-time passage, there may be turbulence that could significantly disrupt your cultivation, so you must complete your training before then." Haochen smiled gently, his gaze once again returning to the three flames. His expression gradually grew serious, as the success of the fusion depended on his fortune. Should the fusion prove successful, it would become a powerful trump card. If it failed, the loss would be minimal. He had already separated a portion of the essence from the three alchemical flames and stored them within the fire space of the demon-suppressing tower. Refinement. Exhaling softly, Haochen once more closed his eyes as the three delicate strands of alchemical fire penetrated his body. His consciousness sank into the starry dantian within, where three azure-hued alchemical fire blossoms danced amidst the cosmic dantian, swirling around the chaotic star body. Haochen separated a wisp of chaotic energy to serve as a vessel for the Dan Flame Flower to merge with, refining it into a new alchemical body. He then separated another wisp from this new alchemical body, merging it with the Dan Blaze Flower to form a robust Dan Blaze Fire Flower. When Haochen attempted to separate a wisp of the Dan Blaze Fire Flower to merge with the Dan Inferno Flower, upon nearing the Dan Inferno Flower, it recoiled in fear at the sight of the Dan Blaze Fire Flower, retreating as if startled. The emergence of the Dan Blaze Fire Flower instilled an intense dread in the Dan Inferno Flower, causing it to flee far away. Haochen's consciousness was intensely focused, having spent 2 days and nights in an unwavering amalgamation. Just as the Donphin Flower was on the brink of exhaustion, a surge of thought propelled the Dan Flame Fire Flower towards it. With Haochen's merging intent surging forth, the Dan Flame Fire Flower enveloped the Donphin Fire, subsequently beginning to devour it. Boom! An immediate backlash erupted between the two, sending forth a wave of flames dominated by the Dan Flame Fire Flower. Haochen remained undeterred by this fiery upheaval. With a mere thought, he exerted tremendous force to forcibly contain the Donphin Flower, merging it with the Dan Flame Fire Flower. The two distinct flames, now forcibly compressed together, erupted into a violent frenzy. The once tranquil surface of the flames began to boil, churning with countless tiny bubbles, resembling an impending explosion. This drastic transformation of the flames did not faze Haochen. He recalled the true heart-stopping moments from his past when he refined the Dan Flame Fire. A slight misstep then could have led to his demise within the fusion of the Dan Flame Fire. Compared to that harrowing experience, the current endeavor of refining 2 fire sources felt trivial. However, despite its simplicity, refining fire sources demanded his utmost effort. Drawing from his previous experience with merging Iawa, this fusion did not leave Haochen flustered. His consciousness penetrated the entwined flames with lightning speed. Upon entering the flames, he immediately sensed the brewing turbulence within, reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of eruption, as the flames resisted one another. Each collision between the flames intensified their volatility, and it appeared that an explosion was merely a matter of time. While releasing the spatial attributes of the teleportation token, Hanyu suddenly noticed an aura emanating from Haochen's body, indicative of a celestial realm. Hiss! Hanyu involuntarily gasped, thinking to herself, "This fellow is quite adept at concealing his true strength. Thankfully, I had no ill intentions, otherwise he could have met an untimely end without knowing why." Observing the chaotic spatial attributes surrounding Haochen's body, Hanyu, concerned for both the safety of the teleportation array and Haochen's life, raised her hand to establish a barrier around him. Haochen sensed Hanyu's earnest intentions and smiled knowingly. "Has my cultivation been revealed?" Yet, feeling the ominous signs of impending eruption within the flames, a grave seriousness enveloped Haochen's mind. Suddenly, with a flicker of thought, the enveloping Dan Flame Fire Flower contracted violently, and with its contraction, the compressive force surged exponentially. Accompanying this rapid increase in compressive power, the ferocity of the Donphin Flower multiplied. It was on the brink of eruption, yet Haochen showed no inclination to alleviate the pressure. He possessed the space of the demon suppression tower. Should the suppression of the Donphan flower prove ineffective, he would activate the tower's devouring function to obliterate this fusion. Any other person in his position would surely face certain death. Boom. Under the increasingly terrifying pressure, the forcibly fused flames could no longer withstand it. With a muffled roar, akin to a volcanic eruption, they erupted violently. The Dan burning flower exploded, and the fierce waves of fire rippled outward in the starry Dan field. Then, it collided heavily. The ferocious impact causing the flame flower to tremble violently. The overwhelming force poured entirely onto the flame flower. Fortunately, Haochen had prepared in advance, allowing the demon-suppressing tower to absorb a portion of the Dan-burning flower's energy, thus preventing the force from spreading. Otherwise, even with his current physical strength, he would have suffered greatly from such an impact. Although he managed to withstand the explosive force of the flames, this fusion seemed rather unsuccessful. Chapter 1086. The fire of the blue lotus, the Dan-burning flower, had completely dissipated, scattering among the flame flowers, transformed into tiny flickering sparks, as if they could be extinguished by a mere breath. At this moment, the Dan-burning flower appeared to have lost its wildness in the explosion, drifting like fireflies. Gazing at these sparks that seemed so fragile, Haochen felt a gentle sigh of relief. Soon, a low chuckle escaped him, with a flicker of his mind. The spark of the Dan-burning flower began to float once more, merging with the flame flowers. This time, the fusion did not erupt with the same violent reaction as before. Under Haochen's mental control, the two blossoms quietly merged into one, forming a resplendent blue lotus. Under the exceptionally clever pressure that Haochen had deliberately created, the three varieties of flame flowers continued to fuse. Although the signs were minute, they were still perceived by Haochen's consciousness, and a flicker of joy surged within him. He then steadied his mind, maintaining this specific pressure, gradually integrating the flame flowers completely. This fusion was not an endeavor accomplished in a single day. It was a delicate art. It required a sustained period of stable pressure and the mental force to meticulously control any subtle changes within the flames. However, these steps were largely executable, with all that remained being the passage of time. As Haochen immersed himself in the mental fusion of the flame flowers, time flowed slowly. In the blink of an eye, nearly 2 days had passed, and after nearly 9 days of traversing, the end of the teleportation array drew ever closer. Hanyu sat quietly within the spatial passage, instinctively releasing spatial energy from the teleportation token to replenish the energy within the passage. Tired, she rubbed her forehead, her face, hidden behind a veil, faintly revealing signs of fatigue. Continuous operations, while not physically exhausting, were immensely taxing on mental energy. Only one more day until we can exit the teleportation array, and this fellow is still not ready? Hanyu glanced at Haochen and then surveyed the surrounding individuals, who were equally excited at the imminent arrival of their destination. A wry smile escaped her lips as she realized she had unwittingly become a guardian for this fellow. At the terminus of the teleportation array, a tumultuous spatial fluctuation would inevitably arise, and at that moment, Haochen would undoubtedly be affected. Such a scenario, if it were to destabilize the celestial energy within him, would not be a trivial matter. After a moment of contemplation, Hanyu let out a soft sigh and resolved. If he remains unresponsive before we exit the teleportation channel, I shall have no choice but to rouse him forcibly. With her determination solidified, Hanyu concentrated her spiritual awareness, emanating spatial energy to maintain the stability of their surroundings. Though a day is not particularly long, Haochen still showed no signs of awakening during this time, which filled Hanyu with growing concern, her face betraying a hint of impatience. She could distinctly sense the spatial energy here growing increasingly agitated, clearly indicating their proximity to the teleportation array's destination. Peering into the distance, she could faintly discern a circular halo radiating a silver light. Turning her gaze to Haochen, she gritted her teeth and swiftly approached him. As she drew near, Hanyu raised her hand, preparing to pat his shoulder. However, just as her hand was about to make contact, a blue lotus flame erupted from within Haochen, hurtling towards her like lightning. Upon witnessing this, Hanyu's expression shifted dramatically. She could sense the terrifying, violent energy contained within that blue lotus. Instinctively, she maneuvered her body, hastily employing her techniques to evade the flame. Just as she narrowly escaped the blue lotus, a rush of heat surged from behind her. Startled, Hanyu turned her head, watching in horror as the blue lotus expanded rapidly in her vision. At such close range, even with her initial celestial cultivation, evasion seemed impossible. She could only watch helplessly as the blue lotus rushed toward her. Stop! Fortunately, just as the blue lotus was about to make contact, a voice rang out. Instantly, the flame obediently halted. However, the heat radiating from it still caused a searing pain on her back, prompting her to leap aside in haste. As she landed, Hanyu cast a lingering glance at the blue lotus, still shaken. Finally, you've awakened, she remarked, turning her gaze to the now conscious Haochen with a bittersweet smile. Haochen returned her smile with a nod, extending his hand to summon the blue lotus, which vanished without a trace. With a flick of his finger, an exquisite blue lotus reappeared before him, the very essence of 3 types of alchemical flames fused into one. Whether he could wield this flame for alchemy or combat in the future would depend on the potency of this blue lotus. Satisfied, Haochen withdrew his gaze from the lotus, absorbing it into his body before gradually rising to his feet. He then cast his eyes toward the immense silver halo not far away, a faint smile gracing his lips. Dan City, I have arrived. This is a vast plaza, at the center of which stands a colossal stone platform, upon which lies a grand teleportation array. At this moment, it is slowly rotating, emanating an astonishing fluctuation of spatial energy that spills forth continuously. Suddenly, after a brief silence, deep resonant sounds echo throughout the plaza. With the emergence of these sounds, the teleportation array begins to pulse with intense spatial waves. Figures swiftly emerge from it, cascading down onto the plaza in a disordered manner. Finally, we are out. This wretched teleportation array was truly unbearable. Upon landing, Hanyu took a deep breath and exclaimed. The fresh air of the plaza brought a sense of liberation and joy. Beside him, Haochen nodded in agreement, scanning the surroundings. At this moment, the plaza was abuzz with activity, as numerous individuals emerged from the teleportation array. Is this Dan City? Haochen rubbed his palms together, retracting his curious gaze to inquire of Hanyu. No. Hanyu shook his head and replied, this is merely a teleportation center of Jiwei City. He then elaborated. It is the intermediary zone between Jiwei City and Dan City, commonly referred to as the Central Region, while Dan City lies to our south. Central Region? Haochen paused in surprise. Haha, if Jiwei City is the heart of the Jiwei celestial domain, then this Central Region city serves as the nexus between the two cities. Many renowned top-tier forces have established their headquarters within the Central Region city, Hanyu continued with a smile. Chapter 1087. Terms of Exchange. Hanyu then proceeded to inform Haochen about the various sects and powers. We are currently situated in the southern city of the Central Region. The most prominent forces in this area are the Zhongyuan sect, Huayu sect, Blood Shadow sect, and the Five Elements sect. These 4 powers dominate this region. Of course, aside from these 4 major forces, there are numerous other factions, both large and small. However, they pale in comparison to the 4 major powers. How far is it to the Dan region? Haochen asked, lifting his gaze toward Hanyu. The journey is not short, but the Central Region has several short-distance teleportation arrays. With a month's time, it would be possible to reach Dan City. Considering the timing of the Alchemist Conference, Hanyu then turned to Haochen and said, the Mist City, where my family resides, is on the way to Dan City, and it also has a teleportation array. Upon hearing this, Haochen appeared slightly surprised, then smiled and nodded, saying, perfect. I can take the opportunity to visit your hometown and experience its local customs. Hanyu smiled and said, since you have made up your mind, allow me to lead the way. However, you should not hide your abilities. When you refine the fire source, I could sense from your unintentional aura that you are a concealed practitioner of the celestial realm. I will reveal my true self as well. With both of us being of the celestial realm, we can reach Mist City in about a day. Haochen smiled and nodded, acknowledging Hanyu's deduction. As the Dan Master competition approaches, there remains ample time to journey forth. Along the way, it is opportune to gather some celestial beasts and rare flames to enhance the internal essence of the burning flame pill, which is known as the Azure Lotus Fire. This is the name bestowed by Haochen upon the newly formed fire source, resulting from the fusion of the pill flame flower, pill fire flower, and pill burning flower. Observing that Haochen did not voice any objections, Hanyu ceased further discussion, and the two set forth towards Mist City. Hanyu soared into the sky, and at that moment, Haochen also boldly stepped into the void. It was only after the two had vanished into the horizon that some individuals in the square regained their senses, uttering incredulous gasps of astonishment. Even in the central region, the celestial immortal realm signifies absolute strength. Countless individuals strive with all their might to attain this level. Yet the number of those who genuinely succeed is exceedingly rare. Thus, it is no wonder that on witnessing Hanyu and Haochen reach such heights at such a young age, the onlookers were rendered speechless. Mist City, a metropolis not inferior in scale to North Hao City, serves as the nucleus of the immortal realm, with the Ziwei Courtyard immortal domain being no exception. A primary city governs 3 secondary cities. Each secondary city oversees 4 tertiary cities, and each tertiary city manages 6 quaternary cities. Additionally, there exist various organizations such as the Loose Cultivator Alliance, Alchemist Guild, Artifact Refining Guild, Cultivator Guild, Mercenary Guild, and Merchant Guild, representing a multitude of powers. Moreover, due to the presence of a teleportation array leading directly to Pill City, the flow of people here far surpasses that of surrounding locales. Numerous factions thrive, among which the 2 foremost families are the Han and Xinyuan clans, the most powerful forces within Mist City. However, neither family possesses the qualification to construct such a long-distance teleportation array. Consequently, the array does not belong to either family, but rather to the Central Origin sect, which reigns as the true sovereign within a radius of thousands of miles, controlling numerous cities. The only factions capable of contending with it are the Feather Transformation sect, Five Element sect, and Blood Shadow sect. Nevertheless, the Blood Shadow sect is notoriously enigmatic, and its sphere of influence is far inferior to that of the Central Origin sect. Yet, no one dares to underestimate it, as it is a force to be reckoned with. It is evident that the Blood Shadow sect is not to be taken lightly. The cities governed by the Central Origin sect are vast, and Mist City falls well within its dominion. In fact, the Han and Xinyuan families may be regarded as vassal forces of the Central Origin sect. As for the management rights of the teleportation array, these are appointed by the Central Origin sect, with the chosen agent rightfully assuming control over the city. Over the years, the management rights of the teleportation array have continually shifted between the Han and Xinyuan families. However, no single family has been able to maintain long-term control, which may also be viewed as a strategic maneuver by the Central Origin sect. With the speed of Haochen and Hanyu, they reached Mist City in a remarkably short span of time. Within just one day, the contours of Mist City began to materialize on the horizon. During this day of travel, as they traversed certain mountain ranges, Haochen and Hanyu also conducted a cursory search of the surroundings. Thus, I have acquired the primordial fire of the 2-headed celestial beast. Although it may not be exceedingly powerful, it is certainly better than nothing. Casually, I infused the fire of the celestial beast into the furnace of the flame elixir, feeling the gradually intensifying seed of fire, which elicited a smile from me. In this vast realm, there exists a plethora of beastly flames, and acquiring them is not particularly challenging. Moreover, the Ziwei celestial domain is teeming with myriad demonic beasts, magical creatures, and celestial beasts. With my current strength, it would be a trivial endeavor to delve into the mountains where the demonic beasts congregate to collect their flames. Is this what you refer to as Mist City? I raised my head, casting a glance at a corner of the city, partially concealed by the lush foliage, and inquired. Cold Jade nodded, her gaze scanning the surroundings as she cautioned. This is the territory of the Zhongyan sect. We must proceed with prudence. During our journey, I informed Cold Jade about the integration of the flame of the elixir and the fire of fusion within the spatial passage. She dutifully assumed the role of my protector without any complaints, and since we had only just met, it was only right to inform her of my actions. I sincerely expressed my gratitude and apologies. Thank you for safeguarding me during the integration of the flames. I inadvertently caused you some trouble, for which I am truly sorry. You are an alchemist, Cold Jade exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing about my fusion of the elixir flames, for only alchemists possess such mastery. I barely qualify as an alchemist. I replied nonchalantly. Then, may I ask about the origin of your fusion of the fire of elixirs? Indeed, merging the elixir flames with the fire of fusion will yield an even more potent source of fire, making it more suitable for alchemical concoctions. She never anticipated that the elusive essence of the fire of fusion she had been desperately seeking resided within the person beside her. Of course, I refrained from disclosing the existence of the flame of convergence to Cold Jade. I require a wisp of the essence of the fire of fusion. Might I exchange it for a fragment of your primordial fire? Cold Jade fixed her hopeful gaze upon me. I smiled and nodded, saying, certainly, name your price, and I shall trade with you. Seeing my willingness, Cold Jade eagerly inquired. I can only exchange based on your appearance, I replied casually. Cold Jade was momentarily taken aback, inwardly questioning, what sort of exchange condition is this? I ignored her expression, my gaze drifting down the main road towards the distance, where a colossal city lay quietly nestled within the forest, resembling an immense beast with no end in sight. Chapter 1088. The Turmoil of the Han Family, Part 1. Let us proceed as you suggested. The teleportation array of Mist City is now under the control of your Han family, which should facilitate our use of it. With a light chuckle, curiosity flickered in my eyes as I anticipated Cold Jade removing her veil. The majestic city walls exuded an air of solemnity as they came into view before us. Beneath the towering city gates, a throng of people surged forth, their voices mingling into a cacophony that filled the air with a vibrant energy. Gazing at the spacious streets and the seemingly endless array of shops and inns flanking either side, particularly the dense crowd in the streets, the clamorous din transformed into a colossal wave of sound, surging towards the heavens. The bustling atmosphere of this fog-laden city is indeed thriving, perhaps rivaling even the most popular Shadow City. Gazing upon the majestic cityscape and its vibrant energy, Haochen could not help but express his admiration. Oh, this is the central point of the Ziwei heavenly domain, the very heart of the entire celestial realm. While it may not be lacking in splendor, how could the Shadow City possibly compare? Han Yu chuckled lightly, then quickly discerned the route, leading Haochen swiftly towards the Han family's residence. Being her home, Han Yu possessed an intimate knowledge of the Fog City, guiding Haochen through several lengthy streets. After turning a few corners, an expansive estate came into view before them. This grand manor was indeed vast, and at that moment, it was nearly surrounded by armed guards, their vigilant and icy gazes scanning the vicinity. Upon witnessing the tight security of the estate, Haochen was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Is such a heavy guard necessary in broad daylight?" Han Yu, equally startled, furrowed her brow slightly and murmured, "Something seems amiss. My family never employed this many guards before." Wait a moment. With that, Han Yu shifted her gaze and intercepted a hurried man. With cupped fists, she inquired, "My friend, might I ask what has transpired in the Fog City? Why has the Han family suddenly taken such precautions?" The man, puzzled by her question, glanced at Han Yu and replied, "You've come from outside?" Currently, the Han and Xianyuan families are in contention over the management rights of the teleportation array. Both families have brought a considerable number of people, gathered in the central plaza. The whole city has flocked there to witness the spectacle. Hearing this, Han Yu furrowed her brow again as she clasped her hands in a respectful gesture towards the man. Turning to Haochen, she whispered, "This isn't right. I recall that the management rights of the teleportation array were supposed to belong to the Han family this year. Why is there a dispute now?" Haochen, having listened to the man's explanation, smiled and suggested, "Let us go and see for ourselves." Han Yu nodded, then chuckled. It seems that being the head of the Han family is not as straightforward as one might think. Follow me, such rivalries are rare. With that, Han Yu turned and quickened her pace towards the city center, with Haochen following closely behind. In the heart of the Fog City lay an expansive square paved with blue stones. At the center stood a stone platform, upon which a colossal teleportation array was slowly rotating, emanating a remarkable wave of spatial energy. The square was now nearly filled with a dense throng of people, the cacophony resembling a haunting melody that pained the eardrums, as countless curious eyes were fixated on the center of the square, where two factions faced off against each other. Xianyuan Hao, the management rights of the teleportation array remain with my Han family this year. What is the meaning of your intrusion? A middle-aged man bellowed. Even from a distance, Han Yu recognized the imposing figure of her father, Han Linfeng, alongside two elderly men with snow-white hair. They stood casually, yet their formidable presence rippled through the air, commanding respect and caution from all who beheld them. Beside the cold winds of Hamlin, there exists a captivating and mature landscape, clad in garments as white as snow, resembling a blooming snow lotus. She emanates an alluring charm that stirs the hearts of onlookers. Many gazes, both inside and outside the square, naturally gravitate towards her. She possesses a name as enchanting as her presence, Hanxue, the younger sister of Hanyue. "Ah, Hamlin, you are but a generation younger than I. It is unbecoming to speak so impolitely to your elders," she jested. Opposite her stood a group of fierce-looking individuals, led by a middle-aged man whose shadowy gaze briefly met Hamlin before he let out a peculiar laugh. Upon hearing this, Hanlin smirked coldly, ready to respond, when an aged voice suddenly resonated from the square. This is the latest decree of the Zhongyuan sect. The crowd's attention shifted immediately as an elderly man clad in a red robe approached the two. Is that Elder Kairu of the Zhongyuan sect? Gasps of astonishment filled the air upon his arrival. Hanlin and the two elderly figures behind him also displayed subtle changes in their expressions. They promptly clasped their hands in respect, inquiring, Elder Kairu, we are curious about the implications of this latest decree. In accordance with previous customs, it is not yet time for the transfer of control over the teleportation array, Elder Kairu began. The sect master has ordered that high-ranking alchemists of the first tier or above be summoned to the Zhongyuan sect to assist in the refinement of an elixir. Thus far, a suitable candidate has not been found, prompting this order. Whoever can procure a qualified high-tier alchemist shall be entrusted with the management of the teleportation array for a duration of 3 years. Elder Kairu continued. The Xianyuan family has located a certified first-tier alchemist from the Mist City Alchemist Guild. If your Han family can also find an alchemist of superior caliber and persuade him to accompany me to the Zhongyuan sect, the rights to the teleportation array will be granted to you, with the term extended from 1 year to 3. He gestured towards the Xianyuan family, where an elder clad in a white alchemist robe stood with an air of pride. A first-tier alchemist? Hanlin's expression shifted dramatically. The Han family indeed had alchemists, yet their highest-ranking one was merely a 6th tier. A first-tier alchemist had never graced their ranks. After all, such esteemed alchemists could command respectable treatment even within the Zhongyuan sect. Who would deign to join a family that was neither particularly large nor small? Elder Kairu, this news comes rather abruptly. Might you grant my Han family a few days to locate a first-tier alchemist? I shall exert every effort to fulfill this request, Hanlin implored, his expression fluctuating as he spoke. Elder Kairu shook his head, his tone unwavering and devoid of any trace of compassion. This is a direct order from the sect master. Who would dare to delay? Not only your Han family, but even I lack the authority to do so. If your Han family is unable to present a first-tier alchemist by the end of today, the management rights of the teleportation array shall be ceded to the Xianyuan family. Faced with Elder Kairu's relentless stance, Hanlin's countenance soured and his fists clenched tightly. Chapter 1089. The Changes in the Han Family, Part 2. In a single day? Where could Han Linfeng possibly find a first-grade alchemist? Does he truly believe that such esteemed alchemists are as common as cabbages? Even within the alchemist city, individuals of this caliber are regarded as significant figures. This old scoundrel has undoubtedly accepted a bribe from the Xianyuan family. Beside Han Linfeng, Han Shui clenched her silver teeth and expressed her discontent. If only my sister were here. Silence. Han Linfeng's expression darkened as he retorted. Your sister is merely an ordinary great alchemist. Seeing his reaction, Han Shui could only stamp her foot in frustration, choosing to remain silent. What shall we do about the two elders? Han Linfeng turned to the two elderly men behind him, seeking their counsel. Upon hearing this, the two elders exchanged wry smiles. The third elder, dressed in a blue robe, spoke. I had heard whispers that the Zhongyuan sect is seemingly in search of an alchemist, but I did not take it to heart. I did not expect. Han Shui's fears may very well be justified. The Xianyuan family must have been informed well in advance about the search for a celestial-grade alchemist. In Mist City, aside from Yanguang, it would be exceedingly difficult to find a higher-ranked alchemist. As the third elder spoke, a weight settled on Han Linfeng's heart. His fists clenched so tightly that they creaked. The teleportation array was of utmost importance to the Han family. It represented a substantial source of income. With such resources, the Han family could recruit more individuals to strengthen their clan's influence. If the Xianyuan family were to seize control of the teleportation array's usage rights, the Han family's growth would inevitably stagnate. Han Linfeng, perhaps you should cease your futile speculations and relinquish control of the teleportation array. If I am pleased in the future, I might allow your family a mere sip of the benefits, remarked the middle-aged man known as Xianyuan Hao, observing the changing expressions of Han Linfeng with an amused grin. Hearing the mocking tone in his words, Han Linfeng's complexion darkened considerably. However, as the patriarch of the Han family, he had to consider the family's interests in all his actions. Thus, he suppressed his fury, gritting his teeth in resentment as he coldly declared, Xianyuan Hao, you are truly ruthless. Before he could finish his words, Han Linfeng helplessly waved his hand and turned to leave. Are you really going to give up just like that? Just as Han Linfeng turned, a figure leaped into the square, approaching him with a smile. "Yua? Sister." Upon seeing the newcomer, Han Linfeng was taken aback, then sighed and said with a bitter smile, "Never mind, let's go. You are not an alchemist. You cannot assist the Han family." In response, Han Yu merely smiled and replied, "Indeed, I am not an alchemist. But there are those who can aid our family." With that, Han Yu turned her gaze skyward and called out, "How long will you remain up there?" Witnessing Han Yu's actions, Han Linfeng, Han Shui, and the others were momentarily stunned. They then lifted their heads, spotting a youthful figure descending gracefully from the sky, landing lightly upon the ground. Walking upon the air, a celestial being? The onlookers regarded the young man, Haochen, with intrigue. It is indeed rare to encounter someone so young who has attained the celestial realm. "What is going on?" Haochen inquired, looking at Han Linfeng. The troubles stem from the teleportation array. Originally, it was the Cold family's turn to control it this year. However, the Central Yuan sect has taken the teleportation array as leverage while seeking an alchemist. The Xianyuan family has quietly found a first-grade alchemist, while the highest-ranked alchemist in the Cold family is merely of ordinary grade. Why does the Central Yuan sect need to search for an alchemist? With their strength, it is improbable that they lack one. Haochen felt somewhat puzzled and interjected with a question. "This is unclear, but it is said that the leader of the Central Yuan sect requires assistance from an alchemist to concoct a particular elixir," replied Han Linfeng with a shake of his head. Haochen nodded slightly, his gaze suddenly shifting to a proud-looking elder nearby. He remarked, "So, if the Cold family finds an alchemist of a higher grade than that old man, the rights to use the teleportation array will still belong to the Cold family?" Han Linfeng nodded, gazing at Haochen with a flicker of hope rising within him. "What do you think we should do?" Han Yu asked Haochen, her eyes fixed upon him. Having just met, she wished not to impose on him, but hoped he could assist in extricating her family from their predicament. Seeing this, Haochen smiled, stepped forward, and cupped his hands in respect towards the elder. He then said with a smile, "Esteemed elder, the Cold family has yet to concede, so I kindly ask that we postpone this handover." Since Haochen made his appearance, Elder Jeered had been observing him closely. The fact that this young man had attained the celestial realm at such a tender age left him somewhat astonished. Such an accomplishment is rare even among his peers in the Central Yuan sect. If you have not conceded, then please present the Cold family's alchemist. If the Cold family can indeed find an alchemist stronger than Master Yin Guang, then the rights to the teleportation array shall remain with the Cold family. Perhaps due to Haochen's current strength, Elder Jeered's tone softened considerably. Upon hearing this, Haochen smiled and nodded, cupping his hands as he cheerfully said, "In that case, may I propose a contest with this esteemed master? You are the alchemist invited by the Cold family." Elder Jeered was taken aback by Haochen's declaration and inquired. His seasoned gaze slowly swept over Haochen, unable to shake off a sense of disbelief. To cultivate to the celestial realm at such a young age was already astonishing. If he were indeed an alchemist, it would be rather extraordinary, indeed. Mastering spells and alchemy are two profound paths. Excelling in either is no easy feat. To achieve remarkable success in both realms is an accomplishment few can claim. Haochen's words sparked a murmur of discussion among the crowd gathered in the square. However, many scoffed at his assertion. A youth so young, while seemingly powerful, does not inherently qualify him to challenge an alchemist of Yin Guang's caliber. As one of the parties involved, Yin Guang was momentarily taken aback. A cold smile crossed his withered face as he looked at Haochen and said, "Perhaps I may indeed fall short in spells compared to you. But in the realm of alchemy, to put it bluntly, you are not yet qualified." Regarding the cold humor of Yin Guang, Haochen paid no heed. He turned his gaze towards Elder Jeered and smiled, inquiring how they were to compete. "Is it necessary to refine pills in public? There is no need for such trouble. I do not have the time to waste with you." Yin Guang seized the opportunity to interject with a chilling laugh. "Since you are also an alchemist, you must be aware of the significance of spiritual consciousness to an alchemist. Therefore, let us compete in spiritual consciousness. Given your status as a junior, I shall allow you to take the first move. If you can use your spiritual consciousness to defeat me, the victory will be yours." How does that sound? Yin Guang's arrogance was not unfounded. The greatest disparity between an alchemist and an ordinary cultivator lies in the potency of their spiritual consciousness. The spiritual consciousness of a first-grade alchemist can rival that of a powerful being in the celestial realm. Chapter 1090, The Contest of Spiritual Consciousness, Part 1. Upon hearing Yin Guang's words, Haochen was momentarily taken aback, his expression swiftly transforming into a peculiar one. A contest of spiritual consciousness. As Yin Guang finished speaking, he waved his sleeve and stood with his hands clasped behind his back, regarding Haochen with an indifferent gaze, exuding the demeanor of a grand master. Go ahead, he urged. Haochen slightly parted his lips, only to let out a soft sigh. Under the watchful eyes of countless onlookers, he slowly raised his hand and gently pointed towards Yin Guang. In that moment, his spiritual consciousness surged forth like a blade of energy, slicing through the void, directly advancing towards Yin Guang. Instantly, the previously placid expression of Elder Qi Rui transformed dramatically. Yin Guang's calm demeanor, too, turned ashen in an instant. Haochen's spiritual consciousness, imbued with an overwhelming pressure, rushed towards Yin Guang like a bolt of lightning. As it traversed the air, the void trembled, and dark fissures quietly spread in its wake. Though spiritual consciousness is formless and colorless, those with even a modicum of strength could perceive the pervasive pressure permeating the heavens. This pressure emanated from the depths of the soul, inducing a shivering sensation. At that moment, the murmurs among the crowd ceased abruptly. Those who had previously scoffed at Haochen's actions now found their expressions frozen, appearing rather comical. With Haochen's ascension to the celestial realm, if one were to assess his standing as an alchemist, he could very well reach the level of a fifth-grade alchemist. Furthermore, with his exceptional spiritual consciousness, even when compared to some true sixth-grade alchemist masters, he was not to be underestimated. The terrifying power of his spiritual consciousness, once unleashed, was undeniably formidable. It was not merely that Yin Guang was a first-grade alchemist. Even if he were to attain the status of a sixth-grade alchemist, the outcome of a contest against Haochen would remain uncertain. Elder Qi Rui, in a state of shock, absorbed the overwhelming spiritual consciousness that enveloped the skies. After a moment, he took a deep breath and turned to Haochen, his eyes wide with astonishment. A second-grade alchemist? A hoarse voice, tinged with disbelief, slowly escaped from Elder Qi Rui's throat. Spiritual consciousness is the foundation of an alchemist's existence. For it is only through a robust spiritual consciousness that an alchemist can manipulate the flames and successfully refine pills. The potency of one's spiritual consciousness is intrinsically linked to the art of alchemy. Within the celestial realm, many differentiate the skills of alchemists based on their spiritual strength. This explains why Elder Qi Rui, upon sensing the spiritual consciousness emanating from Haochen, was able to discern his rank as an alchemist with remarkable accuracy. Indeed, Haochen's mastery of spiritual consciousness was confined to the level of a second-tier alchemist, yet should he fully unleash his capabilities, he might well surpass even a fifth-tier alchemist in power. When Haochen successfully crafted a fifth-tier transformation elixir with apparent ease, it became evident just how formidable his spiritual prowess truly was. At that moment, Elder Qi Rui's heart was undoubtedly tempestuous, as he had never anticipated that Haochen was not only a formidable figure at the celestial level, but also possessed profound expertise in the art of alchemy. A second-tier alchemist holds considerable weight, even within the central region. It is essential to recognize that alchemists of this caliber are the backbone of the alchemist guild, even in the bustling alchemy city. What astonished Elder Qi Rui the most, however, was Haochen's youth. A young alchemist of such caliber was a rarity, even in his extensive experience. The prodigious talent displayed in both sorcery and alchemy was nothing short of monstrous. Elder Yin Guang, that old fellow, was truly in for a calamity, daring to be so audacious. With a sigh for Yin Guang, a smirk of schadenfreude crept onto Elder Qi Rui's face. Though he found Yin Guang's arrogance irksome, he had to maintain a facade of courtesy due to the latter's status. Meanwhile, Yin Guang was reeling from shock. Anyone confronted with such overwhelming spiritual power would naturally struggle to maintain composure. His complexion had turned a ghastly white, and his eyes betrayed a flicker of bewilderment and fear. As an alchemist, his sensitivity to spiritual consciousness was far beyond that of the average person. The colossal wave of spiritual energy that approached him felt akin to standing before an immense ocean. He had only ever experienced such a sensation with the high-ranking alchemists of the Alchemist Guild in Alchemy City, each renowned in the Ziwei celestial domain. However, the source of this overwhelming presence was not one of those esteemed alchemists, but rather a youth who appeared to be in his early 20s. A second-tier alchemist? How could that be? Yin Guang trembled slightly, consumed by doubt. Moments later, a wild intensity surged in his eyes. He could not fathom that this seemingly inexperienced youth could possibly be a second-tier alchemist. With a fierce determination, Yin Guang stepped back several paces, casting aside his earlier bravado. With a low growl, a formidable wave of spiritual energy erupted from his consciousness, swiftly coalescing into an invisible barrier before him. "Youngster, do not attempt to deceive me," he bellowed, his gaze fixed sharply on Haochen. In response to Yin Guang's outburst, a mocking smile played upon Haochen's lips. A mere first-grade alchemist dares to flaunt his mental prowess before him, truly asking for trouble. "Go." With a mere thought, Haochen softly commanded. Instantly, his mental energy coalesced, transforming within the astonished gazes of countless onlookers into a spear of consciousness that lunged toward Yin Guang's mental shield. Bang! The two forces collided violently in the void, unleashing an astonishing wave that swiftly spread throughout the square. In an instant, the air quivered subtly, fissures emerging and proliferating across the space. Crack! At the point where the spear met the shield, invisible ripples surged forth. Yin Guang's face flushed with purple, desperately infusing his mental energy into the shield. "Break!" Haochen extended a finger, gesturing toward Yin Guang, and with a soft, cold smirk, he punctuated the air. The energy of the spear surged dramatically, and cracks began to appear in Yin Guang's shield. With horror etched on the faces of Yin Guang and the surrounding spectators, the fissures rapidly spread across the shield. Boom! As the cracks expanded, the already battered shield could no longer withstand the fierce assault of Haochen's mental power. With a resounding crash, it shattered into countless fragments. As the shield exploded, Yin Guang's complexion turned pale, and he spat a mouthful of blood. Like a heavy blow, he was sent flying backward, crashing violently to the ground, leaving a trail several feet long before finally coming to a halt. Chapter 1091, The Contest of Consciousness, Part 2, Silence enveloped the arena. Countless gazes were fixated, dumbfounded, upon the fallen Yin Guang, who lay there, oblivious to his fate. For a moment, no one spoke. In just a single round, a first-grade alchemist had been utterly defeated, and in a most devastating manner, by a young man who appeared barely in his 20s. Hiss! The silence lingered for a brief moment before it was shattered by a chorus of gasps. Eyes, now ablaze with fervor, turned toward the young man who had not even budged from his position. At this juncture, anyone could surmise that this individual's alchemist rank was likely superior to Yin Guang's. Given that Yin Guang was a first-grade alchemist, it was clear that Haochen must be a second-grade alchemist. Only alchemists of this caliber could so thoroughly best a first-grade alchemist in a contest of mental prowess. This young man is actually a second-grade alchemist? Countless throats swallowed hard, their expressions bordering on shock. A second-grade alchemist is no trivial figure. Such an individual commands significant respect even within the Alchemist Guild of Dan City. Xian Yuan Hao and his family stood agape, staring at the motionless Yin Guang in the distance. After a long pause, they finally managed to swallow hard. A second-grade alchemist? The thought sent a chill down Xian Yuan Hao's spine. The existence of such a being could easily spell doom for their Xian Yuan clan. Once a second-grade alchemist spoke, many formidable powers would be eager to act on their behalf. The allure of a second-tier alchemist is beyond reproach. When did the Han family come to know such a distinguished alchemist? Why has there been no whisper of this? Xian Yuanhao's expression fluctuated, his mind racing with thoughts. A second-tier alchemist is certainly not someone of their family's capacity to summon. He could not fathom how the Han family managed to have such an esteemed figure in their midst. Not far from Xian Yuanhao and his companions stood Han Linfeng, Han Yu, and Han Shui, who were equally astonished as they gazed at Haochen and the fallen Yin Guang on the ground. Yin Guang could not withstand even a single exchange with Haochen. Han Linfeng felt a sense of disorientation. After all, this was a first-tier alchemist. Standing beside Han Linfeng, Han Yu and Han Shui were two elderly men with white hair, who at that moment drew a deep breath, their voices laced with uncontrollable excitement. The third elder, clad in a blue robe, looked at Han Linfeng in disbelief and inquired, "Is this young man truly a second-tier alchemist and your friend?" Hearing the incredulity in their words, a sense of pride welled up in Han Linfeng's heart. Although these two elders held positions of authority within the clan, they had always harbored reservations about his election as clan leader. Today, it seemed he had managed to temper their arrogance through the young man's presence. "A friend of my daughter is a friend of mine. My friend is a friend of the Han family," Han Linfeng thought with satisfaction, though his demeanor remained composed. He replied coolly, "If he were not my friend, do you two elders believe anyone else would dare to intervene?" In response, The two elders exchanged awkward smiles, but refrained from further comment. If the clan leader had a friend who was a second-tier alchemist, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for the Han family. Elder, is there a resolution to this contest? Haochen inquired with a smile, waving his sleeve, causing the overwhelming aura of his spiritual might to dissipate instantly. Upon hearing Haochen's words, Elder Qi Rui hastily withdrew his gaze from the oblivious Yin Guang in the distance, a rare smile gracing his face as he nodded. Your prowess is extraordinary. The victory belongs to you. The management rights to the Mist City teleportation array for the next 3 years shall belong entirely to the Han family. Hearing Elder Qi Rui's declaration, Xian Yuanhao's expression darkened considerably. Yet, due to the elder's esteemed status, he concealed any signs of dissatisfaction, merely clenching his fists. His heart brimmed with helplessness as he cast a resentful glance at Han Linfeng. Although Xian Yuanhao understood that it was Haochen's unexpected appearance that had turned the tide, it was difficult for him to harbor any animosity towards a second-tier alchemist. He was acutely aware of the vast influence wielded by such a figure. In stark contrast to Xian Yuanhao's grim demeanor, Han Linfeng was enveloped in a wave of joy. He could not help but clasp his hands in gratitude towards Elder Qi Rui, exclaiming, "Thank you, Elder Qi Rui." Elder Qi Rui smiled and waved his hand. His gaze fixated on Haochen beside him. He stepped forward briskly, greeting the latter with a courteous clasp of his fists and a smile. "Ah, may I inquire about your esteemed name, young friend?" "Senior, I am called Zilin," Haochen replied with a slight smile, also cupping his hands in a gesture of respect towards Elder Qi Rui. Haochen continued to employ the name Zilin, concealing his true identity. At such a tender age, young friend Zilin has already achieved such remarkable accomplishments. It is truly astonishing. May I ask who your master is? A figure of great renown? Elder Qi Rui inquired with a smile. Despite Haochen's prodigious talent, without a guiding hand, it would be difficult to reach such heights at this age. Merely a reclusive hermit from the mountains, not a figure of great significance, Haochen replied with a smile, subtly diverting the conversation. Noticing that Haochen preferred not to elaborate on this matter, Elder Qi Rui promptly shifted the topic. Although he was an elder of the Zhongyuan sect and a cultivator himself, he still maintained a demeanor of humility towards a second-tier alchemist. Haha, Han Linfeng. The rights to use the teleportation array will be entrusted to your Han family for the next 3 years. As long as the agreed-upon fees are submitted to the Zhongyuan sect annually, all will be well. Elder Qi Rui directed his kindly gaze towards Han Linfeng, giving his instructions. The teleportation array represented a substantial source of income. The Han family's management rights would yield benefits, which must be shared according to long-standing customs. With a portion submitted to the Zhongyuan sect, Han Linfeng nodded with a smile, well aware that Elder Qi Rui's courteous demeanor stemmed from the regard for Zilin. Now, the ownership of the teleportation array had been resolved. Haha, young friend Zilin, would you accompany me to the Zhongyuan sect? Elder Qi Rui asked Haochen with a smile. His mission was to seek high-tier alchemists, and with Haochen having severely injured Yin Guang, it would be unfortunate for him if Haochen chose not to accompany him. Upon hearing this, Haochen pondered for a moment, as he too held considerable interest in the Zhongyuan sect. This interest was, of course, fueled by the implication that the Zhongyuan sect might be one of the 5 halls of the Qianyuan sect. If given the opportunity to see it, he could learn more about the history of the Zhongyuan sect, perhaps established by the predecessors of Zhongyuan Hall after ascending to the celestial realm. Chapter 1092. Keeping promises. I wonder what grade of elixirs the Zhongyuan sect is seeking alchemists to refine. After a moment of contemplation, Haochen finally posed the question. Our sect leader wishes to refine a high-grade elixir. We need to find an alchemist to assist in the formulation. Young friend Zilin, rest assured, there is no risk involved in this matter. Should the refinement be successful, the sect leader will surely offer generous rewards, Elder Qi Rui explained. Refining elixirs? Haochen narrowed his eyes, inwardly contemplating. The sect leader of the Zhongyuan sect must possess strength not inferior to that of an immortal sovereign. If he requires the assistance of an alchemist for his elixirs, they must be of at least 6th-tier quality. Such a grade of elixir is not easy to concoct. Is the sect leader of the Zhongyuan sect also an alchemist? Most alchemical processes rely on the alchemist's own prowess. What could an outsider contribute? Suddenly, a realization struck him, and Haochen, somewhat astonished, inquired further. Upon hearing this, Elder Qi Rui cast a surprised glance at Haochen. The leader of the Zhongyuan sect was not a Dan master, yet he harbored a profound interest in alchemy. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of his physical attributes, he could not become a Dan Master. Nevertheless, he was exceptionally talented and, through his innate control over flames, was capable of utilizing Yao to concoct certain potions. However, the quality of these potions was not particularly high. In order to produce superior celestial pills, he required the assistance of other Dan Masters. Beside them, Han Linfeng leaned closer to Haochen and whispered an explanation. Upon hearing this, Haochen was momentarily taken aback, then clicked his tongue in astonishment. A non-Dan Master could actually refine potions? Indeed, the leader of the Zhongyuan sect was extraordinary. Such marvels were a first for Haochen in all his years. However, he understood that this was likely a result of the Yaowa and his mastery over flames. A true Dan Master possesses an intricate understanding of the essence of potions, a level of proficiency not easily attained. It was likely that the potions produced would always harbor minor imperfections. One could surmise that the Yaowa wielded by the leader of the Zhongyuan sect was a remarkable source of fire, with some time remaining before the alchemy conference. Perhaps he could take this opportunity to visit the Zhongyuan sect and potentially acquire a fragment of that fire source. Haochen contemplated within. The Yaowa was of great significance to him. If he could merge it with his Dan fire, the energy would undoubtedly surge exponentially. Perhaps even when faced with golden immortals or formidable celestial beings, he would be able to contend with them. In Dan City, where powerful figures abound, and even more so at the alchemy conference, it was imperative for Haochen to elevate his strength as much as possible. Having resolved his mind, Haochen smiled slightly at Elder Qi Rui. Upon hearing this, Elder Qi Rui let out a sigh of relief, and a smile graced his face. Suddenly, a fiery red flying beast soared into the air from beyond the square. Elder Qi Rui clasped his fists towards Haochen and remarked, "In that case, I shall await you atop." Before his words had fully left his lips, he ascended and landed upon the back of the enormous flying beast. "Zeline, do you truly intend to visit the Zhongyuan sect?" Han Yu asked hastily, fully aware that Zeline possessed the Danyan fire, which could lead to considerable trouble if discovered by the sect's powerful members. Haochen nodded, for one must venture into the tiger's den to capture the tiger cub. And currently, the Zhongyuan sect was in need of his assistance, as long as he remained astute. Acquiring the Yaowa from the leader of the Zhongyuan sect should not prove overly difficult. I have heard that many distinguished Dan Masters have been invited to the Zhongyuan sect. However, if you can truly assist the leader in successfully refining the potions, the rewards will surely be substantial. The Zhongyuan sect is not one to shortchange its allies. Han Linfeng remarked with a smile, well acquainted with the ways of the Zhongyuan sect. Haochen chuckled lightly. For him, the reward was of little consequence as long as he could obtain the Yaowa from the leader of the Zhongyuan sect. Han Yu, you should remain in Mist City. Then I will head straight back to Dan City. Once I have completed my tasks, I will make my way there. Additionally, head of the Han family, I must trouble you with a matter, said Haochen after a moment of contemplation. Speak freely. Whatever I can assist with, I shall do without the slightest hesitation. Han Linfeng declared, patting his chest with a sense of bravado. Please investigate whether your family has a person named Han Yu. I wish to know more about him. Haochen said slowly. What did you say? Han Yu? My sister, have you met her? Han Yu interjected eagerly. Do not be surprised. The Han Yu I speak of is a male, not your sister. Haochen clarified upon hearing Han Yu's words. A male? That must be my sister then. Look at me. I must resemble him perfectly. Without missing a beat, Han Yu removed her veil. With double eyelids, almond-shaped eyes, a petite nose, and a small mouth. Even their eyebrows bore a resemblance. Haochen gazed at Han Yu, astonished by her striking similarity to Han Yu. By the heavens, is it truly not a coincidence? Haochen stood there, dumbfounded. Isn't it quite similar? Han Yu asked, nudging Haochen with her hand, seeking confirmation. Indeed, it is remarkably alike. Haochen affirmed. Han Yu is my twin sister. She enjoys disguising herself as a man and wandering through the celestial realm. Her skills in transformation are unparalleled. Even those at the Celestial King level find it difficult to discern her true identity. Is she perhaps a beast tamer? Having been separated from Han Yu for so long, Haochen wondered how she had fared at Haochen Academy. Thus, he felt an urgency to obtain information, since Han Yu also bears the surname Han. And given the Han family's long-standing presence in the Ziwei heavenly domain, she must possess extensive knowledge about her family lineage. Throughout, Han Yu had never revealed the nature of her family. Since she had agreed to assist her, Haochen was determined to uncover every detail about Han Yu. Since she is one of your kin, I can rest assured. I have already arranged for her to attend Haochen Academy. Haochen remarked casually. Haochen Academy. Han Yu began to feel envious of her sister. After all, Haochen Academy is one of the top 3 institutions in the celestial realm. Her sister truly had good fortune. From Han Yu, Haochen gleaned some understanding of Han Yu's circumstances. Finally at ease, he realized that being a beast tamer was merely one of her many talents, akin to his own eclectic skills as an illusionist and sorcerer. Before departing, Haochen summoned Han Yu aside and suddenly waved his hand to establish a barrier. He then separated a strand of Dan flame flower, offering it to Han Yu, along with the method of refinement. Han Yu silently and attentively absorbed Haochen's teachings. He understood the sacrifices she had made to ensure his safe cultivation during their journey through the teleportation passage. Without her protection, he would have struggled to merge the Dan flame into the Dan flame flower. He sought no exchange. He gifted Han Yu a strand of Dan flame flower solely as a reward for her sincerity. When the crimson flying beast in the sky let out a sharp cry, he finally clasped fists with Han Linfeng, Han Yu, and Han Shui. Then, with a light push of his toes against the ground, soared into the sky. As Haochen set forth, Han Yu quickly cautioned him, "Be careful. I shall await your return in Dan City." Haochen responded with a smile and a nod, then gracefully leaped onto the back of the flying beast. "Hee, young friend Ziling, are you prepared?" Elder Chizue remarked with a smile upon seeing Haochen ascend. Haochen returned the elder's greeting with a slight smile and a respectful gesture, saying, "Please, senior, lead the way." Chapter 1093. Journey to the Sect. Elder Chizue smiled and waved his sleeve. The flying beast emitted a resounding cry, spreading its wings and stirring up a gust of wind as it soared rapidly towards the southern horizon, amidst the envious gazes of the onlookers. Standing atop the flying beast, Haochen clasped his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance, a smile blossoming within his heart as he mused. One man's misfortune may indeed be another's fortune. Perhaps this journey will bring unexpected opportunities. He felt a keen curiosity regarding the exotic fire source possessed by the leader of the Zhongyuan sect. He wondered how it compared to his own refined flame elixir, and which of the two would prove stronger. Moreover, if the flame elixir were to merge with the exotic fire source, what formidable power might it attain? He eagerly anticipated the vibrant and magnificent transformation of the flame elixir's azure lotus. Zhongyuan sect is situated in the southern part of the central domain, near the Qianyan volcano. This mountainous region is entirely composed of volcanoes, stretching endlessly with red earth as far as the eye can see. Smoke continuously wafts from the peaks, and occasionally, lava spills forth. The Qianyan volcano range holds considerable renown even within the celestial realm, partly due to the presence of the Zhongyuan sect, and also due to the harsh environment it offers. While the landscape may not be particularly pleasing to the eye, the ceaseless volcanic activity results in an exceptionally rich concentration of fire attribute energy. Thus, cultivating fire attribute techniques here undoubtedly yields remarkable results. Despite the evident dangers, many practitioners of fire techniques still venture here to hone their skills. The Qianyan volcano range is not far from Mist City, which derives its name from the volcanic activity that creates an ethereal mist, shrouding the area in clouds of vapor. Departing from Mist City, it takes less than half a day's journey, and with Elder Chizue's adept handling of the flying beast, they arrived in merely 2 hours. Haochen could sense the surrounding energies gradually becoming more abundant, infused with a hint of wildness. From his vantage point on the flying beast, he gazed into the distance and beheld what appeared to be a majestic crimson line stretching forth, seemingly without end. Hee, young friend Ziling, that is the Qianyan volcano range, and the headquarters of the Zhongyuan sect is nestled within, Elder Chizue explained with a smile directed at Haochen. After a brief pause, he continued, in the Qianyuan mountain range, the energy of the fire attribute is exceedingly abundant. However, due to the persistent eruptions of the volcano, it carries a certain ferocious aura. Therefore, when absorbing this energy, one must refine the violent essence within, otherwise, prolonged cultivation may adversely affect one's mental state. Haochen smiled and nodded. Although he possessed the Shaoyangju technique, which allowed him to consume the heavens and the earth, rendering the so-called ferocious energy aura a trivial concern, he appreciated the kind warning. Moreover, within the Qianyuan mountain range, numerous magical beasts thrived, and due to the abundant energy in this region, these creatures appeared particularly savage and fierce compared to those found elsewhere. The Qianyuan mountain range stretched endlessly, with some areas remaining unexplored even by our Zhongyuan sect. Thus, my young friend Zeline, should you venture alone in the future, exercise utmost caution. Thank you very much for the reminder, Elder Qi Rue. Haochen expressed his sincere gratitude. Elder Qi Rue waved his hand dismissively, and with a flick of his sleeve, the speed of the flying beast increased once more, transforming into a streak of fire as it soared directly into the sprawling mountains. As they entered the Qianyuan mountain range, Haochen could finally see it clearly. The lush greenery was exceedingly rare at a glance. Most of the land was a deep crimson. The ground bore not a trace of grass, confirming that the environment was indeed quite harsh. The temperature in the skies above the Qianyuan mountain range rose significantly, yet this heat was inconsequential to Haochen and Elder Qi Rue, who paid it little mind. Elder Qi Rue scanned the mountains and then whistled. The flying beast gradually slowed its pace. Moments later, it gently descended, landing at the foot of a scarlet peak. Elder Qi Rue and Haochen leaped down from the back of the flying beast. Haochen cast his gaze around and saw a mountain peak that resembled a sword cleaving the sky, with a winding stone staircase spiraling upwards from the mountain's base. As his eyes settled a short distance ahead on the staircase, he was taken aback, sensing an extraordinary spatial fluctuation that hinted at a hidden realm. Come, my young friend Zeline, Elder Qi Rue said with a smile, leading the way up the stone staircase, followed closely by Haochen, who remained slightly wary as he surveyed his surroundings. After a while, their footsteps halted at the end of the staircase. Upon reaching this point, Haochen realized that there existed a spatial barrier in this area. He gently pressed his palm against the barrier, only to be met with a tremendous rebound force that flung his hand away. What a sturdy spatial barrier! Haochen exclaimed, shaking his hand in surprise. This spatial barrier has been reinforced by the successive masters of our Zhongyuan sect, capable of withstanding attacks from a celestial sovereign. Ordinary golden immortals would not dare to approach. Elder Qi Rue remarked with a smile. A spatial barrier strong enough to withstand the attacks of a celestial sovereign? Upon hearing this, Haochen couldn't help but express his admiration. Indeed, the Zhongyuan sect is unparalleled. Its profound heritage surpasses that of ordinary powers. Elder Qi Rue chuckled softly, retrieving a fiery red jade token from his storage ring, which he then pressed against the spatial barrier. A peculiar wave of energy radiated outward, causing the barrier to part slowly and automatically. Young friend Zeline, please. Elder Qi Rue smiled at Haochen before stepping lightly into the opening. As he entered, his figure mysteriously vanished. Haochen hesitated for a moment, then moved forward, stepping into the rift in the space. Upon entering, the light before him suddenly brightened. Haochen gently closed his eyes, then slowly opened them, astonishment reflected in his gaze. Before him lay an exceedingly long stone staircase, surrounded by lush greenery. In the distance, a vast canyon teeming with vibrant life emerged, dotted with numerous structures. Chapter 1094. A new arrival. Faint sounds of conversation drifted from afar, echoing within this seemingly endless canyon. A self-contained world? Witnessing such a stark contrast to the outside, even Haochen could not help but exclaim in wonder. This cannot truly be considered a self-contained world. Only those of the Celestial Emperor realm possess such abilities. However, this place, constructed by the predecessors of the Zhongyuan sect, can indeed be regarded as a veritable paradise. Elder Qi Rue waved his hand dismissively, though a hint of pride lingered in his brow. To have created such an expansive canyon within this volcanic realm is undoubtedly a grand undertaking. Haochen smiled, waving his hand through the air before him. Sensing the fire attribute energy here, which remained as rich as that of the outside world. Yet, the ferocity had completely dissipated, clearly having been thoroughly purified. Raising his head, he glanced at the sky, sensing a subtle distortion. Clearly, the entire Zhongyuan sect is enveloped within a spatial barrier. This method bears some resemblance to the formations I set up in Qiongling Garden. However, it is evident that this spatial barrier is far more robust than my own. As Haochen marveled, the forest surrounding the stone staircase suddenly erupted with the sound of rushing wind, and a dozen agile figures darted in, landing around the staircase. Upon spotting Elder Qi Rue, their expressions shifted from vigilance to respect, and they bowed graciously. These individuals were clad in red garments and appeared relatively youthful, yet the formidable aura emanating from them was unmistakable. Haochen nodded in admiration. The young disciples of the Zhongyuan sect were indeed formidable. Young friend Zeline, please follow me. Elder Qi Rue said with a smile, then moved with a swift motion, stepping into the air as he soared deeper into the canyon. Following closely behind, Haochen advanced, pursued by the astonished gazes of the Zhongyuan sect disciples. Is this person truly a powerhouse of the celestial realm? How can he be so young? I surmise that this individual is likely a senior who has intentionally presented himself in such a manner. It is rumored that certain elixirs possess remarkable beautifying effects. Indeed, if this is his true age, he could rival Sister Qianyan. Yes, a person of such extraordinary caliber as Miss Qianyan is already a rarity in this world. Having more would be quite disheartening. Amidst the whispers of these individuals, Haochen chose to regard their chatter as mere background noise. Following Elder Chizue, they soared through the air for a brief moment before gradually descending in front of a grand hall. Within the heart of the canyon, numerous edifices stood, with many disciples traversing between them. Occasionally, the sounds of martial arts exchanges echoed through the vast canyon, infusing it with vitality. Haochen's consciousness swept around the vicinity, noting that outside the hall, in addition to the guards, many formidable figures were quietly on alert. It seems a considerable number of alchemists have been summoned, he mused, gazing at the heavily fortified hall. What sort of celestial elixir does the sect leader intend to concoct to require so many alchemists? Haochen inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Oh, it is not that so many are needed. Rather, the intention is to select one or two suitable candidates from this assembly of alchemists. Of course, even those not chosen will still receive a generous gift from the Zhongyuan sect. So young friend Zeline need not worry, Elder Chizue replied with a smile. More selections? Haochen's frown deepened. Should he not be selected, he feared he would be unable to acquire the exotic fire source. He did not believe that the leader of the Zhongyuan sect would readily allow an outsider to obtain such a treasure. Well, I shall wait and see, Haochen sighed, shaking his head in resignation. At this juncture, turning back was not an option. All he could do was exhale softly. Noticing Haochen's acquiescence, Elder Chizue offered an awkward smile before hastily leading the way to the Zhongyuan sect's assembly hall. As Haochen gazed upon the magnificent assembly hall, he sighed and quickened his pace to catch up. Since he had arrived at the Zhongyuan sect, he was determined to secure the exotic fire source. He hurried to follow closely behind Elder Chizue. Upon reaching the entrance of the hall, the guards promptly opened the grand doors. As the doors swung open, Elder Chizue bowed and announced, "Sect leader, Elder Chizue has come to report. The alchemist recommended by Mist City has arrived." Inside the hall, dozens of individuals were seated on either side. Judging by their attire, most were clad in the robes of the Alchemist Guild, and their ages were generally advanced. These individuals appeared unfazed, showing no signs of discomfort at being in the Zhongyuan sect. At the head of the hall sat a middle-aged man, his eyes gleaming with a sharp intensity as he fixed his gaze upon the entrance. Beside him stood an exceptionally graceful and gentle maiden, the very Miss Qianyan spoken of by the disciples. "Ah, Elder Chizue, you are indeed the last to complete this task," the middle-aged man remarked with a smile before adding, "Shall we not invite the master inside? Do you wish for others to say that the Zhongyuan sect extends a poor welcome?" Upon hearing the sect leader's words, Elder Chizue quickly nodded in agreement. Then he turned his head and called out towards the entrance of the hall, "Young friend Zeline, please come in." "Zeline, young friend?" Upon hearing Elder Chizue's address, the dozens of renowned alchemists present in the hall furrowed their brows slightly. They had never heard of a Zeline alchemist emerging in the central domain. As the crowd pondered this perplexity, a figure slowly approached from outside the hall. Soon, an exceptionally youthful face came into view. A brief silence enveloped the assembly within the discussion hall. Zeline had met the sect master before. Unperturbed by the peculiar gazes of the crowd, Haoyen's attention was directed solely towards the middle-aged man seated at the head of the hall. As he entered, Haoyen sensed a subtle pressure descending upon him, emanating from this very middle-aged man. The sight of Haoyen seemed to momentarily surprise the man, who appeared unfazed by the oppressive aura. However, he concealed his astonishment adeptly, his gaze sweeping over Haoyen with growing intrigue. He found this young man somewhat inscrutable. "Oh, young friend, you are too humble. I am Bailey Yuntian," he said with a broad smile. "I never expected someone so young to have attained the celestial immortal realm. Such talent is indeed rare." As soon as Bailey Yuntian's words fell, the hall erupted in astonished exclamations. The alchemists seated around cast incredulous glances at Haoyen. To reach the celestial immortal realm at such a tender age is a feat that would stand out even in the Zywaiting immortal domain. Beside Bailey Yuntian, The graceful Bailey Qianyan gazed at Haochen with sparkling eyes, a hint of skepticism flickering within. As the most exceptional member of the younger generation from the Zhongyuan sect, she understood very well what it meant to achieve the celestial immortal realm at such an age. What baffled her even more was that the individual before her appeared even younger than herself. Master Bailey, you flatter me. It is merely a stroke of luck, Haochen replied, maintaining a calm exterior while feeling somewhat astonished internally. Truly, as the sect master of Zhongyuan, Bailey Yuntian had discerned his prowess at a single glance. As his thoughts whirled, Haochen discreetly scanned Bailey Yuntian, only to find that he could not gauge the man's cultivation level. The ability to conceal such power with such finesse suggested that Bailey Yuntian was likely far more formidable than the immortal Zikinfeng. Such fortuitousness could indeed be considered a skill. However, what was required here today was not merely a celestial immortal, but a true alchemist. Elder Chizue, are you certain you have not invited the wrong person? Remarked an elderly man clad in the robes of an alchemist, casting a sidelong glance at Haochen. As an alchemist, he carried a certain pride, particularly those capable of refining celestial-grade elixirs. Such skilled alchemists were always treated as esteemed guests. Their achievements were the result of nearly a lifetime of arduous cultivation. Now, Elder Chi Rue casually brings forth a young lad and proclaims him to be an alchemist, which inevitably stirs a sense of discontent among them. The title of alchemist holds considerable weight in the celestial realm, and attaining such a status is quite rigorous. One must at least be capable of independently concocting a first-tier elixir to be deemed an alchemist. Moreover, if one can produce a fourth-tier elixir, they may be referred to as an alchemical master. Upon hearing the elder's words, Elder Chi Rue furrowed his brow slightly before responding with a smile. Rest assured, Master Yu, I possess sufficient discernment. This young friend, Zilin, has the prowess to meet the requirements set forth by the sect leader. In response, the elder known as Master Yu cast a sidelong glance at Haochen and chose not to elaborate further. If what Elder Chi Rue asserts is true, then this young friend Zilin's talent likely surpasses that of my own daughter by a considerable margin. Achieving such cultivation while simultaneously excelling in alchemical arts is no trivial feat. Li Yuntian seemed oblivious to Master Yu's skepticism towards Haochen. Merely hearing the title of alchemist, he rashly jumped to conclusions. Father, I believe you are becoming rather muddled in your old age, Li Qianyan remarked, rolling her eyes with a huff. As she cast a glance towards Haochen, her alabaster chin slightly lifted, revealing a hint of provocation in her gaze. Over the years, she had not encountered anyone among her peers who could rival her. The emergence of Haochen piqued her competitive spirit. Haochen, however, merely smiled in response to the challenge reflected in Li Qianyan's eyes. He sensed no malice from her. Rather, it appeared that her discontent stemmed from Li Yuntian's earlier comments. Young friend Zilin, please find a seat and make yourself comfortable, Li Yuntian said with a smile directed at Haochen. Haochen nodded with a smile and, under Elder Chi Rue's guidance, took a seat. The aforementioned Master Yu was a first-tier alchemist capable of refining peak first-tier elixirs. Given some additional time, he would likely reach the level of a second-tier alchemist. Disregard his irritating remarks. Simply pretend you didn't hear them, Elder Chi Rue whispered as Haochen settled into his seat. Upon hearing this, Haochen subtly nodded. It was evident that the alchemists invited to this gathering, apart from himself, were certainly not of insignificant stature. Yet, given young friend Zilin's caliber, he would hardly regard that old coot with any respect. Among those present, you need only focus on the two individuals seated at the forefront on either side, Elder Chi Rue instructed. Intrigued, Haochen shifted his gaze. Positioned closest to the sect leader were two elderly figures with their eyes gently closed throughout the proceedings. Their auras were remarkably subdued, yet Haochen could faintly detect the latent power of their spiritual consciousness. Second-tier alchemists? Haochen narrowed his eyes slightly, his fingers lightly tapping on his knee. This was likely the first time he had encountered high-ranking alchemists in the Ziwei Court's celestial domain. These two were well known within the realm, both for their exceptional alchemical skills and for being elders of the Mist City Alchemist Guild. Even the sect leader treated them with considerable deference, as Elder Chi Rue quietly noted. Upon hearing this, Haochen felt a slight tremor in his heart. A senior elder of the Mist City Alchemist Association? That title indeed carries a certain gravitas. He chuckled softly, and as all were gathered, he began to discuss the matter of refining the celestial elixir. Seated at the head of the assembly, Li Yuntian cleared his throat and continued. I trust everyone is somewhat informed. The elixir I intend to refine is a second-tier celestial pill. As Bai Li Yuntian spoke, the expressions of the dozens of alchemists within the hall shifted subtly. A second-tier celestial pill is quite a lofty endeavor, even for some present. Just as Bai Li Yuntian's words faded, the two elders of the Mist City Alchemist Association, who had been keeping their eyes closed, slowly opened them. One slightly plump elder glanced at Bai Li Yuntian and remarked, "A second-tier celestial pill? Even for the two of us? The likelihood of successfully refining such a pill is rather slim." Although these two were indeed second-tier alchemists, their abilities were limited to concocting lower-tier elixirs. Refining a second-tier medium-grade pill might yield a somewhat lower success rate, while attempting to create a high-grade pill was out of the question. "Leave this matter to me." The elder continued with a chuckle, "Though I am not an alchemist myself, I possess certain skills that you do not." Bai Li Yuntian smiled and replied, "What I require are two alchemists capable of withstanding the earth flame, ghost fire." With these words, Bai Li Yuntian clenched his hand, and a sound echoed as a flame, seemingly imbued with consciousness, gently ascended from his palm. This must be the earth flame ghost fire? As he gazed at the eerie flame, Haochen's pupils constricted slightly. "Everyone, utilize your spiritual consciousness to summon your alchemical flames. If you can withstand the earth flame ghost fire for the duration of an incense stick, you will qualify to assist me in refining the celestial pill," Bai Li Yuntian stated with a smile. Upon hearing this, many alchemists in the hall displayed expressions of trepidation. Chapter 1096, Contest of Alchemical Flames, Part 1. The formidable nature of the earth flame ghost fire was known to nearly all present. For an ordinary person's spiritual consciousness, merely coming into contact with the flame could lead to their utter annihilation. Although those gathered were not weak in spirit, they could hardly endure such a test. Coupled with Bai Li Yuntian's unfathomable strength, many were immediately deterred. After Bai Li Yuntian's declaration, the assembly hall fell into a profound silence. The previously arrogant alchemists now sat in complete stillness. "Master Bai Li, we are all aware of the earth flame ghost fire's potency. It carries the aura of the underworld, thus possessing the ability to intimidate the spirit. It is likely that very few alchemists present can withstand this test," commented a slender elder from the Mist City Alchemist Association after a moment of contemplation. Bai Li Yuntian smiled and reassured him, "Rest assured, Master Jiang. I will exercise discretion in this matter. No harm shall come to anyone's spiritual consciousness. As long as one can endure the earth flame ghost fire for the duration of an incense stick, they shall pass. Those who assist me in refining the celestial pill must possess the capability to resist the earth flame ghost fire. Otherwise, they will only incur harm." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Li Yuntian's gaze swept across the hall, and he smiled, "Since I have invited all the esteemed masters here, I certainly will not let your journey be in vain. Even if we cannot withstand it, I shall provide some form of compensation." Upon hearing this, some individuals in the hall felt a sense of relief. They bore no personal grudges against Bai Li Yuntian, and considering his status, there was no need for him to play any tricks on them. Standing beside Bai Li Yuntian, Bai Li Qianyan looked down from her elevated position at the hesitant alchemists in the hall, a smirk forming at the corner of her mouth. These individuals seemed utterly frightened by the earth flame ghost fire, as though they feared being secretly harmed by her father. Her eyes darted around until they settled on a secluded corner of the hall, where she spotted Haochen, calmly toying with a teacup. Bai Li Qianyan couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. This fellow appeared quite composed. She wondered if it was merely an act. Since the leader of the Bai Li clan has spoken, we naturally must not falter. Let us proceed with the test, as he suggested. An elderly man with white hair and beard scanned the room before nodding and speaking up. Bai Li Yuntian smiled as he flicked his fingers, and suddenly, a ball of earth flame ghost fire appeared in his palm. It floated gently into the air, suspended in the hall. The earth flame ghost fire seemed to possess some intelligence, emanating a chilling aura that made one feel a bit stifled. "Who among the masters would like to begin?" Bai Li Yuntian inquired with a smile. The hall fell momentarily silent before an elderly man in white robes stood up. He cupped his hands toward Bai Li Yuntian and said, "Since no one else has taken the lead, allow me to give it a try." The old man had long heard of Bai Li Yuntian's earth flame ghost fire, and today he had the opportunity to test its might, which he deemed a worthwhile endeavor. "Ah, it is Master Feng, please," Bai Li Yuntian responded with a smile. This elder, named Feng Yuan, was a peak first-tier alchemist, known to have some renown in the Ziwei court of the immortal domain. Elder Chi Rue, sitting beside Haochen, seemed to understand that Haochen was unfamiliar with these individuals, and thus he quietly began to introduce them. Haochen nodded in appreciation toward Elder Chi Rue. Then, he turned his attention to Elder Feng Yuan, equally curious about the power of the earth flame, ghost fire. In the hall, Feng Yuan summoned a deep crimson flame that suddenly appeared in his palm. Simultaneously, a wisp of spiritual power surged from his mind, penetrating the flame. The fire began to writhe and transformed into a figure the size of a palm, entirely formed by Feng Yuan's spiritual power, but encased in a layer of fiery protection. This flame figure was likely a beast fire, yet it paled in comparison to the earth flame ghost fire and would probably struggle to withstand it. Casting a glance at the layer of red flame, Haochen pondered to himself. Feng Yuan flicked his fingers, and the palm-sized flame figure darted forth, rushing toward the suspended earth flame ghost fire under the watchful eyes of the crowd. As the shadow of the flame approached the earthly inferno, it suddenly transformed into a figure, which then collided fiercely with the fiery apparition, igniting a fierce battle between the two flames. In a brief moment, the earthly inferno astonishingly opened its maw wide and devoured the outer layer of crimson flames surrounding the fiery figure. With a huff, the defensive flames of deep red dissipated, and a wisp of fire emanating from Feng Yuan was instantly obliterated under the terrifying heat of the earthly inferno. Feng Yuan trembled violently, staggering back several steps, his complexion paling slightly. Truly, this was a unique flame. I am no match for it. Steadying himself, Feng Yuan forced a bitter smile and sighed, his expression tinged with a hint of despair as he returned to his seat. The high-level beast flame he had once taken pride in was utterly powerless before the earthly inferno, witnessing Feng Yuan falter within mere moments. The alchemists present could not help but change their expressions. Was the earthly inferno truly this formidable? Following Feng Yuan, several more obstinate alchemists stepped forward, yet none could withstand the onslaught of the earthly inferno's heat. No one managed to endure even the duration of a single incense stick, including the esteemed Master Yu, who had previously mocked Haochen. Observing the string of failures among the alchemists, Bai Li Yuntian maintained a stoic facade, yet internally sighed with disappointment. It seemed that hope now rested solely on the two elders of the Mist City Alchemist Guild to meet his expectations. After yet another alchemist's failure, only the elders of the Mist City Alchemist Guild and the trio of Haochen remained untested in the discussion hall. Naturally, Haochen was dismissed by all. Nearly every gaze was fixated on the two elders of the guild, for they alone were the second-tier alchemists present. The trial against the earthly inferno, infused with intelligence, was indeed a formidable challenge. Master Jiang, one of the elders, sighed softly, exchanging a glance with his companion before slowly rising. A plume of white flame erupted from his palm, an unusual fire that emanated a chilling aura as it ascended. "Is that the frost fire?" Bai Li Yuntian inquired, somewhat astonished at the sight of the cold-tinged white flame. Haochen, too, raised an eyebrow in surprise, observing the frost fire in Master Jiang's grasp. He had not anticipated that this phenomenon bore any relation to the frost spirit. "Alas, I am not fortunate enough to wield the frost fire. I merely stumbled upon the ice fire by chance," Master Jiang explained with a rueful smile. Subsequently, a wisp of his consciousness emanated from his brow, merging with the ice fire, which swiftly morphed into an ice dragon that surged toward the earthly inferno. As the frost fire approached, the earthly inferno lunged fiercely in response. Remarkably, the ice demonstrated remarkable resilience, managing to steadfastly defend its surface flames against being consumed by the earthly inferno. As the icy flames clashed with the infernal fire, Master Jiang's expression grew increasingly grave. Although the icy flames bore some relation to the mysterious ice fire, there remained a significant disparity, rendering them incapable of contending with the infernal fire. Time slipped away swiftly within the silent hall. Just as the icy flames were on the verge of being completely devoured by the infernal fire, they finally withstood the agreed duration of a fragrant stick. Master Jiang hastily gestured, and the ice dragon flames retreated, surging back into his body. Truly, it was an extraordinary fire, deserving of admiration. With the icy flames retracted, Master Jiang finally exhaled in relief, managing a wry smile. Chapter 1097, Contest of Flame, Part 2. "Congratulations, Master Jiang. You have been successfully selected," said Bai Li Yuntian, the joyful herbalist, with a smile. He then turned his gaze to another elder of the Mist City Alchemist Guild, stating, "Master Qian, it is your turn." Master Qian hesitated momentarily before rising to summon a pale blue flame. He concentrated it into a creature the size of a palm, directing it to assault the infernal fire using his spiritual sense. However, Master Qian's flame was not as formidable as Master Zhang's icy flames. From Haochen's perspective, it could only be deemed as above average among beastly flames. Using such a flame to confront the infernal fire would likely not endure for more than the duration of a fragrant stick. As Haochen anticipated, after approximately half a stick of incense burned, the blue flames ultimately succumbed to the relentless heat of the infernal fire. Observing this, Master Qian could only sigh, retracting his flame source and returning to his seat with a shake of his head. This test was less about assessing one's spiritual prowess and more about determining who possessed the more potent flame source. Seeing that Master Qian could not persevere, a flicker of disappointment crossed by Li Yuntian's eyes. He sighed, "I apologize to you all. Currently, only Master Jiang has passed the test. Yet I require at least 2 individuals. Isn't there still one more alchemist?" Before Bai Li Yuntian's words could fully settle, Master Yu, who had previously mocked Haochen, suddenly let out a cold sneer. After his own failure in the test, he felt a sense of embarrassment, especially as he observed the persistent smile gracing Haochen's face. His irritation only intensified. Master Yu spoke with a tone laced with sarcasm. Upon hearing Master Yu's remarks, the gazes within the hall swiftly turned towards the young man seated in a secluded corner. Many bore expressions of amusement and schadenfreude directed at Haochen. In response to these glares, Haochen furrowed his brow slightly before a cold smile crept across his lips. These individuals truly lacked any semblance of a master's demeanor. "Since you wish to witness a spectacle, I shall ensure you witness a stunning display," Haochen thought mockingly to himself, as all eyes in the hall converged upon him. Bai Li Yuntian paused in surprise, hesitating momentarily before speaking. "Young friend Zilin, might you wish to give it a try?" He understood that many present were merely there for entertainment. Yet, in his view, since Haochen dared to come to the Zhongyuan sect, he must possess extraordinary abilities. Ultimately, he felt a considerable degree of confidence in Elder Qi Rui's capabilities. Beside Bai Li Yuntian, Bai Li Qianyan crossed her arms and gazed at Haochen with keen interest. She too was eager to discern whether this young man, highly praised by her father, truly possessed remarkable abilities or was merely an empty vessel. Having arrived at the Zhongyuan sect, it was only fitting to test her strength. Under the scrutiny of numerous eyes, Haochen offered a slight smile and nodded slowly. Upon hearing this, some alchemists in the hall could not suppress a sneer. If even their fire source could not endure against the earth flame ghost fire for long, what could be expected from a mere novice? Since young friend Zilin expressed some interest, why not take action? If he succeeded, he would perfectly complement Master Zhang's presence. Bai Li Yuntian chuckled, somewhat surprised by Haochen's audacity. Haochen gradually rose, his gaze fixed upon the ominous flames suspended in the hall. With a swift motion of his arm, a wisp of azure fire flickered into existence. At present, Haochen's control over the burning flame alchemy fire had reached an almost effortless level. To speak candidly, among those present, if anyone were to compare their mastery of fire, it would likely be only by Li Yuntian, whose depths were unfathomable. Even the 2 elders of the Fog City Alchemist Association would probably fall short of Haochen's pyromancy skills. The emergence of the burning flame alchemy fire caused some in the hall to furrow their brows. Under Haochen's deliberate control, they could scarcely feel any warmth emanating from the flames. Such a low-temperature fire was likely inferior even to that conjured by low-tier magical beasts. However, the alchemists present, despite their pride, were not fools. They could certainly deduce that such a temperature was not the true nature of the flames. The reason for controlling the fire's temperature in such a manner left them perplexed. Bai Li Yuntian, upon witnessing Haochen unleash the flames, subtly furrowed his brow. His gaze fixed intently upon the fire, sensing that the burning flame alchemy fire was not as simple as it appeared. Unperturbed by the myriad gazes cast upon him, Haochen focused his mind, allowing a strand of consciousness to penetrate the flames. As the fire writhed, it transformed into a palm-sized azure lotus, embodying a unique resonance of the Tao. The fire lotus spun gracefully, its azure hue flawless, resembling a work of art that evoked an irresistible allure. With a flick of his finger, the azure lotus began to rotate gently, gradually approaching the ethereal earth flame, ghost fire. Then, under the tense scrutiny of the onlookers, It inched closer to the earth flame ghost fire. Charged with an eerie aura, it swiftly lunged at the burning flame alchemy fire. The two flames began to clash. Utterly incompatible. For half a stick of incense, the earth flame ghost fire morphed into a specter, opening its maw wide to devour the azure lotus. Witnessing this scene, a smirk of derision appeared on the faces of many alchemists, as if they were witnessing a comical misfortune. However, the anticipated spectacle did not unfold as they had envisioned. Just as the mockery began to creep upon their features, it abruptly froze, and the eyes of the assembled crowd bulged in astonishment. The ethereal flame of the infernal fire had just consumed its target when the azure lotus, born from the fiery concoction, suddenly paused in midair. The onlookers were rendered speechless by the astonishing scene that unfolded before them. The previously wraith-like infernal fire, as if repulsed by something distasteful, expelled the azure lotus with lightning speed, retreating to a distance before cautiously circling around it. The spectators dared not approach to engage in a contest for consumption. This incredible tableau plunged the assembly within the hall into an eerie silence. The alchemists, who had anticipated a spectacle, gazed at the azure flames and the infernal fire with expressions that were nothing short of comical. At that moment, Li Yuntian's countenance grew considerably grave. Flames that could instill such trepidation in the infernal fire were indeed rare in the celestial realm. He could also ascertain that the azure lotus, controlled by Haochen, was undoubtedly a formidable exotic flame. Its color, a deep azure, seemed not to match any listed on the exotic flame ranking. The only one bearing a semblance to it was the 17th-ranked azure lotus earth fire. However, its hue paled in comparison, and even that flame would not elicit such fear from the infernal fire. This young man appears to be extraordinary, Li Yuntian pondered. He had not anticipated that the individual before him possessed an exotic flame. Chapter 1098, Determined to Succeed, Part 1. Li Qianyan was also captivated by the scene, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. This youthful figure, seemingly not very old, was indeed not a simpleton. However, she wondered how much chance she would have in a confrontation with him. With this thought, Li Qianyan felt a surge of excitement. Were it not for the inappropriate setting, she might have directly challenged Haochen. Engaging in such daring endeavors was not new to her, as a girl with a competitive spirit. Even Li Yuntian felt somewhat helpless in the face of her fervor. Within the hall, two elders from the Mist City Alchemist Guild were overtaken by a wave of astonishment. With their experience, they could vaguely guess the nature of the azure flames. They were taken aback to discover that someone so young possessed an exotic flame. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly stir the hearts of countless alchemists. As this realization dawned upon them, their eyes discreetly scanned the hall, and indeed, they noticed glimmers of greed in the gazes of some attendees. All present were individuals of some repute within Mist City, and even the two elders could not conceal their avarice. This clearly illustrated the irresistible allure of exotic flames for alchemists. As a stick of incense burned away in the silent hall, the moment it reached its conclusion, Haochen beckoned, and the azure lotus, unscathed, returned to him, dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke. Lord Li, may I consider this as passing the test? Haochen inquired, his gaze fixed on Li Yuntian, offering a courteous smile. Haha, must I even say it? Congratulations, young friend Zeline. With your presence, we have truly gathered the requisite number, Li Yuntian replied, his tone warm. He then turned to Elder Qi Rue, saying, Elder Qi Rue, your efforts have once again proven to be most satisfying. You have managed to find such a young prodigy as our friend Zeline. Upon hearing this, Elder Qi Rue's face broke into a smile as he respectfully remarked, it is merely a stroke of luck to encounter the young friend from Zeline. I consider it fortunate. However, some alchemists in the hall exhibited a somewhat unnatural expression upon hearing Li Yuntian's words. In particular, Master Yu, who had earlier scoffed at Haochen, appeared as though he had swallowed a fly. This unexpected turn of events caught him off guard, and he could not fathom how someone so young could possibly possess Yao. It was merely a matter of relying on the advantage of Yao, nothing extraordinary. Master Yu's lips twitched slightly, yet he maintained his stubborn demeanor, coldly sneering. Haochen, equally irked by this insufferable old man, cast him a sidelong glance before turning his gaze away, effectively ignoring him. Li Yuntian smiled, and with his keen insight, he could discern that the young man, named Zeline, undoubtedly possessed considerable strength. Perhaps his alchemical skills were unrivaled. Rest assured, everyone, I will invite you to observe the alchemical process. Upon hearing this, Master Yu's sneer deepened. Turning his gaze towards Haochen, he casually remarked, though you possess your, if your skills are lacking, it will only lead to disaster. If you were to ruin the precious alchemical resources prepared by the leader of the Bai Li clan, you would not be able to compensate for it. Thank you for the reminder. Master, you may simply observe from the sidelines. The task of assisting the leader of Bai Li in refining elixirs will be entrusted to myself and Master Jiang, Haochen replied with a slight smile. This subtly sarcastic remark left Master Yu momentarily speechless. His face twitched uncontrollably, and his hand gripping the teacup trembled, indicating that Haochen's words had greatly vexed him. Uft. Bai Li Yin could not help but laugh upon witnessing Master Yu's agitated state, though she quickly silenced herself under Bai Li Yuntian's stern gaze. Hee. There is no need for further debate. Although the materials for alchemical refinement are precious, with the strength of our Zhongyuan sect, we can still gather them. Therefore, when assisting me in the alchemical process, there is no need for any psychological burden. Bai Li Yuntian waved his hand and chuckled lightly. Furthermore, the upcoming alchemical refinement is no simple task. Thus, I would like to clarify that as long as you two can assist me in successfully refining the elixirs, the reward will certainly be satisfactory. He continued, of course, if either of you has any specific requests, feel free to voice them. Upon hearing Bai Li Yuntian's words, Haochen felt a surge of excitement. He clasped his hands and smiled. May I inquire whether the reward includes some techniques or skills from the Zhongyuan sect? Bai Li Yuntian was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry. Casting a meaningful glance at Haochen, he replied with a smile. As long as it is not one of our Zhongyuan sect's unshared secrets, you may choose from other items. I wonder, young friend Zilin, which one has caught your interest? Haochen's heart raced as he fixed his gaze on Bai Li Yuntian and slowly articulated his request. A strand of earth flame, ghost fire will suffice. Upon hearing Haochen's request, both Bai Li Yuntian and Bai Li Qianyan were taken aback. Their brows furrowed slightly. The earth flame ghost fire was a treasured possession of the Zhongyuan sect. Though the earth flame's spectral fire may seem to be a mere esoteric technique devoid of utility for some, it is, for those who harbor peculiar flames within their bodies, akin to a formidable weapon. The earth flame's spectral fire is a flame that can be concealed within the human form, unleashed through a unique secret method, erupting with tremendous energy in a brief span. This flame is classified into 3 tiers: primary, intermediate, and advanced. The energy that bursts forth from this flame is quite ferocious. Those lacking sufficient bodily strength, if they forcefully unleash it, will only suffer from its backlash. Consequently, the management of the earth flame's spectral fire is stringently regulated even within the ranks of the Central Yuan sect. Only the truly core disciples are permitted to refine the primary earth flame's spectral fire. As for refining the intermediate and advanced tiers, one must demonstrate significant contributions to the sect and undergo assessments of their innate talent. If one were to tally the number of individuals practicing the advanced earth flame's spectral fire within the entire Central Yuan sect, would likely be exceedingly few. Given that even the disciples of the sect are rigorously controlled in their training, it is evident how profoundly the Central Yuan sect values the earth flame's spectral fire. Haochen fixed his gaze intently upon Bai Li Yuntian, his fists clenched tightly within his sleeves. He was resolute in his desire to obtain the earth flame's spectral fire. Should Bai Li Yuntian be unwilling to acquiesce, he might have to devise some strategies. The assembly in the hall was taken aback by Haochen's audacious request, astonished that this young man would dare to make such a bold demand. While the earth flame's spectral fire may be of little use to some, it holds immense allure for others. Countless individuals outside the sect yearn to possess the earth flame's spectral fire. This young man certainly has grand aspirations. Chapter 1. 099. A Determined Pursuit. Part 2. Bai Li Yuntian remained silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head, turning to Haochen and stating, "The earth flame's spectral fire is the treasured legacy of the Central Yuan sect, and according to our regulations, it cannot be disseminated. Even as the sect leader, I cannot contravene this rule, so please propose another request." Upon hearing this, Haochen felt a weight in his heart. It appeared he had underestimated the significance of the earth flame's spectral fire within the Central Yuan sect. Should he abandon his pursuit? The earth flame's spectral fire was almost tailor-made for him, as he possessed various extraordinary flames, and should he succeed in merging with the earth flame's spectral fire, the resultant augmentation of his power would be formidable indeed. Therefore, he was resolute in his quest to acquire it. Bai Li sect leader, the earth flame's spectral fire holds great importance for me. Could there not be an exception made this once? Haochen persistently inquired. Bai Li Yuntian sighed. His expression one of resignation as he replied, young friend Zilin, other techniques or skills from the Central Yuan sect are equally extraordinary. Suggesting alternative requests would also provide you with considerable assistance. After a brief moment of contemplation, Haochen suddenly posed a question, Bai Li's sect leader. Is the alchemical elixir being refined this time of significant importance to you? Upon hearing this, Bai Li Yuntian hesitated for a moment, glancing at his daughter beside him. He then slowly nodded and said, it is indeed of great importance, and it must be successfully refined within the next 6 months. I have already made plans. Should this alchemical endeavor fail, I would seek the aid of the esteemed alchemists from the alchemist city, imploring those masters to intervene. Yet you have not done so, instead opting to directly approach the alchemist guild. I surmise that the remuneration for their assistance must be exceedingly high. Am I correct? Haochen then remarked, I wonder. Even if we manage to find them, what would be the success rate of Master Jiang and myself? When collaborating with the lord of the Bai Li clan to concoct the elixir, Bai Li Yuntian furrowed his brow, and after a moment's contemplation, he slowly responded. Perhaps 50%? This figure represented his utmost estimation, for the elixir he sought to forge was of a higher grade than ordinary ones. He aimed to refine a high-tier celestial elixir, and during the process, unforeseen complications might arise. Utilizing the Yaowa, exotic fire, in the alchemical process could enhance the likelihood of success. Should I assist, I believe the success rate could be further augmented, Haochen remarked with a slight smile. He was not boastful, rather, he possessed confidence in his alchemical skills. As a second-grade celestial alchemist who had successfully crafted a 5th-grade transformation elixir, his spiritual awareness surpassed that of typical alchemists, allowing him to assert this claim with certainty. Upon hearing Haochen's words, Bai Li Yuntian cast him a surprised glance. Following the previous assessments, he harbored no significant doubts. This seemingly youthful individual appeared to possess remarkable abilities. My intention in stating this is not to flaunt my prowess, but to convey to the Lord of Bai Li that enlisting my aid in your alchemical endeavors is indeed a prudent choice. Perhaps the slight increase in success rate I offer will yield results beyond the Lord's expectations, Haochen stated, his gaze unwavering as it met Bai Li Yuntian's. Bai Li Yuntian's fingers gently tapped the armrest of his seat as he inquired, young friend Zilin, do you still wish to pursue the request for the Dian Youhua, Earth Flame Ghost Fire? He continued, if the Lord of Bai Li deems this alchemical venture more critical than the Earth Flame Ghost Fire, perhaps it is worth considering. Haochen discreetly glanced at Bai Li Qianyan, who stood nearby, and softly replied. Haochen's words momentarily rendered Bai Li Yuntian speechless. His brow knitted as he cast a sidelong glance at Bai Li Qianyan. After a prolonged pause, he slowly nodded, stating, this alchemical endeavor is indeed of utmost importance to me, surpassing the significance of the Earth Flame Ghost Fire. Bai Li Yuntian hesitated briefly, then fixed his gaze upon Haochen, smiling as he remarked, young friend Zilin, I must commend your eloquence. Your words have undoubtedly diminished the perceived value of the Earth Flame Ghost Fire. I concede that your reasoning holds merit, yet the Zhongyuan sect adheres to its own protocols, which even I cannot alter. Upon hearing this, Haochen slightly parted his lips, only to let out a wry smile. With the conversation reaching such a deadlock, there seemed little he could do. However, just as disappointment began to settle in Haochen's heart, Bai Li Yuntian abruptly shifted his tone, stating, if you truly manage to assist me in successfully refining the elixir, I may provide you with an opportunity. Should you seize it, the Earth Flame Ghost Fire might indeed be within your grasp. Suddenly hearing Bai Li Yuntian's unexpected words, Haochen was filled with elation. Although Bai Li Yuntian had not directly acquiesced to sharing the Earth Flame Ghost Fire with him, yet there exists a glimmer of hope. No matter how ephemeral the opportunity may be, it is certainly preferable to having none at all. In light of this, I extend my gratitude to you, Master Bai Li. Haochen respectfully thanked Bai Li Yuntian with cupped hands. Bai Li Yuntian waved his hand dismissively, letting out a soft sigh, and remarked, do not thank me just yet. All of this hinges upon the successful refinement of the elixir. Moreover, even if the concoction is successfully created, your ability to acquire the Earth Flame will depend on your own prowess. Haochen nodded, fully aware that obtaining the Earth Flame without any hindrance was, in essence, an improbable feat if there are no further inquiries. I kindly invite you all to retreat to your guest chambers for a moment of rest, Bai Li Yuntian announced. Gesturing to the assembly, Elder Qihui, understanding the cue, promptly addressed the crowd with a smile, Esteemed masters, please follow me. Observing this, Haochen rose, offered a respectful gesture to Bailey Yuntian, and then departed the discussion hall, accompanying Elder Chiwi. Once Haochen and the others had exited, only Bailey Yuntian and his daughter, Bailey Qianyan, remained in the hall. Alas, Bailey Yuntian's smile gradually faded as he let out a deep sigh. Father, are you truly considering allowing this Zeline to share in the earth flame? Bailey Qianyan turned to her father, her gaze fixed upon him. Qianyan, you must understand the significance of this elixir refinement for you. Years ago, your attempt to forcibly merge with the earth flame resulted in a backlash from the fire. Although you escaped with your life, you were left with severe aftereffects. If this continues, your vitality will surely diminish within a year. Bailey Yuntian spoke with a tone of paternal concern. My success rate in refining elixirs is indeed, as Zeline has stated, it is not particularly high. Although he is young, I dare say he possesses considerable strength. With his assistance, the likelihood of success will undoubtedly increase. However, the earth flame is a top-tier secret technique of the Zhongyuan sect. Even if I were to consent, it would be difficult to gain approval from the Elder Council, Bailey Qianyan murmured, her eyes glistening with emotion. I have mentioned that it is merely giving him a chance. At that time, I can allow him to receive a portion of the flame as if he were a core disciple of the sect. Provided he proves his capability to meet the assessment criteria, the Elder Council will not object excessively. After all, I am still the sect leader, Bailey Yuntian replied. Upon hearing this, Bailey Qianyan nodded, biting her silver teeth as she remarked, "It is all that young man's fault for being so presumptuous. Though this lad lacks decorum, he is indeed talented. To possess the ability to tame unusual flames at such a young age is commendable, especially with the assistance of a powerful ally. However, relying solely on one's own strength is rather daunting." Bailey Yuntian chuckled softly. He continued, "This Zeline may have concealed his appearance, but his true age is likely not much different from what is apparent. I have never heard of a young alchemist emerging from the celestial realm in such a manner. Surely, Zeline is an alias, as those who hide their identity are often not benevolent." Bailey Qianyan muttered, clearly harboring resentment towards Haochen, who had forced Bailey Yuntian into a decision under the pretense of alchemy. Chapter 1101. Assisting in alchemy. Bailey Yuntian chuckled softly, shaking his head in a gesture of indulgence as he cast a glance at Bailey Qianyan. "All right, enough of your murmuring. Go prepare yourself. This afternoon, we shall commence the alchemical process. If we succeed in concocting the elixir, it would indeed alleviate the burden on my heart. I must admit, I am quite curious about what capabilities Zeline possesses. I hope he is the candidate I have been anticipating." The expansive canyon, adorned with lush greenery, is occasionally accentuated by a few maple trees, creating a remarkably pleasing sight. At the heart of the canyon lies a spacious square constructed from vivid red volcanic stones. In the center of this square stands a combat platform, 3 zhang high and 100 zhang wide. At this moment, several disciples clad in the crimson uniforms of the Zhongyuan sect are tidying up the area. On the opposite side of the square, a slightly elevated viewing platform allows a clear view of the competition stage. Present upon this platform are several figures standing with their hands clasped behind their backs. Upon closer inspection, they are none other than the alchemists who were previously seen in the hall. As whispers floated through the air, a sudden rush of wind announced the arrival of 4 figures, who swiftly descended from afar and gracefully landed upon the combat platform, revealing their identities. Among them are none other than sect leader Bailey Yuntian, his daughter Bailey Qianyan, as well as Haochen and Elder Jiang from the Mist City Alchemist Guild. The appearance of Bailey Yuntian and his companions on the competition stage caused the murmurs within the square to diminish. Everyone understood that today, the sect leader would collaborate with 2 esteemed alchemists to concoct elixirs. Consequently, the crowd refrained from unnecessary chatter, fearing they might disrupt the alchemical proceedings. Bailey Yuntian's gaze slowly swept across the assembly before he turned to Haochen and Elder Jiang, smiling as he inquired, "Gentlemen, are you prepared?" In response, both Haochen and Elder Jiang nodded affirmatively. The elixir we are to concoct today is known as the Purple Spirit Fire Elixir, and here is part of the formulation. Each of you will receive a portion. During the preparation, simply adhere to the instructions as outlined and fulfill your respective roles. With a wave of his hand, 2 jade slips flew towards Haochen and Elder Jiang. Haochen promptly caught the slips, immersing his consciousness within. Familiarizing himself with the ingredients listed, purple spirit flower, wisteria, and purple river carriage, he quickly committed them to memory. After a brief incense stick's duration, Haochen gently opened his eyes. The jade slip contained only a fragment of the complete formulation. It seemed Li Yuntian was reluctant to divulge the entirety of the elixir's recipe to them. However, Haochen had already deduced the secret of the formulation. It was merely the revitalizing purple elixir from the celestial realm. Haochen paid little heed to this, for celestial elixir recipes are indeed of immense value and should not be carelessly shared in their entirety. Nevertheless, the intricacies of celestial alchemical formulations were quite elaborate, and despite having only glimpsed a portion, Haochen grasped the essence of it thoroughly. From the celestial recipe, he could faintly discern the challenges associated with concocting elixirs using celestial herbs and medicines. Are both of you clear on the task at hand? As both Haochen and Master Jiang opened their eyes, Li Yuntian smiled and inquired. The two nodded in acknowledgement. This endeavor of refining elixirs would likely require a considerable amount of time, and thus, they must be mentally prepared to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. At this point, Li Yuntian's expression grew slightly solemn. He placed great importance on this alchemical process. A failure would significantly impact both him and Qianyan. Haochen and Master Jiang, being seasoned alchemists, understood this implicitly and raised no objections. I am not an alchemist myself, and my control over spiritual consciousness is not as precise as yours. Therefore, I shall handle the extraction of the medicinal materials, while the fusion of these ingredients will depend on the two of you, he stated, gesturing towards the sides of the platform. There are 2 seats over there. If there are no objections, please take your places. Haochen and Master Jiang exchanged glances, smiling in agreement, and then swiftly moved to their designated seats, settling down in a meditative posture. Witnessing their seating arrangement, Li Yuntian stepped lightly onto the platform and occupied a seat on the opposite side. He turned to his daughter and spoke in a low tone, Qianyan. During this period of alchemical refinement, no one is to approach the platform under any pretense and disturb us. Yes, father, Li Qianyan replied with a subtle nod. With a swift glance at Haochen, she then descended from the platform to find Elder Chizue, instructing him to organize the sect's powerful members to secure this area as her father wished. Once all arrangements were in place, Li Yuntian's expression grew increasingly grave. With a wave of his sleeve, a treasured item flew out from his storage ring, landing heavily in the center of the platform, causing it to tremble under its weight. Haochen glanced at the artifact, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. The artifact was an imposing alchemical furnace, standing nearly a meter tall. Its surface a deep crimson adorned with patterns reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. At first sight, a fierce aura emanated from it. Haochen immediately recognized that the quality of this furnace was likely on par with the esteemed Qiankuan furnace. The alchemy furnace. I can't believe such a treasure is in Li Yuntian's possession. It truly incites envy, he mused. Master Jiang gazed at the furnace with profound admiration. It is merely good fortune, Li Yuntian chuckled softly. He then waved his sleeve once more, causing a multitude of medicinal materials to stream forth from his storage ring. The raw ingredients for the elixirs numbered at least in the hundreds. As these materials emerged, a rich aroma of medicine filled the air, indicating that these were no ordinary herbs. To refine the purple spirit essence fire pill, such a myriad of materials was indeed warranted, truly befitting an immortal-grade elixir. As the raw materials for the alchemical process appeared, Li Yuntian's countenance grew ever more serious. With a flick of his arm, a wisp of the earth flame ghost fire appeared in his hand. Master Jiang, consume this pill. It will enhance your affinity with the earth flame ghost fire, thereby extending the duration of your endurance. Li Yuntian tossed a pill towards Master Jiang, then cast a glance at Haochen, chuckling, Dear friend Ziling, I assume you have no need for this, do you? Haochen nodded slightly. With the soul-returning pearl as his safeguard, the earth flame ghost fire, though indeed a peculiar flame, could not harm him. Observing this, Li Yuntian smiled and flicked his fingers, causing the earth flame ghost fire to surge forth, swiftly entering the alchemy furnace. With a whoosh, the earth flame ghost fire ignited vigorously. Simultaneously, a stream of celestial energy was infused into the furnace. Instantly, the fire blazed with ferocity. Chapter 1101, Diligence and Devotion, Part 1. Now that everyone is prepared, let us commence. As he beheld the tumultuous flames within the alchemy furnace, the smile on Li Yuntian's face gradually faded, and he spoke solemnly. Once the temperature within the furnace reached an optimal level for pill refinement, he began to purify the raw materials. While Li Yuntian engaged in the purification and refinement of the materials, Haochen and Master Jiang hastily focused their minds, their spiritual consciousness emanating from their foreheads. Protected by their respective flames, they swiftly entered the alchemy furnace. As their consciousnesses entered, they immediately sensed the terrifying heat within. Haochen fared well, but Master Jiang's expression turned slightly pale. The earth flame ghost fire within the furnace was far more potent than during Bailey Yuntian's earlier test. Fortunately, Bailey Yuntian had previously provided Master Jiang with a pill, otherwise, he would struggle to endure for long. The first portion of the raw materials is nearly refined. The task of merging and condensing it is now entrusted to you. As the two alchemists adjusted to the furnace's intense conditions, Bailey Yuntian's voice suddenly resonated in their ears. Startled, Haochen and Master Jiang felt their hearts tighten, recalling the recipe inscribed in the jade slip as they prepared to concoct the pill. After roughly the duration of an incense stick, the alchemy furnace jolted, and drops of purified liquid floated before Haochen's eyes. Commence. As the refined medicinal liquid manifested, Bailey Yuntian's deep voice commanded. Taking a deep breath, Haochen and Master Jiang unleashed their spiritual consciousness, sweeping it forth. Utilizing their knowledge of the properties and effects of the herbs, they gathered the purified liquid and enveloped it in their spiritual power. Both practitioners unleashed their respective flames, adhering to the instructions outlined in the recipe, and began to gradually merge the purified liquid. The floating liquid in the alchemy furnace was efficiently cleared away under the sweeping of their consciousnesses. Both were seasoned alchemists, rich in experience. Despite it being their first collaboration, they did not falter due to any unfamiliarity. Observing the clearly defined roles and the absence of errors between the two, Bailey Yuntian sighed in relief. He then directed his focus once more, drawing another batch of herbs into the alchemy furnace for further refinement and purification. On the viewing platform not far from the stage, a group of alchemists cast their attention toward the two individuals who had already commenced their alchemical process. When they observed Haochen effortlessly keeping pace with Bailey Yuntian and Master Jiang, their expressions shifted to one of discomfort. Particularly, Master Yu's countenance was the most grim, for he had previously asserted that Haochen could pass the test solely due to the power of the Yaowa. Yet, the current scene felt akin to a resounding slap across his face. He was acutely aware that even if he were to personally engage, he could never match Bailey Yuntian's speed in refining the raw materials. At the edge of the square, Bailey Qinyan's unwavering gaze was fixed upon the platform. Upon noticing that Haochen exhibited no signs of panic, he finally exhaled in relief. A smile graced his lips as he murmured softly, "It appears that my father's judgment is indeed astute. This fellow is not merely a blustering fool. I wonder if he can truly assist my father in successfully concocting the elixir." The process of alchemical refinement is exceedingly intricate. As Haochen had surmised, the so-called purple spirit essence fire pill is indeed the celestial realm's version of the revitalizing purple pill. The recipe, composed of celestial herbs and medicines, is likely to be quite challenging to concoct. Upon the platform, the earth flame ghost fire blazed fiercely within the alchemy furnace, the intense heat causing the surrounding air to shimmer. Numerous raw materials for the elixir were cast into the furnace by Bailey Yuntian for purification. It must be noted that the speed of purification using the earth flame ghost fire is remarkably swift. Haochen was also aware that the flames were under Bailey Yuntian's control, meticulously divided into strands for the refinement of the elixir. Bailey Yuntian's mastery over the earth flame ghost fire had evidently reached a commendably high level, as he could manipulate several strands without the slightest error. One can only imagine that if Bailey Yuntian were to truly become an alchemist, his prowess in the art of alchemy would undoubtedly be formidable. Haochen had always found Bailey Yuntian inscrutable. With his exceptional intuition, he could faintly sense the formidable nature of the latter. The essence of his aura revealed little, making it apt to describe him as unfathomable. Although Bailey Yuntian is a formidable figure with extreme strength, he remains exceedingly courteous in dealings with others, devoid of the arrogance typically associated with the powerful. Whether this is due to an inherently kind disposition or a deeply concealed nature remains unclear. Nevertheless, Haochen maintained a substantial wariness toward him. After all, how could one become the leader of a force as significant as the Zhongyuan sect without being extraordinary? Although this was Haochen's first attempt at collaborative alchemical refinement, he encountered no significant errors. His alchemical experience was not inferior to that of anyone present, and his task was merely to blend the pure medicinal liquid. Given his current mental acuity, Merging and refining the liquid posed no considerable challenge. As for withstanding the might of the earth flame, ghost fire, the soul-returning pearl provided adequate protection, and he felt no sense of unease. The platform remained enveloped in silence. Only when the flames blaze fiercely do they emit a resonant sound. Both Haochen and Master Jiang closed their eyes, skillfully wielding their spiritual consciousness to manipulate the pure liquid within the alchemical furnace, merging and refining it into a cohesive mass. Within the alchemical furnace, the purified liquid gradually amalgamated under the intricate control of the two, releasing a rich aroma of medicinal essence that continuously wafted from the furnace. The integration took nearly 2 hours, and indeed, the crafting of the purple spirit fire pill proved to be exceedingly intricate. Once Haochen managed to consolidate the numerous purified raw materials into a viscous liquid mass, he let out a sigh of relief. He then focused his full attention back on refining the liquid mass of raw materials. Haochen understood that this was merely the beginning. The creation of celestial-grade elixirs required unwavering concentration. This collaborative endeavor undoubtedly provided Haochen with an invaluable opportunity for mutual enhancement. His companion's alchemical skills were truly impressive, achieving such rapid initial fusion. Suddenly, the voice of Bai Li Yuntian echoed in Haochen's ear, clearly astonished by Haochen's swift fusion efficiency. It was noteworthy that even Master Jiang had yet to consolidate the purified liquid of the materials he was responsible for. Has the second batch of medicinal materials been purified? Bai Li Yuntian inquired, his surprise evident. In response, Haochen merely smiled and communicated telepathically. Indeed, I have completed the extraction and am currently awaiting further steps. Bai Li Yuntian chuckled, his spirit stirring as he summoned another portion of the refined raw material liquid from the depths of the ethereal flames in the furnace. A portion of this was drawn into the flame controlled by Haochen's spiritual consciousness. The raw materials for the purple spirit fire pill were divided into 3 parts. And this was merely the second segment. However, with the assistance of both, the chances of success were significantly heightened. 3 parts? Upon hearing this, Haochen could not help but inwardly marvel. As he began to merge the second batch of purified liquid, Master Jiang's tightly shut eyes gradually opened. A glance towards Haochen's position left him profoundly shaken. Haochen's performance was truly beyond his expectations. This young man, named Zilin, was likely a remarkably formidable alchemist. Sighing inwardly, Master Jiang's spiritual awareness swept through the alchemical furnace, absorbing Bai Li Yuntian's second portion of purified liquid for further fusion. The complexity of refining the purple spirit fire pill exceeded the anticipations of both Haochen and Master Jiang. Judging by the current pace, it would be exceedingly difficult to successfully craft the elixir in less than 10 or 8 days. The hours of relentless alchemical work had taken a considerable toll on their physical stamina, particularly when employing spiritual consciousness to merge the purified liquid. They also had to divert their focus to withstand the intense heat of the ethereal flames. In this regard, Haochen fared slightly better. But Master Jiang began to feel a subtle fatigue as he concluded the fusion of the second batch of purified liquid. Fortunately, he had prepared ample restorative elixirs for his spiritual awareness. Otherwise, it would have been challenging for him to continue. As the azure sky stretched endlessly, the purified raw materials gradually dwindled, and time swiftly passed, marking the 7th day. During this span, the 3 individuals on the alchemy platform hardly moved, nor did any anomalies occur. The sole peculiarity was the increasingly rich aroma of medicinal herbs emanating from the alchemical furnace. Not far from the alchemy platform, on the observation stand, a multitude of alchemists regarded the steadfast Haochen, their expressions growing ever more grave. No one dared to mock him any longer, for they all recognized that had they been in his position, they would have faltered long ago. This Zilin, if my conjecture is correct, must be a second-tier alchemist. One of the alchemists remarked with a sigh. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into momentary silence, quickly followed by a bitter smile. For these seasoned practitioners, Haochen's performance was indeed hard to fathom. After years of diligent cultivation, they had only achieved such accomplishments, while now, a young man appearing merely in his 20s had surpassed their understanding. At this moment, Master Yu gazed blankly at the alchemy platform, a hint of despondency shadowing his features, making him seem somewhat aged. At the edge of the square, Bai Li Qianyan stood elegantly, her tall figure strikingly captivating. Her gaze, too, remained fixed upon the alchemy platform. With her jade-like hands slightly clenched, she silently prayed. As the alchemy reaches a critical juncture, may nothing go awry. Time flowed swiftly amid the anticipation of the onlookers. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. Bailey Yuntian's purification of the raw materials had reached its final stage. At this moment, all the raw materials on the alchemical platform had been cast into the furnace. Inside, the earth flame's ethereal fire grew even more potent, flawlessly completing the purification of the final materials. The expressions of Haochen and his companions turned markedly serious. Should they fail to surmount this hurdle, their alchemical endeavor would be irrevocably doomed. Gentlemen, the purification of the herbs has been completed. The subsequent fusion is entrusted to you, Bailey Yuntian said, turning his gaze toward Haochen and Master Jiang, bowing solemnly. Having done his part, the success of the alchemy now rested solely on the capabilities of Haochen and Master Jiang. In response, both Haochen and Master Jiang nodded, swiftly focusing their consciousness on merging the purified liquids. Within the alchemical furnace, the liquid amalgam floated, the rich fragrance of herbs wafting continuously from it. This was the third portion of the medicinal liquid that Haochen was integrating, forming a cohesive mass of purified liquid. His current task was to unite the three portions of liquid into one. Any error in this fusion would lead to the failure of the alchemical process, rendering the hope of obtaining a strand of the earth flame's primordial essence futile. With this thought, Haochen's hand clenched tightly. He silently vowed, only success is permitted. Failure is not an option. His consciousness remained intently focused on the three viscous masses of purified liquid suspended before him. The three viscous purifying liquid clusters, each a culmination of nearly 40 distinct raw materials, embody the very essence of their ingredients. Heaving a deep breath, Haochen exchanged a glance with Master Jiang across from him. Subsequently, both closed their eyes in unison, their formidable consciousness surging forth at that moment. Observing their actions, the gravity of the situation deepened on Bailey Yuntian's face. The success or failure of this alchemical endeavor hinged entirely on their forthcoming performance. Haochen divided his consciousness into three strands, penetrating the three clusters of purifying liquid. With a mere thought, a drop of purifying liquid was swiftly extracted from each cluster. As these three drops made contact, ripples danced across their surfaces. However, a resistance emerged as the drops sought to merge. Haochen meticulously sought the equilibrium among them, aiming to facilitate their swift amalgamation. This merging demanded an exceptionally precise exertion of consciousness. Even the slightest misstep could lead to failure. Haochen transformed his consciousness into countless delicate threads, permeating every corner of the three drops. Any subtle change in the newly reformed purifying liquid cluster would be immediately registered in his mind. This phase of merging was exceedingly intricate. Fortunately, Haochen's extensive experience, coupled with his mastery of the five-element alchemy technique and his formidable consciousness, provided him with the necessary stability. After a stick of incense burned, the three drops began to gradually unite. Although the pace was rather languid, completion was merely a matter of time. As time slipped by in the tranquility of fusion, approximately 3 sticks of incense later, the three drops coalesced into a single drop of vibrant, viscous liquid, gently floating within the alchemical furnace. With the successful recombination, Haochen exhaled a sigh of relief. With another mental command, 3 more clusters of medicinal essence descended into the colorful viscous liquid. The process of merging and purifying the liquid was labor-intensive and time-consuming, requiring an absence of haste. Any minute error could result in a disastrous failure of fusion, rendering the precious purifying liquid into mere dross, thus diminishing the quality of the elixir. Fortunately, Haochen's progress remained smooth, and he diligently fulfilled his responsibilities. He understood that the success of this alchemical endeavor would determine his ability to acquire the essence of the earth fire. As time continued its inexorable march, the 3 purifying liquid clusters, under Haochen's conscious manipulation, slowly merged into a new cluster. On the alchemical platform, Bailey Yuntian's gaze remained fixated on the unfolding events within the furnace, closely monitoring the actions of Haochen and Master Jiang, feeding back into his consciousness. This purple forest was indeed extraordinary. Not only could it maintain the speed of fusion, but it also ensured that no errors occurred during the process. Moreover, the mental prowess exhibited was exceptionally formidable, far surpassing that of Master Jiang Ping, a fellow alchemist. With Bailey Yuntian's keen abilities, it was evident at a glance that Haochen's mental strength greatly exceeded that of Master Jiang Ping. As this thought crossed his mind, Bailey Yuntian's gaze shifted once again towards Master Jiang Ping, only to find him pale and wan, causing a slight heaviness in his heart. It seemed that the fusion of elixirs within the Guyin Yuhua had severely drained Master Zhang's mental reserves. Yet, despite his concerns, Bai Li Yuntian found himself at a loss for how to assist. After all, one could not simply switch alchemists midway through the process. Thus, he could only silently pray that Master Jiang Ping would endure until the end. The changes occurring on the alchemical platform were clear to all present. At this moment, Bai Li Yuntian had completed his mission. Now, it was a matter of observing the alchemical capabilities of Haochen and Master Jiang Ping. Should they succeed in perfectly merging their respective refined liquids, the chances of success for this alchemical endeavor would be significantly enhanced. However, if either were to falter, the outcome could very well result in failure. There was uncertainty about whether Zilin could hold on after 8 days. It was presumed that his mental energy had also been greatly depleted. One alchemist, stroking his beard, voiced his concerns slowly, noting the gravity of the situation. Having come this far, any misstep would indeed be regrettable. Another alchemist added. The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement, sharing a palpable sense of unease. Contrary to expectations, Zilin exhibited no signs of weakness, while Master Jiang Ping's mental strength appeared to be diminishing noticeably. An elderly man standing at the forefront sighed deeply. Upon hearing his words, a hush fell over the crowd, their expressions momentarily frozen in disbelief. Could it be that Zilin was, in fact, superior to Master Jiang Ping? This absurd notion flitted through their minds, leaving them momentarily speechless. The elderly man was none other than Elder Qian, a distinguished figure within the Mist City Alchemist Guild. His insight surpassed theirs, and thus, they hesitated to voice any doubts. Still, they quietly murmured their skepticism, clearly unconvinced by Elder Qian's assertion. Elder Qian, unfazed by their mental chatter, turned his attention back to the alchemical platform, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. In his perception, Master Zhang's mental strength was indeed waning. If this continued, the repercussions could be dire. Alas, I hope he can hold on, he mused. Crafting high-grade elixirs was undoubtedly a formidable challenge for Master Jiang Ping. Time swiftly slipped away during the fusion of the refined liquids. The merging of Haochen and Master Zhang's concoctions was gradually reaching its conclusion. Under the watchful gaze of many, the elemental energies surrounding the alchemical platform grew increasingly tumultuous. Amidst this turbulence, an exceptionally rich fragrance of medicine began to waft through the air, uplifting the spirits of all who inhaled it. Upon perceiving the remarkable transformation on the alchemical platform, Bai Li Yuntian and the others felt a surge of excitement. Was the fusion of the two finally nearing completion? Under the intense gaze of numerous onlookers, Haochen remained impassive in countenance, yet his mind was resolute and vigilant. After an extended period of merging, Haochen's complexion bore a faint pallor, though it was not of serious concern. In comparison to Master Jiang Ping, Haochen's condition was considerably more stable. At that moment, Master Zhang's face had turned entirely pale, yet he grit his teeth, refusing to abandon the fusion. As the aroma of the herbs intensified, both Haochen and Master Jiang simultaneously opened their eyes. A low exclamation escaped their lips, and their hand seals abruptly transformed. As their hand gestures shifted, the spiritual energy within the cauldron also underwent a significant change. Under the surging pressure, all the purifying liquid within was thoroughly amalgamated. With a whoosh, at the instant of fusion, two brilliant beams, one azure, the other crimson, erupted from the cauldron, soaring to an impressive height of several dozen zhang. As the radiant light burst forth, the fragrance of the herbs reached its zenith. In this moment, all present revealed expressions of joy, silently acknowledging the fusion was successful. At the edge of the square, Bai Li Qianyan felt a weight lift from her heart, finally relaxing in that instant. A captivating smile graced her beautiful face. Bai Li Yuntian, standing at the alchemical platform, also rose in elation, his joy difficult to conceal. However, being a prudent individual, he understood that success was not yet absolute. He promptly addressed Haochen and Master Jiang with a respectful gesture. Gentlemen, the raw materials have been fully fused. The next and most crucial step is to solidify the pill. Haochen nodded slightly, glancing towards Master Jiang, and, upon seeing his pallid complexion, hesitated and asked, Master Jiang, are you able to continue? Hearing Haochen's inquiry, Jiang Ping quickly rallied his spirits, waving his hand with a smile. Do not worry. Yet, despite his words, his appearance lacked substantial conviction. Given this, Haochen chose not to press further. Were it not for his soul pearl's support, he might find himself in a condition akin to Master Jiang's. Baili Yuntian also sensed that something was amiss with Master Jiang. Yet, in such critical moments, there was little time to ponder other matters. With gritted teeth, he urged, "Gentlemen, please proceed. If the fused purifying liquid is delayed too long, it will adversely affect the success rate of the pill making." Haochen and Master Jiang nodded in agreement. Inhaling deeply, with a change in their hand seals, the azure and crimson lights within the alchemical cauldron surged explosively, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. These lights coalesced into two radiant arcs, colliding forcefully at the center of the cauldron. Boom! The two masses of nearly 100 rare medicinal liquids collided, unleashing a deep rumble at the moment of impact. Subsequently, a surge of formidable energy rippled outward, crashing violently against the inner walls of the cauldron. As if infused with sentience within the purifying liquid, this clash elicited a muffled groan from Haochen, causing his body to tremble ever so slightly. Although he managed to withstand the recent surge of energy, Master Jiang Ping, who was already at the end of his strength, crumbled like the last straw on the back of a weary camel. His face turned ashen, and he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. The arena fell into a profound silence as they beheld the suddenly bloodied and collapsed Master Jiang Ping. The smiles that had graced the faces of Baili Yuntian and Baili Qinyan vanished in an instant. Everyone understood the dire consequences of a mishap at such a critical moment for an alchemist. "It has failed," Baili Yuntian murmured, his voice heavy with despair, as if years had been stripped from him in an instant. Outside the arena, Baili Qinyan's lovely visage turned as pale as snow, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossing her features. Was it truly her fate to meet such an end? Haochen stared blankly at the fallen Master Jiang Ping, quickly regaining his composure. His gaze shifted abruptly to the alchemy furnace, realizing that should the potion's refinement fail, the infernal flame would be lost as well. Was it truly going to culminate in failure at the final moment? A surge of unwillingness and resolute determination welled up in his eyes. Chapter 1104. A Desperate Struggle, Part 1. The arena remained silent. Each individual bore the heavy weight of regret as they gazed upon the unconscious Master Jiang Ping. After persevering for 9 days, none had anticipated such a failure at the last moment. Within the furnace, two intertwining beams of azure and crimson light flickered, the rich aroma of medicinal herbs permeating the entire square. Yet, no one possessed the previous sense of serenity. Each heart was burdened with sorrow. Baili Yuntian stared blankly at the furnace, his countenance reflecting a profound despair that stirred pity in those who beheld him. A formidable figure displaying such despondency was truly heart-wrenching. At the edge of the square, Baili Qinyan's beautiful face had turned ghostly pale. After a moment, she managed a bitter smile, her delicate frame swaying slightly. Several disciples from the Zhongyuan sect hurried to support her. The entire square was engulfed in a heavy silence, the oppressive atmosphere weighing down on everyone present. No one dared to utter a word during this somber moment. This suffocating silence persisted for a while until a deep voice suddenly shattered the oppressive stillness. "Baili sect leader, may I continue the refinement?" Upon hearing this, even in his despondency, Baili Yuntian looked up in astonishment. He gazed at Haochen's earnest expression, his mouth slightly agape as a flicker of hope surged within his despairing heart. "Young friend Ziling, can you refine this batch of pills on your own?" Baili Yuntian inquired with excitement. Haochen slowly shook his head, hesitant to speak with certainty. This moment was distinct from the last. Even if he could concoct a 5th-grade transformation elixir, he could not guarantee success in refining the esteemed purple spirit flame elixir. Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome, it was far superior to remaining idle and doing nothing. Continuing the refinement might offer a glimmer of hope, but surrendering now would signify absolute defeat. Haochen's gaze remained fixed on Baili Yuntian, his eyes reflecting the tenacity unique to youth. The trials and tribulations of these years have forged Haotian's indomitable character. The concept of giving up is seldom uttered by him. Had he ever considered such a notion during his more than 20 years of cultivation, he would likely still be a mere warrior in Baoquan village, let alone having achieved his current stature. Feeling the intensity of Haotian's gaze, Baili Yuntian experienced a moment of profound emotion. His eyes shifted toward the cauldron, where a dazzling interplay of crimson and azure light erupted. After a brief hesitation, he resolutely declared, "Young friend Ziling, since you have spoken thus, please proceed. Should we ultimately fail, the The blame shall not rest upon you. Witnessing Bai Li Yuntian's unwavering agreement. A smile graced Haochen's face as he nodded slightly. I ask that the master of the Bai Li sect safeguard me and ensure that no one disturbs my efforts. I shall exert every ounce of my strength in this endeavor. As for success, it is entirely in the hands of fate, Haochen stated earnestly. He then gradually closed his eyes, his hands swiftly forming intricate seals. At that moment, the power of his consciousness surged forth without reservation, radiating outward like infinite ripples, pouring into the fiery cauldron. As Haochen commenced his work, Bai Li Yuntian straightened his posture, the weariness on his face quickly dissipating. Elevating himself slightly, he cast a sharp gaze around and commanded, "From this moment forth, no one is permitted within 100 paces of the alchemy platform." The disciples surrounding him felt the weight of his words, their hearts quaking in response. They hurriedly clasped their fists in acknowledgement, retreating in an orderly manner without a sound. The onlookers, masters of the elixir arts, were equally astonished by the scene unfolding before them. Upon grasping the situation, their mouths agape in disbelief. They pondered how Zeline dared to undertake the alchemical process alone. Although the steps of alchemy were nearly complete, the final phase was not something they could accomplish. Furthermore, to abruptly change the method of another's alchemical practice was fraught with peril. No one had ever attempted such a thing, and the consequences of failure could be catastrophic. Even within the esteemed circles of the dance city, no one would dare to take such risks. Despite their incredulity, the formidable expression on Bai Li Yuntian's face dissuaded any thoughts of voicing their concerns. They buried their doubts deep within. On the alchemy platform, Haochen's demeanor conveyed unprecedented gravity. His consciousness had grasped the intricacies of the situation within the alchemical furnace. It was precisely this understanding that heightened his awareness of the formidable nature of the Xiling Yuhua pill. The potency contained within had reached a fearsome level, capable of provoking a heavenly tribulation at any moment. At that instant, had it not been for the protective measures of the celestial guardian and the use of the precious alchemical furnace, the chaotic energies of the external world would have long since spiraled into turmoil. Haochen's consciousness enveloped the refined liquid within the cauldron, and as soon as his awareness penetrated the concoction, his body jolted violently. As I manipulated a sphere of purified essence with my consciousness, I felt no strain. However, when I attempted to control a second sphere, the sudden doubling of my mental exertion left me feeling unaccustomed. This second sphere, after all, contained the essence of over 100 rare medicinal herbs, each of which had absorbed the quintessence of the sun and moon, as well as the energies of heaven and earth, over countless years. The amalgamation of these potent essences was sufficient to reveal the extraordinary potency of these two spheres. Furthermore, perhaps due to the interaction of two distinct medicinal properties, the essence within them exhibited a particularly violent nature, complicating the fusion process significantly. The sphere of purified essence refined by Jiang Ping emitted a fierce, repulsive energy, continually resisting the essence cultivated by Haochen. After a brief moment, Haochen noticed that Jiang Ping's sphere not only failed to diminish in its violent rejection, but instead intensified. If this continued, not only would merging the two spheres be impossible, but even allowing them to come into contact would prove exceedingly difficult. Such a challenging situation was unprecedented in Haochen's years of alchemical pursuits. Even during the refinement of the 5th-grade transformation elixir, he had never encountered such troublesome resistance. Of course, having had experience with refining transformation elixirs and entering a state of enlightenment previously, Haochen now found himself devoid of such fortuitous circumstances. Relying solely on his genuine skills and expertise, this was not a sustainable method. Sensing the escalating resistance emanating from Jiang Ping's purified essence, Haochen exhaled deeply. In a moment of concentration, he directed his mental energy, in addition to controlling his own sphere, to fiercely compress Jiang Ping's essence. A deep thud resonated within the alchemical furnace. Under the immense pressure of Haochen's mental focus, Jiang Ping's sphere was forcefully subdued. Yet, rather than calming, it erupted with an even more ferocious counterattack. A violent surge of energy radiated from Jiang Ping's sphere. Haochen's consciousness trembled slightly. Only by mastering Jiang Ping's refined essence could he securely merge it with his own. After years of alchemical practice, he was determined not to be thwarted by a single sphere of purified essence. Anger flared within Haochen as he prepared to ingest several restorative and reviving pills. Then, A flame of the burning flame pill materialized, surging towards the uncontrolled icy fire left by Jiangping. The fire source clashed with Jiangping's icy fire, as his consciousness vied for dominance over the refined essence. After a fierce struggle, the burning flame subdued the rampaging icy fire, allowing Haochen to seize control of Jiangping's refined essence. Seizing the opportunity, he captured a fragment of the essence of Jiangping's icy fire and stored it within the spatial confines of the demon suppression tower. A small quantity does not denote a gentleman. A man without poison is not a true hero. It is not that I am ruthless, but merely tidying up a mess and collecting a bit of interest along the way. Meanwhile, the divine consciousness entered the refined liquid concocted by Jiangping, obtaining invaluable information. The flames within the alchemical furnace began to exhibit a delicate transformation due to the intervention of the burning flame pill fire. Overjoyed by the achievements thus far, Haochen reveled in his fortune. Not only had he acquired knowledge of Jiangping's pill concocting methods, but he had also surreptitiously seized a wisp of the ice fire. In his exhilaration, a fierce determination surged within him, and his divine consciousness swiftly coalesced into a vortex, spinning with fervor. As the consciousness transformed into a rapidly rotating whirlpool, the pressure escalated dramatically. Instead of merging the two portions of refined liquid as a whole, he opted for a more cautious approach of integrating them drop by drop. Although this method required more time, safety was paramount. From Jiangping's refined liquid, he extracted a single drop. Then from his own concoction, he took another drop, initiating a gradual contact and eventual amalgamation. Just as the refined liquids began to blend, Haochen focused his mind, momentarily alleviating the heightened pressure. This fluctuation in pressure, coupled with the release of flames, was skillfully managed by Haochen. Any miscalculation at this juncture could result in damage to the refined liquid, thereby diminishing the success rate of pill formation. However, merging the two portions would demand considerable consumption of his divine consciousness, and this was not the time for such concerns. Outside the alchemical platform, the expansive plaza of the Zhongyuan sect lay enveloped in silence. Bai Li Yuntian's heart raced, especially upon noticing Haochen's complexion gradually pale. Even with Bai Li Yuntian's composure, he could not suppress the quickening of his heartbeat. Fortunately, Haochen's tremors did not persist for long and began to stabilize. At that moment, Haochen conveyed to Bai Li Yuntian through his divine consciousness to gradually withdraw the earth flame ghost fire. He intended to take control of the alchemical furnace, utilizing his own fire source to condense the pill. Only then did Bai Li Yuntian realize that an abundance of burning flame pill fire had surged within the furnace. Following Haochen's instructions, he removed the earth flame ghost fire from the alchemical furnace. At this point, Haochen had completely seized control of the furnace's fire source. Should the earth flame ghost fire continue to intermingle, it would force Haochen to both fend off the disruptive flames while simultaneously employing his own fire source to refine the pill. Prolonged exposure would inevitably deplete his divine consciousness. As an alchemist, the use of divine consciousness was central to the craft, and at this critical juncture, any further attempts could lead to a fate akin to that of Master Jiangping, fainting from overexertion. After all, the essence of divine consciousness was profoundly mysterious. Excessive consumption without effective restoration would result in overwhelming fatigue that could easily lead to unconsciousness. Nevertheless, armed with the soul-returning pearl and driven by an unwavering will, Haochen persevered. He was determined to ensure that the Han family continued to control the teleportation array in Mist City, to pull Bai Li Qianyan back from the brink of death, and to obtain a fragment of the earth flame ghost fire's essence. Thus, he pressed on with relentless resolve. As he approached the final and most crucial step of pill formation, condensing the pill, he realized that he had not anticipated the arduous nature of this endeavor. The thought of the impending condensation made his heart race anew. The outcome hinged upon this singular moment. Success would lead to fulfillment, while failure would render all efforts worthless. Once again, I revisited the familiar process of refining the resurgence purple pill, filtering through every detail and precaution. He had already concluded that the purple spirit essence fire pill was indeed the celestial version of the resurgence purple pill. After Bai Li Yuntian removed the source of the earth flame ghost fire, his gaze fell upon the scene where Haochen had merged the purified liquid from Jiangping and himself. At that moment, there was a faint tendency towards solidification. This sight was not unfamiliar to Bai Li Yuntian. He recognized it as a precursor to pill formation. His heart raced with excitement. and a trace of exhilaration surfaced on his face. He had not anticipated that Zelene could truly accomplish the final step of pill refinement solely through his own efforts. What appeared to be a simple task to Bailey Yuntian was, in reality, a monumental undertaking for Haochen, who had invested considerable effort and sacrifice. Had it not been for his extraordinary spiritual awareness, far surpassing that of his fellow alchemists of the same level, he would not have succeeded in such a challenging endeavor. Even so, this exertion had begun to leave him feeling somewhat weary. Although the soul-returning pearl was immensely powerful, it also consumed a substantial amount of soul energy. Taking a deep breath, Haochen forcibly suppressed the sensation of fatigue within his consciousness and focused on controlling the principles of pill formation. At that moment, he withdrew the flame pill fire and transitioned to the pill refining fire, thereby reducing the consumption of his spiritual awareness. Under the persistent roasting and manageable pressure on his consciousness, he was refining what had now become a new mass of purified liquid. After the passage of an incense stick duration, he reignited the flame pill fire within the cauldron. This time, however, it was different. The fire needed to be elevated to a certain height for the pill formation to succeed, a principle well ingrained in the minds of alchemists. Upon raising the temperature of the flame pill fire, Haochen sensed something amiss. It is said that the greater the might of the flame, the higher the success rate of pill formation. He felt an illusion that if he were to unleash the flame to its maximum intensity, it would obliterate the purified liquid. Was not the purple spirit essence fire pill a third-grade celestial pill? Following his intuition, he adjusted the temperature of the flame downward. This was both a hypothesis and an experiment. If incorrect, he could simply amend it later. Opportunities arise through continuous innovation, and at this moment, Haochen's speculation proved correct. The purple spirit essence fire pill was indeed a second-grade celestial pill. If the flame pill fire were raised to its highest point, there was no doubt that the purified liquid would immediately char. Once the flame was maintained at a certain temperature, Haochen began to employ his own methods of pill formation. Drawing from his past experiences in alchemy, time flowed slowly yet swiftly. The silence in the square endured for a full day and night. During this period, the atmosphere was eerily quiet, as if the place were shrouded in deathly stillness. No one left, nor did anyone dare approach within 100 paces. All eyes were cast far upon the pill refining platform. Each individual was eager to discern whether the remarkably youthful alchemist could successfully complete this final step. A ray of dawn quietly descended from the horizon, shattering the darkness of the valley. As the first rays of morning light appeared, the energies within the Zhongyuan Gate Gorge suddenly surged with intensity. On the alchemical platform, Bailey Yuntian, seated in meditation, abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a look of ecstatic joy as he gazed at the alchemical furnace before him. Suddenly, a fragrant aroma wafted forth from the furnace. Chapter 1106, The Alchemical Tribulation of Body Refinement, Part 1, Boom. At the moment Bailey Yuntian opened his eyes, a dark cloud unexpectedly gathered in the sky above, accompanied by the rumble of thunder and the flickering of silver serpentine lightning, creating a formidable spectacle. The alchemical tribulation? Had he truly succeeded? How could this be? Witnessing the ominous clouds above, the surrounding alchemists felt their bodies stiffen, disbelief escaping their lips in murmurs. At the edge of the square, Bailey Qianyan, clad in red, lifted her delicate face towards the clouds, her slender figure trembling with uncontainable excitement. Had he truly succeeded? The clouds amassed over the gorge, obscuring the newly emerged morning light. In an instant, the entire gorge appeared unusually dim, save for the silver lightning that occasionally pierced through the thick clouds, illuminating the depths below. The fragrance emanating from the alchemical platform reached an apex. Even the surrounding energies of heaven and earth quivered in response to this captivating aroma. Within the furnace, the flames of the alchemical fire blazed fiercely, and 3 round, purple pills spun energetically in the void above the flames. Boom! 3 astonishing energies radiated from the pills, crashing against the walls of the furnace as if the pills refused to be confined within such a small space. Haochen observed the spinning pills within the furnace, a smile involuntarily appearing on his pale face. The fatigue from this alchemical endeavor seeped through his consciousness, rendering him somewhat drowsy. The toll on his spirit was indeed immense. Without a resolute will to support him, success would have been elusive. The thunder that cleaved through the clouds cast a stark light upon Haochen's one features, accentuating his vulnerability. In this state, anyone could discern that he had exhausted every ounce of his strength. Zelene, I cannot express my gratitude enough. Leave the tribulation to me. You should rest, Bai Li Yuntian, shaken from his excitement by Haochen's frail condition, declared. Master Bai Li, allow me to handle the tribulation. He heard Haochen's voice interject as he prepared to leap forward to confront the impending challenge. Surprised, Bai Li Yuntian paused and quickly replied, Zeline, have no worries. This tribulation poses no threat to me. In your current state, how could you withstand it? I am well aware of your capability to endure the tribulation, but I still require it to enhance the thunder dragon in my dantian, Haochen mused internally. With a smile, he replied, this tribulation holds significance for me. The pills must be refined to achieve perfection. Upon hearing Haochen's words, Bai Li Yuntian felt no surprise. Gazing upwards at the increasingly dense storm clouds, he nodded in acknowledgement. Since you are so resolute, let it be your responsibility. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, do not hesitate to speak up. Although he could not fathom the source of such confidence, Bai Li Yuntian remained vigilant, prepared to safeguard Haochen. With a mere wave of his hand, a spell shot into the void, and suddenly, a spacious skylight emerged above the alchemical platform, bridging the realms of heaven and earth. This was a node of the Zhongyuanmen Canyon's barrier, which opened periodically to allow the canyon to absorb the energy between heaven and earth. Haochen smiled and nodded, his gaze fixed on the sky. With a powerful stomp, he ascended like an arrow, hovering in the void, where thick calamity clouds began to gather above him. The astonishment in Bai Li Yuntian's eyes deepened. He marveled at how increasingly enigmatic this seemingly youthful individual had become. Not only did he possess extraordinary fire, but his mastery in alchemy was also remarkably profound, shrouding Haochen's identity in mystery. The unfolding events on the alchemical platform did not escape the attention of those present. Particularly, the sight of Haochen soaring into the heavens to confront the impending thunderstorm left them momentarily speechless. The tribulations arising from high-grade elixirs were no trifling matter. Even an immortal alchemist might struggle to withstand them. The crowd was filled with perplexity regarding Haochen's actions. However, having witnessed his earlier astonishing displays, they had learned to temper their skepticism and refrain from reckless mockery. It was now evident to everyone that this young man, appearing significantly younger than themselves, had achieved a level of proficiency in alchemy far beyond their reach. Though the excellence Haochen exhibited was somewhat harsh for these masters of alchemy, it remained an undeniable truth. Even if they found it difficult to accept, evasion was futile. Thus, they could only resign themselves to acceptance. Of course, this sentiment was not confined to them alone. The disciples of Zhongyuanmen surrounding the square were equally bewildered by Haochen's intentions. If Haochen were in his prime, one might have believed he could withstand the tribulations. But in his current state, he was merely a shadow of his former self. Not to mention, any disciple of Zhongyuanmen could likely defeat him at this moment. What is my father thinking? Bai Li Qianyan murmured softly, her brow furrowed as she gazed at the figure in the sky. Unperturbed by the questioning glances from the crowd, Haochen had neither the time nor inclination to concern himself with them. The calamity clouds above had brewed long enough and were now on the verge of unleashing their fury. The deep, resonant rumble of thunder echoed continuously. He pondered quietly, what might occur if I were to absorb these tribulation lightning strikes? To what heights would the thunder dragon in my dantian ascend? If the thunder dragon were to advance this time, it might even possess the strength to contend with immortal dignitaries in the future. Upon contemplating this matter, Haochen's heart inevitably ignited with fervor, only to gradually return to a state of calm. Aspiring for the thunder dragon in his dantian to ascend to the 4th level of celestial beast was no trivial endeavor. Having just recently attained the celestial realm, it was unrealistic to expect the thunder dragon's advancement to occur swiftly. Such progress must be approached with patience. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed across the heavens, rousing Haochen from his reverie. He then beheld a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, tearing through the dark clouds like a coiling dragon, racing toward the alchemical furnace atop the refining platform. As the tribulation lightning leapt from the cloud cover, a stirring sensation coursed through Haochen, prompting him to swiftly descend. Suspended 3 zhang above the furnace, he spread his arms wide, inviting the tempestuous lightning to strike upon his body. The moment the tribulation lightning collided with Haochen, a profoundly heavy sound resonated, causing the hearts of those present to skip a beat. Haochen was thrust downward over 2 zhang, yet he managed to stabilize himself forcibly. At that moment, his garments lay in tatters, electricity flickering across his form. Had it been an ordinary individual, they would have undoubtedly suffered grievous injuries. However, under the onslaught of the lightning, Haochen's physique began to fortify itself further. Remarkably, he appeared to be absorbing the essence of the lightning from the alchemical tribulation. Bailey Yuntian observed, captivated by the scene unfolding in the void. Not only was Haochen unharmed by the tribulation lightning, but he also leapt into the air, hovering 10 zhang above the furnace, continuously drawing in the lightning's power. Even with Bailey Yuntian's extensive experience, a look of astonishment flickered across his eyes. Chapter 1107. Alchemical Tribulation and Body Refinement. 2. With a resounding crash, Haochen effortlessly received a bolt of alchemical lightning, causing the dark clouds above to roil ominously. In an instant, another bolt, thicker than the last, erupted from the clouds with a thunderous roar. Faced with this alchemical lightning, Haochen hesitated not for a moment, when suddenly, a shadowy figure sprang forth from beside him. Bailey Yuntian was momentarily taken aback by the appearance of this figure amidst the alchemical tribulation. However, a look of surprise quickly crossed his face as he exclaimed, "A puppet?" With his keen perception, Bailey Yuntian immediately discerned the nature of the figure as a puppet. Unfazed by this revelation, he glanced upward at the increasingly dense clouds and nodded in acknowledgement. Fixing his gaze on the heavens, he commanded, "Wuhuan." As soon as the command left his lips, the Wuhuan puppet stomped its foot forcefully against the ground, propelling itself upward like a rocket. It ascended directly into the sky, where the heavy clouds, brimming with potent lightning, loomed overhead. Witnessing the Wuhuan puppet's ability to hover like a celestial being, Bailey Yuntian's astonishment deepened. He silently marveled, realizing that this young man was becoming ever more enigmatic. Since Haochen had utilized the Thunder Dragon to vanquish Yi Wuhuan in the demon realm, Master Li Wenguang of the Artifact Refining Guild had delivered the intact body to the refining workshop. The masters there possessed a wealth of experience in crafting puppets, dedicating considerable effort to the creation of this humanoid puppet. As Haochen ascended to the celestial realm, some inferior puppets found themselves utterly incapable of withstanding the impending tribulation. Hence, he dedicated all his efforts to the crafting of humanoid puppets suitable for the celestial stage. Once these puppets were perfected, he lamented the absence of an appropriate lightning tribulation to undergo the refining process. The puppets, forged from the soulless body of Yi Wuhuan, were aptly named soulless puppets by Li Wenguang. At that moment, the soulless puppet acted as a lightning rod, attracting the fierce bolts of tribulation toward itself. Under the relentless onslaught of the alchemical lightning, the soulless puppet was repeatedly struck down. Ultimately, it was forcefully cast to the ground near the alchemical platform. With the tribulation refining its form, the objective was achieved, and thus Haochen retracted the soulless puppet. He then leapt into the air, taking its place, hovering approximately 10 feet above the alchemical furnace. As the lightning dissipated, Haochen soared several feet higher. At that moment, he appeared as though clad in obsidian armor, suspended in the heavens like an indomitable war deity, exuding an aura of formidable power. In response to Haochen's provocation, the tribulation seemed to erupt in fury, sending forth massive bolts of alchemical lightning from the dark clouds above. The thunderous claps echoed, crashing down upon Haochen's form. The magnificent spectacle left onlookers breathless. Despite the repeated impacts of the alchemical lightning, Haochen's body would descend only to rise again. One could only ponder the extent to which the energies within the Thunder Sea Dantian would be fortified after this tribulation baptism. Contemplating this, Haochen felt an increasing impatience. The sky was shrouded in dense clouds, and the alchemical lightning slithered like serpents, continuously striking his body. The oppressive rumbling of the lightning sent shivers down one's spine. A mere mortal would likely be reduced to cinders under such an assault. As the devouring lightning entered his Thunder Sea Dantian, Haochen sensed that the power of the Thunder Dragon was gradually ascending after feasting on the energy of the tribulation. His body not only remained unscathed, but was also able to absorb the power of the alchemical lightning, further enhancing his strength. At this juncture, Haochen had completed the ultimate refining process of the alchemical lightning, achieving a state of vitality in its fullest form. The tribulations spawned from high-grade elixirs were indeed formidable. Even with his perfected vitality, enduring such a trial felt somewhat daunting. Casting a glance at the tumultuous clouds that had raged for so long, yet showed no sign of dissipating, Haochen could not help but shake his head and murmur to himself. However, it should conclude soon. The speed at which the alchemical lightning descended had noticeably diminished compared to its earlier ferocity. On the alchemical platform, Bai Liyun was astounded, observing Haochen's tenacity in withstanding the multitude of alchemical lightning bolts. Even with his extensive experience, such a sight was rare. He had not anticipated that Zelene could endure the tribulation. This young man was indeed remarkable. Bai Liyun sighed softly, acutely aware that the once dreadful alchemical lightning was now approaching its conclusion. Naturally, he was not alone in this sentiment. Many present shared similar thoughts. Everyone understood the formidable power of the tribulation associated with the crafting of high-grade elixirs. Each time a pill of this caliber emerges, it invariably requires the collaboration of several formidable individuals to safeguard it. As the crowd in the square contemplated their thoughts, a resounding thunderclap reverberated through the heavens. A silvery dragon-like lightning bolt cleaved through the sky, striking fiercely upon Haochen's body. With a deafening crash, this powerful collision sent Haochen plummeting to the ground, embedding him into a deep pit. The sudden turn of events startled those surrounding the square, causing them to hastily retreat. The ominous clouds above, having unleashed this most formidable lightning, ceased their tumultuous rolling and quickly thinned. Rays of light pierced through the clouds, transforming into countless luminous specks that illuminated the recently ravaged valley of the Zhongyuan sect. Sunlight cascaded down, swiftly dispelling the lingering smoke within the gorge. The once terrifying aura of the thunder dissipated rapidly as well. Witnessing the thunder's retreat, all present exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Soon, their gazes converged upon the deep pit in the square. They exchanged glances, pondering whether, after enduring so many strikes of thunder, he would falter at this final blow. Young friend Zelene, are you unscathed? Bai Liyun, startled by the last explosive thunder, glanced down at Haochen in the pit and inquired urgently. Lying in the pit, Haochen waved his hand, feebly assuring, "Rest assured, Sect Master Bai Li." No sooner had the words left his lips than he sprang upward. Landing steadily on the alchemy platform, Haochen's consciousness delved into his Thunder Sea Dantian, discovering that the Thunder Dragon had already succumbed to slumber. He mused inwardly. It appears that advancing the Thunder Dragon will not be an easy feat. I must devise ways to enable the Thunder Sea Dantian to absorb more thunderous energy. If the Thunder Dragon can ascend, it will provide me with tremendous assistance. After all, it is the true Golden Enforcer, forever loyal without the risk of betrayal. Suppressing his excitement, Haochen pondered deeply. At this moment, within the alchemical furnace, 3 pills of red and green swirled, exuding a rich fragrance that invigorated the senses. Is this the Ziling Yinhuidan? Haochen's gaze lingered on the 3 pills within the furnace, a smile breaking upon his face as he gestured for Bai Liyun to lift the furnace lid. The instant the lid was opened, 3 beams of red and green light shot forth like lightning, darting toward the sky as if attempting to flee. Sect Master Bai Li, I entrust these 3 pills to you, Haochen remarked with a slight smile, observing the escaping pills. Pills of this grade, having undergone the tribulation of alchemy, developed a hint of sentience, instinctively seeking fortune and avoiding disaster, thus desiring to escape upon exiting the furnace. You mean to say you have refined 3 Ziling Yinhuidan? Bai Liyun exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom the successful creation of 3 celestial-grade pills. Haochen nodded affirmatively. In a moment of shock, Bai Liyun swiftly summoned his powers, sealing the space once more. The 3 celestial-grade Ziling Yinhuidan collided with the barrier, only to be repelled back. Bai Liyun, with a graceful wave of his sleeve, summoned forth an immense force that easily drew back 3 celestial-grade purple spirit fire pills. He swiftly retrieved a fine jade vial, carefully placing the 3 pills inside before sealing it. Holding the vial in his hand, Bai Liyun let out a sigh of relief. He then turned to Haochen with a serious expression, clasping his fists and speaking solemnly. Young friend from the Purple Forest, I am deeply grateful. I shall remember this kindness. It is merely a matter of fulfilling a trust, Haochen replied, shaking his head, a wave of fatigue washing over him from the depths of his consciousness. Darkness swiftly enveloped his vision, leaving him defenseless as he collapsed to the ground. The crafting of high-tier elixirs proved to be more arduous than he had anticipated. Just before losing consciousness, Haochen murmured with a bittersweet smile. Chapter 1108. The benefits gained gradually. Haochen began to awaken from his stupor, only to find himself resting upon a soft bed. A subtle fragrance lingered in the air, enveloping the room. As he slowly opened his eyes, they initially appeared dazed. Pausing momentarily, gradually, vitality surged back into his dark eyes. After lying on the bed for a while, he scanned his body and found no abnormalities. Furthermore, the spiritual energy that had been depleted during the alchemical process had significantly recovered. The weariness that had previously weighed him down had vanished. What is this? Feeling these changes, Haochen quietly exhaled in relief. He then sat up straight, casting a puzzled glance around the empty room. Almost instinctively, he checked his storage ring. Finding no anomalies, he finally felt at ease. Haochen leaped off the bed, stretched his limbs, and proceeded towards the door. Having assisted Bailey Yuntian from the Zhongyuan sect in refining the purple spirit fire pills, surely there should be an explanation regarding the earth flame ghost fire? As he stepped out of the room, his gaze fell upon a garden adorned with a vibrant array of blossoms. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the delicate scent of flowers, instilling a sense of tranquility within him. "You're awake?" A melodious voice suddenly rang out. Following the sound, Haochen beheld a woman in a crimson dress leaning gracefully against a railing. From the side, her enchanting silhouette extended from her elegant neck to her delicate waist. Haochen recognized her. She held a significant position within the Zhongyuan sect, and he nodded with a smile. The woman rose, her tall figure exuding elegance as she approached Haochen with swift steps. A bright smile graced her face as she introduced herself. "I am Bailey Qianyan. Thank you for your assistance." Standing so close, Haochen could detect the faint, alluring fragrance emanating from her. As he lifted his gaze, he caught sight of Bailey Qianyan's fair complexion, tinged with a hint of rosy charm. Over the years, Haochen had encountered many beautiful women. Though Bailey Qianyan's beauty might not rival that of Ziyu or Zijuan, she possessed a unique grace that made her demeanor both poised and captivating. The figure before him exuded an extraordinary charm, captivating in its own right. With a discerning gaze, Haochen assessed Bailey Qianyan and, smiling, clasped his hands in greeting. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Bailey. Please, do not call me Miss Bailey. If you do not mind, simply refer to me as Qianyan. After all, you are my savior, so let us dispense with such formality," Bailey Qianyan replied, dismissing the title with a wave of her hand. Her demeanor, devoid of any airs typical of the esteemed Bailey family, left a favorable impression on Haochen. At that moment, Haochen nodded with a smile, aware that Bailey Yuntian had concocted the purple spirit essence fire pill primarily because of the girl before him. However, he refrained from probing further into matters she chose not to disclose, respecting her privacy. "You have been unconscious for 3 days. My father has said, should you wish to see him upon awakening, I am to escort you," Bailey Qianyan remarked, her bright eyes scanning Haochen with a playful smile. "Then I must trouble you, Miss Qianyan," Haochen replied, returning her smile. "Follow me, but may I ask, why are you so intrigued by the earth flame ghost fire of the Zhongyuan sect?" As she turned to lead the way, Bailey Qianyan suddenly recalled something and curiously inquired. Haochen hesitated for a moment, then replied, "I can only say that the earth flame ghost fire is exceedingly suitable for my cultivation." Bailey Qianyan appeared somewhat surprised by his response. She raised an eyebrow and said, "Is that so? My father once mentioned that I possessed considerable talent for cultivating the earth flame ghost fire as well." This revelation rendered Haochen momentarily speechless, particularly as he sensed the slightly fervent glimmer in Bailey Qianyan's eyes, prompting a wry smile from him. The girl seemed to possess a competitive spirit that rivaled that of many men. Noticing Haochen's discomfort, Bailey Qianyan smiled subtly and continued to lead the way. "Regardless of your thoughts on the matter, since my father has consented to assist you, I cannot voice any objections. However, I must caution you that acquiring the earth flame ghost fire is no simple feat, even with my father's support. Lacking the requisite strength will make it exceedingly difficult to obtain." Haochen nodded silently. The earth flame ghost fire was a premier treasure of the Zhongyuan sect, and securing it would undoubtedly prove arduous. Yet, he had already come this far. Could he truly turn back? Haochen followed Bailey Qianyan out of the courtyard and into the depths of the gorge. Along the way, they encountered numerous disciples of the Zhongyuan sect, all of whom hurriedly bowed upon seeing Bailey Qianyan. Her exceptional status and remarkable talent in cultivation garnered admiration from all within the sect. As Haochen walked alongside Bailey Qianyan, he too drew considerable attention. The young alchemist, who had assisted the sect leader in the refinement of elixirs, was well known among the disciples. During Haochen's 3-day slumber, his story had become a lively topic of conversation among the many disciples of the Zhongyuan sect. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Haochen followed by Li Qianyan for what felt like the duration of an incense stick's burning. Just outside a grand and imposing hall, they paused. The infernal flame, a precious treasure of the Zhongyuan sect, was strictly prohibited from being divulged to the outside world according to the sect's rules. Although my father is the sect master, he cannot single-handedly make such decisions. After all, the Elder Council exists, and those antiquated old coots are not easily dealt with. Pausing outside the hall, Bai Li Qianyan whispered, "It seems this journey is indeed not simple. However, rest assured, since my father has promised you, I will certainly speak on your behalf. He is the sect master, and even the Elder Council cannot readily dismiss his words." Seemingly concerned that Haochen might entertain wild thoughts, Bai Li Qianyan quickly added, with Bai Li's esteemed position, "He would never toy with a nameless, insignificant fellow like me. After all, this nameless fellow lacks the ability to concoct immortal-grade elixirs." Bai Li Qianyan shot Haochen a sidelong glance, then gestured for him to follow before turning back towards the hall. Under Bai Li Qianyan's guidance, Haochen entered the hall smoothly. At that moment, the atmosphere within was somewhat oppressive, with many formidable guardians stationed around, further intensifying the hall's gravity. Chapter 1109. Various Hindrances, Part 1. As Haochen stepped into the great hall, his gaze swiftly swept across the room. At the forefront sat Bai Li Yuntian, vibrant and radiant. Flanking him on either side were two elderly men, both with hair and beard as white as snow, their expressions somber. These two elders exuded an air of authority even in silence, and what struck Haochen most was the formidable aura that subtly emanated from them. While they were nowhere near as unfathomable as Bai Li Yuntian, they certainly did not appear weak. These two venerable elders were the second elder Ling Kong and the third elder Guan Siyuan. Seated on either side were dozens of celestial beings, all of considerable strength. Among them was Elder Qi Rue, who had come to escort Haochen to the Zhongyuan sect, clearly indicating that they were all members of the Elder Council. "Greetings, Master Bai Li," said Zilin, amidst the tense atmosphere of the hall and under the scrutiny of numerous gazes. Unfazed, Haochen stepped forward slowly and cupped his fists in salute to Bai Li Yuntian, who occupied the seat of honor. "Ah, Zilin, my young friend. How is your health recovering?" Bai Li Yuntian inquired with a smile, his eyes scanning Haochen. "Thank you for your concern, Master Bai Li. I am on the mend," Haochen replied with a smile. "You are the one who covets the infernal flame of my Zhongyuan sect, are you not?" A dry, unremarkable voice suddenly interrupted. Haochen turned his gaze towards the source, the white-haired elder seated to the left of Bai Li Yuntian. In response to the elder's inquiry, Haochen nodded slowly. "I am Ling Kong, the second elder of the Zhongyuan sect. Your assistance to the sect master in the elixir's refinement warrants my gratitude on behalf of the entire Zhongyuan sect," the second elder Ling Kong stated with an impassive expression. As his words lingered, he continued, "The infernal flame is a closely guarded secret of our Zhongyuan sect. There are rules against its external transmission. I wonder if we might negotiate different terms?" Indeed, a cold chuckle escaped Haochen's lips, for he had anticipated that this matter would not proceed smoothly. "Second elder, I have previously promised young friend Zilin. Do you intend to make me a man of broken trust?" The words of Bai Li Yuntian, seated at the head of the table, were solemn. Upon hearing Bai Li Yuntian's statement, the second elder, Ling Kong, hesitated in midair, responding, "While it is true that the sect master made a prior commitment, rules are immutable, yet people are not. As the sect master, do I not possess even this small authority?" Bai Li Yuntian replied coolly, "Do not take offense, sect master. The second elder merely speaks in accordance with the rules of our sect," Ling Kong continued. "After all, the earth flame ghost fire is no ordinary treasure. To entrust it to an outsider in this manner surely warrants further contemplation from the grand elder present." At Bai Li Yuntian's right, the previously silent third elder, Guan Siyuan, finally spoke, his voice measured. "In this context, I must mention that this young friend named Zilin has consistently concealed his true identity. Is the sect master truly prepared to hand over the earth flame, ghost fire, to someone of unknown background?" Bai Li Yuntian paused, his brow furrowing at these words. With his keen insight, he had long discerned that Haochen was deliberately obscuring his appearance, yet he had chosen not to expose him. The third elder seemed to hold a higher regard for this young man, understanding that one must exercise caution when traversing the outside world. Thus, he had chosen to shroud his visage. If the third elder disapproved, then revealing it would suffice. With a slight smile, Haochen brushed his hand across his face, unveiling his true countenance. Upon seeing the youthful appearance that emerged, all present, including Bai Li Yuntian, were momentarily taken aback. The third elder, Guan Siyuan, fixed his gaze intensely upon Haochen, his eyes narrowing slightly. After a pause, he remarked, "Not long ago, I happened to visit the northern region of the demon realm." Upon hearing this, Haochen's brow furrowed slightly. Recently, the northern region of the demon realm had been abuzz with the exploits of a mysterious young man who had single-handedly infiltrated the demon realm to rescue hostages, slaying the heavenly assassin Yi Wuhan before departing. From the recorded images, that young man bore a striking resemblance to you. The third elder, Guan Siyuan, continued, undeterred by Haochen's reaction. Standing beside him, Bai Li Qianyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue, for she too had heard whispers of this affair. "The young man is named Chun Hao," Guan Siyuan added with a light chuckle. He then regarded Haochen with a knowing look. "I suspect that Haochen and Chun Hao are one and the same, are they not? Subsequently, you ventured to Snow City, adopting the name Zilin. That person is indeed you, is it not? You have come to my Zhongyuan sect with aspirations towards the earth flame ghost fire, have you not?" At the third elder's words, the hall fell into a hush. An astonished expression spread among the gathered crowd as they turned their gazes towards the young man in their midst. No one had anticipated that this youth, with such profound skill in alchemy, possessed such remarkable capabilities as well. The tumultuous forces of the demon realm, particularly the demon domain of Kuanglan and the demon domain of Bihai, were undeniably formidable powers within that realm. However, this Haochen was able to depart unscathed after rescuing the hostage, which undoubtedly indicated that he was no ordinary individual. Bai Li Qianyan's beautiful eyes were fixed intently upon Haochen, and the feeling of restlessness intensified within her. Among her peers, she had yet to encounter many rivals of comparable caliber. In the face of the numerous astonished gazes within the hall, Haochen remained unperturbed. Casting a sidelong glance at the third Elder Guan village, he remarked nonchalantly, "Indeed, I am Haochen from the Haochen Academy of the Northern Haoting Immortal Domain. But what does that have to do with obtaining the earth flame ghost fire? Wandering the world is merely a matter of adopting a different name." Haochen's gaze directly met Bai Li Yuntian, the head of the Bai Li clan, as he clasped his hands in salute and stated, "Before I arrived at the Central Yuan sect, I was entirely unaware that the so-called earth flame ghost fire was a closely guarded secret of the sect. It was only upon my arrival that I witnessed its formidable power. My sole desire is to acquire a strand of its essence to merge it with the fire I possess, in hopes of enhancing its might. Should the Central Yuan sect refuse me on the grounds of rules, rest assured, as soon as you, Bai Li sect leader, utter the word, I, Haochen, will leave the Central Yuan sect immediately and will never set foot here again." If he were to utter such words, the stigma of dishonor would undoubtedly fall upon Bai Li Yuntian in the future. "Do not worry. Since I have promised you, I shall not betray your trust," Bai Li Yuntian replied, waving his hand, his expression gradually turning somber. Casting a glance at the two elders beside him, he continued, "I have made my decision regarding this matter. You two elders need not make things difficult for Haochen. I am aware of the sect's rules, which is why I did not directly state that the earth flame ghost fire should be handed over to him. According to the sect's regulations, core disciples may obtain the earth flame ghost fire upon passing the test. Thus, should Haochen succeed in the evaluation, no one shall have any objections. Violators will be dealt with according to sect rules." As Bai Li Yuntian concluded, his voice carried an unmistakable tone of authority. Chapter 11:10, Various Obstructions, Part 2. Upon hearing Bai Li Yuntian's words, the second elder and the third elder exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. After a moment of hesitation, the second elder, Ling Kong, gritted his teeth and said, "The evaluation of core disciples has always been handled by the Elder Council. Does this imply that the Elder Council will now decide the content of the test?" This stubborn old man seemed extremely reluctant to allow the earth flame ghost fire to fall into the hands of an outsider like Haochen, employing every possible means to obstruct him. Bai Li Yuntian's countenance darkened slightly as he replied, "If the second elder holds such sentiments, you may reveal the details of the test for us to consider." Observing Bai Li Yuntian's slight concession, Ling Kong felt a surge of joy and spoke, "This matter is of great significance and cannot be treated lightly. Therefore, I shall personally conduct the evaluation. If Haochen can withstand 10 exchanges with me, then the matter of the earth flame ghost fire shall be left to the sect leader's discretion." As these words fell, a hush descended upon the hall. The many elders below exchanged glances, unable to suppress a bitter smile. They were all too aware of the prowess of the second elder, Linkong. In the latter stages of the golden immortal realm, only a single step remains before one can ascend to the terrifying level of the profound immortal. If he were to personally conduct the test, it would indeed seem excessively oppressive. Bai Li Qianyan furrowed her delicate brows, a flicker of anger crossing her face. This old man was clearly trying to make things difficult for others. Even she would find it challenging to last 10 exchanges against someone at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. It was remarkable that the second elder could even utter such words. Bai Li Yuntian smiled faintly, a hint of mockery lacing his tone, which caused the expression of the second elder, Ling Kong, to become somewhat unnatural. He did not wish to reveal the earth flame spectral fire to outsiders. Hence the nature of this test. If the sect master deems the second elder's participation inappropriate, then I shall take his place. It is said that Haochen has slain the infamous demon assassin Yi Wuhan, so his hidden strengths must surely be formidable. I believe lasting 10 exchanges under my hand should not be an impossible task. Observing the second elder's difficulty in retracting his words, the third elder, Guan Siyuan, spoke slowly. Haochen frowned slightly as he regarded the third elder, whose strength was somewhat inferior to that of the second elder. Yet he was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with at the mid-tier of the golden immortal realm. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Yuntian hesitated for a moment before saying, "Your levels of cultivation are too disparate from Haochen's, and thus your involvement may not be appropriate. I propose we let Qian Yin take the challenge. If Haochen can defeat Qian Yin, we shall consider it a pass." At Bai Li Yuntian's words, Bai Li Qian Yin's brows perked up slightly. Indeed, Miss Qian Yin is a commendable candidate. However, given that Haochen has only recently succeeded in refining a medicinal pill for her, it is likely he would hold back during their confrontation, rendering this arrangement less than ideal. The second elder, Ling Kong, slowly shook his head and responded, "I find the third elder's suggestion quite sound. His participation would be the most impartial. As long as Haochen can endure 10 exchanges against him, we shall deem it a success." The eagerness that had just graced Bai Li Qianyan's face was abruptly frozen. She cast the second elder an irritated glance, her expression betraying a desire to confront him with physical force. Noticing the second elder's disagreement with his opinion, Bai Li Yuntian's countenance darkened, and impatience began to stir within him. These two obstinate old men were truly deaf to reason and obstinately obstructive. Sectmaster Bai Li, since the second elder insists on having the third elder conduct the test, let us acquiesce to his wishes. Just as Bai Li Yuntian was about to voice a rebuttal, Haochen, standing at the center of the hall, spoke up. Upon hearing Haochen's words, Bai Li Yuntian and Bai Li Qian Yin were momentarily taken aback. Haochen, the third elder, is a veritable golden immortal. His cultivation far surpasses that of the demon assassin Yi Wuhan. Are you certain you wish to have him conduct the test? Bai Li Yuntian inquired, his brow furrowing as he regarded Haochen intently, deliberately reminding him of the gravity of the situation. Haochen nodded slowly, his gaze sweeping over the somewhat dazed third elder. He understood that if he did not acquiesce to the wishes of these two old gentlemen today, it would be difficult to successfully obtain a strand of the earth flame spectral fire. Given the circumstances, in accordance with their wishes, let us test the strength of the third elder of Guansuan. Haochen, too, is eager to evaluate his own prowess since entering the celestial immortal realm. Although the third elder's strength far surpasses that of Yi Wuhuan, Haochen has now ascended to the celestial immortal stage. His capabilities have undoubtedly grown since the days he was pursued by Yi Wuhuan. Enduring 10 rounds against the third elder should not pose a significant challenge. If he truly provokes me, revealing a hidden ace could lead this old fellow to experience a rather embarrassing fall today. Seeing Haochen nod, Bai Li Yuntian furrowed his brow even further. Glancing at the two elders beside him, who seemed pleasantly surprised, he could only concede with a reluctant nod. Thus, he remarked, "Since you have chosen this path, I am left with no options. There is but one opportunity, should you fail this trial. The earth flame, ghost fire may remain beyond your reach. I trust you have considered this carefully." Haochen smiled and nodded. He is not one to act recklessly. Having accepted this challenge, he possesses a certain confidence. While the golden immortal realm is indeed formidable, Haochen is not one to be underestimated. He cannot claim he will defeat the third elder outright, but sustaining a contest for 10 rounds would not be beyond his capabilities. Rest assured, I am aware of Haochen's contributions to the Zhongyuan sect, and I shall not harm him, the third elder, Guanxuan, declared. Were it not for the earth flame ghost fire being the sect's pinnacle secret technique, I would not intervene, so I hope for your understanding, sect master. The third elder turned to Bai Li Yuntian, who cast him a sidelong glance, uttering 4 words, stubborn and antiquated. The third elder did not contest Bai Li Yuntian's assessment. As long as the earth flame ghost fire does not fall into the hands of outsiders, let them call him what they will. This venue is too confined. Let us conduct the trial in the spacious courtyard outside. Moreover, I believe the disciples within the sect would be interested in observing the assessment. It would benefit them, said the third elder, Guanxuan, looking around the hall before chuckling and leading the way out. As he passed by Haochen, the third elder remarked, considering your assistance in successfully concocting the medicinal pill for the sect master, even if you do not pass the trial, I will permit you to choose a technique or skill that is not among the sect's top tier. That is unnecessary. Perhaps we should discuss this after the trial concludes? Otherwise, if any unforeseen circumstances arise, I fear your reputation may suffer, Haochen replied with a faint smile, choosing to disregard the third elder and stepping out of the hall. Ah, the youth of today are indeed so arrogant. Very well, I shall see how you manage to leave me with a tarnished reputation, the third elder mused, observing Haochen's retreating figure with a dismissive grin. Chapter 11:11, Unyielding Perseverance, Part 1. The crowd reconvened at the square designated for alchemy. The expansive area stretched before them, with visibility extending to its farthest reaches, where lush woods stood. Standing amidst this spacious courtyard, Haochen maintained a tranquil demeanor as the celestial essence within him began to flow steadily, filling every corner of his being. A throng of disciples from the Zhongyuan sect rushed to the scene upon receiving the news. Within a mere incense stick's length of time, the vicinity was enveloped by an overwhelming crowd, rendering the area nearly impassable. To avert any unforeseen incidents, the second elder commanded the onlookers to retreat to a distance of 1,000 paces from the center of the venue. Alongside the other elders, he collaboratively erected an expansive barrier. The sect leader, Bai Li Yuntian, also reopened the nodes of the grand formation. Amidst the burgeoning excitement of the surrounding crowd and the flurry of activity among the elders, Haochen remained unfazed, his gaze fixated on the third elder, Guanxuan. Across from him, at this moment, Guanxuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile gracing his aged visage. The disparity in strength between him and Haochen was akin to that of heaven and earth. Although he had heard whispers of Haochen's exploits, it did little to instill concern within him. In the face of absolute power, all stratagems and hidden cards were rendered futile. From the spectator's platform, Bai Li Yuntian furrowed his brow as he cast a glance at the third elder, then turned his gaze, tinged with resignation, to Haochen and inquired, "Have you truly made up your mind?" In response to Bai Li Yuntian's question, Haochen smiled and nodded. Indeed, Wu Chun was formidable. Yet Haochen was confident in his ability to withstand the challenge of enduring 10 rounds against a golden immortal. What a stubborn young man, Bai Li Yuntian sighed, recognizing Haochen's unwavering resolve. Noticing Haochen's steadfastness, a broader smile spread across Guanxuan's face. He addressed Haochen with a gentle smile, saying, "There is no need for further words. If you can endure 10 rounds against me without defeat, you shall claim victory, and the earth flame ghost fire will be yours. Should you falter, it will simply mean that you are fated to be without it. However, you may still select one of the other advanced techniques from the Zhongyuan sect." At the third elder's proclamation, a wave of incredulity rippled through the disciples gathered in the square, their eyes wide with disbelief as they turned to Haochen. While many were aware of his prowess in alchemy, mastery in that art did not necessarily equate to formidable strength in combat. Guanxuan, being the third elder of the Zhongyuan sect, was among the few whose strength surpassed his own. The notion that this young man, seemingly of similar age to them, dared to engage him in combat was astonishing. Without the need for the third elder's reminder, "Should I fail to endure, I shall take my leave immediately. I harbor no expectations for anything else," Haochen replied, his tone indifferent. He held little regard for the elder before him. In response, Guanxuan was unperturbed by Haochen's demeanor, nodding with a smile. As long as the earth flame ghost fire of the Zhongyuan sect did not fall into the hands of outsiders, his reputation mattered little. After all, someone had to play the role of the villain. Otherwise, it would be too naive to assume that the sect's top secret techniques could easily be appropriated. Taking a step forward, Guan Cun unleashed an overwhelming aura that surged from his being. In that moment, his white hair billowed, and his robe rustled dramatically, exuding an intimidating presence. The fire attribute immortal energy enveloped the air like a blazing cloud, casting a shadow over the surroundings. In the seemingly ordinary eyes of Elder Guan village, a piercing brilliance suddenly erupted. His gaze fixed firmly upon Haochen. A resonant voice laden with an awe-inspiring timbre commanded, "Prepare yourself." Upon hearing this, the flow of celestial energy within Haochen accelerated dramatically, and a somber expression gradually settled on his face. He then gestured with his right hand, declaring, "Make your move." At this, Elder Guan erupted into a hearty laugh, his voice resonating like thunder amidst an overwhelming aura as he advanced with a swift step, vanishing from sight. To the ordinary disciples, it appeared as if Elder Guan had mysteriously disappeared. However, with Haochen's keen vision, he discerned a fleeting crimson shadow accompanied by a sharp rush of wind, approaching rapidly. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Haochen summoned radiant light beneath his feet and swiftly pivoted. Phantom Fist. The enigmatic Phantom Fist of Elder Guan manifested, delivering a heavy strike against Haochen's left shoulder. The impact produced a dull thud, reverberating as it passed cleanly through Haochen's form. An afterimage? Indeed, there is some depth to this. Unfazed by the failed strike, Elder Guan's expression remained unchanged as he let out a cold smirk. Shattering the afterimage, flames danced around his palms, gradually enlarging them, appearing from a distance like a pair of giant fans. 10 paces away to Elder Guan's left, Haochen's figure flickered into view. He glanced down at his slightly scorched attire, a look of gravity crossing his features. Indeed, Elder Guan, the third elder of the Central Yuan sect, possessed astonishing power. Following the earlier encounter, Haochen had gleaned a vague understanding of Elder Guan's prowess and speed. The strength of Elder Guan was comparable to Qi Wanchuan, the leader of the Flying Feather sect, a formidable figure at the Golden Immortal Realm. Yet, the ferocity of Elder Guan's attack surpassed that of Qi Wanchuan by a considerable margin. Such a level of assault would render Haochen powerless should he be struck. Swift as a startled swan, flash. Just as his form materialized, a chill coursed through Haochen, prompting him to dart to the left in a lightning-fast sidestep. Whoosh! In that fleeting moment, a fiery hand suddenly swept past the fabric of Haochen's abdomen, the contained energy causing a slight sting upon his skin. Flame hand. Just as he narrowly evaded this massive hand, a sharp command echoed out. To his astonishment, the fiery hand bizarrely elongated, twisting at the wrist and striking diagonally against Haochen's waist. Boom! A deep thud resounded as Haochen was propelled backward amidst the startled gasps of the onlookers. He found himself momentarily suspended in the air, executing a somersault before landing on one knee. Raising his head vigorously, he felt a trickle of crimson at the corner of his mouth. Elder Guan's uncanny technique had dealt him a significant blow. Observing the disheveled figure of Wu Chen several paces away, Elder Guan remarked nonchalantly, "The flame hand. One of the high-level techniques of the Central Yuan sect. Mastered to perfection, it allows one to extend their arm at will, proving remarkably effective in combat. Truly worthy of being the third elder of the Central Yuan sect, I am in admiration of such skill." Haochen wiped the crimson from his lips as he replied. At this moment, the blazing flame pill suddenly manifested in the palm of the hand. Simultaneously, the raging flames that intruded into the body were devoured in the most brutal manner within the starry river of the Dantian, coalescing into a new flame pill. Then, he fixed his gaze on Elder Guan village and laughed heartily. "Come again." Observing the unyielding Haochen, Elder Guan village was momentarily taken aback, followed by a frown. The fiery hand not only possessed an element of surprise, but also bore a violent, earth flame ghost fire that invaded the human body, wreaking havoc. Even if one reacted swiftly to avoid injury, resisting this earth flame ghost fire would inevitably distract the opponent. Yet, it appeared that Haochen was unscathed. Chapter 11-12. Unyielding Perseverance, Part 2. This lad's reputation in the northern region of the demon realm is indeed well-deserved. It seems I must take this seriously. As this thought crossed his mind, Elder Guan village's expression gradually turned solemn. The energy of the fiery hand surged, and simultaneously, a flame-like aura slowly emanated from his feet. "I have long been eager to witness the intricacies of your profound footwork. Let us see whether my ghost fire step is mightier or your technique prevails." With a grin, Elder Guan village stamped his fiery right foot onto the ground. Crack! A muffled sound echoed as the solid stone slab beneath him shattered explosively. Whoosh! His figure vanished eerily from the spot. In the instant Elder Guan village disappeared, the gravity of the situation deepened on Haochen's face. A sudden chill ran down Haochen's spine, and almost instinctively, he executed the stunning step to its utmost, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. Thud! Elder Guan village's silhouette, accompanied by a deep explosive sound, crashed violently into the remnant image of Haochen, causing the phantom to shatter instantly. After the initial collision, Elder Guan village stomped the ground again, launching his body like an arrow into the void, appearing right before Haochen in an instant. What astonishing speed! Watching the fleeting figure, a shift occurred in Haochen's countenance. Although Elder Guan village's technique was not as agile and varied as the stunning step, its impact and explosive power were immensely fearsome. Green Soul Dagger. As the veins on Haochen's right arm throbbed, he let out a cold shout within his heart. He launched his most formidable surprise attack without holding back, targeting Elder Guan village. Haochen was acutely aware of the perilous situation when facing a golden immortal powerhouse. However, he refrained from using the Demon Soul Blade, for his opponent was not someone he could kill. The Green Soul Dagger, imbued with unmatched force, surged forth in a stealthy assault. Just as the dagger moved, a figure appeared, a massive hand glowing red, striking down fiercely onto the Green Soul Dagger. Clang! The clear sound of metal resonated through the air, followed by a violent wave of energy that spread like lightning from above. The two figures, under the tense gaze of the onlookers, were sent flying backward, with Haochen crashing heavily onto a distant stone platform. Bang! Behind Haochen, a massive pit had formed in the stone wall, with cracks sprawling out like a spider's web. He cleared his throat softly and slowly raised his head, wiping away a trace of crimson from the corner of his mouth. The fervor for battle reflected in his eyes sent a shiver through those around him. This young man dared to confront a golden immortal, a display of courage that commanded respect. Come again. With a decisive step forward, Haochen's voice reverberated once more, the intensity in his tone sending chills down spines. Observing him, bloodied yet standing as straight as a spear, exuding a fierce aura, the disciples of the Zhongyuan sect surrounding the square could only click their tongues in disbelief. They had not anticipated that Haochen could endure 5 rounds against the ferocious assault of the third elder. On the viewing platform, Li Yuntian exhaled deeply and remarked slowly, his gaze towards Haochen tinged with a hint of surprise. The fact that Haochen had managed to withstand 5 rounds against the third elder without succumbing was indeed unexpected. He was well aware of the third elder's prowess. A mid-stage golden immortal, he was undoubtedly among the most formidable in the central domain. Beside him, Li Qianyan nodded subtly, her eyes fixed on Haochen with an unusual intensity. This young man, of a similar age to her own, consistently defied expectations. In midair, the third elder, Guan village, descended lightly, his foot striking the ground with a force that unleashed a tremendous dark energy. The solid stone slab beneath him shattered into dust. With a casual wave of his sleeve and narrowed eyes, he regarded the young man not far away, remarking, impressive spell work, quite powerful. Were it not for the vast difference in our strengths, I might have hesitated to receive such an attack. Haochen, upon hearing the third elder's words, could not help but scoff internally, the gravity of the situation weighing increasingly upon his features. Regardless of his disdain for the third elder, the latter was undeniably a mid-stage golden immortal. If he did not treat this battle with the utmost seriousness, he doubted he would last even 10 rounds. Furthermore, he could not resort to employing the flame elixir here, or it would provide the third elder and others with another excuse to undermine him. At that moment, whatever he might say would likely fall on deaf ears. The old man's ghostly fire step possessed terrifying explosive power, yet thankfully, it could not match the agility of Haochen's stunning step. With 5 rounds remaining, it appeared he would need to exert all his strength. Haochen's expression grew increasingly solemn, a tremendous aura enveloping him like armor. However, if your abilities are confined to this level, the next 5 rounds will likely prove too challenging for you. The third elder Guan village said with a smirk, pride glimmering in his eyes as he gestured, flames swirling around him. His palm, as large as a fan, caused the surrounding space to ripple with subtle distortions. Before his words had fully settled, the third elder's foot slammed down again, resulting in a thunderous explosion of the stone slab beneath. Whoosh! A deep sound echoed as he appeared before Haochen in the blink of an eye, several dozen feet away. Haochen's expression shifted slightly, instinctively unleashing the stunning step as a reflex. Suddenly, the third elder, Guan Village, arrived, swiftly grasping the fabric of Haochen's left shoulder. The fiery hand unleashed a brilliant light, tearing through Haochen's sleeve and leaving behind traces of blood. Haochen staggered backward, casting a grim glance at his left arm, where 5 crimson scars marred his skin. These wounds, having only just manifested, were already tinged with a charred hue, evidently the result of the fiery hand's assault. His reflexes were commendable, yet next time, fortune may not favor him so. The third elder, Guan Village, casually flicked away the tattered remnants of fabric, his gaze resting on the rapidly retreating Haochen, accompanied by a faint smile. Haochen's expression darkened slightly. The disparity between the celestial and golden immortal realms was indeed profound. Were it not for the swift escape granted by the sheafing monument's cloud-evading steps, fused with the effects of the surging swan steps, he would have likely succumbed to the third elder's power. Nevertheless, in comparison to his earlier encounters with Qi Wanchuan and Yi Wuhuan, where flight was his only recourse, his current predicament felt significantly more favorable. At the very least, despite his precarious state, he could still engage in a contest of wits. This could not continue. He needed to devise a plan against the third elder, teaching him the prowess of the Horse King. This time, I shall employ the spirit clone to entertain you. As he retreated, a glimmer of determination ignited in Haochen's eyes. Chapter 11-13. Challenge of the Golden Immortal, Part 1. The third elder's gaze remained impassive as he observed the retreating Haochen, and his feet resumed their advance. Just as the third elder's foot struck the ground, Haochen's retreat came to an abrupt halt. With equal force, he slammed his foot down, unleashing a tremendous impact that shattered the hard stone floor into dust. With a sweep of his sleeve, the dust billowed around him, obscuring the view. A mere parlor trick. The enveloping dust, however, did not deter the third elder, who, with a cold chuckle, lunged forward. Just as he surged into the haze, a figure shot out like lightning from the swirling dust, making a hasty escape. Thinking to flee? Though the figure moved with remarkable speed, the third elder detected it immediately, sneering as he pivoted sharply. In the blink of an eye, he positioned himself behind the fleeing figure, his fiery hand crashing down upon its back. The force of the blow was formidable, sending Haochen hurtling through the air. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, he landed heavily several yards away, causing deep fissures to emerge in the hardened ground upon impact. On the viewing platform, many faces paled in shock. Baili Qianyan, covering her mouth in disbelief, had not anticipated Haochen would be so careless, granting the third elder an opportunity. As Haochen struggled to rise from the ground, the third elder swiftly appeared at his side, gripping Haochen's neck and lifting him slowly. He then spoke in a calm tone, "Surrender. If I truly wished to take your life, you would have already perished." Haochen found himself ensnared by the grip of the third elder, Guan Village, who clutched his neck, leaving him no choice but to retaliate with his feet. However, despite his pale visage, a peculiar smile emerged upon his face. 9 rounds. Haochen rasped. The third elder, taken aback by Haochen's proclamation, momentarily paused. Yet, before he could fully regain his composure, Haochen, held firmly by the neck, suddenly erupted, vanishing without a trace. This unexpected turn of events left the majority of onlookers in a state of shock, including the third elder himself, who stood frozen in disbelief. Then, as if jolted awake, he abruptly shifted his gaze towards the cloud of dust that lingered. The dust began to dissipate, revealing a faint silhouette gradually emerging. A familiar smile materialized before the spectators. Spirit clone. The third elder's expression darkened progressively, and after a brief pause, he finally uttered 4 words through gritted teeth. Observing the third elder's somber demeanor, Haochen couldn't help but smile in delight. This old fellow had finally fallen for his trick, ensnared by the blood-poisoned spirit clone, and he had fought so fiercely. On the viewing platform, Baili Yuntian nodded slowly, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. At this crucial moment, Haochen had cleverly diverted the third elder's attention. If the spirit clone had possessed even greater strength, it might have managed to last through 10 rounds. Beside him, Baili Qianyan let out a significant sigh of relief, then smiled faintly. This Haochen truly knows how to worry one. The third elder, Guan Village, glared at the smiling Haochen with a darkened expression. After a moment, he took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "I must admit, I underestimated you, but there is no need for such exuberance. There remains one final round, and this time, I shall not hold back. As his words hung in the air, a fierce glint flickered in the third elder's eyes. Clearly, the humiliation he endured at Haochen's hands was a blow to his pride. Suddenly, he conjured the infernal flame, transforming his once white hair into a striking azure hue. From a distance, he resembled a fearsome fire deity, exuding an intimidating presence. Observing this display, Bai Yuntian and others on the platform exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. Everyone present understood that the third elder had become enraged. However, in such a setting, to unleash such formidable powers against a junior was indeed excessive. This old fellow is becoming increasingly shameless. Bai Yuntian exclaimed in indignation, his voice carrying an unmistakable wrath, indicating that the master of the Zhongyuan sect was genuinely furious this time. The second elder opened his mouth to speak, but under the oppressive aura emanating from Bai Yuntian, he could only fall silent. He had not anticipated that the third elder would be pushed to such extremes by Haochen. Unbeknownst to Bai Yuntian, the third elder was equally consumed by anger. The fact that he had been bested by such a junior was difficult for him to accept, especially in front of so many witnesses. Under the influence of the infernal fire of the elder village, the very fabric of the world seemed to become tumultuous. In an instant, the elder's foot struck the ground with tremendous force, causing cracks to radiate outward like lightning from the point of impact. Subsequently, he propelled himself forward, transforming into a shadowy figure of azure hue, darting forth like a bolt of lightning. Within a breath, he materialized above Haochen, his terrifying visage now appearing even more menacing. The azure phantom palm, a manifestation of the infernal fire, was now enveloped in a blinding azure radiance, infused with an aura of dread. As it descended upon Haochen with furious intent. In response, Haochen lifted his gaze to meet the elder's ghastly countenance, a chilling smirk spreading across his face. With a graceful motion, a magnificent azure lotus sprang forth, capturing the attention of all present. The moment the lotus appeared, Bai Yuntian's expression shifted dramatically. In this perilous moment, Haochen chose to reveal his hidden card. The azure lotus began to rotate slowly before him, and with each turn, the surrounding space seemed to overflow with dark fissures, instilling a sense of dread. The emergence of the lotus signaled a sudden surge of chaotic energy in the atmosphere, accompanied by a rapid rise in temperature. This phenomenon caused the countenances of all witnesses to pale. Even Bai Yuntian could not hide his astonishment. Within the enigmatic azure lotus lay a terrifying force reminiscent of destruction, a power that felt eerily familiar to Bai Yuntian. In contemplation, his pupils constricted sharply. During the alchemical process, Haochen had commanded him to remove the infernal fire from the alchemical furnace, using this very fire as the source of energy. Bai Yuntian's complexion shifted at the sight of the lotus, as did the elders, who was closest to it, and felt the overwhelming force contained within. In the presence of this exquisite azure lotus, the elder of the Zhongyuan sect finally revealed a look of incredulity. He could not fathom how a mere celestial realm cultivator like Haochen could wield such terrifying energy that even he found shocking. Bai Yuntian suddenly shouted, "Reinforce the barrier. Onlookers, retreat 1,000 paces." He swiftly erected another barrier around the spectators. Chapter 11:14, Challenge of the Golden Immortal, Part 2. How can this be? The elder's eyes flickered with intensity, and moments later, he gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his gaze. Although Haotian's azure lotus was fearsome, his azure phantom palm was no mere trifling matter. The outcome of this confrontation remained uncertain. It must be acknowledged that the elder was a formidable opponent. At such a crucial moment, instead of being daunted by the displayed energy of the lotus, he erupted with even greater battle fervor. Fully aware that retreat would lead to certain defeat. Regardless of whether he could endure through 10 exchanges, a single misstep could lead to an exceedingly dire predicament. As such thoughts flickered through his mind, a fierce glint intensified in Wu Chen's eyes, the mighty celestial essence within him roaring forth like a torrential flood. In his hand, the demon slayer blossomed into a verdant lotus, within which faintly glimmered an enigmatic rune, elusive yet profound. The blinding azure light compelled many around him to hastily shut their eyes. Azure Shadow Palm. With a thunderous shout, the third elder, Guan Village, felt his aura surge explosively, his hands unexpectedly swelling with lightning speed. In but a fleeting moment, they transformed into a width of several feet, resembling a radiant shield emanating formidable brilliance. As this declaration echoed, the mysterious rune within Wu Chen's palm expanded alongside the azure lotus, the violent energy it harbored growing increasingly potent. The third elder had astonishingly unleashed the azure shadow palm. Observing the massive palm that had morphed into a shield, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. No one anticipated that what was merely a test of 10 rounds would escalate into such a fierce and genuine confrontation. They understood that at this moment, the third elder had summoned all the might of a mid-stage golden immortal. Yet, the instigator of this tumult was merely a young man at the early stage of a celestial immortal. This scene left many in a state of bewilderment. The chasm between the pinnacle of an early-stage celestial immortal and a mid-stage golden immortal was not one that could be measured by ordinary standards. Despite the third elder's unexpectedly formidable azure shadow palm, Haochen's expression remained unchanged. He harbored a deep disdain for the third elder's actions. Throughout the 10 rounds of the trial, Guan village had scarcely afforded him a moment of respite. Each encounter demanded his utmost effort, yet he remained resolute and unwavering. The third elder's tactics were evidently aimed at thwarting Haochen's acquisition of the earth flame ghost fire. Several times, his strikes had been excessively forceful. Had Haochen been lacking in ability, the outcome could have been dire. This approach compelled Haochen to resolutely employ the azure lotus. Eager to ascertain whether the earth flame ghost fire was superior or if the burning flame pill fire held the upper hand. Since you seek to impede my progress, you shall pay the price. With a fierce glimmer in his obsidian eyes, Haochen's thoughts coalesced, and the azure lotus surged forth. Go. At the instant the azure lotus left Haochen's hand, the third elder bellowed in anger. As his voice fell, the azure light of the azure shadow palm surged violently, and suddenly, the rune quivered and detached from the third elder's palm, transforming into a striking azure radiance that carried an energy so formidable it seemed to shake the very fabric of space, darting down like lightning. The two azure lights flashed past, under the watchful gaze of countless eyes. Boom! Like two meteors imbued with terrifying energy, they collided resoundingly between Guan village and Haochen. In that moment of impact, it felt as though the very heavens and earth had fallen silent. The expressions on countless faces appeared frozen at that instant. This eerie stillness lasted but a few breaths. Suddenly, a tempest of energy that instilled fear in even the strongest emerged from the explosion. Poof! An energy storm has just manifested, with its high-velocity rotation violently colliding against the bodies of Haochen and Guan Ziyuan. In that instant, both men were struck as if by a tremendous force, expelling blood from their mouths and sent hurtling backward like kites severed from their strings. They fell to the ground, sliding several dozen yards before gradually coming to a halt. The two were flung away, while the terrifying energy storm in the void continued to swell in magnitude. Flames raged skyward, causing the temperature in this realm to surge dramatically as the elemental energies of space became tumultuous. At this moment, none dared to recklessly assimilate such energies into their bodies. The colossal energy storm resembled a hurricane spanning the heavens and the earth. The violent pressure emanating from the tempest caused all present to pale in fear. Surrounding buildings in the plaza were almost entirely reduced to dust. Moreover, the shockwaves from the storm spread outward, ravaging distant woodlands, where some trees were snapped in half. This unforeseen situation made everyone from the Central Yuan sect gasp in shock. They sensed that even they, if drawn into the sky and confronted by this dreadful energy storm, would likely suffer severe consequences, if not death. Bai Li Yuntian's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated matters would escalate to this extent, as it was merely a trial. The commotion seemed poised to obliterate the entire Central Yuan sect. If this chaos were not swiftly contained, the sect would surely descend into utter disarray. After a moment of silent contemplation, Bai Li Yuntian could only exhale slowly, casting a fleeting glance at the second elder beside him. Under Bai Li Yuntian's gaze, the second elder shuddered slightly before a bitter smile crossed his face. He realized that today's events had likely infuriated Bai Li Yuntian beyond measure. Yet, as an elder, he had to step forward to address the situation, for the earth flame spectral fire was the sect's treasured possession. Bai Li Yuntian, undeterred by the second elder's rueful expression, took a deliberate step forward, his figure seemingly teleporting to the forefront of the colossal energy storm. With a delicate motion of his fingertips in the void before him, a massive spatial rift materialized. He plunged his hands into the inky blackness of the rift and then yanked forcefully. At this pull, the fabric of space was rent asunder by Li Yuntian, revealing a fissure several yards wide. From this crack emanated an unfathomable darkness, evoking a sense of foreboding in the heart. To tear apart space in such a manner was a feat likely achievable only by supreme beings of the celestial realm. For the spatial fabric of the celestial world is 100-fold more robust than that of other realms. In the Qian Yuan realm, with the strength of the nascent soul, one could traverse barriers at will, and with the power of a martial emperor at the transcendent stage, one could rend space. However, without the might of a celestial sovereign in the celestial realm, one could not breach its barriers or tear apart its dense spatial layers. Go, Li Yuntian commanded, extending his palm toward the enormous energy storm. With a vigorous sweep, the rapidly spinning tempest suddenly halted. With a forceful push from his hands, it was thrust directly into the dark rift. As the energy storm was pushed into the spatial rift, the fissure began to seal rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they vanished, along with the tumultuous energy unleashed during their fierce confrontation. Chapter 1115, 10 Rounds. As the violent aura dissipated, the numerous disciples of the Zhongyuan sect breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from their brows. They realized that had it not been for the intervention of their leader, this place would have likely been reduced to ruins. After propelling the energy storm into the rift of space, Li Yuntian exhaled deeply, concealing his slightly trembling hands within his robes. He was acutely aware that the Qingyu palm could not invoke such a terrifying energy storm. Thus, it appeared that this tempest was instigated by that mysterious Qinglian. This Haochen was indeed an extraordinary individual, capable of wielding such power from the Yaoa. Despite having controlled the Yenyu fire for many years, the Zhongyuan sect had never reached such heights. This youth was truly remarkable. With a sigh of admiration, Li Yuntian could not help but feel a pang of regret for such talent. However, upon reflection, he surmised that Haochen must have had a master guiding him, and a trace of disappointment flickered in his eyes. Hovering in the void, Li Yuntian cast his gaze downward, focusing on the space between Haochen and Guan village. At this moment, both had struggled to rise, exchanging weary glances. 10 rounds have passed. Guan village, you have lost, Li Yuntian stated calmly. Upon hearing Li Yuntian's words, the disheveled third elder Guan village was momentarily taken aback, then clenched his teeth in reluctant acceptance. He had not anticipated stumbling in such a manner, defeated by a junior. Yet, despite his unwillingness to concede, the terrifying energy storm conjured by Haochen instilled a chill within him. Had he been caught in its fury, he would likely have faced severe injuries today. Haochen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his complexion pale, yet tinged with fervor. In the past, the Danflame fire, Danyan fire, and Dan burning fire, prior to their fusion, had been incapable of threatening a celestial being at the golden immortal level. However, now, having fused to form the burning flame, their power had significantly amplified. This meant that in future encounters with adversaries of this caliber, Haochen had gained an additional trump card. Li Yuntian turned his gaze to Haochen, offering a slight smile, his tone softening. Since Third Elder Guan village has conceded, according to our agreement, the Yenyu fire is destined to be yours. Congratulations. Haochen felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing Li Yuntian's words. A smile of uncontainable joy graced his face as he respectfully clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sect leader Li." Li Yuntian waved his hand dismissively. "This is entirely due to your own prowess. My assistance was minimal. The trial of 10 rounds was solely borne by Haochen's strength. Candidly, Li Yuntian had not contributed much at all. Sect leader Li is too modest. Without your guidance, this trial may not have even existed." Haochen replied with a smile, feeling positively inclined towards Li Yuntian. This man possessed unfathomable strength, yet lacked the arrogance typically found in celestial sovereigns, standing in stark contrast to the aloof demeanor of the Eagle Fortress's leader. Li Yuntian chuckled lightly, choosing not to engage in further debate with Haochen. He turned to face the second elder, Ling Kong, and inquired with a calm demeanor, "Second elder, now that the assessment has been successfully passed, do you have any objections?" Upon hearing this, the second elder could only manage a wry smile, followed by a resigned nod, stating, "Since Haochen has fulfilled the agreement and passed the test, I shall refrain from further comment. Let it be as the sect master wishes." Noticing that the second elder had no further remarks, Li Yuntian's expression softened slightly as he surveyed the surroundings and announced, "Everyone, disperse." At his words, the disciples of the Zhongyuan sect withdrew their gaze from Haochen, engaging in hushed conversations as they gradually retreated. Faintly, sounds of astonishment echoed from a distance, clearly indicating that Haochen's performance had left them utterly astounded. The third elder, Guan Siyuan, stood amidst the disarray of the plaza, his expression fluctuating between gloom and irritation. After a moment of hesitation, he could only begrudgingly flick his sleeve and cast a fierce glare at Haochen, finally choosing to remain silent on the matter. With no one left to oppose, Bailey Yuntian turned his gaze towards Haochen and smiled. "Come with me." Before his words had fully settled, he pivoted and led the way deeper into the canyon. Bailey Qianyan hastened to follow, while Haochen paused briefly before quickly trailing after her. The Di Yin Yu Hua, a top-tier secret technique of the Zhongyuan sect, was typically housed within the sect's treasury. As Bailey Qianyan walked alongside Haochen, she quietly explained the significance of their destination. Haochen smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. "By the way, Haochen, what level of spell was that Qinglian you just cast? Why was its power so formidable?" Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Bailey Qianyan finally inquired after some moments of hesitation. At her question, Bailey Yuntian, who walked ahead, momentarily slowed his pace. Haochen responded with a faint smile, casually remarking, "The Qinglian is merely a manifestation of a fire source. I merely condensed it with Yaowa, hence its considerable power. However, it also demands a significant amount of energy." The burning flame fire was now Haochen's trump card. Within the space of the teleportation passage, relying on a stroke of luck, he fused various types of primordial Yao. He combined the Danyan fire, Danhua fire, and Danfen fire with the primordial beast fire from the cores of magical beasts. Subsequently, he merged these three types of primordial fires, culminating in the creation of the burning flame fire. The amalgamated burning flame fire was undoubtedly growing stronger, and its effects were continually refined through Haochen's clashes with the third elder, Guan Siyuan. Therefore, Haochen was reluctant to divulge too much about the burning flame fire to outsiders. Even though he held a favorable view of both Bailey Qianyan and Bailey Yuntian, revealing such secrets was out of the question. Despite Bailey Qianyan's dissatisfaction with his response, she was not foolish and opted not to press further. With a playful laugh, she shifted the topic of conversation. As Bailey Qianyan and Haochen conversed, the path beneath their feet seemed to shorten considerably. It was only when Haochen noticed Bailey Yuntian suddenly halt that he lifted his gaze. At this moment, at the end of the narrow path, there stands a pavilion cloaked amidst lush woodlands. Boldly inscribed above the entrance are three robust characters: Treasure Pavilion. This is the Treasure Pavilion of the Zhongyuan sect, a place ordinarily barred to the uninvited. Bailey Qianyan elaborated beside Haochen. Haochen nodded slightly, his gaze subtly sweeping through the surrounding trees. He could faintly sense a formidable presence lurking here, evidently a powerful guardian safeguarding the pavilion. Chapter 11:16, Wishes Fulfilled, Part 1. The Earth Flame Spectre, a treasure of the Zhongyuan sect, lies enshrined here, holding the essence of the Earth Flame Spectre. Only in this sanctum can one receive the most complete inheritance, Bailey Yuntian remarked to Haochen. No sooner had his words faded than he advanced towards the pavilion. Seeing this, Haochen hastily followed suit without hesitation. As the trio halted before the entrance of the pavilion, three figures suddenly emerged from the shadows nearby. Three elders clad in crimson robes bowed respectfully to Bailey Yuntian. "Esteemed elders, please unlock the treasure pavilion." Bailey Yuntian gestured with a wave of his hand, his tone composed. Upon hearing this, the three elders, whose presence radiated an overwhelming aura, cast a brief glance at Haochen before simultaneously forming intricate hand seals. Runes cascaded from their hands, striking the tightly sealed doors of the pavilion. As their magical energy flowed into the doors, violent ripples surged across the surface, and the doors gradually swung open. "Follow me." With the doors now ajar, Bailey Yuntian stepped into the pavilion, and Haochen, along with Qianyan, swiftly followed. Inside the treasure pavilion, rows of meticulously arranged shelves brimmed with an array of peculiar treasures, dazzling to behold. However, Haochen's consciousness did not linger here. He trailed closely behind by Li Yuntian, making his way downwards. The underground of the pavilion held another realm. Following by Li Yuntian, Haochen and Qianyan descended for what felt like the duration of a fragrant incense stick before they finally paused. Before them lay a stone chamber hall, expansive in its 10 width, appearing quite spacious at first glance. Moonlight stones embedded in the walls illuminated the hall as brightly as day. In each corner of the hall, vibrant beams of light flickered, intertwining and sealing the space within the stone chamber. Clearly, everything here was safeguarded by a special protective barrier. Do not touch anything here. It may lead to unforeseen complications. Bai Li Yuntian cautioned the two behind him. He then deftly maneuvered past concealed traps, advancing towards the center of the stone chamber. With a swift hand seal, a section of the floor suddenly revealed a hidden pit. A three-zhang stone platform slowly rose from below, enveloped in a swirling azure glow. Bai Li Yuntian quickly located the mechanism atop the platform, abruptly deactivating the protective shield. The azure light gradually faded, unveiling a sealed azure flame. Suspended above the stone platform, the flame appeared ethereal, its hue a deep azure. A glance within the sealing barrier revealed a myriad of mysterious runes, rendering it extraordinarily captivating. This is the earth flame specter treasured by the Zhongyuan sect. Not only is it the most complete source of the earth flame's ethereal fire, but it also encompasses the improvements made by the ancestors of the Zhongyuan sect over generations, along with their extensive experiences in refining it, as explained softly by Bai Li Yuntian. Upon hearing this, a flicker of desire surged within Haochen's eyes, catching him somewhat off guard. Initially, he had thought that Bai Li Yuntian would merely grant him a wisp of the earth flame's ethereal fire. However, he had not anticipated that he would be invited to receive such a secretive transmission of knowledge. This would not only allow him to acquire the earth flame, but also to comprehend the wisdom of the ancestors of the Zhongyuan sect. Perhaps in the future, he could refine the earth flame even more perfectly with his own capabilities. Thank you. Haochen inhaled deeply, solemnly clasping his fists in gratitude towards Bai Li Yuntian. You have saved Qianyan's life. This is but a small recompense from me, for she is my only daughter. Bai Li Yuntian waved his hand dismissively and continued, Now, merge your consciousness with it, and you will receive the transmission of the earth flame's ethereal fire. However, as this is the forbidden area of the Zhongyuan sect, I shall remain here to guard it. To this, Haochen had no objections. The treasure vault was of utmost importance to any faction. Bai Li Yuntian's willingness to allow him entry was already a considerable favor. Stepping forward slowly, Haochen exhaled softly, placing his hands gently upon the barrier of the earth flame's ethereal fire. He then gradually closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to seep into the barrier. As soon as his consciousness entered the barrier, his body trembled violently. A thunderous roar echoed within his sea of consciousness, and an immense torrent of information surged in like a tidal wave, overwhelming Haochen's awareness. The magnitude of this information was so vast that even Haochen's formidable sea of consciousness felt dizzying. Yet, as Haochen's eyes remained shut, he remained oblivious to the fact that the moment his consciousness surged into the barrier of the earth flame's ethereal fire, an extraordinarily brilliant azure radiance erupted within. The intensity of this azure light enveloped the entire stone chamber. Both Bai Li Yuntian and Bai Li Qianyan, standing beside Haochen, were rendered speechless by this sudden phenomenon. Gasp! The two exchanged glances, drawing in a sharp breath. This so-called transmission of the earth flame's ethereal fire had a testing effect during the process. Those with high innate talent in this secret method could cause the barrier to emit dazzling azure light. When Bai Li Qianyan had once received the transmission, a similar change had occurred. However, compared to the azure light Haochen was now generating, the difference was akin to that between a firefly and the full moon. No wonder Bai Li Qianyan murmured to herself as astonishment washed over her. It dawned on her why Haochen had claimed that the earth flame's ethereal fire was exceptionally suited for his cultivation. At the time, she had thought it was merely a casual remark. Now, she realized that the earth flame seemed tailor-made for this individual. The astonishment in Bai Li Yuntian's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a trace of regret. Alas, if this child were a disciple of the Zhongyuan sect, we might witness the emergence of another extraordinary figure akin to the legendary ancestor of Zhongyuan. The legendary ancestor of Zhongyuan? Beside him, Bai Li Qianyan paused slightly, puzzled by Bai Li Yuntian's murmurs. In response to her curiosity, Bai Li Yuntian smiled, glancing at the inheritor, Haochen, before placing his hands behind his back and gazing into the void. A hint of reverence shimmered in his eyes as he spoke of the revered ancestor of the Zhongyuan sect, the founder of their lineage. However, the passage of time had caused many to forget this once mighty figure who had once instilled fear across the entire immortal domain. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Qianyan could not help but click her tongue in astonishment. This was the first time she had heard of the so-called Zhongyuan ancestor, and it was evident that the gap of time had indeed been extensive. Was the Zhongyuan ancestor truly powerful? She inquired with curiosity, clearly intrigued by this legendary individual. More than just powerful, Bai Li Yuntian replied slowly. In that era, there were 7 supreme beings in the immortal Yuan realm, each representing the pinnacle of power. The Zhongyuan ancestor was one among them, all of whom were of the immortal emperor caliber. They were merely a step away from the legendary immortal sovereign level. His voice conveyed a deep respect for the supreme beings of that age. Bai Li Qianyan's exquisite face was filled with shock upon hearing this title. It required no embellishment to wield immense pressure, rendering all beneath it as insignificant as ants. Who were the other 6 supreme beings? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Bai Li Yuntian appeared contemplative, and after a moment, he replied, due to the passage of time, the specifics of the other 6 remain unclear. However, I can recall their names: Dong Huang, Yu Huang, Shi Huang, Hao Tian, and Yuan Huang, each representing the true pinnacle of power in the present day. Bai Li Qianyan expressed her astonishment, then curiously asked, what about the 7th? Which faction did he belong to? Could it be Qianyuan sect or Dan City? Bai Li Yuntian shook his head slowly, a hint of confusion crossing his brow. This individual seems not to belong to any prominent faction. Yet, I distinctly remember his name because, according to ancestral records, he shared a good rapport with the Zhongyuan ancestor. It is said that the Earth Flame Ghost Fire was crafted through his fusion and refinement. Earth Flame Ghost Fire was actually created by that supreme being? Bai Li Qianyan gasped in surprise, her mouth agape in disbelief. Such is the record of our ancestry. Bai Li Yuntian nodded. The truth is hard to ascertain after such a long time. What was the name of this mysterious supreme being? Bai Li Qianyan pressed on, her curiosity intensifying. Bai Li Yuntian pondered for a moment before replying uncertainly. I believe it was Hao Yin, known as the Flame Emperor. Alas, I have not perused those ancestral records in many years, so my recollection may be hazy. In that era, the strength of the Zhongyuan sect was by no means inferior to the top factions like Dan City. It is a pity that the Zhongyuan sect has not produced another figure comparable to the ancestors since then, Bai Li Yuntian concluded with a sigh. Hao Yin muttered to himself for a moment, then cast a sly glance at the closed-eyed Haochen beside him, laughingly remarking, Haochen also bears the surname Hao. Could it be that he shares some connection with the esteemed elder Hao Yin? Upon hearing this, Bai Li Yuntian was momentarily taken aback, then burst into a chuckle, saying, in this world, those with the surname Hao are as numerous as the stars in the sky. If we were to follow your logic, wouldn't that imply that everyone is related to the esteemed elder Hao Yin? Bai Li Qianyan playfully stuck out her tongue. Her comment was made in jest, and she certainly did not hold such a belief. However, when her father compared Hao Chun to the revered ancestor of the Zhongyuan sect, she could not help but ponder whether that was too lofty a comparison. Although Bai Li Qianyan held a favorable view of Hao Chun, she believed that he was still vastly inferior when held against the formidable figures of that era. Do not underestimate this individual, she mused. I have an inkling that Hao Chun is extraordinary. The brilliance of that blue lotus fire leaves me in awe. Moreover, at merely 20-some years of age, he has achieved remarkable feats in both alchemy and spellcraft. Such talent is something you cannot hope to match. Bai Li Yuntian's gaze shifted toward the meditative Hao Chun. His eyes filled with both admiration for the gifted and a sense of melancholy. What a prodigy! Bai Li Qianyan pouted slightly, feeling somewhat begrudged. Yet the undeniable evidence of Hao Chen's talent left her with no choice but to mutter in agreement. Had it not been for Hao Chen's battle with Elder San, she might have felt confident in challenging him. However, after witnessing Hao Chun wield the blue lotus fire, she had completely abandoned the thought, for she knew that facing that flame would spell her certain demise. A young talent of such caliber, yet not a member of our Zhongyuan sect. How can one not lament? Bai Li Yuntian sighed deeply, choosing not to elaborate further. With a flick of his sleeve, he brushed away the dust on the ground and settled into a meditative position, prepared to await Hao Chen's awakening. Observing this, Bai Li Qianyan retrieved a cushion from her storage ring and sat down beside him. The two remained in silence for nearly an entire day. During this time, Hao Chun's body remained motionless, like a statue, were it not for his steady breath. Even Bai Li Yuntian might have wondered whether something had gone awry during Hao Chun's inheritance. In the vast underground stone hall of the treasure vault, the sealed earth flame ghost fire continuously emitted a dazzling blue glow, illuminating the chamber in its ethereal radiance. Beside the fire, Haochen maintained a posture with his hands extended, though a faint blue glow seemed to flow across his skin, presenting an aura of mystery. Why has he not yet achieved enlightenment? Bai Li Qian mused aloud, resting her delicate hand against her cheek as she gazed at the motionless Haochen. When I achieved my enlightenment, it took only an hour. You, in your eagerness to be lazy, failed to absorb all the experiences sealed within the barrier. While Haochen opted to take in everything, Bai Li Yuntian replied nonchalantly, once I've digested the experiences I've absorbed, I can always return here to continue my learning. Bai Li Qian retorted playfully, her tongue flicking out in a teasing manner as she smiled. Alas, I find myself at a loss with you. Your talents are indeed formidable. If you were to apply yourself diligently, the position of the leader of the Zhongyuan sect would surely be yours in the future. Furthermore, possessing sufficient capability would render even those tedious elders you despise unable to nag you any longer. Bai Li Yuntian shook his head in resignation, expressing his sentiments. Bai Li Qianyin quickly nodded in agreement, seemingly fearful that Bai Li Yuntian would continue his lengthy discourse. With a scoff, Bai Li Yuntian, witnessing the reaction, shook his head in futility. His expression suddenly shifted as he turned towards the boundary of the earth flame ghost fire, noticing the azure light of the barrier swiftly dissipating. In contrast, Haochen was enveloped in a brilliant azure glow. After a brief moment, he slowly opened his eyes. Awakened? Upon seeing Haochen's eyes open, Bai Li Yuntian hastily rose to inquire. Haochen's body remained still, as if he were still processing the vast influx of information within his consciousness. After a moment, a tremor coursed through Haochen's form, invigorating his previously listless demeanor. Turning his gaze towards Bai Li Yuntian, Haochen smiled and nodded, then clasped his fists in respectful gratitude. Thank you, sect leader Bai Li, for your generous gift. Haochen understood that receiving such a legacy would undoubtedly be of immense benefit to him, and although his relationship with Bai Li Yuntian was not particularly close, the latter's actions warranted such a formal expression of thanks. In response to Haochen's gratitude, Bai Li Yuntian waved his hand nonchalantly, smiling as he remarked, You must have successfully absorbed the legacy of the earth flame ghost fire? Haochen nodded with a smile, and with a thought. An intricate cultivation method materialized within his consciousness, revealing the essence of the earth flame ghost fire's legacy. At that moment, Haochen felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. With the source of the earth flame ghost fire now in his possession, his strength would ascend with remarkable swiftness. Chapter 11:18 Wishes Fulfilled, Part 3. While the earth flame ghost fire could significantly enhance one's power in a short time, its energy was exceedingly volatile, necessitating utmost caution during manipulation, Bai Li Yuntian advised. He was well acquainted with the characteristics of the earth flame ghost fire, having cultivated it for many years and mastered the control of such unruly energy. Since you have obtained the legacy of the earth flame ghost fire, let us depart from this place, Bai Li Yuntian suggested with a smile. He then reactivated the array mechanism to securely store the earth flame ghost fire underground before leaving the stone chamber. Haochen followed closely behind Bai Li Qianyin. Upon exiting the treasure pavilion, the refreshing air greeted Haochen, lifting his spirits considerably. Sect leader Bai Li, I have imposed upon you for quite some time. With the Dam Master competition approaching, I must take my leave today. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out, Haochen declared. Realizing that with the earth flame ghost fire now acquired, lingering at Zhongyuan sect held little meaning for him. Are you departing? Bai Li Yuntian, wishing to retain him for a moment longer, could only sigh in resignation. After a brief pause, he nodded and said, I imagine you must have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall not insist. However, remember this, the earth flame ghost fire must not be divulged to anyone else. He chuckled, assuring the leader of the Bai Li clan, rest assured, Haochen is not one to be oblivious to the circumstances. Haochen smiled and nodded, fully understanding the nuances of the etiquette involved. Bai Li Yuntian returned the smile, placing a comforting hand on Haochen's shoulder, and remarked, in the future, should you find the time, you are welcome to visit the Zhongyuan sect. As long as I, Bai Li, remain the leader of the Zhongyuan sect, you, Haochen, shall always be a distinguished guest here. Grateful for Bai Li Yuntian's kindness, Haochen offered a slight smile and clasped his fists in acknowledgement, then soared into the air, heading straight for the mouth of the gorge, swiftly darting away. As he exited the gorge of the Zhongyuan sect, Haochen did not linger, but rather hastened towards the direction of Mist City. Along the journey, his mind continually replayed the cultivation methods of the Earth Flame Spectre. The Earth Flame Spectre was a treasure of the Zhongyuan sect, yet its unique nature rendered its true value difficult to assess. After all, in the hands of some, it was rendered utterly worthless. Conversely, in the possession of formidable individuals with multiple powerful techniques, its unleashed might could easily rival that of other high-tier treasures. Fortuitously, Haochen belonged to the latter category, endowed with various flames such as the pill flame, the alchemical flame, the incinerating flame, and the demonic flame. This fortunate alignment allowed him to elevate the Earth Flame Spectre to its zenith, exactly as Bai Li Qianyan had indicated. It seemed tailor-made for him. If, during combat, he could unleash several exotic flames simultaneously, the resulting augmentation of power would undoubtedly be terrifyingly immense. Haochen envisioned that should he fully cultivate the Earth Flame Spectre to its ultimate form, and if it were to erupt in tandem with the incinerating flame, the resulting energy would be exceedingly ferocious. He pondered the potential magnitude of their fusion, heavenly fire and earthly fire in perfect harmony, wondering what kind of level that might achieve. It seemed unlikely that even his current physical strength would be able to withstand such a force. A contemplative look crossed Haochen's face. After all, the flames within him were no ordinary ones, but rather the celestial fire of the Do Shui, revered as the sovereign of all flames. With the three pill flames as a foundation, if the incinerating flame were to merge with the Earth Flame Spectre, it was likely that no one in the Zhongyuan sect had ever reached such a pinnacle. Even if they possessed the ability to refine the Earth Flame Spectre, they lacked the enigmatic Do Shui's pill flames. Moreover, who would dare to merge all three pill flames into one and simultaneously incorporate the Earth Flame Spectre into their being? It seemed that even if the incinerating flame and the Earth Flame Spectre were to fuse, one could not wield it lightly without risking severe harm to their body. Haochen sighed lightly. Indeed, every advantage carries its drawbacks. Nevertheless, regardless of the complexities, he now possessed an additional card up his sleeve. In future confrontations, the simultaneous emergence of heavenly and earthly flames would undoubtedly astonish all who witnessed it. With these thoughts, Haochen gradually refocused his mind. Gazing into the distance, one can faintly discern the silhouette of a city emerging from the far horizon. Suddenly, the pace accelerates, transforming into a streak of light that swiftly traverses the sky. Racing towards the distant metropolis, Haochen glides down from the heavens, entering the Mist City. He descends in a secluded area on the western outskirts of the city, discerning the location of the Han family, before proceeding with measured steps. After the span of an incense stick, Haochen arrives at the entrance of the Han family's residence. As he appears, before he can utter a word, several guards stationed at the entrance hastily approach him, bowing deeply and respectfully inquiring, "Are you Master Zilin?" This unexpected scene momentarily startles Haochen, for he is unaware that his reputation has spread like wildfire throughout Mist City. Everyone knows that the Han family boasts a young alchemist. Though somewhat puzzled, Haochen maintains a smile and nods. Upon seeing his acknowledgement, the guards' reverence intensifies. One among them quickly dispatches a messenger to notify Han Linfeng and others, while he personally guides Haochen into the Han residence. Upon entering, Haochen is met by the hurried approach of Han Linfeng and Han Yu, alongside other senior members of the Han family, who have come to welcome him. "You have finally returned. We were worried something had happened at the Zhongyuan gate," Han Linfeng exclaims, visibly relieved upon confirming Haochen's well-being. Haochen smiles and replies, "There was nothing amiss. I simply spent some time assisting with alchemy at the Zhongyuan gate. That is a relief. However, our Han family has become quite lively lately. Thanks to you." Han Linfeng chuckles. "What is the matter?" Haochen inquires, curiosity piqued. "Many factions have learned of our family's second-grade alchemist. Consequently, they seek to cultivate good relations with us, hoping to connect with you, our young alchemist," Han Linfeng explains. "Ah, so the alchemists are indeed in high demand." Han Yu chimes in, a hint of envy gracing her expression. "Indeed, numerous powerful factions have come, eager to see if they can persuade you to become a patron within their ranks." Han Linfeng continues with a smile. "Becoming a patron is unnecessary. I have no desire to spend my life crafting elixirs for others." Haochen shakes his head with a chuckle. "Well, we anticipated you would not relish such an arrangement. Thus we have made excuses to decline. Such matters, if mishandled, could indeed breed resentment." Han Linfeng nods in understanding. Haochen smiles faintly before steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. Hanyu, I have already lingered here for several days. With the alchemist competition approaching, I wish to head directly to Dan City. Chapter 11:19. Unexpected news. Seeing that Haochen is resolute in his decision to depart the Han family, Han Linfeng refrains from further discussion. He retrieves a map from his storage ring and hands it to Haochen, saying, "This is a map of the central region. It will be helpful for your journey." Haochen accepts the map with a nod, appreciating its utility in preventing any misdirection during his travels. "When do you plan to set off?" Han Linfeng inquires. "Right now?" Haochen replies firmly, for with the competition imminent, he finds no inclination to linger any longer. It is imperative to locate the members of the Alchemist Guild in Haochen City as swiftly as possible to obtain information pertinent to the competition. "I will accompany you," Hanyu exclaimed eagerly. She worked at the Alchemist Association and needed to return to report the situation. Upon hearing this, Han Linfeng opened his mouth, only to manage a wry smile and nod in agreement, saying, "Very well. I shall arrange for your transportation at once." With a wave of his hand, he summoned a guard and whispered a few instructions. The guard quickly took his leave. "Remember to exercise caution in Dan City. It is a place where both dragons and snakes intermingle, and there are many formidable individuals. Should you encounter any trouble, consult Hanyu. She undoubtedly possesses more connections within the Alchemist Association than you do. If all else fails, come to Mist City. Even though my Han family lacks great strength, we will do our utmost to protect you." As he watched the guard hasten away, Han Linfeng turned to the solemnly poised Haochen and spoke earnestly. Hearing his words, a smile crept across Haochen's face as he nodded slightly. He was aware that such occurrences were exceedingly unlikely. Even if they did transpire, he would be unable to resolve the predicament himself. Coming to Mist City would only lead misfortune to the Han family without yielding any beneficial outcome. In the expansive central square of Mist City, the teleportation array spun slowly, emanating astonishing spatial fluctuations. Before the array, Haochen received a teleportation token from Han Linfeng and, with a respectful clasp of his fists towards the Han family members, remarked, "Once I resolve the matter, I shall surely return to Mist City when time permits." The journey to Dan City required a transfer, approximately 7 days in total. Han Linfeng smiled and replied, "Take care." Haochen smiled back and solemnly clasped his fists in response. "Take care." With that, Haochen hesitated no longer and turned to enter the teleportation array alongside Hanyu, exuding a sense of carefree determination. Observing the figures of Haochen and Hanyu gradually fade into the spatial passage, Han Linfeng sighed softly, exchanging glances with two elders of the clan, sharing a resigned smile. They understood that Haochen was bound to make a name for himself in Dan City. "This fellow, no matter how hard I chase, always stays ahead of me." Sigh. Encountering such a prodigy truly diminishes my confidence. While Hanyu traveled with Haochen through the teleportation array, her speed paled in comparison to his. After the transfer, within the teleportation space, Haochen remained seated in meditation, his expression grave. He sensed an ominous premonition that the journey to Dan City would not be an easy one. His gaze flickered rapidly. In the highly competitive Dan City, he would be facing the celestial alchemists from the 5 realms of the immortal world. He needed to exert his utmost effort in the competition. Only through achieving fame in battle could he establish a foothold in the immortal realm. The infernal fire also needed to be refined during the journey. Although time was of the essence, he was fortunate to have accepted the inheritance. Otherwise, even he would find it challenging to grasp the initial stages of refinement within such a short period. Taking a deep breath, Haochen's demeanor gradually turned somber. He slowly closed his eyes, and in his mind, the mysterious method of fire control surged forth once more. Before the gates of the Central Yuan sect, the sudden upheaval made Haochen acutely aware of the significance of strength. Thus, he resolved to exhaust every possible means to augment his hidden capabilities and overall power. Within the spatial passage, time slipped away like grains of sand through one's fingers. During the days spent on this journey, Haochen's mind became entirely immersed in the refinement of the earth flame and the control of fire. This particular esoteric technique was originally quite challenging to master. However, thanks to his years of cultivating the Duality fire, Haochen had already attained an exceptional understanding of fire manipulation. Coupled with the inheritance he had received, he was able to bypass many of the pitfalls encountered during training, guided by the collective wisdom of the predecessors within the Central Yuan sect. Under these advantageous circumstances, his progress in cultivating the golden-hued earth flame was remarkably swift. In the span of 7 days, his training seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. When Haochen finally opened his eyes, he beheld, in the distance, a silver halo, from which surged a profound spatial disturbance. Had he arrived at Dan City? He exhaled deeply, rising to his feet as the azure glow enveloping his body gradually receded. Dan City, here I come. Before him lay a vast and expansive stone platform. The spatial quality of this plaza was distinctly different from elsewhere. It emanated an unusual turbulence. The broad expanse of space twisted grotesquely, with dark fissures subtly spreading throughout. In this distorted realm, silver light erupted intermittently, and with each flash, numerous figures were expelled from the void, landing upon the plaza below. This place was indeed the focal point of the teleportation array. Another flash of silver light illuminated the twisted space, and 2 figures swiftly emerged. They alighted gently upon the plaza, having been ejected from the warped dimension. These figures were none other than Haochen and Hanyu, who had journeyed from Mist City. Upon touching down, Haochen exhaled in relief. His gaze swept across the surroundings, and upon observing the plaza, a look of astonishment crossed his features. So this is Dan City? Truly worthy of being the epicenter of the immortal Yuan realm, the teleportation point exudes such grandeur. As his eyes roamed over the bustling plaza, Haochen noticed numerous figures clad in the robes of alchemists. He could not help but inwardly marvel. Indeed, in Dan City, the alchemists, who were quite rare elsewhere, did not stand out here. Recent news from Dan City indicated that the Huayu sect in the frozen wasteland was offering an exorbitant bounty for the whereabouts of the white-clad witch. Those who could provide her location would be richly rewarded by the Huayu sect. Just as Haochen pondered this intriguing information, a voice suddenly broke forth from the teleportation plaza, causing his expression to shift slightly. Turning towards the source of the sound, he beheld a ragged, white-haired beggar affixed to the edge of the plaza, posting images on the information board. Surrounding him was a throng of curious onlookers, evidently intrigued by the beggar's mention of the white-clad witch. The atmosphere around Haochen was somewhat somber. Could this so-called white-clad witch be Yuan? It seemed he had arrived at the Ziwei courtyard of the immortal domain. Stirring up trouble. Chapter 1120. 1,000 Miles of Rescue. Part 1. Haochen's gaze flickered slightly as he approached the white-haired, ragged old beggar. With a subtle motion of his hand, a force emerged, drawing the image from the beggar's grasp into his own. A glance revealed a portrait of a woman, slightly blurred, yet unmistakably depicting Yuan. The resemblance to Yu Bixia was striking, had she not been in the jade pendant space. Haochen would have undoubtedly mistaken this woman for the 7th princess. Ah, my young friend, you must be new to Dan City, the beggar said with a somewhat obsequious grin. This white-clad which has been indiscriminately slaughtering innocents on the icy plains, targeting the trial disciples of various factions as her prey. This has caused quite a stir, prompting many forces to unite against her, yet she always manages to escape. The ragged old beggar, though lacking in strength, possessed keen insight and discernment. He could tell at a glance that the young man before him was not someone to be trifled with. Haochen tightened his grip on the portrait and turned his gaze back to the disheveled elder, inquiring with a calm demeanor, "Elder, I wish to know the details of this matter." As he spoke, he casually handed several celestial essence stones to the old beggar. The beggar's face lit up with delight as he accepted the celestial stones, his obsequiousness intensifying. He whispered eagerly, "What I speak of is the secret of the Huayu sect." Haochen then produced 10 more celestial essence stones, placing them in the beggar's hands. As I understand it, this woman, after slaying the disciples of the Huayu sect and various factions on the icy plains alongside a middle-aged man, subsequently made her way to the immortal domain. In pursuit of treasures within the ancient stronghold on the icy plains, she had allied with this middle-aged man, leading to the massacre of hundreds of disciples from the Huayu sect and Blood Shadow sect. When the white-clad witch emerged from the ruins of the ancient stronghold, the middle-aged man was nowhere to be found. The Huayu sect suspects that the white-clad witch, driven by a desire to monopolize the treasures, assassinated the middle-aged man. This man possessed the Huayu sect's supreme secret technique, the celestial transformation technique, which led to the witch's hasty retreat after eliminating him. Years ago, disciples of the Huayu sect, establishing their influence in Chuqing, unexpectedly discovered the whereabouts of the white-clad witch, resulting in a fierce battle. This battle was quite notable, with participants boasting celestial-level power. The beggar continued. Haochen's voice grew somber as he inquired, what was the outcome? The white-clad witch was no easy opponent. Even the 7 celestial experts of the Huayu sect could not capture her. In the midst of the encirclement, she managed to kill many of them and successfully escaped from the grasp of the sect's protector, Uni, who was a formidable figure, a half-step golden immortal. However, according to reports, although she evaded capture, she was struck by Uni's ice palm and is now gravely injured. Thus, the Huayu sect scoured the land, offering exorbitant rewards for any valuable information regarding the elusive white-clad demoness, as recounted tirelessly by the aged beggar with white hair. In the depths of his dark, brooding eyes, a chill intensified as he slowly inquired, where was the siege on the white-clad demoness in Chuching? In the Valley of Immortal Souls in Chuching. Though it is now largely encircled by the remnants of the Huayu sect, the beggar replied. They suspect that the white-clad demoness has not fled far. Yet after such a prolonged search, no news has surfaced. I believe that the most perilous locations harbor the greatest safety. Hence, the white-clad demoness must still be recuperating there. The beggar asserted resolutely. Is it solely the Huayu sect pursuing the capture of the white-clad demoness? Initially, many factions intended to take action, but subsequently, numerous members of the Huayu sect fell victim to the white-clad demoness. Consequently, they have declared their intent to capture her, while others remain merely watchful in the shadows. Thus, it is only the Huayu sect that continues its relentless hunt for the white-clad demoness in Chuching. With a detached nod, Haochen allowed the image in his palm to transform into a cloud of ashes that drifted downwards. Abruptly, he tossed a storage pouch to the white-haired beggar and turned away, striding toward the outskirts of the teleportation plaza. As the beggar watched Haochen depart, a peculiar smile crossed his face before he too exited the plaza. While Haochen conversed with the beggar, Hanyu sought the cloud carriage. Upon seeing Haochen approaching, she moved closer, inviting him to join her on the journey to the Alchemist Association. Hanyu, you should return to the Alchemist Association first. I have matters to attend to and shall not accompany you, Haochen stated as she approached. Very well. I will return to the Alchemist Association and await your arrival there, she replied, boarding the cloud carriage and departing. Once Hanyu was out of sight, Haochen made his way to the edge of the plaza. He retrieved the map gifted by Han Linfeng from his storage ring, scrutinizing it closely to ascertain his bearings before directing his gaze northward. In either Chuching or the Valley of Immortal Souls, both lie in this direction. However, I should be able to reach the valley within a day from Chuching. It seems I must hasten my journey, as previously mentioned. The situation of the white-clad demoness may not be favorable, Haochen murmured to himself. To capture the white-clad demoness, it appears the Huayu sect has exhausted all possible means. Should anything befall Bixia, her sister, I shall hold you accountable. With this thought, a murderous intent surged within Haochen's dark eyes. In a fervent desire to rescue, Haochen stamped his foot forcefully against the ground, propelling himself into the sky. He transformed into a streak of radiant light, darting toward the northern horizon. Chuching was not far from his current location, merely a day's journey. However, he paused at several towns along the way to gather exotic fire sources. It must be said that the Dan region truly deserved its reputation as the center of the Ziwei celestial domain and even the celestial realm itself. Here, everything was far more accessible than elsewhere, provided one possessed sufficient celestial essence stones or items of interest to others in exchange. As he journeyed forth, Haochen paused at 3 cities, unexpectedly reaping a bountiful harvest. He acquired over a dozen varieties of exotic flames, alongside a significant collection of materials essential for alchemical concoctions. This abundant return eased the somber expression on Haochen's face, if only slightly. During his travels, he seized every opportunity to absorb the diverse sources of these extraordinary flames, reserving one particularly unique flame for future use. The remainder were wholly integrated into his being, merging into his starry dantian, within the azure lotus of the burning flame pill, invigorating the lotus further. Upon merging the last exotic flame into the azure lotus, a lush forest emerged on the horizon. The Valley of Immortal Souls, nestled in the northern reaches of this verdant expanse, boasted an extraordinarily intricate terrain. The land appeared as if cleaved by celestial swords, resulting in countless fissures, each nearly 1,000 feet in length. Moreover, the depths of these ravines were unfathomable, shrouded in toxic mists, teeming with numerous deadly creatures, rendering the environment exceedingly perilous. It could be deemed one of the treacherous locales in the central domain. Typically, few would venture into the Valley of Immortal Souls. save for those with specific cultivation needs or those seeking rare herbs and elixirs. However, the events surrounding the white-clad sorceress had transformed the previously desolate valley into a bustling hub. It was rumored that the white-clad sorceress had acquired the feather transformation technique from the feather transformation sect, along with the ethereal treasures of heaven and earth. The heavenly spirit profound ice. A mere sentence encapsulated its immense value. Chapter 1121, 1,000 Miles of Aid, Part 2. The Valley of Immortal Souls was not far from Chu City. With his swiftness, Haochen reached this vibrant locale in just about a day. He descended gracefully upon a towering peak, summoning Yu Xia to share the tale of the white-clad sorceress with her. Yu Xia gazed at the weather, sighed, and remarked, "Though my sister is my twin, our constitutions differ greatly. She possesses a cold physique, which prevents her from living past 25. This is why father indulges her whims, allowing her to live freely in her short lifetime. The cold physique is a congenital ailment that typically manifests 3 months after birth. Initially, the cold's onset is mild, occurring roughly once a year. However, as the child grows, the intervals between episodes shorten. Yu Xia lamented, after turning 14, she suffers an episode every month, until her body and spirit can no longer withstand the daily torment and ultimately crumble. Your sister suffers from such an illness? Why the long face? Is she not still alive? Haochen replied dismissively. Yu Xia, upon hearing Haochen's words, became even more agitated. Grasping Haochen's hand with fervor, she implored, "You must know the cure. Just tell me, and I will serve you for a lifetime without hesitation. We can discuss the possibility of saving her later." To achieve a complete cure, one must engage in dual cultivation, Haochen casually remarked. If a cure is indeed attainable, regardless of dual cultivation, I will inform her at the very first opportunity. Yu Xia firmly believed that Haochen possessed the ability to heal Baiwen's ailment. Otherwise, he would not have made such a statement. Haochen, however, paid no heed to Yu Xia and instead gazed into the distance. Before him lay an endless expanse of a rocky plain, vast and desolate. The surface was marred by countless dark fissures, resembling the gaping maws of malevolent demons. These cracks emerged from the earth and stretched far into the horizon, their somber blackness sending a chill through one's heart. Scattered across the plain were enormous boulders, some towering like small mountains, exuding a deep, obsidian hue. The sky was perpetually shrouded in swirling black mists, emanating from the ravines. A toxic fog accumulated over the years that nearly obscured the heavens above this expansive terrain. As Haochen's gaze slowly returned from the distant view, he focused on the forefront of the plain, where numerous silhouettes could be seen. These figures moved in groups towards the Valley of Immortal Souls, presumably in search of the elusive white-clad sorceress. So this is the Valley of Immortal Souls? Indeed treacherous, yet given the white-clad sorceress's prowess, she could not possibly endure here for long. Redirecting his attention, Haochen spoke to Yu Xia beside him. Yu Xia nodded, then remarked, "I have observed the mists enveloping the sky of the valley. They appear to form a barrier. Therefore, we cannot simply soar over them, but must enter through the valley's mouth below." Haochen thoughtfully tapped his chin. What level of strength has the Huayu sect dispatched this time? Entering the valley will reveal that, won't it? Yu Xia rolled her eyes at Haochen. "Indeed, you make a valid point." Haochen nodded in agreement. Observing this, Yu Xia sighed in relief and declared, "In that case, let us proceed into the valley and find Wanner." Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Haochen reached out and encircled Yu Xia's slender waist, and with a swift motion, they soared towards the mountains below. In mere moments, they landed outside the Valley of Immortal Souls. The entrance to the valley resembled a rock face, cleaved open to reveal a narrow path. A 3-zhang-wide mountain trail led into the depths. However, at this moment, several figures dressed in white lingered at the entrance, evidently members of the Huayu sect. "Let us go." Upon landing, Haochen released Xia, and after they concealed their presence and altered their appearances, they approached the valley's mouth, with Xia hurriedly following suit. At the entrance, perched upon a coiled dragon stone, a dozen disciples of the Huayu sect stood guard, their keen, eagle-like gazes sweeping relentlessly over the throngs below. An elderly man in white sat cross-legged, exuding a chilling aura that significantly lowered the temperature in his vicinity. This elder had kept his eyes shut throughout. However, as Haochen and his companion entered, he seemingly sensed their presence and opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. Although many had been drawn here by the allure of the white-clad sorceress, the true powerhouses among them were few. After all, for such formidable beings, the Huayu sect's exorbitant bounty did not hold much allure. Moreover, observing the imposing presence of the Huayu sect, it is evident that they harbor an unwavering determination towards the white-clad witch. Consequently, they are reluctant to engage in a conflict over anything with the Huayu sect, for the sect merely claims that the witches of the demon realm indiscriminately slay the innocent. Thus, when disciples of the Huayu sect fall victim to the white-clad witch in the icy expanse, their actions are merely a quest for vengeance for their slain brethren. It is precisely for this reason that the elderly figure, an advanced celestial being, expressed surprise upon encountering Haochen. During this period, he had encountered many individuals, yet those of celestial caliber were still few and far between. However, despite his astonishment, he refrained from inquiring further, merely casting a glance before averting his gaze. After all, they were merely two insignificant celestial novices. Even if they harbored ulterior motives, they posed little threat. Yunlin and his companions had been navigating the Mystic Soul Valley for some time. It remained uncertain whether they had located the witch. Under the watchful eyes of numerous disciples of the Huayu sect, Haochen and his companion entered the Mystic Soul Valley unimpeded. Upon reaching a secluded, deserted area, they finally came to a halt. "Which way should we proceed?" Haochen inquired, surveying the surroundings. The mist here was relatively thin, yet it still affected visibility. The numerous dark crevices and ravines evoked a sense of dizziness. Finding a person in such a convoluted environment would undoubtedly be an arduous task. "Follow me." Bixia cautiously surveyed the area before summoning a small, entirely black creature from her beast-taming pouch. This creature bore a resemblance to a mouse, but sported a pair of thin wings that buzzed as they flapped. "This is a bat. It can lead us to Baiwen," Bixia declared, releasing the bat into the air. It began to flutter around before swiftly darting towards the western expanse. "Quick, follow it," Bixia urged. Haochen promptly embraced Bixia, enveloping them both in a barrier of Dan flame, before transforming into a shadow that effortlessly trailed behind the bat. Within the Mystic Soul Valley, poisonous substances thrived. However, Haochen encountered no hindrance. After a moment of puzzlement, he realized this extraordinary phenomenon was likely due to the celestial and earthly fires within him. Such intensely radiant forces naturally restrained the cold, toxic entities surrounding them. With no obstructions and propelled by Haochen's speed, the pair delved deeper into the Mystic Soul Valley within the span of a mere incense stick's burning time. At this moment, the surrounding toxic mist thickened considerably, but fortunately, the protective fire shield kept Haochen and Bixia safe from its corrosive effects. After maintaining their rapid pace for a while, the bat suddenly came to a halt. Haochen sensed the change, signaling Bixia to retract the bat. He then swiftly concealed himself and Bixia behind a large boulder. Before them loomed a towering cliff, reaching heights of 100 zhang. Surrounding the cliff were several white figures standing in disarray. Among them, one figure floated in the void above the precipice. On the opposite cliff, an opening gradually became visible, hinting at the presence of a hidden cave. The elder clad in white urged, "White-clad witch, obediently accompany me back to the Huayu sect, for perhaps there remains a chance for your survival." Following the elder's voice, Haochen's gaze turned toward the cave entrance, only to have his pupils constrict sharply. There, a graceful figure in white stood, exuding a chilling aura of lethal intent. Chapter 1122, A Life and Death Battle. White-clad witch, little sister? Gazing at the ethereal figure at the cave's mouth, both Haochen and Yu Bixia felt their taut nerves gradually relax. "Thank goodness. All is well," they whispered to themselves. Haochen's attention swiftly shifted to the elder suspended in midair above the cliff. The elder, with a mane of white hair and clad in a robe adorned with feather-like patterns, emanated a palpable chill. Pausing momentarily to observe the elder, Haochen's eyes narrowed slightly as he assessed, mid-stage celestial immortal. After a brief contemplation, his gaze descended to the canyon's surroundings, where several dozen white-clad figures stood. They were evidently disciples of the Huayu sect. Scanning the area, his focus settled on a protruding rock on the cliff, where another elder stood, hands clasped behind his back. Remarkably, this elder's strength also matched that of the one hovering above, both at the mid-stage celestial immortal level. The elder guarding the cave entrance, however, had achieved the late-stage celestial immortal rank. 3 celestial immortal level powerhouses had arrived at the Immortal Soul Valley, accompanied by dozens of elite disciples from the Huayu sect. Truly, the Huayu sect was putting forth their utmost effort, Haochen mused, a trace of coldness flashing through his dark eyes. Haochen, I've observed those 2 mid-stage celestial immortal elders. Their strength is formidable. Proceed with caution. Yu Bixiao's consciousness swept over the area as she cautioned him. Haochen nodded slightly. Though the atmosphere was intense, he felt no overwhelming threat. With the assistance of his ice spirit and blood poison avatars, he could easily hinder a celestial immortal powerhouse. Moreover, he possessed the burning flame elixir, the earthly inferno's spectral fire, and the 9 thunder dragons of his starry river Dantian, along with the devouring demon flies within the demon suppression tower. White-clad witch, you cannot escape. You have been afflicted by the ice poison palm of the Huayu sect. Unless you possess the unique antidote from our sect, within a month, the residual ice poison will freeze all vitality within you. The elder hovering above the cliff spoke with an indifferent gaze, threatening. Returning with me to the Huayu sect is your only path to survival. At the cave's mouth, the white-clad witch cast a glance at the elder, her emotionless eyes revealing a hint of derision. Her cold voice resonated with a chilling resolve above the cliff. Before my vitality is frozen, I shall utterly destroy this body, leaving you Huayu sect with nothing. Upon hearing these words, the elder's eyes flashed with icy fury as he slowly declared, you are severing your only path to survival. Seemingly unwilling to prolong the confrontation further, an astonishing chill erupted from his being. Since you despise the path of survival, allow me, Yunpeng, to personally take action and capture you back to the Huayu sect. As his words lingered in the air, the white-clad elder, Yunpeng, at the mid-stage of the celestial realm, caused the space before him to warp. Instantly, amidst the swirling chill, a multitude of ice arrows manifested out of thin air. With a swift flick of his sleeve, the countless ice arrows trembled violently, then surged forth in a torrential barrage, blanketing the cave entirely. Observing the ice arrows slicing through the air, the white-clad sorceress furrowed her brows. Currently, she bore grave injuries and was far from a match for her opponent. Furthermore, 2 other celestial beings lurked in the surrounding gorge. Should they intervene, the prospect of escape would be utterly futile. Even in death, she could not fall into the hands of the Huayu sect. A dense aura of demonic flame surged uncontrollably from within the white-clad sorceress, enveloping the cave's entrance and swiftly melting the incoming ice arrows. However, under the relentless assault of the ice projectiles, the energy of the demonic flames within her began to wane gradually. The scattered ice arrows struck the sheer cliffs surrounding the cave, causing thick layers of frost to spread rapidly. Beneath the chill, even the surrounding demonic energy thinned considerably. Sensing the rapidly intensifying coldness, the white-clad sorceress's expression shifted subtly. This chilling aura was exceedingly peculiar. If it infiltrated her body, it would undoubtedly lead to dire complications. Previously, she had unwittingly allowed such coldness to invade her, resulting in a temporary disruption of her magical essence. Not long ago, she had also been injured by an elder from the Huayu sect wielding the ice palm technique, and she had yet to find the time to purge the toxin and heal her wounds. It was clear that lingering here was not an option. With this thought racing through her mind, the white-clad sorceress made a swift decision, transforming into a streak of white lightning as she fled the cave, heading deeper into the gorge. Seeing her attempt to escape further into the gorge, Yunpeng suddenly lunged at her from an angle, blocking her path. 100 miles frozen. Just as the white-clad sorceress burst from the cave, a cacophony of shouts erupted. Instantly, the chilling air surged violently, and the space around the cave solidified in an instant. Thick, resilient ice formed, encasing the area around the cave in a frozen barrier. Both Yunpeng and the white-clad sorceress found themselves ensnared within the icy enclosure. Still wishing to flee? Standing on a protruding cliff, the mid-stage celestial elder, Yinlin, could not suppress a cold smirk as he moved, appearing behind the sorceress at the barrier in the blink of an eye. His fist, enveloped in swirling cold, struck out fiercely. Sensing the overwhelming chill erupting from behind the barrier, the white-clad sorceress spun around instantly, retaliating with a palm strike. The impact reverberated through the barrier's seams, unleashing an astonishing shockwave that radiated outward in a circular pattern. The force of the backlash caused Yinlin to stagger back 2 steps, while the sorceress was knocked back several paces, blood spilling from her lips. In her current state of injury, her combat prowess had diminished significantly, rendering her no match for a mid-stage celestial powerhouse. The pallor of her already ashen face deepened, devoid of any trace of color. As her gaze swept across the impenetrable icy stronghold, a bitter expression emerged on the pale visage of the white-clad sorceress. She inwardly lamented, "It appears that today, there truly is no path for escape. Return with me to the Huayu sect, and you may yet find a way to survive. Should you persist in your obstinacy, do not blame me for my ruthless measures." The white-haired elder, Yunlin, whose cultivation was at the mid-stage of the celestial realm, stood suspended in the air, his feet treading upon the void outside the rift created by the two. His tone remained as frigid as ever, gazing at the elder Yunlin. The chill in the sorceress's eyes steadily intensified. She swiftly formed an unusual hand seal, realizing that at this juncture, she could only fight with her back against the wall. It was preferable to fall into the hands of this old scoundrel. Recognizing the intent behind the sorceress's movements, Yunlin's expression darkened as he darted forward with blinding speed, his palm coalescing with an astonishing force of icy power. The elder was determined not to grant the sorceress any opportunity. With his palm, ensnared in the frigid poison, transformed into an icy grasp, he struck forth like a shadow toward the white-clad sorceress. Chapter 1123. In peril, a low rumble reverberated as the fierce gale howled through the air. The delicate form of the sorceress swayed like a fragile boat amid a tempest, perilously dodging the onslaught. A mere inch's miscalculation could result in her being struck. Although she narrowly evaded the relentless tide of Yunlin's attacks, her concentration on forming the spell was abruptly interrupted, plunging her into a dire predicament. Bang! The elder Yunlin had already stepped through the rift of the shattered barrier created by their combined forces. Once inside, he unleashed a chilling palm strike. And with no means of evasion left, the sorceress was compelled to raise her hand once more to clash with Yunlin. Puff! A spray of crimson mingled with inky flames erupted forth, sending the sorceress's body hurtling away. The elder Yunlin's expression remained impassive, as the blood, tainted with demonic flames, approached him. An icy breath escaped his lips, freezing the sorceress's peculiar assault entirely. "Your demonic flame technique has yet to reach its zenith. Otherwise, my coldness would have proved ineffectual against you. Alas, it is a pity." The white-haired elder Yunlin regarded the sorceress, who wiped the blood from her lips, with a faint smile, yet the chill in his eyes had not diminished in the slightest. Before his words could fully dissipate, Yunlin's patience wore thin. In a flash, he surged towards the sorceress once more, this time with a flicker of murderous intent in his gaze. As long as he did not destroy the treasure she bore, her survival mattered little to him. Noticing the sinister smile adorning Yunlin's face, the sorceress sensed the murderous intent emanating from him. Urgently, she summoned the scant remaining energy within her to prepare for a final confrontation against Yunlin. Crack! Just as the sorceress resolved to make her last stand, the frozen barrier suddenly erupted with a deafening roar. Suddenly, fissures rapidly spread and abruptly burst open. The unexpected explosion of the barrier startled the old man in white. Yunlin. Before he could regain his composure, a series of piercing winds approached, and white objects fiercely shot towards him. The sudden assault left Yunlin somewhat flustered. Icy energy surged from his hands, colliding with the incoming projectiles. However, the sound that followed was a chorus of wretched screams. Upon closer inspection, Yunlin discovered that these projectiles were, in fact, disciples of the Huayu sect. Who dares to disrupt the grand affairs of the Huayu sect? I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth and slay you. Yunlin's furious roar echoed through the canyon. As he scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, he spotted a young man smiling at him from the edge of a steep cliff, holding two Huayu disciples captive. It was evident that he was the one who had launched the attack on the sect's disciples. Those from the Huayu sect must be dealt with, he thought, recalling how they had been hunted to extinction in the icy plains of Beihao Court. They should have concealed themselves in the Ziwei Court, biding their time to make a comeback. Yet here they were, brazenly flaunting their presence. How shameless to besiege an injured and vulnerable woman. The young man remarked with a hint of mockery. His gaze shifted elsewhere. The white-clad sorceress, startled by the young man's sudden appearance, wore a pale yet exquisite expression. Disbelief etched across her features. Gazing at her heart-wrenching countenance, a gentle light flickered in the young man's eyes as he softly uttered, "I apologize for arriving late." "Who are you?" The white-clad sorceress stared, perplexed, at the young man on the cliff's edge, unable to recall where she had seen him before. Wanner. A familiar voice suddenly broke the tension as Yu Xia dashed out from behind the young man. Sister. A dazzling smile gradually illuminated the pale, beautiful face of the white-clad sorceress, a joy sparked by hope amidst despair. In that moment, her smile was enchanting and captivating. Yunlin, the old man in white, fixed his cold, menacing gaze upon the duo, his voice chilling as if it emanated from the depths of the underworld. You dare to thwart the grand plans of the Huayu sect? As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized that nearly half of the disciples surrounding the cliff were missing. A thick scent of blood permeated the air, indicating that those lost disciples had likely perished at the hands of the two. A surge of unparalleled rage and murderous intent welled up within Yunlin, as he regarded the young man and Yu Xia with the predatory glare of a ravenous wolf. Sensing the ferocity in Yunlin's eyes, the young man chuckled lightly, remarking, "It appears that those from the Huayu sect are indeed no good. A mere early-stage celestial being dares to be reckless before a mid-stage celestial being? The youth of this world have truly become increasingly audacious." Yunlin's anger twisted into a mocking smile upon hearing the young man's words. Amidst the laughter, Yunlin was suffused with a profound intent to kill, declaring, "I care not for your background, but I must inform you that today, the Valley of Immortal Souls shall become your grave. Yunpeng, I entrust him to you. Spare no effort. First, capture him and sever his 4 limbs." The elderly figure in white, Yunpeng, shifted his gaze towards the one who had previously intercepted the white-clad sorceress, now encased in ice. At that moment, the white-clad elder, Yunpeng, glared ominously at Haochen, for Haochen's swift actions had taken everyone by surprise, resulting in the slaughter of over 20 disciples from the Huayu sect in a mere instant. All of this transpired while he was ensnared within the icy confines of the barrier, undoubtedly delivering a severe blow to the Huayu sect. Do not worry. I will make him understand the true meaning of suffering worse than death, and perhaps enlighten him as to why the flowers bloom so vibrantly. The elder known as Yunpeng nodded slightly, a chilling and sinister smile creeping across his aged visage. While Yunlin conversed with Yunpeng, the white-clad sorceress swiftly regained her composure. A sweep of her consciousness revealed that the fleeting joy she had felt dissipated significantly. In such a dire situation, even if the young man and her sister arrived, it would be difficult to extricate themselves from peril. In fact, their presence might ensnare them further into trouble. After all, there were 2 formidable celestial beings from the Huayu sect present, both of considerable strength. With the capabilities of the young man and his sister, escaping unscathed would be a formidable challenge. "Sister, you must leave first. I have my own means of escape. Once I am free, I shall find a way to reunite with you." Yu Baiwen suddenly called out to Haochen and Yu Bixia. "Do you really expect me to believe your words? Fear not, for if you dare to come, I shall certainly have the means to save you." Haochen replied, momentarily taken aback, then smiled, turning his gaze towards Yu Baiwen. Chapter 1124. Unveiling Hidden Cards. Part 1. Seeing the smile on Haochen's face, Yu Baiwen felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Although she was not well acquainted with Haochen, she trusted her sister, who rarely undertook actions without assurance. Perhaps, as the young man suggested, they indeed had their own plans in place. "I am quite curious to know the source of your confidence." Yunpeng, a mid-stage celestial cultivator, began to approach Haochen, each step releasing an increasingly frigid aura from within him. A mocking smile etched on his face. Yunpeng acted swiftly, addressed the matter at hand. "Otherwise, should any unforeseen events arise, we too shall face consequences," Yunlin urged. Upon hearing Yunlin's words, Yunpeng slowly nodded, his gaze shifting away from Haochen to the white-clad sorceress, sneering, "Rest assured, once I have captured you, I will ensure you experience the consequences of arrogance." With that, Yunpeng, unwilling to linger further, slightly curved his palms, channeling an astounding amount of celestial energy within them. In the blink of an eye, he formed a colossal hand that surged towards Yu Baiwen, a chilling torrent enveloping her as it descended. The colossal hand. As the immense hand approached, Yu Baiwen's expression shifted slightly. She instinctively moved to evade, swiftly retreating. However, the celestial hand unleashed by Yunpeng was unexpectedly swift, expanding at a terrifying speed within the gaze of Yu Baiwen. Just as it was about to grasp her, a shadow mysteriously appeared before Yunpeng. In a flash of dark light, a fist was hurled forth, forcefully dispersing the celestial hand. This sudden turn of events caused Yunping's expression to shift dramatically. He stared in astonishment at the figure before the white-clad sorceress, especially taken aback by the hollow eyes of the apparition, as his pupils constricted and he exclaimed, "A puppet?" The assailant was indeed the soulless puppet, which, after being refined through the tribulation at the Zhongyuan sect, now possessed strength comparable to that of a golden immortal. Yi Wuhuan, originally a formidable demonic immortal at the late stage of the celestial demon, had been further perfected through the craftsmanship of Master Li Wenguang and others. Retaining a sliver of residual soul and bound by a spiritual contract cast by Haochen, Yi Wuhuan had become a true humanoid puppet. The sudden appearance of this dark figure naturally drew the attention of others. Yunping's expression darkened slightly. Although he could not discern the puppet's cultivation, he still sensed a dangerous aura emanating from it. At such an advanced age, it seems you've sunk to a new low. Resorting to such ruthless measures against an injured, weak woman, Haochen teased lightly. Yet, beneath his laughter lay a chilling intent as he slowly pointed at Yunpeng, commanding, "Wuhan, eliminate him." As Haochen's command echoed, the soulless puppet guarding the white-clad sorceress surged forth like a bolt from a crossbow. In an instant, it stood before Yunpeng, delivering a brutal, unadorned punch directly to his chest. The puppet's rapid assault caused Yunpeng's expression to change, and instinctively, he struck out with his palm, unleashing a wave of frigid air. The impact resonated with a dull thud. The soulless puppet remained unmoved, while Yunpeng let out a muffled groan, staggering backward several steps. A look of astonishment dawning in his eyes. With his strength, how could he not gain the upper hand against this enigmatic puppet? Yunlin, eliminate that brat. He has the puppet under his control. Steadying himself, Yunpeng growled through gritted teeth. Upon hearing Yunpeng's shout, Yunlin's expression shifted slightly. Clearly, the humanoid puppet was indeed formidable. His gaze suddenly turned toward Haochen, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. As Yunlin's cold stare fell upon Haochen, a lithe figure swiftly darted through the canyon, appearing before Haochen. "Allow my sister and me to handle him. You deal with the others," Baiwen urged, her face grave. Witnessing this, Haochen could only shake his head in resignation. Extending his hand to draw the white-clad sorceress, Yu Baiwen, behind him. "You are injured. It's best for you to stand behind along with Bai Xia for protection. With these foes, they won't stir up much trouble." Such audacious words. Elder Yunha exclaimed as he rushed in from the canyon's entrance. "You take the others and capture the white-clad sorceress. This one is mine." With a clenched fist, a spear forged from condensed ice materialized in his grasp. Exuding a chilling aura, the body of the gun trembled, unexpectedly leaving behind a series of afterimages, the figure moving in tandem with the weapon. Transforming into a fleeting white shadow, the long spear tore through the air, producing a piercing sound as it hurtled towards Haochen. The white-clad elder, Yunha, possessing the cultivation of a late-stage celestial immortal, understood Yunlin's intent and nodded slightly. With a swift gesture, he led dozens of disciples toward the two women behind Haochen, creating an atmosphere of chilling intensity in the sky. Upon witnessing Yunha's advance, Bixia and Baiwen felt a tightness in their hearts and hastily summoned the magical essence within them. Although the advanced puppet had indeed vanished, there remained a unique spiritual entity as a doppelganger. Observing the cold expression on Yunlin's face, Haochen smiled faintly, and soon, an ethereal blood-poisoned doppelganger gradually materialized, resembling Haochen to a T. As the blood-poisoned doppelganger emerged, Yunlin, who was charging forward, abruptly halted. His gaze filled with astonishment as he regarded the doppelganger. The entourage of Yunha, who had been closely following, also came to a sudden stop. The two exchanged glances. With their keen eyes, they could not discern the true nature of the blood-poisoned doppelganger. The two women behind Haochen, Bixia and Baiwen, were taken aback by Haochen's ability to summon another doppelganger, their surprise giving way to a sense of relief. However, as Baiwen relaxed, the injuries she had suppressed within her body surged forth. Dizziness engulfed her mind, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. The sudden sight of Baiwen spitting blood startled both Haochen and Bixia. Bixia hurriedly supported her. Haochen glanced at Baiwen, whose pallid face looked fragile, and a surge of killing intent ignited in his dark eyes. Taking a deep breath, he turned his head, his voice laced with a chilling resolve. "Blood poison. I shall have Xianbing assist you in swiftly dealing with this individual. Baiwen is gravely injured and cannot hold on for much longer. You have the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." Haochen, having discerned Baiwen's serious condition, revealed a fierce expression. Suddenly, a wave of icy coldness erupted from Haochen's Xinghe Dantian, and another figure appeared, intertwining with the blood-poisoned doppelganger as they surged toward the white-clad elder, Yunlin. At the moment the icy tempest erupted, Yunlin's face drastically changed, his voice becoming somewhat shrill with shock. The invisible icy storm collided with the intangible blood poison, causing the illusory images to emanate peculiar ripples. A chill gripped Yunlin's heart, prompting him to retreat hastily as he called out, "Esteemed friend, I am Yunlin of the Huayu sect. Today's events have nothing to do with you. I implore you, for the sake of my standing, do not interfere. Rest assured, the Huayu sect will offer generous rewards afterward." Within Yunlin's urgent plea lay an unmistakable hint of panic. Chapter 1. 125. Unveiling Hidden Cards. Part 2. The sudden appearance of the blood-poisoned doppelganger and the Xianbing doppelganger instantly reversed the situation in the arena. Yunlin could not fathom why such a terrifying assembly could emerge from a mere youth. The Huayu sect? Was it truly that formidable? Merely this is insufficient to intimidate me. Haochen's consciousness, entwined with the blood-poisoned spirit's avatar, deliberately rasped. As the blood-poisoned spirit spoke, the ice spirit avatar was not idle. It offered a faint smile to the white-clad elder, Yunlin, before lightly waving a hand. Although this gesture appeared feeble, the elder Yunlin dared not underestimate the force behind the ice spirit's strike. At that moment, the chilling aura within Yunlin erupted, swirling around him as it coalesced into a suit of ice armor upon his body. This armor, pure as freshly fallen snow, seemed fragile, yet boasted extraordinary defensive strength. However, in the eyes of the ice spirit avatar, it was hardly noteworthy, as the frigid expanse of the northern ice fields had originated from its essence. With a soft thud, the seemingly weightless hand descended upon the surface of Yunlin's icy armor. Yet upon contact, an intense chill emanated forth. Crack! The extreme cold shattered the illusionary armor, penetrating into Yunlin's consciousness. With a gasp, as the armor crumbled and the pain surged through his mind, the elder's complexion turned pale, and he expelled a mouthful of blood laced with frost. Unable to maintain his footing, Yunlin staggered back, and the long spear formed from ice dissipated before it could be wielded. As he retreated, his expression twisted into a grimace. "Elder Yunhe, quickly rally the others and eliminate that boy." Yunlin's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at the blood-poisoned spirit and the ice spirit avatar. Not far behind Yunlin, Elder Yunhe gradually emerged from the shock brought forth by the blood-poisoned spirit and ice spirit avatars. Upon hearing Yunlin's command, he waved his arm, addressing the elite disciples of the Huayu sect behind him with a solemn tone. "Follow me. Spare no effort to capture the white-clad demoness and slay that boy." The disciples exchanged anxious glances with the hovering blood-poisoned spirit and ice spirit avatars before turning their attention to another battle within the canyon. There, Yunpeng was embroiled in a perilous struggle against the soulless puppets, completely oblivious to the unfolding events around him. "Do not hesitate." At the sound of Elder Yunhe's sharp command, the Huayu disciples shivered. Observing their hesitation, Yunhe grimly nodded, stamping his foot, his figure darting like a bolt of lightning toward Haochen. Behind him, numerous disciples hastily activated their magical artifacts, transforming into streaks of light as they surged toward Haochen. In midair, Elder Yunlin, witnessing Yunhe and the others spring into action, turned his gaze toward the blood-poisoned spirit and ice spirit avatars. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes as the chilling aura within him surged once more, propelling him to entwine with the blood-poisoned spirit and ice spirit avatars. In the current predicament, it seems that only by capturing Haochen might one compel the puppets and the two enigmatic avatars before him to hesitate. Otherwise, the situation would inevitably lead to a stalemate. Haochen gazed at the approaching members of the Huayu sect, a cold smile gracing his lips as he turned to the two women beside him and softly instructed, "Leave them to me. Do not intervene." Baiwan nodded slightly. Among these individuals, the leading elder Yunhe was a venerable figure with late-stage, celestial, immortal cultivation, while several other disciples of the Huayu sect possessed initial-stage, celestial, immortal strength. However, Haochen believed that he could manage them with his capabilities. He stepped forward deliberately and suddenly waved his hand, sending forth a figure. It was the little girl, Qiongzhu. While it might be questionable whether she could contend with Elder Yunhe, it would be no challenge for her to intercept the other disciples of the Huayu sect. "Qiongzhu, Hold them off, he commanded. Xiongju nodded lightly, her form shifting as silver light flickered at her feet, and in an instant, she vanished mysteriously. When she reappeared, it was behind Elder Yunha, intercepting the swarm of Huayu sect disciples. The sudden appearance of the little girl took Elder Yunha by surprise. However, his gaze quickly turned cold as he fixed his eyes on Haochen, sneering, "You possess quite a few tricks, boy, but with your initial stage celestial immortal strength, you can hardly be my match." As his words fell, an astonishingly frigid aura surged forth from within Elder Yunha, his fingers coalescing chilling energy that transformed into 10 sharp ice spikes. "If news of today reaches the Huayu sect, there will be no sanctuary for you in the Ziwei Court's celestial realm." Elder Yunha chuckled ominously, stepping into the void as his form transformed into a flash of lightning, propelled by the chilling energy straight towards Haochen. Observing the advancing Elder Yunha, Haochen merely shook his head slightly, thinking, "He's merely a late-stage celestial immortal. I have previously slain a celestial immortal while in the human immortal realm, let alone now that I have ascended to the celestial immortal stage." Boom. In a blink, Elder Yunha materialized before Haochen, his eyes glinting with malice as his palm, brimming with sharp ice spikes, swiftly struck towards Haochen's chest, followed closely by a punch. Yet, in the face of Elder Yunha's relentless assault, a faint smirk appeared at the corner of Haochen's mouth. With a swift motion, his left hand transformed into a shield, and the earth flame's ghostly fire surged forth as he intended to test the newly refined fire source in actual combat. Puff! The ice spikes released by Elder Yunha struck precisely against Haochen's conjured shield, instantly melting away. The remarkable coldness contained within the ice spikes dissipated rapidly, as if it had encountered its nemesis, without the chilling energy to sustain it. The might of Elder Yunha's spell diminished significantly, failing to even budge Haochen's form. A late-stage celestial immortal, and yet so feeble. Haochen's right hand grasped Elder Yunha's following punch as if it were a vice, shaking his head lightly as he spoke. There was a hint of derision in his tone. Due to the unique nature of the earth flame's ghostly fire, Haochen was nearly immune to Elder Yunha's ice-based magic. Witnessing his attacks so effortlessly thwarted left Elder Yunha in a state of disbelief. As Elder Yunha beheld the azure flames swirling in the palm of Haochen, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he exclaimed sharply, "The earth flame's ghost fire? Correct, a reward awaits." Haochen replied with a subtle smile. Yet, the chill within his smile was particularly pronounced. Devilish explosion fist. With a twist of his palm, he transformed his hand into a fist, then, with a powerful thrust of his arm, he struck. Boom. His fist collided forcefully against Elder Yunha's own, unleashing an astonishing surge of dark energy, intermingled with an intensely violent aura that surged into Elder Yunha's body with lightning speed. Under the influence of this dark force, the icy energy within Elder Yunha was swiftly tainted, rendering him nearly devoid of any resistance. With a cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and then, gritting his teeth, he desperately summoned the chaotic energies within him to coalesce rapidly. As more of the icy energy gathered, thick layers of solid ice began to form on Elder Yunha's arm, appearing crystalline and translucent. His arm resembled that of a dragon, and upon it, intricate dragon-like patterns writhed as if they were living entities. Dragon arm. Elder Yunha's face flushed crimson, and a low growl erupted from his throat. Instantly, the cold aura surrounding him surged, and the power within his arm multiplied exponentially. "You little brat, dare to take my punch." A murderous glint shone in Elder Yunha's eyes as he laughed maniacally and unleashed a punch. As he did so, the surrounding air rapidly solidified into chunks of ice, the coldness freezing the moisture in the air into solid blocks. The chilling force approached Haochen, yet his countenance remained unchanged. Suddenly, the fiery flame pill erupted from within him, transforming into a blooming azure lotus that spun around his fist. Without the slightest hesitation, Haochen struck out. As the azure lotus blossomed, its terrifying heat evaporated the oncoming coldness entirely. In the next instant, his fist collided violently with Elder Yunha's dragon arm. The impact sent shockwaves radiating outward in a circular pattern, causing fissures to erupt along the surrounding cliffs. This fierce clash lasted but a fleeting moment. Elder Yunha was horrified to discover that the ice upon his arm was rapidly melting away. Sensing the stalemate between them, a glint of cold determination flickered in Haochen's eyes, and he summoned greater strength into his arm. With a surge of force, The overwhelming power shattered the remaining ice on Elder Yuna's arm, sending ice shards flying in all directions. Under such a powerful blow, Elder Yuna's face turned pale, and he staggered backward, ultimately crashing against a massive boulder. He coughed up blood, his face contorted with disbelief. It was unfathomable to him that a cultivator at the early stage of the celestial realm could unleash such terrifying combat prowess. Struggling to rise again, a figure appeared before Elder Yunha like a specter. The cool tip of a foot gently pressed against his temple, rendering him completely paralyzed. In the late stages of celestial immortality, Elder Yunha's complexion turned ashen, and he dared not make the slightest movement. He understood that any hint of defiance would result in his head shattering like a fallen watermelon. Maintaining a posture as if about to rise, Elder Yunha swallowed hard and cautiously shifted backward a fraction, his voice hoarse as he spoke. If you were to kill me, there would be no refuge for you in the central domain. From his lofty vantage point, Haochen gazed down upon the pale Elder Yunha and offered a faint smile. If I am prepared to strike, I naturally do not fear the threats posed by the Huayu sect. Such arrogance. Do not presume that possessing a puppet and 2 avatars grants you the qualification to stand against the Huayu sect. In terms of strength, I rank among the lowest of the elders in the Huayu sect. Should one of our formidable members emerge, your pride will soon become utterly inconsequential. Despite the tension in the atmosphere, Elder Yunha could not suppress a cold laugh. Haochen narrowed his eyes, fully aware that after rescuing Baiwan, he would be irreconcilably at odds with the Huayu sect. Given Haochen's temperament, would he abandon Baiwan simply because the Huayu sect was powerful? Not to mention the Huayu sect, even if it meant stirring chaos in the demon realm, Haochen would go to great lengths to rescue a hostage. Elder Yunha observed Haochen's silence, mistakenly believing he had struck a chord, and thus softened his tone. He then suggested, if you were to voluntarily hand over the white-clad demonists to the Huayu sect, they would undoubtedly reward you handsomely. With your talents, you would certainly gain the favor of the sect master, who has a penchant for forging alliances with powerful individuals. As soon as Elder Yuna's words fell, he caught sight of Haochen's gradually darkening expression, sending a chill through his heart. In a sudden burst of panic, he slammed his palm against the ground, propelling himself backward. Bang! However, the moment he made a move, a cold smile emerged on Haochen's face as he delivered a lightning-fast kick. The forceful strike landed squarely on Elder Yuna's shoulder, sending him hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. Crack! Elder Yuna's body crashed heavily onto a rock, the sound of fracturing bones faintly audible. As he slid down the stone, beads of cold sweat began to trickle from his forehead. Lifting his head, he glared at Haochen with venomous eyes, bellowing, "You little wretch, you shall regret your actions today." Boom! Just as Elder Yunha's roar echoed, a white figure suddenly shot down from the heavens, crashing violently beside him onto the rock. A mouthful of blood was expelled, and then the figure slowly slumped down like a limp ragdoll. Elder Yunha quickly turned his head, his eyes widening in horror as he recognized the figure now resembling a lifeless mass. It was Elder Yunpeng. However, Elder Yunpeng was now drenched in blood, his aura severely diminished, appearing to be on the brink of death. Alas, the lack of a solid form is troublesome. Even dealing with a celestial being proves to be such a hassle. Came a voice from beside Haochen, revealing the manifestation of the blood-poisoned spirit. He glanced at the incapacitated Elder Yunpeng and muttered to himself. With a chuckle, he remarked, "It feels quite exhilarating to strike, but rest assured, I have left him with a breath of life." Upon hearing this, Haochen smiled slightly and reassured Blood Poison. "Do not worry, it will not be long before you reclaim your corporeal form." Blood Poison's face lit up with barely concealed delight at these words. Before the conversation could continue, the white-clad sorceress abruptly approached Elder Yunha and delivered a fierce kick while furiously shouting, "How dare you bully me? How dare you strike me?" The avatar of Xianbing hurriedly scurried to the side of the white-clad sorceress, pleading, "Dear aunt, please be gentle. This body is of great use to me. Do not damage it." Xianbing instinctively moved to protect Elder Yunha's body, fearing that the white-clad sorceress might continue her vendetta. Observing the scene, Haochen understood Xuanbing's intentions and nodded. "Very well. I shall encase him in ice for safekeeping." Chapter 1127. Aiding in Rescue. Is it not time for you to conclude matters on your end, Wuhuan? As Haochen's words faded, a shadow suddenly darted from the cliffside and materialized before him. At that moment, the Wuhuan puppet held aloft an elderly man in white, his face marred with blood, Elder Yunlin. Upon seeing the pitiful state of Yunpeng, resembling a pile of mud, and the encased Yunha, a venomous glare shot from Yunlin's eyes as he fixated on Haochen, his voice hoarse with rage. You little wretch. I will not let you escape, even in death. Kill them all, leave not a soul. Haochen commanded to Qiongzhu in the distance. Like a tiger amidst a flock of sheep, Qiongzhu plunged into the ranks of the disciples of Huayu sect. Instantly, shrieks of terror echoed throughout Xianhun Valley. Under Qiongzhu's ruthless assault, the disciples of Huayu sect could do little but scatter. However, their speed paled in comparison to that of Qiongzhu, who ensnared them within her innate divine ability, the celestial net. In the blink of an eye, she captured every individual in Xianhun Valley, returning to Haochen. Drenched in the scent of blood, Haochen collected the spiritual avatar, the Wuhuan puppet, as well as Yunpeng and Yunha, leaving only the little girl Qiongzhu by his side. He then turned his gaze towards the trembling Elder Yunlin, smiling as he said, I need to ascertain certain matters. Elder Yunlin glared at Haochen with hatred, entirely unprepared for the ruthlessness of Haochen's methods, which had left them utterly decimated. You little wretch, do not presume that killing everyone here will go unnoticed by outsiders. Just wait. It will not be long before you become a wanted target in the Ziwei court of the immortal domain. At that time, there will be no refuge for you in the entire immortal realm. Haochen furrowed his brow, swiftly binding Elder Yunlin in place before suddenly pressing his fingers against Yunlin's forehead. He had no time to play games with the elder and immediately employed the soul-searching technique, extracting all the information he sought. Upon completing the soul search, he casually waved a flame of pill fire, leaving only scorched remnants on the ground as Elder Yunlin's soul vanished from existence. In the cliffs of Xianhun Valley, as the wind stirred, tranquility returned. Haochen then hastened towards the presence of Yu Baixia and Yu Baiwan. Gazing at the sulking demeanor of Yu Baiwan, a smile graced my lips as I mused inwardly. It seems that Baiwan is still quite irate. Just when she finally found an opportunity to exact her revenge on Elder Yunha, I inadvertently intervened to protect him. Haochen, with no time to spare on her grievances, suddenly unleashed a wave of demonic energy that enveloped the cliffs, then softly urged, we must depart from this place. Yu Baiwan gently nodded, her captivating eyes fixed on the young man before her. A glance at her sister revealed all she needed to know. Haochen extended his arm, encircling Yu Baiwan's slender waist, and with a swift motion, he grasped Yu Bixia, propelling them deeper into the Xianhun Valley. As Haochen departed, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. A stillness that lingered for an extended period until it was abruptly shattered by the sound of wind slicing through the air. Moments later, numerous white figures soared from the distance, and an elderly figure gradually descended upon the cliff's edge. After a brief pause, the old man inhaled sharply. Realizing the absence of any trace left behind, everything had been incinerated, rendering it impossible to even utilize spatial attributes to reconstruct the scene. Return to Humaman immediately, he commanded. And with that, he turned away, his countenance shrouded in an ominous pallor. Far from the cliffs of Xianhun Valley, within a concealed cave, Haochen gently set Baiwan down and retrieved several moonlight stones, embedding them into the walls of the cavern. A soft radiance cascaded down, dispelling the darkness that pervaded the cave. Bixia stood beside Baiwan, noticing her pallid complexion, and promptly pulled out a soft fur mat from her storage ring, laying it on the ground as she softly suggested, Wanner, perhaps you should rest for a while? Yu Baiwan smiled faintly at her sister and settled onto the plush fur mat, raising her beautiful eyes to gaze at Haochen. Suddenly recalling something, she inquired, are you the one who incited the beast tide, disturbing the tranquility of the Baici forest? At this, Bixia couldn't help but chuckle, replying, now is not the time to discuss the demonic beast tide. You should focus on your health first. Baiwan cradled her delicate chin in her palm, her lashes fluttering as she whispered softly, I am fine. A period of rest will suffice. Yet, Bixia, well versed in her sister's disposition, chose to disregard her words. Crouching down, she grasped Baiwan's delicate hand and cautiously sent a strand of her consciousness into her body. After a meticulous examination, Bixia slowly withdrew and remarked, there are some complications. Upon hearing this, Haochen took hold of Baiwan's wrist and similarly probed her condition with his consciousness. As he withdrew, his expression darkened. At this moment, Baiwan's internal state was dire. She was inherently a body of chilling darkness. Her body bore numerous injuries, But what troubled Haochen most was the ice technique. He sensed the cold poison lurking within Baiwen's blood, gradually threatening to solidify her very essence. Should her innate chilling body erupt now, Baiwen would undoubtedly meet her demise. It was imperative to first address the cold poison inflicted by the ice technique. Baiwen, are you familiar with the ice technique of Humaman? Haochen turned his head, glancing at Yu Baiwen and inquiring. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan replied, "To my knowledge, the ice-cold technique is a unique art of the Huayu sect, and only those with the strength of a celestial immortal can cultivate even a minuscule trace of its chilling poison. However, when this technique is employed in battle and infiltrates an opponent's body, it can become exceedingly troublesome. Thus, many formidable warriors exercise extreme caution against the ice-cold technique when confronting members of the Huayu sect. As for methods of expulsion, I am not particularly well-versed." Haochen furrowed his brow, observing the pallid complexion of Yu Baiwen, and thought to himself, the ice-cold technique is an arcane poison cultivated by the Huayu sect. Seeping into the bloodstream of the afflicted, it must be expelled promptly, lest the injuries remain eternally unhealed. This technique is indeed peculiar, yet it is not true, as rumored, that only the sect master of Huayu can administer the antidote. Haochen once again delved his consciousness into Yu Baiwen's body to sense the characteristics of the ice-cold technique. After a considerable time, he slowly opened his eyes, his brow knitted in deep contemplation. After nearly an incense stick's worth of time, his tightly furrowed brow began to relax slightly. He retrieved a wooden tub filled with clear water from his storage ring. Having completed this, he took out the Wuyin Dan furnace, and a flame of alchemical fire surged forth, commencing the preheating of the furnace. When the temperature became suitable for refining celestial herbs and medicines, he extracted various celestial herbs and elixirs from his storage ring to purify them. Sisters Bai Xia and Bai Wan watched in wide-eyed astonishment, their mouths agape, as they remained motionless, utterly amazed. Haochen continuously poured the purified essence of the celestial herbs and elixirs into the wooden tub. The clear water instantly transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, churning on the surface as if boiling, and soon the contents of the tub morphed into a crimson mixture. It was suffused with a scorching energy of the fire attribute. Yet this energy felt remarkably gentle. Bai Xia assisted Bai Wan in removing her garments, guiding her into the tub. Once the purified medicinal liquid was poured into the tub, Haochen abruptly turned around and spoke softly. Upon hearing this, both Bai Xia and Bai Wan were momentarily taken aback. A charming flush surged onto Bai Wan's previously pallid cheeks. Chapter 1128. Bathing for healing. Bai Xia and Bai Wan exchanged a knowing glance. Then Bai Xia helped Bai Wan to loosen her outer garments. As Bai Wan's cheeks blossomed with the hue of peach blossoms, Bai Xia gently stripped her of all clothing. With the garments removed, her flawless, jade-like body was exposed within the cave. Upon hearing the soft sound of water, Haochen exhaled a sigh of relief. Turning around, he saw Bai Wan curled up in the tub, with only her head above the water's surface, her beautiful face flushed with delightful embarrassment. Absorb the energy within, and circulate it throughout your body. It may be somewhat painful, but bear with it, Haochen explained softly. Before his words had fully settled, he suddenly conjured a blossoming flame of alchemy, slowly spiraling into the tub where Bai Wan was bathing. As the danyan flower entered the wooden barrel, a blossom resembling a blue lotus unexpectedly unfolded before Bai Wan's chest. The medicinal liquid within the barrel bubbled as if it were boiling, releasing countless water bubbles. Bai Wan, submerged in the barrel, occasionally let out a low moan. The searing heat enveloped her like a steam pot, while Haochen felt his heart race. Although there was some pain, the extraordinary fire would enable the medicinal properties to permeate her body more perfectly, simultaneously suppressing the spread of the ice poison that had afflicted the elder. Noticing Bai Wan's furrowed brows, Haochen quickly explained. With her pearly teeth biting down on her crimson lips, Bai Wan nodded slightly, her hands forming cultivation seals beneath the surface of the water. Enduring the intense heat, she rapidly absorbed the potent fiery medicinal essence from the wooden basin. Under her absorption, the medicinal liquid gradually formed a whirlpool, as strands of crimson medicinal energy surged into Bai Wan's body at a visibly rapid pace. As the crimson energy entered her, her pallid complexion slowly transformed, becoming more vibrant. Indeed, it is effective, exclaimed Bai Xia, witnessing this scene with delight. Haochen sighed in relief, grateful that the ice poison within Bai Wan was not too severe. Otherwise, even with the devouring method, it might take 10 or even 20 days to completely eradicate it. The process of eliminating the ice poison from Bai Wan's body consumed an entire day, leaving Bai Xia utterly exhausted, prompting Haochen to escort her to the resting quarters of the Jade Pendant Space, the Ling building. Meanwhile, Haochen communicated with Hao Shaner, Lu Shuanger, and Wang Shui, instructing them to accompany Bai Xia and inform her of the methods to cure the heavenly cold body. Haochen's intention was to convey through Bai Xia's words that only through proper means could they achieve a complete cure. Left alone, Haochen not only continued to add the soaking medicinal liquid for Bai Wan, but also employed the devouring method to absorb the residual ice poison within her. Gradually, he began to purge the ice poison from her blood. Through the treatment of Bai Wan's ice poison, Haochen gained deeper insight into the ice technique of the Huayu sect. Although Huayu sect is ostensibly not a sect that employs poison to harm others, they disguise their toxic arts under the guise of the ice technique, a slight distinction that has cost countless lives. However, only those who attain celestial strength are qualified to cultivate this special poison technique, which indeed possesses extraordinary qualities. This also prevents ordinary disciples of the Huayu sect from recklessly using poisonous techniques against others, adding an air of mystique to the ice technique. Within the softly lit cave, Haochen sat cross-legged on a slab of blue stone, facing a steaming wooden barrel filled with medicinal liquid. The white-clad enchantress, Bai Wan, remained seated within, her pearly teeth gently biting her crimson lips as drops of cold sweat emerged, sliding down her cheeks. These droplets fell into the barrel, promptly dissolving in the medicinal liquid. Haochen repeatedly summoned the Dan Yen flower to observe, as it burned the cold poison. It subtly absorbed the foreign energies emanating from Bai Wan's body. At this moment, the energy within the medicinal liquid in the wooden tub had been significantly absorbed, revealing Bai Wan's jade-like, smooth shoulder. The potion dripped onto her skin, sliding down like exquisite mutton fat jade, evoking an irresistible allure. A faint mist rose from the wooden tub, dampening a few strands of hair that fell across Bai Wan's forehead. This, coupled with her slightly flushed, perspiring cheeks, rendered her exceptionally enchanting, her eyes blinking gently, exuding an extraordinary charm. Inside the tub, the medicinal liquid surged into Bai Wan's body, and after a prolonged period, her delicate form suddenly trembled. Her small mouth opened, and a tiny ice shard, formed from the gathered cold air, was expelled, immediately striking the stone wall of the cave. The surrounding stone became instantly enveloped in thick, solid ice. With the release of this small shard, the pallor on Bai Wan's cheeks faded significantly, a blush gradually emerging. Haochen, who had been meditating with closed eyes, swiftly opened them upon sensing the commotion, a smile breaking across his face as he exclaimed, "Has the cold poison been expelled?" Bai Wan responded with a charming smile and a slight nod. "That's good to hear. This substance is indeed troublesome. I experimented with nearly 100 types of herbs before finally concocting the most suitable potion." Haochen sighed in relief and continued, "Now that the cold poison has been expelled, there should be no major issues. As for the injuries within you, I am confident I can facilitate a swift recovery." Bai Wan nodded again, having witnessed Haochen's capabilities firsthand. "Could you please turn around?" Bai Wan asked, her eyes shimmering as her cheeks flushed a delicate pink. Haochen was initially taken aback, then awkwardly chuckled, hastily turning away. Only when he complied did Bai Wan quietly exhale in relief. Biting her red lip, she gracefully rose from the wooden tub. With a flick of her hand, a pristine white dress soared from her storage ring, enveloping her perfect figure as it twirled around her. All done. Upon hearing the soft voice from behind, Haochen turned to behold the girl clad in white, radiating a refreshing aura, his eyes momentarily filled with astonishment. Bai Wan's elegance resembled the first time he had encountered Bai Xia at the 7th princess's residence. Akin to a warm jade, soothing to the heart. The two were undoubtedly twin sisters, their expressions and smiles strikingly similar. Haochen gradually reigned in his astonishment, feeling a sense of comfort, having fulfilled his promise to Bai Xia by promptly aiding her twin sister. "What are you looking at?" Bai Wan's beautiful eyes curved as she playfully smiled. "Just admiring a beauty," Haochen teased, stepping closer to Bai Wan, taking her wrist gently, closing his eyes once more to investigate her injuries. Bai Wan then gazed intently at Haochen, his youthful, handsome face radiating warmth and tenderness. "Thank you," Bai Wan murmured in a voice only she could hear, followed by a subtle, tender smile gracing her lovely face. This smile was different from before, seemingly infused with the emotions of her heart, making her beauty even more captivating. Chapter 1, 129, Utilized for One's Own Gain, Part 1, with his eyes gently closed. Haochen took a brief moment before slowly opening them. He smiled at Baiwen, stating, "Your recovery is better than I had anticipated. If you consume this elixir, your body should return to its former state within 2 or 3 days." After speaking, Haochen retrieved a perfectly round pill from his storage ring and handed it to Baiwen. She gracefully extended her delicate hand to accept the pill, nodding slightly. With Haochen by her side, she felt considerably more at ease. "How is your heavenly, cold body faring?" Haochen inquired, glancing at Baiwen's complexion. "You know about my heavenly, cold body." "Oh, did my sister tell you?" Baiwen replied. "I've been managing, but with only 3 days until the new moon, I can feel the impending change." She smiled faintly, her expression dimmed. "Is that really manageable?" Haochen's brow furrowed, his voice darkening with concern. He was slightly displeased with Baiwen's nonchalant attitude towards her condition. Sensing Haochen's discontent, Baiwen offered a soft smile and reassured. "Even if my heavenly, cold body were to truly erupt and overwhelm my senses, I would still recognize you." After the incident in the icy plains, a middle-aged acquaintance of hers had exploited her past innocence to gain her trust, subtly implicating her in the events that transpired there. Thus, Baiwen harbored suspicions towards everyone. Although Haochen had rescued her, he merely occupied a place in her heart. Enough of this nonsense. Rest assured, I will spare no effort in finding a lightning attribute magical beast to extract its essence and create a remedy for your heavenly, cold body, he vowed. Lightning attribute? Baiwen's beautiful eyes flickered with intrigue, a peculiar expression gracing her features. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "The lizard dragon belongs to the lightning attribute. It can be found within the celestial soul valley." Haochen was momentarily taken aback, but then a wave of ecstasy washed over his face. "What level is it?" "It has already transformed into a lizard dragon humanoid. I'm not certain of its exact level," Baiwen murmured. "Have you seen it?" "Where?" Haochen pressed on eagerly, his excitement intensifying. "The celestial soul valley is rife with toxic creatures, including some extraordinarily powerful celestial and magical beasts. It is a realm where both celestial and magical beasts coexist. And it is said that the lizard dragon is a hybrid descendant of lizards and serpentine dragons. The lizard dragon reigns as a dominant force in the celestial soul valley, possessing the trifecta of lightning, fire, and poison attributes." Baiwen absent-mindedly tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her cheeks tinged with a peculiar blush as she recounted. "Not long after entering the celestial soul valley, I encountered a lizard dragon humanoid. The moment it saw me, it acted like a lunatic, intent on capturing me to make me its woman. I was severely injured at the time, and, not wishing to engage with that madman, could only devise a means of escape." Haochen stared at Baiwen, a mix of astonishment and amusement dancing across his features. After a brief pause, he shook his head and chuckled. "It seems you possess quite the charm, attracting even the lizard dragon to such a frenzied extent, with intentions of whisking you away as its consort. What is there to laugh about? That creature was clearly interested in my heavenly, cold body," Baiwen retorted, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment at Haochen's teasing. Recognizing the girl's sensitivity, Haochen promptly stifled his laughter, a glimmer of excitement evident in his eyes as he inquired, "What is that fellow's strength?" "I haven't faced him directly, but I suspect he is stronger than you and he and the others. I surmise he has reached the threshold of a half-step golden immortal," replied Baiwen thoughtfully. "Half-step golden immortal?" Haochen nodded slightly, relieved that he was not an insurmountable adversary. "You should focus on healing. Once your injuries are fully mended, we shall confront the lizard man. If we can acquire its essence blood, while it may not completely resolve the issue of your Tianyin cold body, it could certainly prolong the time before it recurs. I shall then have the opportunity to seek the most effective remedy for your condition." After a brief contemplation, Haochen firmly resolved within himself. Hearing his words, Baiwen gently nodded. The Tianyin cold body weighed heavily on her heart, resolving it was indeed her utmost desire. "Before we locate the lizard man, I must also make some preparations to ensure our capture is foolproof." Haochen chuckled, shifting his posture to sit cross-legged once more on the azure stone, his dark eyes gleaming with anticipation. He was eager to discover the extent of Baiwen's cultivation once her Tianyin cold body was entirely controlled. Furthermore, would he himself be able to ascend to the golden immortal tier? If the heavens favored him, coupled with the soulless puppet, would he not have 2 formidable allies of golden immortal strength by his side, aside from himself? Contemplating this, Haochen could not suppress the surge of exhilaration within him. In the past, who could have imagined that such powerful beings would be at his side? After obtaining the whereabouts of the lizard man, Haochen did not hasten to capture it. The lizard man, having transformed into human form, was no ordinary creature. Without thorough preparation, the chances of success would be slim. Haochen's current strength was merely at the mid-stage of celestial immortal, while Yu Baiwen had surprisingly also reached the mid-stage of celestial immortal cultivation. This level of power was not insignificant. If the two joined forces, capturing the lizard man was not beyond the realm of possibility. However, it would undoubtedly require considerable effort. As it was a transformed demon, such a being was equivalent to Elder Yuan He of the Transformation Feather Sect, a presence of that caliber. Moreover, no one could ascertain whether the demon possessed any hidden cards. If they failed to subdue it, what avenues would be available for pursuit? Furthermore, even if Haochen had the energy, Yu Baiwen's Tianyin cold body did not afford her the luxury of time to wait. Therefore, if they were to engage, they must do so with absolute certainty of success. Moreover, the lizard man was the dominant force of the immortal Soul Valley, having already attained human form. And its intellect was not inferior to that of humans. It might even be more cunning. Thus, under its command, there would undoubtedly be numerous formidable magical beasts. Hence, once they took action, these beasts would also represent a formidable force not to be underestimated. Fortunately, Haochen possessed a soulless puppet, 2 spiritual avatars, and the assistance of his contracted beast, the Qiong spider. His initial plan was to first refine host bodies for the 2 avatars before confronting the lizard man. However, after preparing the materials, it was discovered that one crucial item was missing, the essence of a demon. To be precise, it was not that there was a complete lack of demon essence. The blood of Qiong Zhu and Bai Qiu was more than adequate. However, the essence from the shape-shifting beast bound by the Haochen contract was something he could not bear to use. A shape-shifting beast possessed only a scant few drops of essence, which were utterly insufficient, and moreover, it had to be of the same attribute. Thus, it seemed that acquiring the blood necessary to forge a body would require confronting the lizard man. In order to obtain accurate information about the lizard man, under Bai Wan's astonished gaze, Haochen summoned Xiao Chui, along with the shape-shifting beasts Xiao Qiu, Xiao Hong, and Xue Ying, urging them to scout the area further. This fellow was truly remarkable. Observing Haochen effortlessly summon 4 transformed demon birds in the guise of little girls, Yu Baiwan could not help but murmur to herself. As the 4 little demon birds departed from the space within the jade pendant, Yu Yao busied herself, leading 7 little friends, Ziyu, Zi-Yi, Zi-Xian, Xiao Shuanger, Hao Tian Ci, Zi-Qi, and Hao Tian Cheng. In a picturesque location within the jade pendant's realm, they tended to the dragon owl egg retrieved from the demon god valley. Under Xiao Chui's guidance, the group became caretakers, meticulously nurturing the egg in hopes of being recognized by the dragon owl upon its hatching. Within the softly lit cavern, Haochen sat cross-legged upon the rocks. A swirling mass of icy poison of a vivid green hue gradually undulating at his chest. Surrounding this poison, a blue lotus emanated a scorching heat, continuously radiating warmth. Under this intense heat, the icy poison was persistently confined and concentrated. With Haochen's prowess, the icy poison posed no significant threat to him. With the power of his oath, he could refine it at will. However, Haochen was cautious about refining it all at once, fearing that a sudden surge in strength might affect his foundational cultivation. Therefore, he carefully extracted and refined it, akin to peeling away layers of silk, assimilating it for his own use, while sealing the remaining portion of the icy poison within his starry dantian. Despite Haochen's meticulousness in refining the icy poison, his cultivation progress was suppressed. Yet, his pace of advancement remained unparalleled. After all, few could match his 5 dantian, which provided him with a pure and abundant source of energy. Nor did they possess his insatiable ability to absorb and refine all that came his way. It must be said that the inheritance from the young Xiao Hao truly endowed Haochen with an exceptional technique. Inside the cave, a fire crackled, illuminating the surroundings. By the fire, Yu Baiwan rested her delicate hand upon her cheek, occasionally casting glances at Haochen, who was immersed in his cultivation. Each gaze lingered on his chest, filled with reminiscences of their journey across the icy plains. Suddenly, amidst her drifting thoughts, a low, muffled sound resonated within the cavern. She quickly looked up, only to find the energy within the cave had suddenly become tumultuous, surging violently towards a corner as if drawn by some unseen force. As Baiwen's gaze followed the direction of the surging energy, it soon settled upon Haochen, a flicker of astonishment crossing her features. An advancement? Such phenomena were not unfamiliar to Baiwen, having experienced them multiple times before. Following the manifestation of this anomaly, Haochen exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he intensified his absorption. With the Qinglian stowed away, he voraciously consumed the incoming energy, unapologetically drawing it into the 5 dantians within his body. In the realm of the Immortal Soul Valley, where toxins ran rampant, even the energy here was tainted with poisonous miasma. Ordinary cultivators would hardly dare to practice here. Yet Haochen was fortunate to possess the Shaoyang Ju, a technique capable of devouring heaven, earth, spirit, and all. As the heavenly energies passed through the Ioa, the accompanying toxins were automatically filtered out under the terrifying heat. Since acquiring the Galaxy Dantian, he had condensed the toxins into poison pills, incorporating them into the Galaxy Dantian and allowing them to circulate according to the trajectories of celestial bodies. It could be said that Haochen had reached the zenith of the Shulheo inheritance, the limits of the Shaoyang Ju. He absorbed heaven, earth, and spirit, transforming them into his essence, reconstructing multiple dantians, and forging an indestructible physique, achieving a state of existence that resonated with the cosmos, where he shared lifespans with the heavens and brilliance with the sun and moon. At this moment, there was no substance in the world that he could not refine. Only the difficulty and duration of the refinement varied. The energy required for a celestial being at the level of immortality was immense. With a continuous influx of energy pouring in from the cave's exterior, around Haochen, an energy vortex formed, gradually funneling into his body. Observing the commotion stirred by Haochen, the white-clad enchantress Yu Baiwen lazily rose and made her way to the cave entrance. The poisonous creatures within the Immortal Soul Valley were acutely sensitive to the energy of the celestial essence. Haochen's extensive absorption of heavenly energy would undoubtedly attract their attention, necessitating her vigilance as a guardian. Baiwen halted at the cave's mouth, gazing out into the pitch-black world, leaning languidly against the stone wall. In the silence, an exceptionally formidable aura began to emanate from her body, instilling fear in the fierce toxins drawn by the disturbance. The anomaly within the cave persisted for approximately half an hour, the rampant heavenly energies gradually diminishing, while the energy vortex surrounding Haochen became increasingly ethereal. Not long after the last vestige of energy infiltrated Haochen's body, his tightly shut eyes slowly opened. With a sudden flourish, he raised his arm and pointed, unleashing a beam of energy that pierced through a nearby rock as though it were solid. The abundance of energy within him allowed for the release through the Wang Ning finger technique. As this energy shot forth, Haochen gradually reigned in his aura, returning to a state of serene composure. At first glance, he appeared unchanged, yet his presence was now significantly more formidable than before. Extending his hand, he gently grasped the air, causing a ripple of distortion to manifest above his palm. The ability to manipulate spatial power is a hallmark of celestial beings. However, this level of control was merely in its infancy. Only upon reaching the ranks of immortal sovereign or even immortal king could one wield spatial power with consummate mastery. As Haochen tirelessly twisted the fabric of space, a gentle laughter resonated before him. He lifted his gaze to behold the enchanting figure of the white-clad sorceress, Yu Baiwen, who appeared remarkably fresh and captivating. This ice poison is indeed a remarkable substance. If I were to absorb external energy, it would likely take me nearly a month to reach the peak of the mid-stage, Haochen remarked with a smile, expressing his delight. While the two were engaged in conversation, a sudden rush of wind heralded the arrival of several figures at the cave's entrance. Xiao Chui, accompanied by 3 little girls, hurriedly burst in. A hint of panic etched upon her face. Noticing her distress, Haochen furrowed his brow and inquired, "What has happened? Brother, we're in trouble. You and Sister White-Clad Sorceress are being hunted. They seem to know we are still in the Immortal Soul Valley. The Huayu sect and various powerful beings are incessantly making their way here. Among them, it is said there are even half-step golden immortals," Xiao Chui exclaimed, swallowing hard in urgency. Half-step golden immortal? Upon hearing this, both Haochen and Baiwen's expressions shifted dramatically, their faces darkening slightly. The Huayu sect is indeed investing heavily. It appears we must hasten our pace. We must resolve the issue with the lizard beast before they find us. Once we assist Baiwen in healing her cold body, we shall be free of concern. Haochen's eyes glimmered with determination. There was no time to investigate how their whereabouts had been discovered. Casting a glance at the sky, he abruptly stood, directing his gaze towards Baiwen. He swiftly summoned Bai Xia once more to safeguard Baiwen, ensuring her cold body would not suddenly flare up. Conceal your presence. Alter your appearance, and let us depart from here. Before his words had fully settled, Haochen, accompanied by the 4 little girls, dashed out of the cave. Deep within the immortal Soul Valley, countless winding paths branched out, and the occasional roar of magical beasts echoed through the air. The creatures here, having evolved over countless years, were nearly all venomous. A single misstep could lead to catastrophe. In this desolate region, a faint sound of rushing wind suddenly emerged, and soon several figures rushed in from afar, appearing before 100 feet away. As they drew closer, their identities became clear. It was none other than Haochen and his companions. Haochen gracefully landed upon a black rock, his gaze sweeping the horizon, though the toxic mists greatly hindered his perception. "Where is the lizard beast?" he inquired, glancing back at Baiwen. Baiwen surveyed her surroundings with her spiritual sense, her eyes momentarily closed in concentration. Upon reopening them, she pointed towards the northwest with her delicate hand. "It is over there. We should be nearing it. That creature has a distinct toxic odor, even from a distance. It is unmistakable." With a slight nod, Haochen glanced at the others trailing closely beside him. He exhaled softly, stating, "It seems we are in for a fierce battle today." The lizard beast has transformed into a human and possesses half-step golden immortal strength, undoubtedly making it a formidable adversary. "Bixia, if war breaks out, you and Baiwen, along with the little ones, should keep your distance to avoid being caught in the fray. This is an antidote I hastily concocted. Xiaozue, please distribute it." After handing Xiaozue a vial of antidote, Haochen swiftly moved in the direction indicated by Baiwen. Xiaozue and the others nodded slightly, given their strength. It was clear they were not qualified to partake in such a high-level battle, so keeping a safe distance was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. "Let us take the antidote. As long as we do not provoke those vicious poisonous creatures, they shall not trouble us," Xiaozue said with a gentle smile to Bixia and the others. She then quickly followed after the swiftly advancing Haochen. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the immortal Soul Valley, a commotion erupted with the arrival of a large group of individuals. Outside the valley, a multitude of diverse figures stood, their auras revealing them to be powerful beings of celestial rank or higher. At the forefront of this gathering stood 3 figures. Among them, the most striking was an elderly man in the center. Unlike the 2 imposing elders beside him, this white-haired man exuded no energy, appearing remarkably ordinary. However, a grotesque scar marred his left cheek, sending a shiver down the spine of those who beheld him. This seemingly unremarkable elder astonishingly occupied the central position of the group, even causing the 2 powerful elders flanking him to step back slightly, their expressions betraying a hint of reverence. Around the entrance of the immortal Soul Valley, many onlookers gaped in astonishment at the scene before them, their excitement heightened upon noticing the unique feather patterns adorning the clothing of the 3 figures ahead. Could they be from the Feather Transformation sect? The leading trio were peak celestial beings. It was rumored that 3 elders and several disciples from the Feather Transformation sect had perished at the hands of the white-clad demoness. It seemed the sect was indeed enraged. If my deductions are correct, the elder at the forefront is none other than Yun Yi, the Grand Protector of the Feather Transformation sect, a figure of considerable renown even within the central region. The Grand Protector Yun Yi? How surprising. The Feather Transformation sect has even sent their Grand Protector. It seems the white-clad demoness is in grave peril. Whispers of speculation rippled through the crowd, yet the 3 powerful figures remained undistracted. The Grand Elder Yun Yi opened his eyes. "Is everyone assembled?" he inquired, glancing at the man to his left. "All are present, awaiting the Grand Protector's command," the white-clad elder promptly replied. The Grand Protector Yun Yi nodded slowly, extending his hand and suddenly waving it, summoning a swirling mist that coalesced into a spatial image. Within that image was Haochen and his companions. If my conjecture holds true, these individuals are the perpetrators of the slaughter against the disciples of the Feather Transformation sect. However, I did not expect the white-clad demoness to have outside assistance. These newcomers appear unfamiliar, likely outsiders from beyond Chuqing, since the separation of a portion of its members. The Jijihua feather sect has thrived in the Zikawai, celestial domain. After years of diligent effort, they have not encountered such provocation until now. Have our hands grown somewhat slack? The Grand Protector, Yun Yi, cast a sweeping gaze across the void, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips, evoking an unsettling chill. The two elderly figures clad in white felt a shiver run down their spines upon hearing Yun Yi's laughter. They understood that whenever he laughed with such delight, it signified a deep-seated intent to kill. Let us proceed. I am eager to meet this unfamiliar group. The dignity of the Jijihua feather sect shall not be challenged. With a gentle wave of his hand, the Grand Protector Yun Yi transformed the void into swirling mist and swiftly advanced deeper into the Valley of Celestial Souls, followed closely by a contingent of disciples from the Jijihua feather sect. As they moved, they made not a sound, resembling a well-trained elite force. Observers exchanged glances, their eyes ablaze with fervor, cognizant that tranquility in the Valley of Celestial Souls was about to be shattered. Shortly thereafter, a stream of figures followed the disciples into the valley, driven by an innate desire to witness the unfolding spectacle of conflict firsthand. At last, that stone fortress is our destination, exclaimed Bai Wan as they reached the grassy expanse 1,000 zhang away from the fortress. Upon hearing her words, Haochen halted abruptly, lifting his gaze to squint into the distance. Through the thick mist, a colossal stone fortress, constructed from granite, gradually emerged into view. Is the lizard creature residing there? Haochen rubbed his hands together, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes, for they had finally located the dwelling of the lizard. Bai Wan nodded with a smile, saying, I believe it has sensed my presence. Lizards of such caliber seem to possess a keen awareness of women. Then let us meet this lascivious creature and see what it looks like. Bai Wan, stay behind Xiao Cui and the others. Do not venture too close to prevent any sudden attacks from the lizard, and let your sister guard you from the rear. Haochen jested, imparting a word of caution to Bai Wan. I won't let it catch me. Bai Wan nodded and reminded Haochen, you must also exercise caution. With a smile, Haochen propelled himself off the ground, transforming into a streak of black, darting towards the fortress with lightning speed. The four little sorceresses, Xiao Cui, Xiao Qiu, Xiao Hong, and Shui Ying, followed closely in pursuit. With their swift pace, they soon found themselves within 1,000 zhang of the stone fortress. As they approached, the fortress's grandeur became increasingly apparent, exuding an imposing and majestic aura. Just as they set foot within the 1,000 zhang radius of the fortress, a violent surge of energy erupted from within. In an instant, it swept forth like a tempest, lifting the dry branches and fallen leaves from the ground. Haha, little beauty. I never expected you would come to see me. In that case, stay obediently and become my woman. I shall make you my queen, to bear the most perfect and pure-blooded offspring for me. A raucous laughter emanated from the stone fortress, rippling through the air. Before the echoes of mirth could fade, a piercing sound sliced through the wind. Whoosh! A figure darted forth from the fortress with the swiftness of lightning, a monstrous being towering over 10 feet. Suspended in the sky. Chapter 1132. Challenge of the Lizard Dragon, Part 2. Haochen and his companions abruptly halted, gazing at the imposing silhouette hovering in the void, feeling the overwhelming aura it exuded. A flicker of astonishment crossed their eyes. This was indeed the transformed lizard dragon, far surpassing the stage of a mere half-step golden immortal, rivaling even the early golden immortal phase. Truly formidable. However, I must acquire his essence. Before his thoughts could settle, Haochen subtly summoned the little girl, Qiongzhu, instructing her to stealthily venture to the lizard dragon's lair to collect treasures, yet forbidding excessive bloodshed. Xiao Cui and several little girls licked their lips, their eyes suddenly ablaze with fervent combat spirit. Be cautious, you lot. Though you are natural enemies of the dragon, your cultivation is insufficient, and you may not stand a chance against it. I shall first engage the lizard dragon in combat. You four can serve as my protectors. Prepare yourselves, we shall end this swiftly. As they gazed upward at the formidable figure, Bai Wan, standing at a distance, felt a wave of gravity wash over her. The prowess of the lizard dragon was truly terrifying. Capturing it would undoubtedly entail a fierce struggle. Suspended in the heavens, the lizard dragon bore no distinction from an ordinary person, yet its countenance was strikingly handsome, with an undercurrent of sinister allure. It gradually descended from the sky, finally pausing in midair. Its gaze swept over Bai Wan and Bai Xia in the distance, then settled on Haochen and the others before raising an eyebrow. teasingly addressing Bai Wan. I wonder why you have come. Is it that you do not wish to be a princess because you lack maidens? Yet, you have sent 4 little girls my way. Excellent. I shall accept them. I have come not only to deliver these 4 little girls, but also to request something from you. Bai Wan replied with a gentle smile. Oh, that is certainly agreeable. As long as you remain here as my woman, I shall grant you not just 1 item, but as many treasures as you desire. The lizard dragon responded with a grin. Its gaze turned playfully towards Bai Wan's enchanting figure. Over the years, he had never encountered a woman who stirred his heart so profoundly. As a lizard dragon, Bai Wan's cold celestial body was akin to a coveted treasure to him, filling him with indescribable delight at the thought. Cultivating together with one possessing a cold celestial body would propel his own cultivation to unprecedented heights. From the moment he first laid eyes on Bai Wan, he had coveted her cold celestial body, determined to possess her. Then, relinquish your essence to me. The white-clad sorceress, Yuan, interjected with a glint of coldness in her eyes. Upon hearing her words, the lizard dragon's smile instantly froze, a sinister shadow flickering across his handsome visage. It seems that benevolent souls do not approach, and those who come mean harm. The lizard dragon licked his lips, declaring, were it anyone else speaking such words before me, they would surely meet their demise. However, as I am so entranced by you, let the offense be compensated by the man before you. Before the last word faded, the lizard dragon's form abruptly vanished from sight. Haochen narrowed his eyes slightly, and at that very moment, with a swift movement, he retreated to stand before the white-clad enchantress. You Baiwen. Just as he steadied himself, the hand of the lizard monster sliced through the void like a sharp sword, tearing open a dark rift as it reached for Yu Baiwen. To his surprise, instead of the softness of a woman, he grasped a firm hand. The strike missed its target, prompting a gasp from the surrounding emptiness. The lizard monster, taken aback, regarded the man before him and mused internally. This man is remarkably quick to react. In the blink of an eye, a shadow darted forth like lightning, piercing the void and appearing directly above Haochen. Boom! A lightning-fast punch struck down towards Haochen, but instead of blood, it merely passed through him, leaving no trace. A mere afterimage? Observing this scene, a flicker of astonishment crossed the lizard monster's eyes. Scanning the vicinity, he spotted a figure slowly materializing several dozen feet away. It was Haochen. Well, I underestimated you, the lizard monster thought, slightly surprised. Yet, before he could make a move, a green whip, accompanied by the sharp sound of slicing wind, shot forth from behind him. Heh! Little beauty, you think your whip will intimidate me in the bridal chamber? Here, I am not afraid. Feeling the gust of wind at his back, the lizard monster teased, suddenly swinging his hand to grasp at the source. The white-clad enchantress, Yu Baiwen, swiftly retracted her Qinglong whip, realizing her ambush had failed. Regardless of your reasons for being here, since you have come to provoke, you shall not leave. With a sweeping glance at Haochen and the women, the lizard monster erupted into laughter, spreading his arms wide, and unleashed a thunderous roar towards the heavens. As his voice echoed, the sky darkened, and the very space around them trembled. Dark clouds rolled in, lightning crackled down, and a chilling rustle filled the air. Following the sound, a sea of mist surged from the horizon like a crashing wave. Be careful, it's the sea of mist formed by the lizard monster's clones, Yu Baiwen warned, her expression grave as she appeared beside Haochen. As she spoke, the mist drew closer, and Haochen cast a glance, realizing that it was no mere fog but a dense swarm of lizard monsters. The clouds coalescing in the air were indeed formed by these creatures. Witnessing this scene, even Haochen's gaze sharpened. Among the throng of lizard monsters, he detected 2 equally formidable presences. Though they paled in comparison to the lizard monster before him, they were still formidable, likely at the late stage of the 4th tier, akin to a human celestial being in their prime. I am the sovereign of this realm. Since you have ventured here, your lives and deaths shall be decided by me. The lizard monster's sinister smile was laced with a chilling threat. Xiao Chui and the others, use the Cloud Splitter artifact to sweep away those bothersome creatures, then return immediately. No lingering. With a sudden flourish, a small ship materialized before him, rapidly enlarging into an interstellar vessel. The 4 little girls boarded the spacecraft, racing towards the swarm of lizard monsters. As for the lizard man, he has been entrusted to the trio of the Soulless, Blood Poison, and Xianbing. Surely, they will treat him well. In response to the lizardman's arrogance, Haochen merely smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, the 3, Soulless, Xianbing, and blood poison, appeared before him, and he commanded, "Make quick work of it." Capturing a living lizard man has its advantages. Yu Bia and Yu Baiwen, having detached from Xiao Chui and her companions, did not take their eyes off Haochen as the trio surrounded the lizard man. What secrets does this fellow possess? How many more am I unaware of? Yu Bia fumed, moving to Haochen's side and unexpectedly twisting his ear, demanding, "Speak. What other secrets do you hide from me? Ah, please, gentle. My ear, it's going to fall off." Haochen pleaded, "I'll tell you tonight in private. Right now? I must protect them." At that moment, a flash of white light appeared in the distance as Xiao Chui and her companions returned to Haochen's side. "You must tell me clearly, or else, humph," Yu Bia warned, releasing her grip. As Haochen rubbed his ear, he retracted the starship and turned to Xiao Chui, inquiring, "How was it?" It was exhilarating. The improved cloud-splitting artifact, powered by celestial essence stones, was simply thrilling. Xiao Chui exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Let us go see the commotion," Haochen declared, leaping into the air towards the direction of the Soulless and the others. Chapter 133. A sudden onslaught. The three phantoms of Soulless, Xianbing, and blood poison arrived before the lizard man. "Lizard man, kneel and surrender at once, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets," Soulless commanded, glaring at the lizard man. The lizard man, his voice dripping with malice, retorted, "You dare threaten me? I am of the lizard man clan, and you cannot harm me." The lizard man clan? Upon hearing this, Haochen's brow furrowed slightly. So, this lizard man is not merely a beast in disguise, but a member of the demon race. He had heard of this clan, known for their formidable strength in the demon realm, and their reputation was quite significant, as it was said that members of the lizard man clan bore a trace of ancient dragon blood within them. Haochen had not anticipated that the lizard man was indeed from the demon world. However, the arrow had already been knocked. There was no turning back. Even if this fellow were a member of the dragon clan, action was unavoidable. Attack! A cold glint crossed Haochen's face. No sooner had the words left his lips than Soulless lunged directly at the lizard man. Seeing the oncoming assault, the lizard man's expression darkened, and a torrent of murderous intent surged in his eyes. With a derisive laugh, he declared, "If you seek death, then allow me to grant it to you, mere ants. Ants, you are the one who speaks so presumptuously. Look behind you. Your minions have scattered in fear, leaving you to us, the ants." The lizard man, reveling in his arrogance, turned to find the sky clear, devoid of any of his subordinates. Now is not the time for distractions. As the lizard man found himself in a moment of disarray, an unexpected laughter resonated from behind him. In an instant, Haochen unleashed a powerful palm strike, landing squarely on the lizardman's back. With a gasp, the lizard man was struck hard, blood spewing forth from his mouth. This blood transformed into crimson arrows, fiercely shooting toward the approaching Wuhuan. Despite the hissing sound of impact, Wuhuan remained unfazed, delivering a formidable punch without hesitation. "You scoundrels, I shall not spare you," the lizard man bellowed, evading the weighty punch that felt like a mountain. Letting out a howl, the lizard man's body abruptly expanded, morphing into a fearsome lizard man beast, charging at Wuhuan with ferocity. At this moment, Haochen seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from behind, employing a technique that struck the lizardman's vulnerable spot, eliciting a piercing scream. Yet, before the cry could fade, a dark figure appeared above the lizard man's head. Wuhuan, unrelenting, delivered a punch that struck the lizardman's eye with brutal force. The poison surged into the lizard man's consciousness, while the icy energy sealed his limbs in place. A deep thud echoed as blood rained down from the heavens, creating a scene akin to a crimson shower. Under such a heavy onslaught, even the transformed lizard man beast could not withstand the assault. It plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. The immense mass of the lizard man created a deep crater upon impact. With a stinging pain in his eyes and agony coursing through his mind, his limbs were frozen in a paralyzed state, forcing the lizard man beast to emit anguished howls. "You wretches, I shall ensure your bodies are torn asunder." The voice of the lizard man was laced with unparalleled killing intent and fury. Since arriving to establish his dominion, today marked his most humiliating moment. With a ferocious roar, the lizard man opened his jaws wide, gathering a dense, blood-red energy. In mere moments, it coalesced into a terrifying bolt of lightning energy, sending shockwaves through the air. With a swift crack, The lightning surged through the sky like a flash, aimed directly at Haochen. Beware! Upon seeing the impending attack, a grave expression crossed Haochen's face. The lizard man had gone mad. Such a desperate assault would leave anyone severely injured. Sensing the danger of the lightning energy, Haochen swiftly executed a series of evasive maneuvers, leaving behind a trail of afterimages, vanishing mysteriously from sight. Though the lightning possessed terrifying lethality, the lizard man, racked with pain, struggled to maintain precise control. Consequently, the energy shot through the air, disappearing into the distant horizon. Brother, the four of us guardians will strike at his head in tandem with you and Wu Huan. Xiao Chui eagerly conveyed through telepathy. Understood. Haochen nodded in agreement to Xiao Chui's proposition. The lizard demon proved to be an exceptionally formidable opponent. Neither Soulless, Blood Toxin, nor Xianbing could momentarily gain the upper hand against him, aided as he was by the four little demonesses, including Xiao Cui. Had it not been for Xiao Cui and her companions employing the Cloud Splitter artifact to obliterate the lizard demon's minions, the current situation would have undoubtedly taken a different turn. Xiao Cui and the three transformed avian demonesses, without a trace of hesitation, reverted to their original forms and commenced their indiscriminate assault. In the frigid expanse, the snow eagle unleashed a chilling ice blade from its beak, while its wings surged forth, creating a tempest aimed at the lizard demon. The lizard demon retaliated with a bolt of thunderous energy. Meanwhile, Xiaohong directed flames towards the ground beneath the lizard demon, and Xiao Qiao shot a dark flame straight for its eyes, while Xiao Cui encircled the creature with azure fire. The four young girls were not intent on slaying the lizard demon, but rather sought to create chaos, leaving it bewildered and overwhelmed. At that moment, Xiong Spider returned triumphantly. Seizing the opportunity while the lizard demon was distracted, Xiong Spider took flight, casting a celestial web that ensnared the creature's massive form. As the web made contact, it emitted a series of hissing sounds. The innate ability invoked by Xiong Spider disregarded the lizard demon's formidable strength. The celestial web was woven from elastic, venomous threads. The sudden binding startled the lizard demon, which struggled furiously, yet no matter how it writhed, the web clung tenaciously to its body, effectively immobilizing it. Now, roared Haochen. The soulless puppet, Blood Toxin, and Xianbing, suspended in midair, each unleashed their unique powers. The soulless puppet leapt from the sky, crashing down upon the lizard demon's vast body like a meteor. Blood Toxin and Xianbing, as ethereal projections, launched their assaults, with Blood Toxin once more disrupting the lizard demon's consciousness and Xianbing infiltrating its very flesh. The three forces of destruction combined caused the lizard demon's body to crumble under the impact. A furious roar erupted from the lizard demon, provoked by the overwhelming destructive force it experienced. As the lizard demon's roar echoed, its tail transformed into a whip-like strike aimed at the soulless puppet. Observing this from above, Haochen smirked coldly, altering his hand gestures to summon a resplendent azure lotus that spiraled down with lightning speed. Just before the lizard demon's tail could strike the soulless puppet, the lotus collided with it, showering the tail and petals that emitted a dense white mist, inflicting intense burning pain upon the creature. Boom! Under the relentless assault, despite its massive stature, the lizard demon found itself momentarily incapacitated, thrashing helplessly and causing the ground to tremble and fissures to spread rapidly. Boom! The soulless puppet, unrelenting, swung its iron fist down with great force, striking the lizard demon squarely atop its head. The combat prowess of the soulless puppet largely stemmed from its body, honed through countless trials, and its violent energy was profoundly destructive. Now, with a single blow, even the lizard demon, at the peak of golden immortal strength, let out a mournful wail. The body's struggle intensified with a frenzied vigor. Amidst this chaotic writhing, dense clouds of corrosive blood mist surged forth from within, and upon witnessing this scene, Haochen's thoughts shifted. The soulless puppet's fist clenched once more, delivering blow after blow with relentless ferocity, akin to hammering a stake into the ground, striking the same point atop the lizard's head with unyielding force. The eerie blood mist, upon contact with the puppet's form, emitted a hissing sound, and astonishingly, cracks began to form on the dry and sturdy exterior of the soulless puppet under such corrosive assault. Noticing this alarming transformation, Haochen's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated the venom within the lizard to be so ferocious that even the formidable body of the soulless puppet could not withstand it. In light of this, a fierce determination flickered in Haochen's eyes. He truly could not believe that, under their formidable array, the lizard could still turn the tides. With a focused thought, a dark radiance erupted from within the soulless puppet, barely resisting the encroaching blood mist. The soulless puppet's fists rained down upon the lizard with a thunderous resonance, akin to striking a drum, causing a tightening sensation in the heart. One punch could make an ordinary celestial immortal vomit blood, yet the lizard, relying on its tough hide and resilient flesh, endured dozens of blows. Amidst this excruciating pain, the lizard was horrified to discover a sense of weakness slowly permeating from its core. At this juncture, fear began to creep in. If this continued, it might truly meet its end today. "Stop! What do you want from us?" the lizard inquired in terror. "We seek your essence," Haochen replied coolly. At this point, the lizard ceased its resistance, realizing that defiance would lead only to doom. It thus reverted to its human form, lowering its head in resignation. Observing this development, Haochen swiftly approached, gesturing to confine the lizard within the demon suppression tower. "Let us depart. The commotion here is too great, and it is likely that others will come to investigate shortly. We shall not enter the stone fortress. It is prudent to leave," Haochen murmured softly. "Indeed." Baiwen and Bixiao responded in unison. With a smile and a nod, Haochen remarked, "Having subdued the lizard, the next steps are of utmost importance." As his words fell, he waved his hand, and the soulless puppet, Blood Poison, Xianbing, and the others vanished from sight. Haochen then turned and swiftly darted northwest towards the Valley of Immortal Souls, with Bixiao, Baiwen, the four little demonesses, and the petite girl Qiongzu following closely behind. As Haochen and his companions departed, the area around the stone fortress fell silent once more, save for the remnants of the natural environment marred by human conflict, a testament to the fierce battle that had transpired. Meanwhile, Xiao Cui and her companions swept through the lizard's misty domain, while Qiongzu ravaged the treasures of the stone fortress, leaving no trace behind. In the northwest of the Valley of Immortal Souls, in a fog-laden hollow, Haochen pondered, according to Xiao Cui, "I suspect that the might of the Huayu sect has also entered the Valley of Immortal Souls, and perhaps they will soon seek us out." The campfire flickered in the hollow, casting a warm glow, as Haochen reflected. Moreover, among the strong who have come this time, there exists a presence at the half-step golden immortal level. Xiao Cui nodded gravely in agreement. The strength of a half-step golden immortal is comparable to that of a lizard dragon. Although Haochen possesses formidable trump cards, engaging with such a being in a one-on-one confrontation would likely yield little advantage, as the half-step golden immortal realm represents the pinnacle of power beneath the golden immortal tier. Beside him, Bixiao and Baiwen nodded slightly, both of whom were quite familiar with this level of prowess. Even Baiwen had to concede that, in her prime state, she would still struggle against a golden immortal. Therefore, before the members of the Huayu sect locate us, it is imperative to resolve Baiwen's heavenly cold physique. Otherwise, the situation could become dire, Haochen solemnly stated. Upon hearing this, Baiwen nodded. If she could resolve her heavenly cold physique, her strength would surge dramatically, thus granting her the ability to contend against golden immortals. Haochen retrieved the Ice Thunder Pill's key ingredients, Ice Cloud Grass, Blood Fruit, and Absolute Thunder Herb, which he swiftly placed into the Demon Suppression Tower, extracting 3 drops of Lizard Dragon Essence blood to devise a simple gathering array. "We can commence." Once all preparations were in place, Haochen addressed Xiao Cui and the others. Noticing Haochen was about to commence alchemy, Xiao Cui, Xiaohong, Xiao Xiu, and Shuiying positioned themselves at 4 points 1,000 feet away to guard, while Qiong Spider remained nearby. With a wave of his hand, Haochen established a barrier, enveloping Bixiao, Baiwen, and himself within it. Aware of Haochen's intentions to concoct pills, the 2 women gradually stepped back a few paces to stand guard. As the Qingquan Furnace, Wuyin Furnace, and Qinghuan Dan Furnace landed, Haochen extracted a pill refinement platform. The flames of alchemical fires surged forth, which he casually tossed into the 3 furnaces. A continuous stream of medicinal materials erupted from his storage ring, cascading onto the refinement platform. Observing the gradually calming flames within the 3 furnaces, a smile graced Baiwen's face as she thought, "This fellow is indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, how could my sister have fallen for him at first sight?" Haochen skillfully seized a vibrant green herb, known as the Baihua, whose branches and leaves contained a gentle energy ideal for safeguarding meridians. The crafting of the ice thunder pill not only required the three primary ingredients, ice cloud grass, blood fruit, and absolute thunder herb, but also necessitated numerous auxiliary herbs such as ice cold nether grass, purple orchid heart, thunder bamboo leaves, and seven-star blazing sun grass for balance and synergy. Except for the thunder bamboo leaves, these auxiliary herbs were of relatively low rank and quite common, enabling Haochen to procure a substantial quantity without difficulty. Stealing a glance at the baiyihua in his hand, Haochen's palm paused momentarily before casting it into the Qinghuan Dan furnace for purification. As the branches and leaves of the baiyihua began to exude droplets of green liquid, they rapidly shrank as the liquid accumulated. Once the final drop of the emerald liquid was extracted, its body was reduced to black ash, settling at the bottom of the furnace. With a flick of his hand, the green liquid was swiftly drawn out and transferred into the Qinghuan furnace, preserved at a stable temperature in preparation for fusion. Chapter 1. 135. Alchemy, Part 2. After refining the baiyihua and purifying its essence, Haochen once again refined numerous celestial herbs, including the frosty nether grass, purple orchid heart, thunder bamboo leaves, and the seven-star sunfire herb, among dozens of others, producing the purifying liquid for elixirs. Crafting the ice thunder pill is no simple task. It requires over 60 auxiliary herbs alone. Furthermore, the sequence and proportions during the fusion must be executed flawlessly. Hence, creating a unique formula for a high-tier elixir is indeed a formidable challenge. After all the auxiliary herbs were refined, Haochen let out a long sigh of relief. During his alchemical endeavors, Bai Wan and Bai Xia stood a few steps away, observing Haochen's process in silence, fearful of disturbing his concentration. Moreover, within 1,000 feet of this secluded valley, all magical beasts had been either driven away or slain by the four little demonesses, who performed their protective duties with remarkable competence. As Haochen immersed himself in alchemy, time swiftly passed, and before long, 2 days had elapsed. While condensing the ice thunder pill, after adding 3 drops of the lizard beast's blood, Haochen suddenly appeared beside Bai Wan and Bai Xia, unceremoniously drawing a drop of blood from Bai Wan's left hand. He then drew another drop from his middle finger, merging it with Bai Wan's essence. As Haochen's blood integrated with Bai Wan's, an inexplicable connection seemed to form between the two. However, with little time for contemplation, Haochen swiftly transferred their blood into the purifying liquid within the Qinghuan furnace. At the stone fortress of the Celestial Soul Valley, silence reigned, the poisonous barriers dissipated, leaving the vast fortress seemingly empty, devoid of its former vitality. Suddenly, the sound of rushing wind echoed from 1,000 feet away. Moments later, many figures flashed into view on the grassy expanse beyond the fortress. Great Protector, the energy fluctuations we sensed a few days ago originated from here. An elder beside the Great Protector Yun-E reported respectfully, scanning the surroundings of the fortress. There is no longer any trace of life here, Yun-E remarked, his gaze settling on the fortress. As far as I know, this should have been within the territory of the lizard beast, but it appears otherwise now. Another elder beside Yun-E observed with a frown. The lizard beast, a pinnacle 3rd-tier celestial creature, is equivalent to a human half-step golden immortal. Yun-Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he continued. There are remnants of a struggle. If my deductions are accurate, that creature has likely been captured. Celestial beasts are categorized into 9 tiers. Tiers 1 to 3 are low-tier celestial beasts. 4 to 6 are mid-tier. 7 to 9 are high-tier. And anything beyond 9 is classified as a divine beast. The lizard beast possesses strength comparable to a half-step golden immortal, a rarity even within the Celestial Soul Valley. Who could have captured it? Upon hearing this, the others gasped in astonishment. From the traces on the ground, it is evident that a person with formidable fire control abilities was involved. If my conjecture holds true, it must have been that group, Yun-E remarked, casually grasping a handful of the remaining grass from the ground, which quickly turned to ash with a gentle squeeze. That group? Are they truly that powerful? The 2 elderly gentlemen exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. To effortlessly vanquish Elder Yunlin and his companions, and to contend with a late-stage celestial immortal, what could be so surprising? The Grand Protector, Yun-E, offered a faint smile as he gradually rose to his feet. His gaze then shifted toward the northwest of the Immortal Soul Valley, where a peculiar grin emerged upon his withered visage. However, the lingering scent of lizard demon blood still pervades the air. Following this trail will surely lead us to their whereabouts. Truly astute, Grand Protector, the two white-robed elders exclaimed, their spirits lifted by his insight. With a casual wave of his hand, Grand Protector Yun E set forth toward the northwest of the Immortal Soul Valley. Faintly, his laughter echoed. I find myself increasingly intrigued by this group. Not only have they taken in the white-robed enchantress, but they also find time to capture lizards. What a delightful diversion. The two elders exchanged knowing glances behind him, subsequently stifling their chuckles. To pique the interest of Grand Protector Yun E is either a stroke of misfortune or a blessing for those unfortunate souls. Those who offend the Hua Yu sect seldom meet a pleasant fate, such pitiable beings. In a tranquil mountain hollow, a searing wave of energy lingered, causing the toxic mist in the air to flicker and shimmer. Within a barrier in the hollow, 3 figures were present. Before one of them, a cauldron blazed with vibrant flames, releasing a torrent of heat into the surroundings. 2 stunning women stood behind, utterly engrossed in the cauldron's contents. It has been 3 days, Bai Wan remarked, gazing at the silhouette of Haochen with a gentle sigh. Refining pills is no simple task. It naturally takes considerable time. Moon Bai Xia, however, was not surprised. Moreover, the aroma emanating from the cauldron grows increasingly rich. It must be nearing completion. As she spoke, the cauldron suddenly trembled, and a clear, ringing sound resonated throughout the barrier. What is happening? Bai Wan exclaimed, her attention snapping to the source of the disturbance. Following the resonating hum of the cauldron, an exceptionally potent fragrance erupted like a volcano from within. Faintly, a rounded pill could be discerned, seemingly enveloped in the emanating vapors. Has it succeeded? Bai Wan's heart leapt with joy at the rich scent wafting through the air. Under the watchful gaze of Bai Wan and Bai Xia, the fragrance intensified, filling the barrier with a refreshing aroma. Clearly, a precursor to the successful formation of the pill. The creation of the Ice Thunder pill was not overly complex, especially with the experience gained from assisting Bai Li Yun Tian in refining the purple spirit essence pill. This time, the process unfolded surprisingly smoothly for Haochen, with nary a hitch along the way. As the pill's essence surged forth, Haochen's once squinted eyes gradually opened, revealing a look of satisfaction. The fragrance escalated rapidly, eventually breaching the barrier and triggering a pill tribulation. Dark clouds quickly gathered above, casting a shadow over the scene. Upon witnessing this scene, a glimmer of joy surged in Haochen's eyes. He had not anticipated that the Ice Thunder pill would attract the Dan Thunder. For alchemists, Dan Thunder was a source of considerable vexation, yet it was precisely what Haochen relished encountering. Each instance of enduring the tempering of Dan Thunder fortified his body significantly. In Chapter 1136, The Cold Body of Heavenly Shadows, the 9 thunder dragons within the thunder-seized Dantian had directly strengthened to a level comparable to his own cultivation. One could only wonder to what heights the thunder dragon's spiritual manifestations might ascend after undergoing another trial of thunder. However, as Haochen indulged in his exuberant musings, the gathering storm clouds above abruptly paused and began to twist unnaturally. Although there were low, rumbling sounds of thunder, it lacked the dramatic descent witnessed in the past. Instead, after a brief accumulation, the clouds gradually receded. The sudden dispersal of the calamity clouds fell upon Haochen like a cold bucket of water, extinguishing his fervent excitement entirely. How could the calamity clouds dissipate on their own? Haochen stared blankly at the remnants of the dark clouds above. After a moment, he could only manage a wry smile. Brother, the toxic miasma within the Immortal Soul Valley is too dense. Perhaps it has veiled the medicinal aura, preventing the Dan Thunder from finding its target, leading to its automatic dispersal. As he lamented, Xiao Chui and her companions approached him, nodding in acknowledgement of Xiao Chui's words. Haochen, having regained his composure, began to understand the situation. This occurrence was indeed partially due to the obscuring miasma, but there was another underlying reason. The Ice Thunder pill was not potent enough to incite a Dan calamity. While it could be classified as a celestial-grade pill, it barely qualified as a mid-tier celestial second-grade pill at best. Had it not been for the addition of a few drops of celestial blood, enhancing its efficacy, it might have only been regarded as a low-tier second-grade pill. The medicinal aura it emitted was perhaps insufficient to trigger a Dan calamity, compounded by the toxic fog's interference, which ultimately caused the calamity to dissipate shortly after its emergence. However, time was of the essence, and there was no opportunity to contend with the Dan calamity. Haochen inwardly cursed his misfortune. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the pill from the Qian furnace. Is this the ice thunder pill? Haochen mused, examining the pill in his palm. It was approximately the size of a longan, exhibiting a striking black-red hue, perfectly spherical with an exquisite sheen. When he touched its surface, one side was cool while the other was pleasantly warm, providing an exquisite sensation. Now that the pill had been successfully concocted, it was time to proceed with the treatment for the cold body of heavenly shadows. Taking a deep breath, Haochen casually stowed the Qian furnace away. Another day passed. In the distance of the once quiet valley, a faint sound of wind slicing through the air suddenly arose. After a while, an elderly man clad in white gradually appeared beyond the mountain hollow. Behind him, numerous figures began to emerge one after another. The miasma in this hollow is so dense that even the essence of the lizard spirit's blood is obscured, but I have finally located it. The elderly man smiled at the mountain hollow, yet his smile bore an unmistakably sinister quality. At the mouth of the valley, a broad passageway lay, spanning several zhang in width, with the mountain wall towering above. Yu Bixia, with her jade-like hands cradling her delicate face, repeatedly glanced back into the depths of the valley. After Baiwen consumed the ice thunder pill, she departed from the barrier, accompanied by the 4 little demonesses, and arrived at the valley entrance to guard. A day passed without a stir from within the valley, leaving the progress uncertain. Within the barrier, after Baiwen ingested the ice thunder pill and refined it, she felt her body no longer cold. Yet, an uncontrollable impulse surged within her, a secret revealed by her sister. Haochen possessed not only a yang physique, but also a lightning attribute, enhancing their cultivation through dual cultivation. The women of the demon race inherently embraced an open disposition. Suddenly, Baiwen lunged towards Haochen, bowing her head to plant a kiss on his cheek, her delicate hands unabashedly entwining around his form. Don't rush. Let me explain in detail. She murmured softly, her voice like a whispering breeze. Brother, your face is so red, Baiwen giggled, a mix of sweetness and anxiety enveloping them. Baiwen, Haochen replied, his throat dry and voice gentle, uncertain whether to encourage her to proceed slowly or to hasten her pace. He felt the leisurely caress of her hands gliding down his handsome features, lingering around his waist. The barrier filled with a fragrant allure, blooming with the essence of spring, painting a vivid scene of intimacy. Their emotions intertwined, evolving amidst their embrace, while their cultivation steadily ascended. Haochen's formidable devouring power surged immeasurably. As Baiwen's celestial cold poison was absorbed, Haochen's starry dantian began to whirl vigorously, transmuting the poison into a toxic core. The power contained within the cold poison propelled Haochen's cultivation to new heights. Originally at the pinnacle of the early celestial immortal stage, he transcended into the initial phase of the later stage under Baiwen's cold poison influence. After Haochen absorbed Baiwen's power, it was refined and returned to her. Infused with the essence of the Shao bloodline, merging with the blood of the demon emperor, emanating a ferocious aura. This unmatched bloodline of the human and demon emperors propelled their cultivation to the threshold of the early golden immortal stage. Sighing softly, Yu Bixia languidly stretched. Just as she was about to converse with the nearby Xiaocui, the latter's closed eyes suddenly opened wide, her beautiful cheeks instantly reflecting a grave expression. What's wrong? Startled by Xiaocui's demeanor, Yu Bixia hurriedly inquired. The people from the Huayu sect have arrived, Xiaocui replied, her eyes glinting with a chilling intensity as she rose slowly from the ground, a faint killing intent emanating from her being. Upon hearing Xiaocui's words, Yu Bixia's expression changed dramatically. Quickly extending her consciousness beyond the valley, she peered into the distance and, indeed, discerned shadowy figures approaching. You must be the white-clad demoness. A faint, aged voice resonated from afar, reaching Yu Bixia's ears as she gazed outward. Regarding the voice, Yu Bixia chose not to respond, her beautiful eyes flickering with a cold glint. With a graceful grasp of her jade-like hands, a surge of magical energy slowly extended outward, winding and enveloping her surroundings. Shortly after the voice echoed, the space in the valley began to ripple gently, and an elderly man clad in white gradually emerged before Yu Bixia and the 4 little demonesses. As this figure appeared, a series of powerful gusts of wind followed in its wake. Moments later, several figures landed in orderly fashion behind the elderly man. This group remained silent, a palpable aura of menace gradually spreading, dispersing the misty mountain haze. Upon the elder's arrival, Yu Bixia's pupils narrowed slightly, and she quietly clenched her hands. Thus, she spoke in a chilling tone. Indeed, a formidable figure at the half-step golden immortal level. The Huayu sect truly spares no expense. Heh, it is not too much for me to intervene on behalf of the white-clad demoness. Moreover, according to the rules of the Huayu sect, any elder killed must be captured and brought back to face severe punishment. The white-clad elder had entered the Immortal Soul Valley to seek the whereabouts of Haochen and his companions, specifically the Grand Protector of the Huayu sect, Yun Yi. At this moment, the Grand Protector Yun Yi cast a glance at Yu Bixiao above the valley, a faint smile gracing his lips, tinged with indifference. Chapter 1137, Fierce Battle with the Protector, Part 1. He is none other than the Grand Protector of the Huayu sect, Yun Yi. The little demoness, behind Yu Bixiao, appeared somewhat pale due to the sudden appearance of a large number of Huayu sect cultivators. Especially when her gaze fell upon the elder, her pallor deepened, and she involuntarily exclaimed, "The Grand Protector Yun Yi?" Yu Bixiao was taken aback, momentarily stirred. She had heard from Baiwen about this person's notorious reputation. According to Baiwen, this old man not only possessed formidable strength, but had also mastered the ice art to an extraordinary degree. Cultivators at the early stages of Golden Immortal were no match for him, and he left no survivors in his wake. His ruthless ice art could encase opponents in lifelike ice sculptures, instilling fear in all who beheld it. This old man's name was notorious in the central region, and she never anticipated that her sister had provoked such a troublesome foe. It turned out that the powerful figure dispatched by the Huayu sect was this old monster. Little demoness, we meet again. Last time you escaped from my grasp, consider yourself fortunate. This time, I shall not hold back, Yun Yi declared. Is it only the two of you here? Reliable intelligence suggests there is also a young man and a puppet, correct? Have the others show themselves. I will not allow a single one to escape, else it would be difficult to account to the sect master. Recognizing that the person before him was the white-clad demoness, Yun Yi smiled as he addressed Yu Bixiao. Are you afraid you lack the ability? Yu Bixiao retorted coldly. She then turned to the little demoness beside her and instructed, "Go check if they have completed the refinement." Upon hearing this, the little demoness hesitated for a moment before swiftly retreating into the valley. It seemed that this group was hiding within the valley. Had they been injured during their skirmish with the lizard dragon? As for the little demoness' departure, Grand Protector Yun Yi paid it no heed. Today, none among this group shall escape. Yu Bixiao, with her delicate brows slightly furrowed, did not anticipate that this ancient creature was aware of their skirmishes with the lizard demon, indeed demonstrating some depth of understanding. Great Protector, allow us to take charge of this woman. You should rest. The two elders beside the Great Protector Yun Yi exchanged glances and humbly made their request. No need. I, too, hold a keen interest in this white-clad sorceress, replied Yun Yi, suddenly brushing his fingers against the scar on his left cheek, near his ear. This unsightly scar evoked an unsettling chill in those who gazed upon it. As he touched the brownish mark, a wave of coldness surged from his murky eyes. Many years prior, during his travels in the demon realm, he encountered the renowned white-clad sorceress, Bei Gong Fei Yu, who was celebrated across the realms of humanity, demons, and spirits. Merely captivated by her beauty, Yun Yi dared to gaze upon her for a moment too long, prompting Bei Gong Fei Yu to unsheath her sword in an attempt to gouge out his eyes. Although he narrowly escaped with his life through blood escape, he still bore the mark of her fury, having lost a piece of flesh from the corner of his eye. Nevertheless, the memory of Bei Gong Fei Yu's enchanting beauty lingered in Yun Yi's mind. Today, upon beholding the white-clad sorceress once more, he yearned to scrutinize her from every angle. The two elders exchanged furtive glances, daring not to utter another word. Their harrowing escape from the clutches of the white-clad sorceress had left an indelible shadow in Yun Yi's heart, and they remained silent. You too. Survey the terrain and secure the surrounding valley. Ascertain the spatial nodes. In short, ensure that no one escapes. The Great Protector Yun Yi commanded sternly. As his words fell, Yun Yi suddenly stepped into the void, ascending into the air. His gaze flickered towards Yu Bixiao and the three young girls beside her. With a faint smile, he declared, "Today, apart from you, there shall be no other survivors in this valley." Yu Bixiao's countenance turned frigid, her eyes discreetly scanning the valley, her hands instinctively clenching tightly. The valley remained eerily silent. It seemed her younger sister required more time for her treatment of the cold body. All she could do was delay, hoping that Haochen and her sister could hasten their pace. Taking a deep breath, Yubaixia gracefully stepped forward. And just as her foot touched the ground, the soulless puppets shot forth from the valley, directly aiming towards Great Protector Yunyi. Xiao Chui arrived at the barrier, reporting the situation outside the valley, prompting Haochen to summon the three, Soulless, Blood Poison, and Xianbing. As the Great Protector Yunyi began to make a move, Haochen focused his thoughts, and the soulless puppet was the first to strike. Following suit, Blood Poison and Xianbing transformed into intangible shadows, hurtling toward Great Protector Yunyi, concealed in the void, awaiting their moment. Against a formidable opponent, only a concerted assault would yield the element of surprise. This was Haochen's strategy. Observing this, Yubaixia hastened her pace, wielding her azure dragon whip, which transformed into an ethereal dragon, slicing through the air as it lunged towards Great Protector Yunyi. This puppet? Indeed, it possessed some remarkable qualities. Yet true strength does not solely rely on external means to contend. Gazing at the soulless puppet that advanced first, the Great Protector, Yunyi, offered a faint smile, his withered hand slowly waving. In an instant, the space before the soulless puppet underwent a bizarre transformation, materializing into a spatial barrier. Bang! The soulless puppet collided forcefully against the spatial barrier. The recoil from the impact sent the soulless puppet hurtling backwards. With a mere flick of his hand, the Great Protector Yunyi established the spatial barrier, repelling the soulless puppet. His gnarled claw suddenly raised. He directed a powerful grasp towards the direction of Yubaixia. Instantly, a massive icy claw, nearly 10 feet in length, surged forth, seizing the ethereal image of the azure dragon. With a fierce squeeze, the illusion shattered into countless fragments of energy, cascading downwards. As the ethereal image of the azure dragon crumbled, a cold smile graced the face of the Great Protector Yunyi. With a swift motion, his colossal hand appeared before Yubaixia, descending with formidable force. Feeling the overwhelming chill that approached with alarming speed, Yubaixia's countenance shifted dramatically. Under the influence of such an intense cold, she sensed the flow of her own energy within her body becoming obstructed. What a powerful ice technique! A grave expression overtook Yubaixia's face as the energies of celestial and demonic essence surged within her. In an instant, she conjured a formidable shield of celestial and demonic energy above her head. Bang! The icy hand descended without hindrance, colliding with the shield of celestial and demonic energy. A terrifying wave of cold erupted forth. The celestial demonic shield immediately manifested a scattering of tiny ice shards. The colossal hand struck down with an overwhelming force, utterly shattering the shield that Yubaixia had conjured. The celestial demonic shield was effortlessly destroyed, leaving Yubaixia no time to retreat. The immense force struck her body from afar, causing her to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Her delicate form plummeted to the ground like a broken pendant, creating a deep crater in her wake. In just a single exchange, Yubaixia was bested, revealing the formidable might of a half-step golden immortal. Chapter 1138, Fierce Battle with the Protector, Part 2. With a single palm that crushed Yubaixia, the Great Protector Yunyi smiled slightly, preparing to pursue. Yet, a dark figure, undaunted by death, surged forth once more, its fist aglow with black radiance. Sensing the fierce winds swirling from the dark figure's fist, a hint of disdain flickered in the eyes of the Great Protector Yunyi. Such brute strength might suffice against ordinary warriors, but to him, it was merely the display of a reckless brute. The icy poison swiftly coalesced upon the arm of the Great Protector Yunyi, transforming in an instant into a chilling, venomous fist, which he then unleashed. This was the ultimate technique of the Huayu sect's ice arts, merely a rebranded version of the cold poison techniques of the cold poison sect. Bang! The icy fist collided with the soulless puppet's own fist at a breathtaking speed, resulting in a cacophony of shattering ice shards. The shards erupted from the icy fist as the Great Protector Yunyi let out a cold laugh, his arms suddenly vibrating with immense force. Boom! A tidal wave of energy surged forth from his arm in an explosive release. Within this surge of energy, there seemed to be an essence intertwined with the power of the soulless puppet, an enigmatic spell that reflected the force exerted by the soulless puppet back upon itself. The energy radiated outward in waves, causing a deep indentation resembling a fist to form in the chest of the soulless puppet. Were it not for its inherent lack of sensation, it would likely have emitted a cry of anguish from such a blow. Nonetheless, even so, the soulless puppet was still jolted backward, plunging deeply into the earth below. Such was the case. Yun-yi cast a dismissive glance at the soulless puppet, then turned his gaze to Yu Baixia, offering a faint smile as he spoke. You are far more gentle than that wretched woman, Beigong Feiyu. Come back to the Huayu sect with me obediently, and perhaps there is a chance for your survival. Otherwise, your fate will be no better than that of the others. Yu Baixia's expression turned icy as she wiped the blood from her lips, her hands shifting to gather her magical energy for another confrontation. Suddenly, a soft chuckle resonated from within the valley. Hee. I believe it would be unnecessary for her to return to the Huayu sect. You should be the one to remain. I find the Immortal Soul Valley to be quite an agreeable resting place. It would serve well to lay your body to rest there. Upon hearing these words, Yun-yi's smile gradually faded, and his gaze darkened as he focused on the entrance of the valley, where two figures emerged at a swift pace. His attention momentarily halted on the youthful figure in the front, before shifting to the smiling apparition in white behind him, whose somber expression solidified. Are you two golden immortal experts? Yun-yi inquired softly, his tone laced with confusion as he addressed the appearance of Haochen and Yu Baiwan. The two figures quickly reached the valley's entrance, and Haochen gently assisted Yu Baixia to her feet. Observing the faint traces of blood at the corner of her mouth, a chill and murderous intent crept across his face. Did you succeed? Yu Baixia asked, her gaze fixed on the rosy-cheeked Yu Baiwan behind Haochen, a tinge of jealousy evident in her voice. Haochen smiled slightly, nodding gently, before asking, Are you all right? It's just a minor injury, Yu Baixia replied, her voice tinged with resentment. In truth, Yun-yi had held back his strength in his attempt to capture her, so her wounds were not particularly severe. After taking her delicate hand for a moment to assess her condition, Haochen felt somewhat relieved. Turning his head, he regarded Yun-yi, whose expression fluctuated between dark and light, and remarked with a subtle smile, My friend, you truly are one to cherish beauty. Yun-yi shot a glowering glance at Haochen before snorting coldly, redirecting his attention to Yu Baiwan. Although she had not spoken a single word since her arrival, the faint aura emanating from her intrigued the elder Yun-yi. Could these two young individuals be formidable golden immortal beings? This meant that the seemingly ordinary pair might indeed be ancient entities disguised as golden immortals. Considering their cultivation levels, it appeared that the ancient beings were merely indulging themselves in a bit of mischief. In the midst of this silent atmosphere, Yun-yi's thoughts raced. My esteemed friends, while I can overlook your act of killing the elders of my Huayu sect, I cannot extend the same leniency to others. I hope you will consider my standing. The esteemed elder Yun-yi truly lived up to his illustrious reputation as a powerful figure. Even in the presence of formidable opponents, he gracefully descended from the void, offering a courteous fist salute to the two young men after a momentary lapse in composure. Regrettably, his words remained unfinished as he was abruptly interrupted. I am not familiar with you. In my humble opinion, such courtesy is unnecessary, rasped Haochen, casting a glance at Baiwen beside him. Haochen exchanged a knowing smile before turning his gaze towards Yun-yi, observing him with a playful grin. Upon hearing these words, Yun-yi's expression darkened, given his status and strength. It had been a long time since anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. As his countenance grew somber, the two elderly men behind him gazed incredulously at Haochen and Yu Baiwen. How could someone so young possess such formidable cultivation? They were acutely aware of the terror associated with the golden, immortal realm. The two elders could hardly fathom why what seemed a foregone conclusion had suddenly taken a turn for the unexpected. Even if the Grand Guardian Yun-yi himself intervened, it would be challenging to subdue an opponent of equal standing. After all, Yun-yi was merely a half-step golden immortal. If an ancient monster were to conceal its presence and disguise itself to toy with the Huayu sect, would that not be inviting disaster? The two elders exchanged glances, their mouths filled with bitterness. Such a reversal of circumstances tested one's psychological resilience and capacity to endure adversity. The predator, once a ravenous wolf, had swiftly transformed into a ferocious beast amidst the flock. The shift in roles between hunter and prey seemed to occur too rapidly. I am aware that you are not to be trifled with, yet I too am a person who repays enmity in kind. Amidst the fluctuating emotions of the Huayu sect, Grand Guardian Yun-yi remained undaunted by the sudden emergence of two strong figures. Upon encountering Yun-yi, a bitter rival, Yu Baiwen eagerly declared, I wish to train my skills and avenge a previous grievance. No, your body has just recovered. You must consolidate your strength. Allow me to handle this. Besides, as a man, it would be a disgrace to let a woman take the lead, Haochen replied, understanding Yu Baiwen's intentions to share his burdens, yet feeling it was his duty as a man to protect them. Reluctantly, Yu Baiwen stepped back, supporting her sister Yu Bixia a few paces away. Since the Huayu sect has presented this grand gift, I shall graciously accept. Haochen's garments billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind. The very space around him began to ripple like water, a vast power gradually emanating from him. My friend, do you truly wish to make an enemy of the Huayu sect? Do not presume that your golden immortal status grants you unbridled freedom. The Huayu sect has never feared anyone. Yuni barked ominously. Haochen, however, paid no heed to Yuni's cold reprimand. The space surrounding him trembled increasingly as the immense power he released intensified. The decaying branches and leaves beneath his feet were swiftly ground to dust, scattering into the air. Chapter 1139. Spatial Sorcery. Noticing that Haochen disregarded him entirely, a glimmer of menace flickered in Yuni's eyes. Indeed, golden immortals were exceptionally powerful. Persuading one to retreat easily was an impossibility, for he had encountered such beings before. The scar left on his cheek was a reminder of the contemptuous woman from the demon realm, whose prowess at the golden immortal level had inflicted deep humiliation upon him. This incident had left an indelible mark on his heart, causing his cultivation to stagnate at the threshold of the golden immortal realm, forever eluding his ascent. Today, upon encountering the sorceress of the demon realm, he sought to transfer the humiliation he suffered at the hands of Beigong Feiyue onto this witch. However, he was met with someone defending her, igniting a fierce anger within Yuni. Members of the Huayu sect, heed my command. Quickly set up the immortal confinement formation. Yuni barked, stepping back a few paces. At the sound of the Grand Protector's voice, all the members of Huayu sect shivered. Yet they were indeed the elite of the sect. After a brief pause, they swiftly dispersed, forming an intricate formation around their Grand Protector, Yun-Yi, who stood at the center. With a series of low chants emanating from the disciples of Huayu sect, streams of white cold air began to surge forth from their bodies. Among them, the two elderly men behind Yun-Yi were the most formidable. Countless peculiar icy currents spiraled upwards, ultimately converging above, enveloping Yun-Yi in their embrace. At this moment, Yun-Yi's eyes blazed with fury, his hands weaving intricate seals, creating a dazzling array of afterimages. Blood sacrifice of the flood dragon. Yun-Yi's fingernail grazed the tip of his left middle finger, and crimson blood gushed forth, merging with the dense cold air. With a sudden, forceful exhalation, an immense torrent of deep blue cold air erupted from his mouth, coalescing with the surrounding icy currents. As the cold air writhed rapidly, a colossal, 100-foot-long ice dragon emerged in the sky. The unique ice dragon was not merely a facade, it radiated an aura of true draconic might. As the ice dragon manifested, both Yun-Yi and all members of Huayu sect turned pale. Some disciples' skin appeared to wither, while others noticed their hair gradually turning gray. Haochen observed the ice dragon with a slight furrow of his brow, acknowledging the ingenuity of Huayu sect in employing such a remarkable method to form the immortal confinement formation. Yet, it was evident that wielding such a formation came at a significant cost. Hovering in the air, Haochen regarded the ice dragon with a mixture of astonishment. The creature was a culmination of all the magical energies of the Huayu sect members, its power far exceeding the ordinary. My friend, if you withdraw now, Huayu sect will still regard you as an esteemed guest. Yun-Yi intently locked eyes with Haochen, his voice grave. Empty bravado. Haochen retorted dismissively. You've brought this upon yourself, Yun-Yi declared, his eyes gleaming with cold resolve. He truly believed that the ice dragon, forged from the collective magical might of those present, would pose a significant threat to Haochen. Go, Yun-Yi commanded, pointing decisively at Haochen. The ice dragon in the sky roared defiantly, unleashing a torrent of icy breath that surged toward Haochen with lightning speed. Wherever the breath of the ice dragon traversed, even the void seemed to be adorned with faint shards of ice. Gazing at the swiftly approaching icy breath, Haochen's thoughts stirred, and the Qian Kuan furnace materialized abruptly from thin air, silently devouring the dragon's breath within its depths. Witnessing the icy breath being consumed by the furnace, Haochen promptly retracted it. He then extended his palm towards the unicorn ice dragon, delivering a forceful strike. Ripples of space emerged. This was a spatial spell that Haochen had comprehended while in the 6th layer of the Demon Suppression Tower, and he now sought to test its efficacy in combat. As Haochen's voice echoed, the very fabric of this realm erupted with violent ripples. The space where the unicorn ice dragon resided twisted rapidly, and layers of space began to manifest. Crack! Just as these layers surfaced, a rift in the void appeared. The unicorn ice dragon's body was brutally contorted and fractured by the spatial distortion, then consumed by the abyss. As its form fragmented, the unicorn ice dragon let out a furious roar, its massive body generating an unparalleled sonic boom as it charged toward Haochen. Perish! Faced with the rampaging unicorn ice dragon, Haochen shouted coldly, his palm slicing through the air, unleashing multiple waves of spatial ripples. Crack! The void twisted with haste. Layers of space continuously emerging. Each new layer materialized precisely in the dragon's path, mere hundreds of feet from Haochen before the dragon could breach his defenses. The enormous form of the unicorn ice dragon was severed into 4 or 5 pieces, subsequently engulfed by the void. By the time the unicorn ice dragon reached Haochen, only its massive head remained. Thus, Haochen extended his hand, pressing it against the creature's forehead, and with a flick of his finger, the unicorn ice dragon erupted into a shower of ice shards. Seizing the opportunity, Haochen swiftly collected the dragon's horn, casually remarking, "A gift I shall gladly accept." As the unicorn ice dragon shattered, Elder Yuan Yi's complexion flushed crimson, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The golden immortal realm was indeed formidable. As blood sprayed forth, Yuan Yi's figure plummeted from the sky. He stumbled backward, taking several steps before finally stabilizing, a pallor washing over his withered face. Bang! As Yuan Yi was knocked back, the disciples of the Huayu sect who had set the formation were also violently struck, sent flying and collapsing to the ground. Their fates uncertain. Only the 2 elderly figures managed to maintain their footing, though their aged faces were now shrouded in shock. They had not anticipated that the array, which represented the collective strength of all present, could not withstand even a single exchange against this young man. Indeed, a powerhouse of the golden immortal realm could not be overcome by mere numbers. This individual's command over spatial power had reached an astonishing level, entirely unlike someone who had just stepped into the golden immortal realm. Regaining his composure, astonishment surged in Yuan Yi's eyes. He quickly glanced at the unconscious disciples, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Today, I have underestimated the situation. With such a person protecting the white-clad demoness and her companions, capturing them is beyond my capabilities. For now, I must return to the sect and report this matter to the Council of Elders and the sect master. Yuan Yi, ever the cunning strategist, realized that pursuing this endeavor would undoubtedly lead to a more disastrous failure. With swift decisiveness, he concealed his presence and prepared to escape from this perilous situation. Chapter 1140. By any means necessary, Yun Feng. Yun Fei, we must depart from this place. In a moment of urgency, the great guardian of the Huayu sect, Yuan Yi, leaped into action, seizing the 2 elder men with no resistance whatsoever. In an instant, he and the elders hovered in the void above. With a mere thought, a flying artifact materialized beside him, and Yuan Yi was poised to enter it. Don't let him escape. At the appearance of the flying artifact, Yu Baiwen urgently called out. In light of this development, Haochen reacted promptly without needing further warning. A concentrated attack was aimed directly at the flying artifact, unleashing a powerful strike. The amassed spiritual energy, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, surged forth like a sharp arrow aimed at the artifact. Upon realizing Haochen's intent to destroy the flying artifact, Yuan Yi's countenance shifted dramatically. His eyes glinted with icy determination as he struck the back of the elder Yun Feng with great force. A terrifying chill erupted, sending Yun Feng hurtling away, serving as a human shield against Haochen's assault. Boom! Just as Yun Feng was flung aside, the hidden energy within him surged forth. With a thunderous sound, his body became enveloped in frost, culminating in a tremendous explosion. Countless shards of ice scattered, and an overwhelming shockwave expanded with lightning speed. Under the force of this explosive wave, Haochen's concentrated attack was momentarily impeded. As Yun Feng's body erupted, Haochen furrowed his brow, taken aback by the elder's unhesitating betrayal of his companion. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, spatial ripples emanated outward, counteracting the explosive force and rapidly converging upon Yun Yi. Seeing that the explosion had not achieved its intended effect, Yun Yi's expression darkened, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. As this ferocity ignited within him, a chill washed over the elder Yun Fei, prompting an instinctual desire to flee. Yet, as this thought formed, Yun Yi coldly smiled, his palm striking swiftly against Yun Fei's back, unleashing a torrent of violent energy. Boom! The elder Yun Fei had no time to defend himself as the terrifying chill solidified his circulating spiritual energy, causing it to expand rapidly. Another deafening roar ensued, as a fierce wave of icy energy erupted, spreading with blinding speed. The massive stones on the ground were swiftly encased in ice, while the unconscious disciples of the Huayu sect transformed into lifelike ice sculptures, their vitality instantly frozen. The renewed onslaught of icy energy finally dissipated Haochen's concentrated attack. In a critical moment, the pallid-faced Yun Yi swiftly entered the flying artifact, vanishing from sight. The mountains may not shift, but the waters do. Today's events are far from concluded. Await the relentless pursuit of the Huayu sect. The venomous and chilling voice of Yun Yi echoed through the void. Lingering in the valley, the formidable protector of the Huayu sect, Yun Yi, resorted to ruthless measures, casting aside the bodies of his companions to fend off the assault from Haochen. Haochen frowned slightly, having not anticipated that this individual would utilize a flying artifact to successfully escape from the Valley of Immortal Souls. Simultaneously, he underestimated the sheer cruelty of the Huayu sect's protector, who, in a desperate bid for survival, was willing to use two elders of Celestial Realm as human bombs to facilitate his escape. Did he manage to flee? Murmured Yu Baiwen, her brows furrowed. Haochen nodded gently, a hint of regret in his eyes as he shook his head and remarked, "We could have destroyed the flying artifact, but that old wretch was ruthless, tossing out two late-stage celestial powerhouses as human shields. As long as we can intimidate that old fiend, we should leave this place of troubles as soon as possible," Yu Baiwen suggested. "Then let us hasten our departure. I must head to Dan City to participate in the Alchemist Grand Tournament. We've already lingered here for some time. If there are no objections, shall we set off now?" Upon hearing Haochen's words, the group nodded in agreement. With this, Haochen smiled, turning to lead the way out of the Valley of Immortal Souls. After a day's journey, Haochen and his companions gradually approached the exit of the valley. The flow of people increased, prompting Haochen to discreetly conceal Yu Bixia, Yu Baiwen, as well as Wu Han, Xuedu, Xianbing, and Xiongzhu. According to intel from Xiao Chui, they had been targeted by the Huayu sect's bounty. Although they were not particularly fearful, exposure could lead to complications. Haochen's primary objective was to reach Dan City post-haste and rendezvous with the Alchemist Guild of Haotian City. However, passing through Chu City was unavoidable. Though it served as the stronghold of the Huayu sect, the most perilous places could also be the safest. With great skill comes great audacity. Now at the early stage of the Golden Immortal Realm, Haochen was eager to discover the true nature of the Huayu sect. Should they provoke him further, he would not hesitate to devise a plan to eradicate this insidious organization. As Haochen guided Xiao Chui, Xiao Hong, Xiao Qiao, and Xue Ying, the four little enchantresses, to the entrance of the Valley of Immortal Souls, they found it still teeming with people, the throngs undiminished by the passage of time. It appeared that the exorbitant bounty on the white-clad enchantress continued to entice many. Yet, perhaps due to the failed attempts by the Huayu sect to capture her, there were no guards stationed at the valley, allowing Haochen and his companions to exit effortlessly. They traversed mountains and valleys, opting for secluded routes as they made their way toward Chu City. The Valley of Immortal Souls was not far from Chu City, at their current pace. It took them nearly half a day's time to reach the city perched upon the plains. Haochen and the four girls landed in a remote area outside the city. Chu City, a true celestial city, boasted towering walls constructed of granite, exuding a grandeur and magnificence beyond compare. At the city gate, a contingent of guards stood vigilant, meticulously verifying the identities of all individuals seeking entry into the city. Typically, the city of Chu would activate its protective formations, rendering it exceedingly difficult for ordinary beings of the celestial realm to gain access, save for those possessing considerable cultivation. However, fortuitously, today marked the day when the Five Elements sect recruited disciples, thus the barrier was lifted. The pursuit of the white-robed sorceress in the Spirit Soul Valley was undoubtedly the endeavor of the Feather Transformation sect. The recruitment of new disciples by the Five Elements sect was a significant event, vital for the perpetuation of the sect. The Feather Transformation sect could not possibly maintain their scrutiny of the white-robed sorceress during this crucial period, impeding the Five Elements sect's recruitment efforts. Consequently, the Feather Transformation sect adopted a strategy of leniency, easing their stringent checks on passers-by. Chapter 1141. A name lost in the mountains. The city gate was bustling with a throng of people, most of whom were ordinary denizens of the celestial realm. Adorned in splendid attire, their eyes sparkled with fervent anticipation as they gazed upon the gate. It was evident that these were the scions of noble families, come to participate in the examinations of the Five Elements sect. In stark contrast, the humble attire of Haochen and the young girl drew many scrutinizing glances, most imbued with disdain and mockery. These privileged youths found themselves compelled to stand alongside those they deemed inferior, a situation that would undoubtedly tarnish their reputations if it were to be divulged. Yet, their reverence for the celestial city restrained them from acting upon their contempt, leaving them to regard the five with derision. Haochen and his companions, though aware of the gazes upon them, paid them no mind, as they were merely passing through. As the crowd gradually shifted, they proceeded through the gate's scrutiny. The inspectors, perceiving the youthfulness of the five, mistakenly assumed they were candidates for the Five Elements sect, and thus were unexpectedly escorted by the sect's representatives to the examination venue established in Chu City. Upon arrival at the examination hall, the exterior of the building bore no distinction from those in the mundane world. However, upon entering, they discovered an intricate spatial formation, housing numerous rooms of identical size, counting at least 100. Haochen and Xiaozue gazed in wonder at the marvels of the celestial realm. Had they been ordinary celestial beings, they would have been utterly confounded by the underlying secrets. Subsequently, the representatives of the Five Elements sect requested that they pay the examination fee. With little choice, Haochen reluctantly paid for all 5 participants. As they had just entered the city and possessed no lodging, they accepted their assigned identity cards and rooms, treating this place as an inn. Resolving to avoid unnecessary conflict with the noble youths, Haochen and Xiaozue chose to rest in their quarters. As dawn broke, the central plaza of Chu City gradually filled with eager attendees, and Haochen's group found themselves amidst the throng. Finally, when the sun rose high, an elderly man clad in green robes made his way to the examination platform. He retrieved a stone tablet from his storage ring and gently placed it upon the testing stage. With a wave of his sleeve, a subtle yet palpable pressure descended, silencing the previously boisterous crowd. The elderly man nodded slightly, clearly satisfied with the effect, and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "I am Zhu Tao, and I welcome you all to the examination of the Five Elements sect. As long as individuals of both genders, whose bone age has not yet reached 30, have registered, they possess the opportunity to participate in the Five Elements sect assessment. Should they pass the evaluation, they will be accepted as disciples of the sect. If their overall qualifications are exceptionally remarkable and they catch the eye of a powerful sect member, it may indeed be their fortune." Elder Zhu Tao then gestured towards the stone tablet before him, stating that this was the magical artifact for testing attributes, and he would say no more. The on-site assessment would be overseen by Elder 7. A gray-clad elder, accompanied by several individuals, approached and bowed slightly to Elder Zhu Tao in greeting. The gray-clad Elder 7 retrieved the registration book from his storage ring and announced, "The first participant is Li Xiaowang." A young man of modest stature, upon hearing his name, excitedly stepped forward. After verification of his bone age, he was instructed to place his hand upon the testing artifact, which immediately emitted a faint tricolored light. "Very well." Elder 7 nodded. "Earth, wood, and fire attributes, although they are of lower quality, with diligence and a bit of opportunity. Reaching the celestial realm before the age of 50 should not prove difficult." The young man beamed with joy at this news and was subsequently led aside by a disciple. The assessments continued steadily throughout the afternoon, with over 70 young individuals showcasing their talents, including several with outstanding spiritual roots. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the crowd. A strikingly beautiful 16-year-old girl stood on the platform, her delicate hand resting upon the testing artifact, which was radiating an exceedingly intense white light. Upon witnessing this, Elder 7 appeared quite exhilarated, while Elder Zhu Tao, who had been meditating nearby, abruptly opened his eyes and approached the girl. With a wave of his sleeve, he whisked her away. An exceptional ice attribute. One could only imagine Elder Zhu Tao's excitement. Observing the diminishing figure of Elder Zhu Tao, Elder 7 expressed a mix of admiration and envy. The remainder of the assessments lost their allure, and discussions about the girl surged among the spectators. While most individuals born in the celestial realm possess foundational roots suitable for cultivation, they still require diligent training to achieve greater accomplishments. The resources for cultivation within families are often limited, lacking the concentrated atmosphere conducive to growth. Some noble families select outstanding talents to send to sects for study, seeking to learn from others to enhance their own abilities. Standing beside Haochen was a youthful maiden of considerable cultivation, pushing an elderly man with white hair seated in a wheelchair. It seemed the elderly gentleman was accompanying the maiden for the assessment or merely to observe the proceedings. In the celestial realm, one may possess a high realm, but not necessarily the strength to match. The realm merely signifies the duration of life. For instance, those at the early foundation establishment stage have a lifespan of 300 years, while those at the late stage can live up to 500. Entering the core formation stage doubles one's lifespan to 1,000 years, and those at the late core formation stage can live for 3,000 years. Thus, individuals in the celestial realm also need to cultivate, and joining a sect is often their best choice. The maiden, pushing the wheelchair, stood to the right of Haochen. On her left were several debauched scions from noble families, who occasionally harassed her with their words. The elderly man, with his hair as white as snow, cast a glance at Haochen before gesturing for the young girl to draw closer to him. "Big brother, are you here to participate in the test?" the girl inquired, seeking a shield of protection. "Indeed, little sister." Haochen, aware of her intentions, warmly invited, "Stand over here. You can call me Yutong," the girl replied to Haochen. "Xiaotsue, please assist Yutong by bringing her wheelchair over." Haochen instructed Xiaotsue and others to position the girl and the old man between Xiaotsue and himself. "Next, Yutong." A voice echoed shortly thereafter. Upon hearing her name, Yutong appeared visibly anxious, hesitating to step forward. With curiosity, Haochen gently patted Yutong's shoulder to encourage her. Only then did she slowly approach the testing table, placing her hand upon it amidst the impatient gazes of the crowd below. After a stick of incense had passed, the testing artifact showed no response. "Waste of spiritual root," the testing disciple remarked indifferently. Yutong stood frozen at the words, only jolted into action when someone called out. Hastily retreating from the stage, with tears welling in her eyes, she remained behind the wheelchair, whispering to the equally despondent elderly man before her, "Ancestor, I am powerless. I cannot save the Yujia, nor can I protect the Shaoyang Villa." Having participated in countless tests, Yutong faced yet another failure. Which sect would accept one with a wasted spiritual root, one who cultivates slowly, squandering resources without benefiting the sect? Yutong found herself speechless. The old man trembled as he murmured, "It seems fate seeks to destroy our Shaoyang Villa and ruin the Yujia." Hearing the mention of Shaoyang Villa and the old man's lament about the ruin of the Yujia piqued Haochen's curiosity. He inquired, "Elder, if there are burdens weighing upon your heart, do share them with me. Perhaps I might offer assistance." Next, Huiyun. This was the name Haochen had assigned to Xiaohong during registration. After a stick of incense, the testing artifact similarly yielded no response. No spiritual root. The testing disciple, still expressionless, announced. Xiaohong thought to herself, even if one is merely joining the fray, one should at least put forth a decent effort. Is this not a disgrace? No, it is a disgrace to birds. Observing the expressions of Yutong and Xiaohong, Haochen felt a pang of sorrow and was about to offer some words of comfort when he heard the announcer state, "Next, Zilin." Hearing his name, Haochen reluctantly approached, suddenly suppressing all his aura as he placed his hand on the testing artifact. A warm current flowed from the artifact into his right hand, swirling within his body before returning through the same path. A sigh escaped the air, stating, "What a pity, the 5 elements are gathered. Yet the path to immortality is fraught with difficulty." Amidst the laughter of the surrounding crowd, Haochen returned to the listless Xiaohong. Xiaohong, Xiaohua Xiaotsue, and Xiaohong all faced the same fate of possessing no spiritual root. Xiaohong's words rang true. Indeed, it was a disgraceful outcome. This testing artifact, crafted from human blood, was ineffective upon birds and beasts. After Xiaotsue's turn, the recruitment test for the 5 Elements sect concluded. This time, the 5 Elements sect successfully recruited 320 talented individuals in Shuqing. Chapter 1142, A Fortuitous Encounter. Brother, With your 5 elements waste spirit root, and Yutong's also being a waste spirit root, wouldn't you like to take a beautiful disciple? Little Chui said gleefully. I must examine her further. Haochen suddenly grasped Yutong's wrist, a surge of consciousness infiltrating her body, and after a moment, he released her wrist. The instant Haochen's consciousness penetrated Yutong's being, her grandfather, seated in a wheelchair, suddenly brightened with realization. He couldn't help but think, this young man is extraordinary. With no hope of joining the sect, Haochen and his companions departed the 5 Elements Gate testing grounds alongside Yutong and the Elder. As fellow failures, they naturally shared a bond, and Yutong invited Haochen to visit the Yu family. Upon leaving the 5 Elements Gate, Haochen and his companions did not linger and swiftly followed Yutong towards the Yu family estate. Approximately an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of the Yu residence. At that moment, the gates of the Yu family stood wide open, and what surprised Haochen and the others was the absence of any guards. The sturdy gates bore signs of damage, and even the plaque had been discarded on the ground. Upon seeing the dilapidated gates, Yutong's expression shifted slightly, prompting her to hasten inside. Following her, Haochen's gaze was drawn to the plaque of Shaoyang Mountain Manor, and his eyes widened with recognition. He swiftly reached out and seized the plaque, instantly storing it in his storage ring. Haochen recognized the handwriting of the esteemed ancestor Xiaohao. Such a treasure could not be trampled upon by others. Observing the scene, Haochen understood that something unexpected had transpired here. He led Xiao Chui and the others into the Yu family estate. Following a gravel path, they trailed Yutong until they arrived at the conference hall of the Yu family. Faintly, angry shouts echoed from within the hall. A once prestigious family had fallen to such a state that they were directly invaded and subjected to chaos. Would the ancestors of the Yu family rise from their graves in indignation if they knew? Upon hearing the furious voices emanating from the hall, Haochen couldn't help but shake his head, feeling a sense of melancholy for the Yu family. A family that once basked in glory had now descended into such despair, which was truly lamentable. At that moment, Yutong stood outside the conference hall, her delicate face pale with fury, her body trembling slightly with rage. Haochen, accompanied by Xiao Chui and the others, halted beside Yutong and the elder in the wheelchair. Leaning against the doorframe of the hall, Haochen cast a glance inside. The conference hall was in disarray, and the faces of those present were ashen with anger. On the ground before them, individuals clad in blue garments writhed in agony, clearly members of the Yu family. Opposing them was a group of individuals in black attire, their presence emanating an undeniable strength, indicating they were formidable opponents. What astonished Haochen the most were the 2 leading figures among the black-clad individuals. Their strength had evidently reached the late celestial immortal realm. Moreover, observing their imposing aura and the vibrant blood energy surrounding them, it is evident that these 2 individuals have reached the pinnacle of the late stage of the celestial immortal realm. Who are they? Haochen inquired casually. Judging by their attire, it is apparent they belong to the Huayu sect and the Blood Shadow sect, both of which are formidable forces in the central region. The Blood Shadow sect has long coveted the Shaoyang villa, yet it is surprising that they would dare to confront us directly. The elderly man's grip tightened around the armrest of his wheelchair, his voice low, yet brimming with suppressed fury. He continued, the 2 leading figures are protectors of the Blood Shadow sect, both possessing late-stage celestial immortal cultivation, and their strength is formidable. Even if I were not incapacitated, I might not be their match. Haochen nodded slightly, acknowledging that the central region is indeed teeming with powerful figures. Even in a place like Chu City, he had already witnessed the methods of the Huayu sect and the treachery of the Blood Shadow sect. The ZY court of the celestial domain has been divided into 5 sectors: east, south, west, north, and center, for the sake of governance. Mist City, Chu City, and Dan City all fall within the central region. In the northern Haoting celestial domain, the Blood Shadow sect is also considered a significant force. Qinjianzi, Finjianzi. Your Blood Shadow sect, relying on the backing of the Huayu sect, has been reckless. Do not overstep your bounds. Although my Yu family no longer possesses its former glory, should it come to a confrontation, you would gain nothing. In the hall, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, with mid-stage celestial immortal cultivation, shouted furiously, his hair bristling with indignation. Master Yulin, do not attempt to bluff us. The current Shaoyang villa has lost its right to be counted among the 7 great families of Chu City, Qinjianzi replied with a faint smile, laced with mockery. I have come on the orders of our sect leader to reclaim the Shaoyang Villa and the Shaoyang Steel. If you choose to surrender, the Blood Shadow sect will not mistreat you. You will still have a place to reside in Chu City. However, should you refuse, well, you are surely aware of the methods employed by my Blood Shadow sect. Qin Jianzi, his expression darkening, rasped ominously. Dream on. At this proclamation, all members of the Yu family displayed anger on their faces, with Master Yulin glaring fiercely. Just as his voice fell, a series of dark shadows were suddenly cast from Qin Jianzi's hands. Bang! They landed in the hall, filling the space completely. As everyone focused their gaze, their expressions turned ashen. For those shadows were none other than black coffins. If you do not comply, please accept these coffins. Qin Jianzi's voice was chilling as he flashed a sinister smile at Master Yulin. A cold, overwhelming aura began to emanate from him, reverberating throughout the hall, causing some of the less powerful members of the Yu family to pale visibly. Haochen leaned against the doorway, his eyes narrowed as he observed the unfolding scene. The Blood Shadow sect truly shows no mercy in their dealings. He counted the coffins, noting that there was precisely one more than the number of individuals in the Yu family present. The additional 2 coffins were presumably intended for Yu Tong and the Elder. However, unbeknownst to them, Yu Tong and the Elder were currently under Haochen's protection. Upon exiting the 5 Elements Gate testing hall, Yu Tong and the elderly man closely followed Haochen. Yu Tong, her hands tightly clasped, trembled with rage. After a moment, her expression suddenly darkened. With her current strength, she felt utterly powerless. Big brother, please help me. As long as my family is safe, I would be willing to do anything. Haochen, tilting his head slightly, was struck momentarily. He turned to look at Yu Tong, who had her head bowed, her eyes rimmed with red, and biting her lip in distress, and he sighed softly. Do not worry. Since I have promised to assist you, I shall certainly do so. Seeing Yu Tong in such a state, Xiao Cui shook her head with sympathy and smiled gently. My brother, having given his word, will surely help you. Haochen nodded in agreement. The elderly man, seated in his wheelchair, cast a thoughtful glance at Haochen. In the hall, the Rainforest Master was profoundly shaken by such ruthless tactics. Gazing upon the icy coffins, a wave of desolation washed over his face. The once illustrious Rain family had fallen to such depths due to the ancestral elder's cultivation being crippled. When the ancestor was still a support, the Rainforest Master had never faced such hardship. Chapter 1143, Decisive Killings hand over the Shaoyang Mountain Villa and the Shaoyang Tablet. I do not wish to resort to total annihilation. You have 1 incense stick's worth of time to contemplate the lives of all the Rain family, young and old. Rest upon your decision. Qin Jianzi's sinister smile widened as he bellowed at the Rainforest Master. Upon hearing this, the Rainforest Master's face twitched slightly, his body trembling. The Blood Shadow sect's might was overwhelming, making it exceedingly difficult for the Rain family to contend. Shaoyang Mountain Villa, Shaoyang Tablet, Haochen mused. Could it be related to the secret techniques I am cultivating? Did the ancestor Xiaohua, after leaving the Shifeng Tablet, also hide a legacy of secret techniques here? The atmosphere in the hall became increasingly oppressive due to the Rainforest Master's silence, and the incense stick's time slipped away in quietude. When the time limit was reached, the sinister expressions on Qin Jianzi and Fin Jianzi's faces expanded slowly, their murderous intent escalating. Rainforest Master, this outcome is of your own making. Do not blame us, Qin Jianzi declared arrogantly. Just as the murderous aura from Qin Jianzi and Fin Jianzi intensified, a light sigh finally resonated from the entrance. Both Qin Jianzi and Fin Jianzi were startled, turning abruptly to see a young man leaning against the door, their expressions turning cold. Get lost, Qin Jianzi spat out harshly. The young man paid no heed to Qin Jianzi's reprimand, instead moving steadily into the conference hall. At that moment, all eyes in the hall turned in astonishment toward the entrance. Yition. Also grant you 1 incense stick's worth of time to take these dilapidated items and leave Shaoyang Mountain Villa. Otherwise, I shall use these items to collect you and send you back to your homeland. The young man's commanding words echoed throughout every corner of the hall, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Such an audacious tone is truly unparalleled in its arrogance. As the words faded, the young man waved his hand, retrieving a platform and an ancient bronze bowl from his storage ring. He promptly placed the bronze bowl upon the platform, extracted a stick of incense, and with a flick of his fingers, a spark ignited, suddenly setting the incense alight as he inserted it into the bowl. He then stood quietly beside the platform, playing with the fiery spark. Kinjiunzi and Finjiunzi, upon hearing this, were momentarily taken aback. Soon, witnessing the young man's ostentatious display, their expressions darkened ominously, their gazes turning predatory, akin to that of ravenous wolves, fixated upon the young man in the hall. The ancient bronze bowl was indeed a remarkable artifact, once the spatial treasure of Qiu Hai, the leader of the Assassin Hall in the Qinyuan realm. It had once contained the souls of formidable beings such as the one-horned anomalous dragon, the fire-devouring azure bird, and the Qilan beast. After Haochen acquired this spatial treasure, he entrusted it to the master craftsman Li Wenguang for restoration. This treasure had been utilized by Yi Qianshan, Hao Feng, and others, ultimately returning to Haoyen's possession. Due to their insufficient cultivation, they were unable to harness the bowl's power, leaving this celestial artifact to gather dust. Upon its return to Haochen, within the Spirit Mountain Demon Beast Valley, it had consumed numerous demonic souls. Apart from refining the remnants of lower-tier beasts, he had essentially captured every powerful beast soul he fancied into the bronze bowl. After a brief moment, Kinjiunzi sneered, "A mere child, dare to act so recklessly before me. There is still half a stick of incense left." In response to Kinjiunzi's thunderous roar, Haochen feigned indifference, continuing to manipulate the spark at his fingertips. A languid voice escaping his lips, "Eliminate him." Finjiunzi's countenance turned frigid as he barked the command. Instantly, a surge of murderous intent erupted from the surrounding disciples of the Blood Shadow sect, their faces contorting into expressions of fierce resolve. Almost in unison, they unleashed their Blood Shadow techniques, launching a violent assault upon the young man standing at the platform, who was absorbed in timing the incense. Blood Shadow technique? Haochen regarded the cloaked figures with astonishment, recognizing the manifestation of the Blood Shadow sect's abilities. Was this sect perhaps a sinister offshoot of the Blood Shadow cult? Suddenly, Haochen waved his hand, and the spark at his fingertips transformed into a fire shield, shielding him from harm. Upon contact, the ferocious attacks dissipated like smoke, leaving Haochen unscathed. Heavenly fire. Upon witnessing the flames conjured by Haochen, Kinjiunzi was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed in shock. A surge of overwhelming joy and greed surged in his eyes. As a master of fire manipulation himself, he was well versed in the essence of Danyan fire. What a remarkable lad, to possess such a wondrous item. Since you've delivered it to me willingly, I shall graciously accept it. Kinjiunzi grinned malevolently. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Finjiunzi, and with a powerful stomp, both lunged towards Haochen in unison. Alas, the incense has burned out. At the moment they struck, Haochen shook his head with a sigh. His soft exhalation echoed throughout the hall, and the space around him twisted dramatically, as two figures eerily emerged from the ancient bronze bowl, charging towards the oncoming Kinjiunzi and Finjiunzi. Bang! Two fists and two palms collided with a resounding impact. Haha! With such feeble power, how dare one be so audacious? Kinjiunzi burst into laughter, for the strength of the punch he exchanged with his palm was utterly unimpressive. It was hardly capable of causing harm, barely sufficient to tickle. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, his expression abruptly shifted to one of embarrassment. Kinjiunzi felt a noxious gas swiftly infiltrate his body through his arm. In truth, this toxin would not have struck fear into him, being merely a poison that he could resist. Yet, the gas seemed to possess a will of its own, surging into his consciousness without warning. At that moment, it was too late for Kinjiunzi to defend himself. A cry of anguish escaped him as he fell backward onto the ground, clutching his head and rolling in torment. Meanwhile, Finjiunzi, upon hearing Kinjiunzi's words, intended to tease him, but found himself stifling his thoughts. Upon receiving a punch from his opponent, he found it soft and powerless, almost inviting a groan of pleasure. However, his body suddenly froze, a chilling force sealing his physical faculties. To an outside observer, Finjiunzi appeared far superior to Kinjiunzi, standing motionless as they contended in magical prowess. Suddenly, Haochen waved his hand, generating no disturbance, yet lightly striking Finjiunzi's chest. Bang! Before the shock could even register on Finjiunzi's face, he collapsed to the ground. The hall fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixed in a stunned gaze upon the two fallen powerful beings. How could two celestial beings be vanquished in such a pitiful manner? Was there a spiritual entity protecting its master? The Rainforest Lord stared in astonishment as a shadow emerged from beside Haochen. Though no energy emanated from the shadow, he sensed an overwhelming aura of danger enveloping it. This sensation was familiar, yet always associated with something sinister. When had the Rain family ever interacted with such formidable beings? The Rainforest Lord's mind raced with thoughts. Ever since the ancestral elders' powers were crippled, the Rain family had gradually fallen into decline, rarely engaging with golden immortals and lacking the means to summon their aid. Otherwise, the Blood Shadow sect would never have dared to approach so brazenly. Chapter 1144. The Minions of Nightfall. As the Rainforest Lord pondered, his gaze suddenly fell upon Yutong outside the hall. Could it be that Yutong had summoned this person? This young man must possess an immense background. Otherwise, how could he be accompanied by such a multitude of powerful allies? Haochen, oblivious to the tumultuous thoughts in the Rainforest Lord's mind, cast a glance at the two fallen figures and let out a cold chuckle. He then conveyed a message to the spiritual entities, Blood Poison and Xianbing, instructing them to lift the magical restraints from the two. Even if those attacked by Blood Poison and Xianbing were to recover, they would be left with lingering aftereffects. The two shadows abruptly entered the ancient bronze bowl, which Haochen then stowed away, casting a disdainful glance at Qinjianzi and Fenjianzi. My friends, we are from the Blood Shadow sect. Today, we have offended you through our ignorance, and we hope for your understanding. It took Qinjianzi and Fenjianzi a considerable time to rise from the ground, filled with astonishment and devoid of any trace of anger. As the parties involved, they were acutely aware of the terror evoked by that previous strike, a force far beyond their capacity to provoke. How could the Yu family possibly encounter a formidable being of the Golden Immortal realm? This time, they had indeed miscalculated. Upon returning, they must inform the sect master to refrain from meddling with the Yu family. After all, a starving camel is still larger than a horse. Bitterly, they endured the waves of excruciating pain surging within, wiping the blood from their faces. Yet their prior bravado had completely vanished before the two golden immortal powerhouses. Their lives felt as inconsequential as ants, a truth they both comprehended all too well. Begone, should you dare to disturb us again. I shall pay a visit to the Blood Shadow sect and accompany you on a leisurely stroll, Haochen remarked coldly, casting a dispassionate glance at the two, who were nearly paralyzed with fear. At his words, Feng Yunzi and Qin Yunzi shivered, daring not to utter a word. They supported each other and attempted to flee towards the door. Take those with you, Haochen commanded icily as they endeavored to exit. The two hurriedly turned back, collecting the dark coffins scattered throughout the hall. Only then did they make their hasty retreat, leaving the Yu family members in a state of stunned silence. After watching the black-clad figures of the Yu family escape in disarray, it took the onlookers a considerable time to regain their composure. They turned their gazes towards Haochen, their eyes filled with a sense of awe. "Father, are you all right?" Yutong exclaimed, tossing her wheelchair to shouts away and rushing into the hall to inquire anxiously about the safety of the family patriarch, Yulin. Yulin shook his head and then directed his gaze towards Haochen, solemnly bowing with clasped fists in gratitude. "I am deeply appreciative of your timely assistance, young master." Haochen waved dismissively, uninterested in formalities. "My visit to the Yu family is merely due to a connection with Miss Yutong at the Five Elements Sect's testing grounds. I wish to seek your consent for her to accompany me on a journey. Moreover, I overheard the individuals from the Blood Shadow sect requesting the Shaoyang tablet. I wonder if the Yu family could permit me to witness this tablet and discern its true nature?" Upon hearing this, Yulin glanced towards the elderly man seated in the wheelchair at the entrance, who promptly nodded in agreement. Yulin then responded, "Young master, you have saved our family today. Although Yutong is still young, given the dire circumstances of the Yu family, it would be acceptable for her to travel with you. If you wish to see the Shaoyang tablet, since our ancestor has consented, then by all means, you shall have that opportunity." Sighing inwardly, the elderly man in the wheelchair lamented that the Yu family, if they continued clinging to outdated traditions, would surely court their own demise. The Yu family members, under the impression that this young man had come to their aid due to his interest in Yutong's beauty, misinterpreted the situation. Aware that his intentions had been misunderstood, Haochen chose not to offer any excuses and simply nodded lightly. "Allow Yutong to remain by my side for a time to learn some self-defense skills." "It is not as you presume," Haochen corrected Yulin's assumptions. The elderly man, with hair as white as snow, inquired with curiosity, "Might I ask what your cultivation technique entails?" "Indeed, I never claim to be devoid of skill. I merely rely on external means for protection." Haochen replied with a hint of indifference. "Old man Yushi, may I ask for your esteemed name?" inquired the venerable elder in the wheelchair. Master, you may call me Yition. Haochen casually crafted a name. He then expressed, I am quite intrigued by the Shaoyang stele at the entrance of the Blood Shadow sect, and I would like to request your enlightenment, esteemed elder and the manor lord. Would that be convenient? Of course, of course. Please follow me. The manor lord of the rainforest instructed his attendants to tidy up the hall before personally assisting the elder, leading Haochen and his companions deeper into the Rain family estate. After a duration equivalent to the burning of a single incense stick, they arrived at a secluded square strewn with gravel. In the center of the square stood a somewhat dilapidated enclosure, its massive stones bearing the marks of time. Clearly, this enclosure had existed for a considerable length of time. As Haochen approached the enclosure, he noticed the light here was exceptionally bright. Moreover, the closer he drew to the enclosure, the more intense and pure the energy of the heavens and earth became. Rays of light, almost tangible, cascaded from the sky, ultimately converging upon a jet-black stone tablet at the center of the enclosure, reflecting off the smooth stone walls. This was the Shaoyang stele. Gazing at the ancient tablet, the elder, seated in his wheelchair, remarked, Why do the people of the Blood Shadow sect covet this stele? Haochen inquired, observing the Shaoyang stele, which bore a striking resemblance to the Shifeng stele. Upon hearing Haochen's question, the elder let out a gentle sigh, reminiscing about the past. Many years ago, I was good friends with the Grand Protector of the Huayu sect, Lao Yuni. We often engaged in discussions about philosophy and the mysteries of the world, during which I inadvertently mentioned that the Shaoyang stele contained the essence of the heavenly path. After much persuasion from Grand Protector Yuni, I allowed him to meditate before the stele for several days. Subsequently, he returned frequently to explore its mysteries. Then one day, Yuni claimed he had comprehended a set of Shaoyang fist techniques and wished to spar with me. We began to practice here, but suddenly, he unleashed a strange spell that immobilized me, broke my legs, and infused my body with poison, rendering me powerless. He then proposed to purchase the Shaoyang manor. It was then that I realized I had invited a wolf into my home. Yuni coveted the Shaoyang stele. However, due to the restrictions surrounding the stele, he was unable to breach the barrier to seize it. Thus, he sought to possess the Shaoyang manor instead. Yet recently, for reasons unknown, Yuni suddenly ventured to the Valley of Immortal Souls. Upon his return, instead of coming directly to the Shaoyang manor, he incited the Blood Shadow sect to take action, secretly dispatching dark-clad individuals to wreak havoc at the Shaoyang manor. This has led to the majority of our people fleeing to other places, leaving only a few of us from the Rain family to safeguard the Shaoyang stele. If the day comes when I can no longer protect the Shaoyang stele, I shall perish alongside it, for I will never allow the treasures of our ancestors to fall into the hands of a wretched scoundrel. Chapter 1145, The Shaoyang Stele, Part 1. Upon hearing the words of the elder Rain Su, Haochen nodded slightly. His interest in the Shaoyang stele was not born of a sudden enlightenment, but rather a curiosity to see if it was indeed a relic left behind by the illustrious ancestors. Relics left by our ancestors? Haochen inquired. Alas, it is with great shame that our family has lost the honor to bear our ancestors' surname, and thus we have adopted a new name to live in seclusion in Chuqing, tasked with protecting the Shaoyang stele and awaiting a destined individual. Elder Rain Su lamented, gazing skyward. Awaiting a destined individual? Haochen, filled with confusion, inquired with renewed interest. The ancestral elder remarked, Only by comprehending the Shaoyang stele can we return to our ancestral land, Haochen City. Otherwise, we shall remain bound to this place for eternity. The elder from Yushi lamented, Those who guard the Shaoyang stele are forbidden from joining any sect or family. They must dedicate themselves wholly to protecting this stone tablet and cannot leave at will. In return, they are granted the privilege to comprehend the spells and energies inscribed upon the stele at any time. After examining the barriers surrounding the stele, Haochen discerned that it was a technique inherited from Shaowang. The formation harnessed the energies of heaven and earth, maintaining its operation through the reflection off the smooth stone walls. With a swift motion, Haochen summoned Wuwen and commanded, Ensure that no one disturbs me. Xiao Cui, and the four of you must remain beyond 100 feet. Yushi, come with me into the enclosure, closer to the Shaoyang stele. The owner of Yulin nodded and suddenly waved his hand to open a gate in the barrier, allowing the elder and Haochen to enter. Rest assured, unless a golden immortal personally arrives, no one will interrupt you, the owner of Yulin stated. sensing that he was not needed and wisely retreated to a distance. Haochen nodded slightly and turned to the elder Yushi, saying, "May I examine your injuries?" "Certainly." Haochen extended his hand to assess the elder's wounds and glanced at the severed limb, gently sighing, "This is rather troublesome." Upon hearing Haochen's words, the elder Yushi seemed to feel a glimmer of hope for recovery, excitement swelling within him. "First, take this elixir and quietly restore your strength here." As he spoke, he retrieved the Xianpin Revival Purple Pill and the Xianpin Recovery Pill from his storage ring and handed them to the elder Yushi. Recognizing the rarity of the pills Haochen offered, the elder was aware that these were priceless elixirs. The Yushi family had previously sought them in vain, only to be met with disappointment. Haochen, dismissing the elder's thoughts, scanned the surroundings. The many stone barriers encircling the Shaoyang steel rendered it invisible to those outside, ensuring that any actions within remained concealed. This made the location relatively safe. Yixiang, to comprehend the Shaoyang steel, you need only to permeate your consciousness into its surface. The principle is akin to deciphering a jade slip. At that moment, the elder Yushi, filled with enthusiasm, explained the method of comprehension to Haochen. Meanwhile, following Haochen's instructions, the elder ingested the elixirs to restore his vitality and gather his strength. Once seated, Haochen placed an ancient bronze bowl before him and discreetly transmitted a message to Shuadu and the Xianbing divine entity, instructing them to remain on standby within the enclosure. Only then did Haochen extend his consciousness towards the Shaoyang steel. "Yixiang, clear your mind of distractions and delve into the surface of the Shaoyang steel. It will guide your consciousness into a realm where you will witness the true essence of the Shaoyang steel. I can only offer you this advice. Without cultivation, I cannot assist you." Haochen's gaze turned serious as he swept his consciousness over the steel's surface. The moment his awareness made contact, a powerful force tugged at his consciousness. Soon, Haochen found himself enveloped in darkness, and when he opened his eyes, he discovered himself in an endless void. In that expanse, he noticed a striking figure standing tall, a young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, exuding an aura of elegance and charm. However, what astounded Haochen was the ethereal aura surrounding the young man, which was exceedingly peculiar. The instant this youth materialized in the void, Haochen perceived a transformation in the surrounding scenery. It morphed into an endless expanse of land, shrouded in billowing smoke, where the fires of battle raged. Both the earth and sky were enveloped in darkness, the sole illumination emanating from the relentless tempest of thunder in the horizon, illuminating the atmosphere with a myriad of blue glimmers. Through the faint flashes of lightning, Haochen discerned a colossal black ape-like beast advancing upon the land below the lightning. This creature stood upright like a human, its body cloaked in dark fur, its limbs adorned with razor-sharp claws, and its robust musculature exuding a formidable sense of strength. Each step it took sent tremors throughout the earth, as if heralding the apocalypse. Beneath this gigantic beast surged a multitude of various magical creatures. Their sizes dwarfed in comparison to the black ape, yet their numbers were akin to swarming ants. Was he to confront this monstrous beast and the countless magical creatures single-handedly? Haochen gazed intently at the unfolding scene, the formidable array of beasts stirring a sense of awe within him. Thus, upon noticing the young man standing motionless ahead, a flicker of concern arose in his heart. The black ape was the first to arrive, emitting a deafening roar as it wielded a meteorite-like club, unleashing a violent whirlwind directed towards the young man. The impact of the club sliced through the void, the cacophony of the gales resonating ominously, conjuring a terrifying tempest in the vast expanse. How terrifying! Witnessing the black ape's formidable strike, Haochen's pupils constricted, his heart racing in alarm. The beast's assault surpassed the limits of his comprehension. He understood all too well that if he were to face such an onslaught, his demise would be inevitable. Compounded by the multitude of magical creatures poised to strike, this was a certain death trap. Yet, the young man remained utterly composed, stepping forth with a singular motion, vanishing into the void, causing the massive black ape to miss its target entirely. As the beast turned to locate the young man's figure, it was suddenly beset by an overwhelming force of confinement surrounding it. Subsequently, the very space occupied by the black ape fragmented, the sound of shattering glass echoing in the air. A vacuum-like space manifested in the void. In a dispassionate tone, a voice resonated, and the black ape, akin to fragile glass, shattered into nothingness. How formidable! Haochen's heart quivered, although he was uncertain of the exact strength of the black ape. The clarity of that recent strike resonated profoundly within him. The black ape's power undoubtedly surpassed that of an immortal emperor. Yet, in a mere instant, it was obliterated by the young man, who exuded an aura of sheer terror. Following the demise of the black ape, the swarm of magical creatures did not retreat. Instead, a chorus of furious roars erupted, and the creatures leapt into action, surging towards the young man with the intent to vanquish him completely. The young man stood expressionless, surrounded by the power of the laws. Suddenly, Haochen was astonished to observe that the young man's right knee bent downward, and then he executed a dramatic drop. The sound of air being torn apart resonating throughout the space. Boom. In an almost reckless manner, the young man descended like a 1,000-pound weight into the midst of countless beasts. Following this, a tremor akin to the collapse of heaven and earth echoed. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and the entire void became solidified around the young man. Haochen then began to notice the surrounding void fracturing. Not only that, but as he gazed around, he saw the entirety of the void shattering, a terrifying force of compression emanating from the fractured space. To his astonishment, Haochen discovered that the myriad magical beasts surrounding the young man had vanished like dust, as if they had never existed. The young man brushed off the dust from his body and slowly walked into the distance. Chapter 1146, The Shaoyang Steel, Part 2, The Laws of Space? Could this truly be the authentic power of the void laws? Witnessing the scene before him, Haochen fell into a stupor, unable to articulate his thoughts for an extended period. He finally comprehended the terrifying prowess of the Eagle Fortress's lord. It was primarily due to the horrifying nature of the spatial laws involved. Haochen had not been unfamiliar with spatial laws, nor was he incapable of performing spatial spells. The essence contained within the 6th level of the Demon Suppression Tower was indeed the laws of space. The technique of spatial ripples was a realization of spells within the 6th level of the Demon Suppression Tower. Yet it paled in comparison to the spells executed by the individual in the scene. Master craftsman Li Wenguang forged treasures imbued with the laws of space. Contemplating this, Haochen's gaze ignited with fervor. He could foresee that if he were to grasp the void laws from the spatial laws, despite his strength not matching that of an immortal sovereign, his ability to escape would undoubtedly be unparalleled. Furthermore, as his realm continued to elevate, the power of the laws would grow increasingly formidable. The records of the Shaoyang heritage indicated that Shaoyang had spent over a decade comprehending the void laws. He wondered how much time it would take him. Reflecting upon the records within the Shaoyang heritage, a hint of bitterness crept onto Haochen's lips. The extraordinary genius of the Shaoyang ancestor had taken more than 10 years to fully grasp the spatial laws. Presently, he only understood the surface. The time required to truly comprehend the spatial laws would likely not be significantly less. Oh, had the scene changed? As Haochen pondered, he suddenly realized that the scene before him had shifted. He then noticed that the young man had reappeared, and countless magical beasts emerged once more. In fact, it seemed as though the previous spectacle was replaying itself. Why was it still the same scene? Haochen furrowed his brow, murmuring in surprise. You are not mistaken. While it is the same scene, this young man is one who has mastered the void laws. A calm voice suddenly resonated from the void. Only those who have grasped the Shaoyang technique may arrive here to cultivate the second part of the Shaoyang method, the laws of heaven. The laws of nature are endless and unceasing. What is being manifested now is merely the law of space, giving rise to the ethereal arts of the void. Suddenly, the sounds of the void cease. Haochen continues to observe the ever-repeating images, the ripples of the spatial domain, as time flows inexorably. After the sun descends beyond the western hills, Haochen slowly opens his eyes, a faint, bitter smile gracing his lips. To comprehend the law of the void from a single image seems, to Haochen, a rather formidable task. Delving into the lesser yang steel has proven immensely beneficial to him. Considering the time, he realizes he still has the opportunity to participate in the Alchemist Grand Tournament. Failing to attend would be a minor disappointment. Yet missing the chance to understand the lesser yang steel would leave him with lifelong regret. Haochen does not hasten to depart from the vicinity of the lesser yang steel. Meanwhile, the members of the Yu family are delighted to see Haochen linger. They have arranged splendid accommodations for him and his companions. While Yutong has forged a close friendship with the 4 little sorceresses, including Xiaocui. Now aware that the revered ancestor Yushi's powers were diminished to protect the lesser yang steel, Haochen feels compelled to aid him in regaining his strength. In the following days, aside from pondering the lesser yang steel, Haochen dedicates himself to restoring the health of ancestor Yushi and concocting elixirs within the demon suppression tower. Within the 7th layer of the tower, he prepares both the rebirth pill and the blood cleansing pill, both of which are 5th grade elixirs. Before crafting these 2 elixirs, Haochen further solidifies his early-stage golden immortal strength, striving for a singular successful refinement. As for the master of the estate, Yulin, he remains unaware of what the two are engaged in within the confines of the barrier, aside from their enlightenment at the lesser yang steel. However, he is ever responsive to Haotian's requests, thus gathering the necessary materials for the elixirs proves to be relatively unchallenging. As 7 days gradually pass, during this time, Haotian not only contemplates the lesser yang steel, but also intermittently purges the blood toxins from ancestor Yushi's body. The avatars of the blood toxin spirit and the profound ice spirit revel in their feast. As the energies of blood and cold toxins within ancestor Yushi's body provide ample sustenance. After 7 days of meticulous care, the blood toxins within ancestor Yushi diminish significantly, and his complexion grows increasingly vibrant. Following these 7 days, the majority of the blood and cold toxins have been expelled by the 2 spirit avatars. Only then does Haotian employ the lesser yang divine art to consume the last remnants of blood and cold toxins, incorporating them into the blood toxin pill and the cold toxin pill within his starry dantian. The final phase of expelling these toxins is excruciating. Ancestor Yushi must endure the dual onslaught of the internal toxins and the external assaults from the spirit avatars. The agony is akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart, yet ancestor Yushi remains silent, enduring the torment for fear of disturbing Haotian's purging efforts. Haotian sends a communication, prompting Master Yulin to open the barrier surrounding the lesser yang steel. At this moment, the syndromes of blood and cold toxins within ancestor Yushi have been entirely eradicated. However, Haochen did not allow the venerable Yushi to restore his physical strength through the cultivation methods, opting instead for a gradual natural recovery. He feared that employing the cultivation techniques for healing might impede future advancements, potentially complicating his path to enlightenment. Much like Haochen's experience in the Beast Valley, where his dantian stagnated and he found himself unable to cultivate, outsiders continued to perceive the venerable Yushi as a mere invalid. Little did they know that he had already healed from the blood poison and cold toxin syndrome, regaining the ability to cultivate. In the following 2 days, the venerable Yushi made commendable progress. Although his physical strength had not returned to its peak, he had recovered approximately 60%. While this still left a considerable distance to his former prowess, he no longer experienced pain with each movement. One morning, after breakfast, Haochen decided to venture out, intending to treat the venerable Yushi's leg injury. Lacking cultivation, the venerable Yushi could only heal as an ordinary person would. He could not utilize aged celestial herbs or elixirs, some of which were thousands, even tens of thousands of years old. The potency of such substances would be too overwhelming for a common individual to endure. Thus, Haochen needed to procure ordinary medicinal herbs to aid in the venerable Yushi's healing process. Despite possessing a vast assortment of celestial pills and wondrous medicines, Haochen found himself lacking in basic celestial herbs and remedies. Nowadays, he dismissed anything that did not possess at least a millennium of age. After breakfast, he called upon Xiao Zue and the others, preparing to journey into the nearby deep mountains to gather the necessary ordinary celestial herbs. I shall take a stroll in the mountains and collect some common medicinal materials to concoct pills, Haochen informed the master of the rain forest and the venerable Yushi. Be cautious, the venerable Yushi advised. At that moment, Yutong rushed out, inquiring, Brother, where are you headed? Haochen replied, I plan to search for some ordinary herbs in the nearby mountains. May I accompany you? Yutong asked cautiously, fearful of rejection. She quickly added, Perhaps it's best if I don't go. I would only be a burden. Not at all. Just inform the venerable Yushi, and we shall set off. Haochen reassured her. All right, Yutong exclaimed with delight, hurrying to inform the venerable Yushi of her desire to join Haochen in gathering herbs. The venerable Yushi smiled and nodded. Having walked a similar path in his youth, he could see the affection the girl held for Haochen. Yet, considering the vast disparity in their statuses, he couldn't help but sigh, doubtful of the relationship's prospects. Nevertheless, he understood that everyone must grow, so he did not intervene. Haochen, Yutong, and Xiaocui set forth towards the outskirts of Chuqing. Chapter 1147, The Territory of the Yulan, Part 1, for Haochen and Xiaocui. Traversing several hundred miles was merely a matter of a short incense sticks burning. Although Yutong had come of age and her body felt somewhat heavy, her presence did not delay their progress. As the journey unfolded, the path traversed was predominantly rugged mountains and desolate ridges, with little discovery of the celestial herbs and medicines sought by Haochen. After hastening 300 miles, they finally beheld the true essence of the forest, lush trees and the resonant growls of ferocious beasts. The density of the woodland here was extraordinary, reminiscent of the territory of the Serpent Mountains Yulan. Raintong gasped in awe. Although she hailed from a prestigious lineage and her family boasted individuals capable of soaring through the skies and traversing the earth, she had never ventured to such distant realms. Yet, she had heard descriptions of the geographical expanse of the Serpent Mountains Yulan. Witnessing such verdant wilderness for the first time starkly contrasted with the vicinity of Shaoyang Manor, instantly evoking thoughts of the Serpent Mountain. Whoosh! Upon descending, Haochen instructed the four little sprites led by Xiaocui to guide Raintong in her search for herbs within the forest. Understanding his intent, Xiaocui led Raintong further away, out of Haochen's sight. With Xiaocui and the four transformed little fairies present, they became the natural adversaries of all serpentine creatures. Once they had ventured far, Haochen waved his hand to summon Ziyu, Yexio, and others from the Jade Pendant space, briefing them on their arrival in Chuqing. The Yu family was a secluded branch of the Hao family within the Ziwei Courtyard's celestial domain. They safeguarded the Shaoyang steel left by the revered ancestor Xiaohao, awaiting a fated individual. Though their fortunes had waned, they steadfastly guarded the Shaoyang steel, and the elder of the Yu family had suffered grievous injuries, having his legs broken and cultivation destroyed by nefarious individuals. Now reduced to an ordinary mortal, I yearned to restore his lost limbs, yet lacked the necessary medicinal herbs, necessitating everyone's assistance in this quest. No sooner had he spoken than Haochen abruptly waved his hand, conjuring a vivid illustration of medicinal herbs before their eyes. Examine it closely, he urged, as the group dispersed, and he pursued the direction Xiaocui had taken. Roar! A thunderous growl erupted as two figures emerged. Towering over 10 feet, these leopard-headed, human-bodied beasts gazed at Xiaocui and the others with a fierce glint in their eyes. The four little enchantresses of Xiaocui suddenly took to the air, launching an assault against the leopard monsters. Raintong, standing at a distance, trembled in fear. In her moment of panic, upon spotting Haochen rushing towards her from afar, she instinctively leaped into his embrace. The terror of such leopard demons was beyond her experience, more fearsome than the mightiest magical beasts. Fear not, Haochen reassured her, gently patting her back. Upon sensing the arrival of reinforcements, one of the smaller leopard demons let out a roar and charged towards Haochen and Raintong. How could there be leopard demons here? Haochen pondered briefly, then gracefully waved his right hand, summoning a flame blossom of alchemy. Whoosh! With a sound of air being sliced through, a concentrated flame blossom shot forth, soaring towards the leopard demon. Realizing the imminent danger of Haochen's alchemical creation, the leopard demon hastily dodged. Naturally agile, and now a second-tier celestial beast, it deftly evaded the attack. Yet, to the demon's astonishment, the flame blossom, having missed its mark, swiftly altered its trajectory, doubling back to strike once more. The leopard demon once again darted swiftly, yet this time, the peril was palpable. The leopard demon barely evaded the attack. However, as the cluster of fiery blossoms surged towards it for the third time, the leopard demon found itself unable to escape. The cluster of fiery blossoms struck the demon, igniting it in an inferno. The leopard demon rolled frantically on the ground, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames. But to no avail. This cluster of fiery blossoms, conceived by Haochen in a moment of inspiration, utilized various sparks as carriers of the flame. Although not the most potent fire, it was sufficient to reduce even a second-tier celestial beast like the leopard demon to cinders. Accompanying the fiery blossoms was a fierce cluster of fire, resembling a radiant beam. Seizing the opportunity, Haochen aimed to refine his fire attack spells. This cluster of fire, swifter than the fiery blossoms, was unleashed with a precise gesture and pierced through the body of the leopard demon engaged in combat with Xiaocui and the others. The demon's heart shattered instantly, causing it to collapse, its body stiffening in death. Without hesitation, Haochen unleashed his full power, swiftly vanquishing the two most formidable leopard demons. He stored the corpse of the leopard demon in his storage ring and urged Xiaozue and the others to depart quickly for their safety. Continuing his search for the necessary herbs in the forest, Haochen found it relatively effortless, for the deep mountains were replete with materials for alchemical concoctions. Generally, only aged herbs, such as those over 1,000 years old, were guarded by fierce beasts, while ordinary herbs were seldom protected. Yurong had gathered a considerable amount of herbs, which were exceedingly rare and valuable in the region of Shaoyang Manor. Yitian, what are you gathering these herbs for? Yurong could not contain her curiosity and inquired. To heal the ancestor. Haochen replied with a smile. Ah, Yurong exclaimed, completely taken aback by the revelation. But soon, she shook her head, saying, but the ancestor is already in such a state. How could he possibly be healed? Do you not believe me? Haochen smiled. Of course I believe you. I absolutely believe you. Yurong hurriedly replied, seemingly anxious to dispel any misunderstanding, her exquisite face reflecting her nervousness. Unable to resist, Haochen gently pinched Yurong's delicate cheek. Observing the budding figure of the young girl, a sudden impulse surged within him. Wouldn't it be thrilling to indulge in a moment of intimacy here? Men, after all, are never devoid of women, and Haochen, having spent many days immersed in the insights of the Shaoyang steel, had gone without such pleasures for far too long. Yurong, you are truly beautiful, Haochen whispered. Where? Yurong shyly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, her heart racing like a startled deer. Haochen gently grasped her chin, lifting her gaze to meet his, leaning in closer. Upon witnessing this scene, Yurong felt a surge of tension and instinctively closed her eyes, her heart a whirlwind of anxiety and anticipation. With no experience to guide her, she surrendered entirely to Haochen's control. Although Yutong felt she ought to exhibit some restraint, she found herself utterly lost in the fierce advances of Haochen, surrendering entirely to his whims. At that moment, Haochen was also consumed by a surging, wicked desire, contemplating the unthinkable act of taking Yutong right there. A peal of laughter, both teasing and enchanting, suddenly interrupted their trance, awakening them from their daze. Yutong's face flushed crimson, nearly as if it could bleed, as she hurriedly adjusted her disheveled attire. Meanwhile, Haochen turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. Not far away, a girl delicately played with her hair, her voice dripping with sweetness as she remarked, "It's rather hot, I senti it? You must be feeling quite captivated by my charm, yes? Unfortunately, I haven't unleashed my full power, disrupting the affairs of others. Do you not find that rather rude?" Haochen replied coldly. "Intruding into my territory and attempting to engage in such intimate activities before my eyes. Do you not consider that disrespectful?" The girl countered softly. "Oh, is this your domain?" Haochen inquired, puzzled. Chapter 1148. The domain of the serpent. I am the serpent demon of this region, governing a vast expanse. Naturally, this territory belongs to me, the enchanting woman declared. A serpent demon? At the mention of this, Yutong's delicate hands trembled slightly before she instinctively covered her mouth. The serpent demon was a legendary creature, a being exalted and revered, particularly by those residing in mountainous regions, who worshipped the totem of a human-faced serpent. The fact that she was standing before such a divine being felt utterly surreal. "Ah, so you are the serpent demon. It is a pleasure to meet you. I apologize for not greeting you upon my arrival. Surely, it is not too late for an introduction? I merely wish to collect a few herbs from your domain and then depart." Haochen spoke courteously. "Presumptuous." The serpent demon scoffed, her gaze icy as it fixed upon Haochen. "Does my domain allow you to wander and so freely? Yet, considering your arduous training, I shall spare you. Leave this girl behind as my maid, and you may go." Upon hearing the serpent demoness words, Yutong's face turned pale with fright, her small hands gripping Haochen's arm tightly as her body trembled. Haochen gently patted Yutong's hand, reassuring her not to be afraid, then turned his attention back to the serpent demon. "How dare you lay your eyes upon my woman? Are you courting death?" he declared fiercely. "Kneel before me, bow your head, and strike your own face. I shall grant you mercy, as your training has not been easy, if you do so. Otherwise, I shall send your soul scattering. You dare to challenge me? You seek your own demise." The serpent demon roared in fury. "And who do you think you are? Merely a naked creature, neither human nor serpent." Haochen retorted disdainfully. "You boy, I will take your life." The serpent demon screamed, launching herself at Haochen in a furious assault. A disdainful expression adorned Haotian's face as he regarded the trivial serpent demon before him. It mattered not that he had attained the initial stage of a golden immortal. Even a celestial being would find dealing with such a creature to be a mere trifle. As the serpent demon launched its assault, Haotian raised his right hand and struck with a single palm. The resounding crash echoed through the air, and the beguiling serpent demon was sent flying by his forceful blow. How impressive! Even a serpent demon is no match for him, Yutong exclaimed, astonished. Initially, she had harbored concerns for Haotian's safety, for he was facing a formidable serpent demon. However, witnessing him effortlessly send the divine creature hurtling away left her in a state of shock. The serpent demon, a deity revered by countless worshippers, was a legendary entity. Yet it faltered against the man she admired. This realization filled Yutong with a sense of pride. Who are you, truly, to possess such extraordinary prowess? The serpent demon glared at Haotian, its expression darkened with malice. Haotian had no intention of slaying the demon outright. Since entering the Haotian cave in the Beast Valley, his state of mind had elevated considerably. He believed that only through harmony between humanity and nature could one attain unimaginable strength. Both humans and beasts were sovereigns of this realm, differing only in the level of their intellect. From that moment forward, whenever he faced beastly foes, Haotian showed restraint. And this occasion was no exception. Moreover, the serpent demon held many potential advantages for him. Submit to me, and I shall spare your life, Haotian commanded, his gaze fixed upon the demon. Foolish boy, you overestimate yourself. I, the lady serpent, am not so easily vanquished. Witness how I shall take your life. The serpent demon sneered, lunging once more at Haotian. This time, the demon's form transformed, no longer merely a human-faced serpent. She morphed into a colossal serpent spanning dozens of yards. Her strength, speed, and defense surged to unprecedented levels. Prepare to feel my lash. The serpent demon swung her tail in a deadly arc towards Haotian. At this moment, her power had multiplied significantly, far surpassing her previous state, devastating the surrounding trees with her serpent whip. Haotian shook his head slightly, recognizing that the demon's cultivation was comparable to a third-order celestial beast, akin to a peak late-stage celestial being, rivaling a half-step golden immortal, similar to the lizard beast of the celestial Soul Valley. Yet, to Haotian, she was as insignificant as an ant. If you wish to make Yutong your servant, I shall take you as a concubine in my harem, Haotian declared, stepping forward without even lifting a finger. Dream on. Yet, before the serpent demon could finish her retort, a formidable aura emanated from Haotian, descending heavily upon her. The impact sent the serpent demon crashing to the ground, as if a colossal mountain were pressing down upon her, rendering her immobile. She had believed that her transformation and display of utmost strength would suffice to confront Haotian, but she had not anticipated being so effortlessly defeated. The serpent demon immediately comprehended that the prowess of the young man before her far surpassed her own, reaching a level she could scarcely fathom. Please spare me, esteemed senior. Terror etched across her face as she feared that Haochen would seek her life. Haochen turned to the serpent demon and declared, considering the difficulty of your cultivation, acknowledge me as your master, and I shall grant you mercy. I am willing to acknowledge you as my master. The serpent demon prostrated herself upon the ground, though she would be obliged to obey Haochen's commands henceforth. It was certainly preferable to death. She was a serpent who understood the importance of seizing the moment. The serpent demon relinquished her soul, and with effortless grace, Haochen executed the contract spell. A soul mark was inscribed into her consciousness, a lotus flower imprint gracefully etched within her mind. Thus, the serpent demon became Haochen's contracted beast. Now, go and procure for me some celestial herbs and medicines, including ordinary spiritual herbs and elixirs, and return swiftly, for I have inquiries to make. As he spoke, Haochen transmitted the required varieties of celestial herbs and medicines into the serpent demon's mind. Yes, my master, she replied eagerly, departing with haste. Throughout this entire episode, Yutong watched in astonishment. How could a being as formidable as the serpent demon willingly acknowledge Etion as her master? This is utterly unbelievable, Yutong exclaimed. Now do you comprehend the strength of the man you admire? Haochen teased, playfully pinching Yutong's delicate cheek, causing her to shyly lower her gaze. Before long, the serpent demon returned, carrying the majority of the celestial herbs and medicines from her territory. Master, Most of the celestial herbs and medicines within the Yulan territory are gathered here, she reported. Haochen nodded, accepting the herbs and medicines before inquiring. You mentioned a place called the Demon Abyss. What is it? The serpent demon replied, I am uncertain. All I know is that the Demon Abyss is a realm that cultivates powerful beings. Is there a way to enter this realm? Haochen asked. I cannot say, but perhaps the Lord of the Flying Eagle Fortress knows. The serpent demon responded. Oh, the Lord of the Flying Eagle Fortress? Who is this individual? Haochen inquired further. He had not anticipated that the Zywaiting celestial domain would involve yet another figure, the Lord of the Flying Eagle Fortress. Could there be a connection between this fortress and the one in the northern Haoting celestial domain? It seemed that the Lord of the Flying Eagle Fortress was the true master of entering the closed world. At the mention of the fortress lord, a grave expression crossed the serpent demon's visage, as if she regarded him as a divine being. The Lord of the Flying Eagle Fortress was the absolute sovereign within the Demon Abyss, a terrifying realm that birthed powerful ice beings. The master of the entire Demon Abyss could discern any matter he wished, possessing strength akin to that of a celestial being. Rather than merely being called a fortress, it was more akin to a vast organization of flying eagles. Oh, is the Lord of the Flying Eagle Fortress here also so formidable? Haochen mused, stroking his chin. It appeared that the fortress lord here was indeed a powerful figure. Haochen resolved to seek an opportunity to meet the Lord of the Flying Eagle Fortress within the Zywaiting celestial domain. Are there other formidable beings within the abyss? Haochen inquired. Aside from the Grand Fortress Master, the 7 leaders of the sub-fortresses are the most powerful. The Flying Eagle organization is divided into 7 fortresses, each further segmented into 7 camps. The camp leaders, varying in strength, far surpass me, the serpent demon elucidated. Are you acquainted with Uni, the grand protector of the Huayu sect? She continued. I am familiar with him. We have crossed paths a few times, though we are not well acquainted. The serpent demon replied. At that moment, Xiao Chui sent a message, indicating they had gathered at the designated location. Very well, follow me. Haochen commanded. Yes, master. The serpent demon replied respectfully, trailing closely behind him. Let us return, Haochen said, glancing at Yutong. Do you wish for her to accompany us? Yutong asked incredulously. Indeed, she shall live with us from now on, Haochen declared, leaping into the air and tossing the flying shuttle, taking Yutong and the serpent demon within. Upon arriving at the gathering place, Haochen led the serpent demon down from the flying shuttle, leaving Yutong inside, who had already succumbed to slumber. The group returned to their starting point, and Haochen retracted the flying shuttle to meet the others. Upon seeing the enchanting serpent demon following Haochen, Xiao Chui teased. Ah, brother, you are quite fortunate, aren't you? This is the serpent demon I just met. These are my family and friends. Haochen introduced them with a double entendre. Your tastes have become quite particular, it seems. The girl is even without trousers, following you around. While deep affection is commendable, one must at least ensure she is properly clothed. Xiao Chui chided. The others merely raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at the serpent demon. Her face flushed crimson as she realized she was without pants. Well then, Xiao Chui, have Ling Tianer assist you in finding a place for her to change, Haochen suggested, tossing Xiao Chui a bottle of transformation elixir. The serpent demon felt a surge of excitement. Upon seeing Haochen retrieve the elixir, she recognized it as the coveted potion she had long desired. Being a contracted beast, she shared a telepathic bond with her master. She marveled at her fortune in encountering such a powerful master. This was her chance. After the passage of 3 incense sticks, Xiao Chui and Ling Tianer emerged from the thicket, leading in exquisite beauty, though her features were concealed beneath her bangs. Her cheeks and the delicate length of her neck were flushed a captivating shade of crimson. Her devilishly alluring figure showcased unparalleled perfection. With graceful, dainty steps and an intoxicating fragrance, she approached Haochen, exuding a captivating charm. Her bright, crystalline eyes sparkled like stars, and as she gazed at Haochen, a delightful smile illuminated her face, her eyes curving like crescent moons, as if the very essence of her spirit overflowed. Every smile and frown elicited admiration for her ethereal elegance. Following the essence of her name, Xiao Chui dubbed the serpent demon Yulan, for she was a hidden orchid in the valley, known only to the few. Just as Haochen and the others were returning to the Xiaoyang villa, a cacophony arose from outside the residence. A crowd of approximately several hundred individuals had gathered in the square before the Xiaoyang manor. Report to the master. There has been an incident, a grave one. An anxious voice echoed from outside, as a disciple rushed in with a distressed expression. What has transpired? Inquired the master of the manor, Yulin, with a cold tone. The guardians, Kinjiunzi and Finjiunzi from the Blood Shadow sect, have arrived alongside the allied forces from the Huayu sect and Five Elements sect, bringing a formidable contingent to the manor's outskirts. They demand the surrender of Yi Tian and the Shaoyang steel, and they have given the inhabitants of the manor an ultimatum to depart before sunset, the disciple lamented. What? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Yulin, the venerable Yu Shi, and the members of the Yu family turned pale. How could it be that the experts from the Blood Shadow sect and the Huayu sect had come to demand a person from Shaoyang Manor? They were nothing short of despicable ruffians. Yu Shi, seated in his wheelchair, gritted his teeth and clenched his fists in anger. He was well aware of their intentions. Given that his cultivation had been rendered ineffective, it was indeed the time for the blood poison to act up. Moreover, Yi Tian had departed the manor 3 days prior, accompanied by Yu Tong to gather medicinal herbs, and yet they came to demand his return. Master, please calm your anger. Allow me to confer with a few elders and assess the situation, Yulin said, moving closer to the venerable one. Yu Shi nodded in agreement. You all must ensure the safety of Yu Shi, and no one is to approach him. Yulin instructed several disciples in the hall. Understood, Master, they replied in unison. Yulin and several elders proceeded to the square outside the manor. At that moment, the square was filled with a diverse array of people, each wielding various magical artifacts, poised in a formation that suggested an imminent attack on the Shaoyang Manor. As Yulin and the elders descended onto the steps of the square, they exuded an aura of authority, their scrutinizing gazes sweeping over the assembled crowd. Yulin, surrender the Shaoyang steel and Yi Tian. Yi Tian has slain dozens of my disciples from the Huayu sect and has stolen the ancient bronze bowl. You must provide an explanation. A voice rang out amidst the clamoring throng. Upon our arrival, there arose a chorus of shouts and jeers from the gathering. The oppressive atmosphere enveloped the Shaoyang Manor in a palpable sense of hostility. Yulin furrowed his brow and stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting. Esteemed guests, Yi Tian departed the manor 3 days ago for training and has yet to return. He is not present at this time. As for the treasures, I believe you have only heard rumors. How about this? When he returns, I shall provide you with a satisfactory explanation. What do you say? Wait for Yi Tian to return? Huh? Yulin, do you take us for fools? With so many of us keeping watch over the manor, we are fully aware of every movement. Even a bird leaving the premises. You dare claim he has left? Kinjiunzi, the guardian, was well aware that Haochen and Yu Tong had departed the Shaoyang Manor 3 days prior. As the two individuals failed to return, it was mistakenly assumed that Haochen had merely been an accidental ally, leading Yu Tong away for training. Thus, they conspired with formidable factions such as Humaman, Qianyuming, and Wuxingman, converging upon Shaoyang Villa to exact revenge. Among this eclectic assembly, the leader was none other than Kinjiunzi, who stepped forth from the throng with a frigid demeanor, derisively proclaiming, Yulin Villa Master, I require but a single word, surrender or refuse. Before Kinjiunzi's words could fully resonate, a young man of mid-Tianxin realm, wielding the magic dragon spear, approached him and, pointing the spear at the Villa Master, bellowed furiously. The magic dragon spear, Chu Tian? The brows of the Villa Master furrowed in concern. The presence of this individual, a prominent elder of Humaman and the son of the esteemed elder Chu Yunzi, was unexpected. Young Master Chu, it is not that Shaoyang Villa refuses to hand anyone over, but rather that there is no one to surrender, the Villa Master declared earnestly. Had Yi Tian not departed, would they truly have handed him over? What chance would they have of survival? Yi Tian was a friend of the Villa, and yielding him would strip Shaoyang Villa of its dignity in the celestial realm. Consequently, he communicated discreetly with ancestor Yu Shi, dispatching someone to obstruct Yi Tian's reunion with Yu Tong and ensure their safe escape. No one to surrender? Chu Tian's smile was chilling, and with a sudden thrust of the magic dragon spear into the ground, fissures began to crack the earth in all directions. Today, whether you choose to surrender or not, Yi Tian and Yu Tong must be handed over. They have seized the ancient bronze bowl and committed heinous acts, slaughtering several of our own. If no resolution is provided, how shall we preserve our honor? A formidable aura emanated from Chu Tian, casting a dark shadow over the skies of Shaoyang Villa. What does it mean to be unjustly accused? In the depths of Xianhan Valley, The bloodshed caused by Haochen within Shaoyang Villa could indeed be deemed countless. Yet, a mere girl of low cultivation, Yutong, was unjustly accused of murder and pillaging. Surrender Yi Tian and Yutong, or face the annihilation of Shaoyang Villa. Annihilation of Shaoyang Villa. Annihilation of Shaoyang Villa. The shouts reverberated, deafening the air. Faced with such ruthless adversaries and the palpable bloodlust in their cries, the villa master and the members of the Yu family turned pale, acutely aware that if this continued, their stronghold would surely be breached. At that juncture, rivers of blood would flow through Shaoyang Villa. Annihilation of Shaoyang Villa? You pathetic lot? A cold, scornful voice echoed through the void. Though soft, it was imbued with an overwhelming authority. As this voice resonated, countless eyes turned skyward toward the void. There, suspended above, was a figure clad in black, surveying the gathering below. Yi Tian? Is it Yi Tian? The crowd erupted in fervor. Yi Tian? Finally, he has appeared. Qin Jianzi's protector clenched his fists tightly, while Chu Tian, not far off, wore a cold smile. Yi Tian? The expression of the Rainforest Manor's master changed dramatically as he shouted loudly to Yi Tian, urging him to leave Shaoyang Manor immediately. At that moment, Yi Tian had returned and appeared in the square, which seemed tantamount to courting death. Shaoyang Manor was currently besieged by the Huayu sect and the Blood Shadow sect, with their target being him and Yutong. Haochen remained unmoved, still quietly hovering in the void above. Yi Tian, you have finally shown yourself. Surrender the ancient bronze bowl and then forfeit your cultivation, and we shall depart peacefully, declared Chu Tian, wielding the demon dragon spear with a cold smile. Is it your intention to massacre Shaoyang Manor? Asked Haochen, dressed in black and concealing his identity, his voice imbued with an overwhelming chill and authority. Indeed, if you do not relinquish the ancient bronze bowl today, I shall cleanse the manor with blood, shouted the protector Feng Yunzi, wielding the unique immortal artifact, the Ice Moon Wheel, as he stepped out from the crowd. The significance of the ancient bronze bowl was known only to Qin Jianzi and Feng Yunzi, the two protectors. If one were to obtain the ancient bronze bowl, they could become an unparalleled master, endowed with supreme power. With Yi Tian's return to the manor and the support of the Grand Elder, this was the perfect opportunity. Buzz! Before Feng Yunzi could finish his words, he leapt into the air, charging towards Haochen, who floated in the void. Overestimating yourself. I have already granted you an opportunity. Haochen pointed a finger, unleashing a concentrated ball of fire towards Feng Yunzi. He combined two different fire sources, the Dan Flame and the Dan Fire. Feng Yunzi presumed Haochen would wield the ancient bronze bowl to confront him, believing that with the Ice Moon Wheel, he could freeze the spiritual artifact and slice through the illusory shadows. Little did he know, Yi Tian did not adhere to conventional tactics this time. He did not utilize the ancient bronze bowl and acted recklessly. Previously, during their confrontation on the ground, he had underestimated Haochen's capabilities and did not take defensive measures. He foolishly charged at Haochen, intent on quickly obtaining the ancient bronze bowl, without considering that one who could hover in the void must possess formidable strength beyond the celestial realm. Without discerning the situation, he rushed forward, hoping to seize the artifact at the earliest opportunity. As the concentrated fire struck Feng Yunzi, engulfing him in merciless flames amid his struggles and screams, he realized too late the grave error of his carelessness. Feng Yunzi had been overly complacent, and the price of his negligence was dire. His soul barely escaped as his body was consumed by the inferno, slowly transforming into a cloud of ash. What? The moment Haochen unleashed his powers, everyone present was struck with fear. A mere burst of fire had reduced a late-stage celestial realm cultivator to ashes. Yi Tian was not merely protected by spiritual artifacts. He was also a formidable figure at the celestial realm. The Rainforest Manor's master and the members of the Yu family stared in astonishment. From this display of might, it was evident that Haochen had previously refrained from showcasing his true strength, merely seeking to comprehend the Shaoyang monument discreetly. Leave Shaoyang Manor at once, or your fate will mirror his. With a flick of his sleeve, Haochen emanated an overwhelming aura that silenced the crowd. This kingly presence rendered all present in awe, as they had previously believed Haochen to be merely a privileged youth relying on the protection of the ancient bronze bowl. However, they could hardly have anticipated that Yi Tian had grown so formidable. Could he possibly be an elite disciple from that sect or celestial court, journeying in the outside world? What audacity! To have taken a life and still dare to boast. Today, allow me, the demon dragon spear Chu Tian, to experience your extraordinary prowess. With a sinister smile, the demon dragon spear Chu Tian was unafraid of Haochen's murderous intent. Rather, he feared his inaction. Now that a life had been taken, he had the perfect pretext to kill Yi Tian and seize the treasure. Enveloped in a dark, ominous aura, Chu Tian's spear radiated a swirling tempest of energy, ascending towards the heavens, coalescing into a fearsome shadow of a demon dragon. This overwhelming aura of slaughter and insurmountable power instilled dread, making it difficult for onlookers to breathe. Chapter 1151. Arrogance and Tyranny. How could this be possible? At that moment, Ancestor Yu Shi had already been brought to the square by his family. Upon witnessing Chu Tian's imposing presence, both the Yulin Manor Master and Ancestor Yu Shi exchanged alarmed glances. They had heard of this Chu Tian, the esteemed son of the Grand Elder Chu Tianque from the Huayu sect, whose status and strength were extraordinary. Yet, it now appeared that this Chu Tian was even more terrifying than they had imagined. Yi Tian, I reiterate, surrender the ancient bronze bowl and forfeit your cultivation, or face death. Chu Tian bellowed imperiously at Haochen. Surrender the ancient bronze bowl, forfeit my cultivation? I, Yi Tian, shall see what audacity you possess to be so arrogant, Haochen retorted, suddenly summoning the ice-fire dragon, which transformed into a white dragon and lunged at Chu Tian. Good. Chu Tian grinned malevolently, brandishing his demon dragon spear. Heaven-shattering panic, the dragon emerges. Roar. In the void, the dragon surged forward, clashing with the white dragon. Above the skies, the demon dragon met the white dragon, unleashing a cataclysmic battle. Boom. The struggle between the demon dragon and the white dragon left both parties at a disadvantage, with each spellcaster retreating from the fray. PFF. Chu Tian was struck by the backlash of his own spell, while Haochen remained unscathed. Haochen, employing the silver dragon spear, transformed from the ice-fire dragon, feigned weakness to lure the enemy, biting his tongue and suddenly spewing a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning pale. Yi Tian, you shall die? In the instant Chu Tian perceived Haochen's bloodied retreat, he transformed into a shadow, appearing before Haochen in the blink of an eye. No. In that fleeting moment, the Yulin Manor Master and Ancestor Yu Shi regained their wits, but it was too late to intervene. The speed was simply astonishing. Just as Chu Tian's demon dragon spear was about to strike Haochen, a voice rang in his ears. Buzz. The demon dragon spear halted midair, mere inches from Haochen's body. Do not harm my elder brother. Suddenly, Haochen's silver dragon spear transformed into a 7-year-old boy clad in a red apron. His chubby little hands gripping the demon dragon spear tightly. Blood trickled from his small hands, and his youthful visage contorted into a fierce expression. Both Qing Yunzi among the black-clad figures, and the Yulin Manor Master and Ancestor Yu Shi, were left in stunned silence. What? Chu Tian found it difficult to believe that his powerful strike had been seized by the small boy before him. How could this be possible? I warned you not to harm my elder brother. The boy's shrill voice echoed, his eyes suddenly transforming into one white and one red. The duality of ice and fire. The boy unleashed a torrent of flames, a fusion of ice and dragon breath. The concentrated fire technique employed by Haochen was inspired by the little dragon. However, upon witnessing this, Chu Tian swiftly retreated, yet it was ultimately too late. The frigid and fiery onslaught surged into Chu Tian's body. With a muffled sound, his form became encased in ice, while dragon breath erupted forth. Shattered ice fragments fell like raindrops into the dust, and his soul was captured by Qingji Yunzi. At the moment of Chu Tian's demise, 3 figures descended from the heavens, charging towards the ice and fire dragon. It has been quite a while since I last flexed my muscles. The boy spread his chubby hands, ice flames in his left and exotic fire in his right, striking at the 2 approaching figures. Simultaneously, a dragon breath was expelled from his mouth, directed at the central figure. With a resounding thud, the 3 figures landed. 3 individuals clad in the emblem of the Blood Shadow sect, battered and bruised. Silence enveloped the arena until a sound of applause resonated through the air. Indeed, even a small boy possesses such formidable strength. It seems there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers within the Shaoyang villa. An elderly man in white garments spoke, his voice imbued with authority and an indomitable presence. Yuni, the Grand Protector? This utterance stirred a commotion among the onlookers. The Grand Protector Yuni had finally arrived. His presence undoubtedly incited panic among the crowd. Who is Yuni? He is the Grand Protector of the Huayu sect, a formidable figure at the threshold of the golden, immortal realm. The people of Shaoyang Villa had never anticipated that the Grand Protector Yuni would also grace them with his presence. Yuni, the Grand Protector of the Huayu sect, possessed the power to sweep through the entire Shaoyang Villa. The ancestral figure of Shaoyang Villa had been covertly incapacitated by him, leading to a decline in talent, resulting in the humiliation inflicted by various families and sections. Now, with the Grand Protector of the Huayu sect returning, given his temperament, he could easily annihilate all within Shaoyang Villa. Quickly, protect Yi Tian and the boy. Hurry! The owner of Yulin bellowed, brandishing his sword and positioning himself before Haochen, as all the elders and disciples of the Yu family swiftly surrounded them. They understood that Yi Tian had been injured while fighting for the Shaoyang Villa. Given time to grow, he would undoubtedly aid in the resurgence of the Shaoyang Villa, potentially elevating it to a distinguished lineage. Thus, they must protect both Yi Tian and the boy, even at the cost of their own lives. Haha. The actions of the Shaoyang Villa elicited derisive laughter from the Grand Protector Yuni. His booming laughter instilled fear in all present. A mere swarm of ants dares to challenge me? Yuni thundered. Boom. A terrifying aura enveloped the Rainforest Manor and its master, as well as the elders. This is not good. The Rainforest Manor master and the elders stepped forth together, channeling their energy to resist the encroaching force, which they managed to withstand with great effort. Quickly, take Ancestor Yushi, Yi Tian, and the young boy away. The Rainforest Manor master shouted urgently. The Grand Protector Yun Yi's cultivation was far too advanced. They simply could not withstand him. However, he had to buy time. Only in this way could Ancestor Yushi, Yi Tian, and the boy survive. Ants. Before Haochen and the others could escape, the Grand Protector Yun Yi roared. In an instant, he struck, shattering the barrier formed by the Rainforest Manor Master and the elders. Blood spewed from the mouths of the Rainforest Manor Master and the elders as they were thrown backward. Yet, Haochen and Ancestor Yushi, seated in his wheelchair, remained resolute and unyielding. Observing this, the Grand Protector Yun Yi suddenly transformed his hand into a claw and lunged toward Haochen with a fierce grip. The chilling ice technique seemed to have grown significantly stronger since their encounter at the Immortal Soul Valley. At that moment, Haochen swiftly summoned his contracted beast, the Ice Fire Dragon, positioning it in front of Ancestor Yushi, and declared, "A tremendous force emanates from me now." He unleashed a heaven-overturning palm to counter the Grand Protector Yun Yi's icy claw. "My friend, do you wish to make an enemy of the Huayu sect?" The Grand Protector Yun Yi inquired, glancing at Haochen. "Ah, I believe you are mistaken. It is you who repeatedly seeks conflict with me." Haochen retorted vehemently. "Have we any grievances?" The Grand Protector Yun Yi struggled to recall having seen this young man before. Chapter 1152. The Fated Ones returning from the distant mountains with medicinal herbs. Haochen spotted the bustling activity at the Shaoyang Manor from afar. He had already sensed that a disturbance had occurred there, silently leaving behind a secret weapon. Ling Tianer and Yulan each led a contingent of individuals to lay in ambush, although the Shaoyang Manor dispatched people to search for Haochen and obstruct his return. They had no inkling that he had already altered his appearance and flown back through the void. After slaying Feng Yunzi, the Ice Fire Dragon, his contracted beast, was eager to emerge and test the might of the Ice-Fire dual heavens, conjuring the overwhelming illusion of spear shadows. Upon arriving in the immortal realm, the Ice-Fire Dragon had evolved into a four-clawed white dragon in the Dragon Transformation Pool at Snow City. Its innate ability, Dragon Breath, possessed the dual attributes of ice and fire. That day, when Haochen employed the ancient bronze bowl, the Ice-Fire Dragon sensed that Haochen was once again courting trouble and could not help but desire to emerge for a trial. Though merely 7 years old, the Ice-Fire Dragon had cultivated for thousands of years and had developed a good rapport with the little girls, including Xiao Chui, since being tamed by Haochen. The little demonesses had certainly imparted their wisdom on him, inevitably touching upon matters of affection. The little dragon yearned to find a companion of its kind to frolic with daily. However, the serpent demons tamed by Haochen were either elder sisters or matronly figures, all monopolized by him. Hence, it resolved to venture out in search of its ideal mate. Well, rather, a favored dragon. With Haochen's taming of the serpent demons, the Ice Fire Dragon's heart was stirred. It was again captivated by a stunning older sister. The little Ice Fire Dragon, though diminutive in size, possessed a heart of considerable magnitude. It persistently communicated telepathically with Haochen, expressing a desire for Haochen to comprehend the dragon's intentions. Consequently, Haochen conjured an illusionary spear, poised to strike, exuding a masculine aura that endeared him to the young ladies present. However, Haochen harbored no intentions of relinquishing matters concerning the Yu family. Having engaged, he resolved to persevere. The formidable guardian, Yun-Yi, appeared significantly more powerful than before. Haochen speculated that upon returning from the Celestial Soul Valley, he had likely cultivated secret techniques to enhance his prowess. Yet, Yun-Yi was not easily intimidated. He would never flee at this juncture. Revealing his trump card could effortlessly vanquish Yun-Yi, but it would jeopardize the safety of the Shaoyang Manor, thereby obliterating the ancestral efforts invested therein. Thus, the only viable strategy was to feign weakness and retreat from the scene, diverting Yun-Yi away from the Shaoyang Manor. At this moment, Haochen struggled to straighten his posture, not due to injury, but to account for his temporary departure as explained to the venerable ancestor Yushi. Demonstrating vulnerability required preparation. He painstakingly straightened his physique, allowing his adversary to perceive his condition and deduce that Haochen was merely enduring the strain. Impudent whelp, dare you challenge me? Yun-Yi suddenly launched another assault, sending forth a massive icy hand towards Haochen. His intent was twofold: to eliminate Haochen while simultaneously neutralizing the venerable ancestor Yushi, thereby silencing any potential witness. Without hesitation, Haochen unleashed a powerful counterattack, a technique he derived from the Celestial Flame Seal, which was formerly known as the Celestial Revolving Seal. The explosive aftermath radiated outward from the epicenter, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that uprooted the sprawling trees below the manor. In close proximity to the center, the plaza was left in disarray, as though a farmer had just plowed the field, utterly shredded by the force. Once the explosive remnants finally subsided, Haochen cast a grim gaze towards the plaza of the Shaoyang Manor, shrouded in foreboding. In the critical moment when Yun-Yi's icy palm descended, Haochen swiftly erected a barrier, enveloping himself and the venerable ancestor Yushi within, invoking the Celestial Flame Seal for protection. Regrettably, the barrier could not withstand the might of Yun-Yi's strike. As it shattered, both he and the venerable ancestor were adversely affected. Yushi coughed up blood, collapsing helplessly into her wheelchair, while Haochen fell to the steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Nearby, those from the Yu family who had been blasted away suffered even greater injuries, with some of the less skilled disciples rendered unconscious. In light of this unforeseen turn of events, Haochen was compelled to alter his strategy. He summoned the four little demonesses, Xiao Chui and others, including Wu Han and Xiongzhu, to safeguard the venerable ancestor Yushi and the Yu family members as they departed from the Shaoyang Manor. The majority of the dark-clad assailants pursued Xiao Chui and her companions, but Haochen was confident in their capabilities to handle these foes with ease. At this juncture, only Haochen and the master of the Yu family, Yu Lin, remained within the manor, hastily retreating to activate the protective formation. Haochen and Yu Lin hurried to the Shaoyang Steel, where Haochen declared, "Master Yu Lin, this Shaoyang Steel bears a connection to me. I shall temporarily take it to prevent Yun-Yi from causing any destruction." Indeed, although the master of the Rainforest Manor was aware of Haochen's formidable abilities, he pondered how many had failed to seize the Shaoyang Steel. Could it be that the ancestral teachings proclaimed him the destined one? The master, having long prepared himself mentally, displayed an expression of profound complexity when the Shaoyang Steel was truly on the verge of departure. The entirety of the Rain family's legacy was invested here. Leaving was not a matter to be taken lightly. He silently gazed at the immovable Shaoyang Steel, eager to observe how Haochen would carry it away. Yet, Haochen had no time to elaborate to the master of the Rainforest Manor. Suddenly, he bit into the tip of his left middle finger, allowing 3 drops of pure golden-red blood to spill forth, propelled by a swift and focused gesture towards the Shaoyang Steel. The moment Haochen's blood permeated the steel, it seemed to awaken with a spirit of its own, gradually emanating a soft radiance. As the light intensified, it erupted into a dazzling brilliance. When the luminosity reached its zenith, the Shaoyang Steel suddenly soared into the air. Haochen's expression shifted slightly, and he swiftly cast a barrier to contain the radiance within its confines. Within the protective barrier, the Shaoyang Steel shimmered with an extraordinary beauty. After a considerable time, the brilliance slowly receded, drifting gently towards Haochen. As it approached, it diminished in size until it rested in the palm of his hand. Once the light subsided completely, the steel revealed a misty aura, exuding various marvelous powers. The forces emanating from the Shaoyang steel grew increasingly profound and wondrous. As tranquility returned to the enclosure, the master of the Rainforest Manor let out a long sigh. "Let us reintroduce ourselves. Haochen," he exclaimed. "Shaoyang of the Rain." The master responded excitedly. "The Rain family has finally awaited its destined one. Master of the Rain, protect me, for I have yet another task to accomplish," Haochen declared, suddenly retrieving a black stone tablet identical to the Shaoyang steel from the space of his jade pendant. It seamlessly fit into the original position of the Shaoyang steel. This black tablet was a treasure crafted in collaboration with the renowned master of the refining workshop, Li Wenguang, inspired by the Shifeng steel. The essence contained within it encapsulated Haochen's profound understanding of the Shaoyang legacy. Once the black tablet was placed, Haochen employed the techniques of the Shaoyang ancestors to restore the barrier in this location. Indeed, it is befitting that I, the inheritor of the Shaoyang legacy, am hidden within Haochen City. The ancestor of Shaoyang, the great Emperor Haochen, mused as he sensed the events unfolding. Over 10,000 years ago, the Shaoyang steel left at the Shaoyang Manor had finally found its worthy successor. Suddenly, in a moment of divine insight, he deduced Haochen's involvement and the potential troubles arising, promptly transmitting a message to Shaoyang Tiannan. "Make your way to the Shaoyang Manor." Shaoyang Tiannan, currently residing in the Alchemy City, upon receiving the ancestors' communication, set aside all matters and hastened to the Shaoyang Manor with the utmost urgency. During his rush, he commanded the hidden forces within the Ziwei Pavilion to proceed to the Shaoyang Manor for protection. "You may go ahead. I have some matters to attend to," Haochen said, departing from the vicinity of the Shaoyang steel first. The master of the Rainforest Manor then entered the secret passage of the manor, making his exit. Just as he departed, Yuan Yi broke through the protective formation of the Shaoyang Manor, swiftly making his way towards the Shaoyang steel. In the distance, the Shaoyang monument remained steadfastly in place, bringing a sense of relief to the great guardian, Yuan Yi. Chapter 1153, The Battle in the Void, Part 1. Saw Haochen and the owner of Yulin Manor hastily depart from the plaza of Shaoyang Mountain Manor, swiftly entering the manor to activate the protective array and retrieve the Shaoyang monument. Unbeknownst to them, they were laying the groundwork for a confrontation against the combined forces of various sects attacking the manor. At that moment, they spotted Yuan Yi and Qinjianzi, along with powerful figures from Huayu sect and Bloodshadow sect, rushing towards the Shaoyang monument. In a calculated move, Haochen feigned an attempt to seize the monument, deliberately distracting the great guardian Yuan Yi from its true significance. Suddenly, he unleashed a formidable demon-slaying hand, transforming it into a massive appendage aimed at grasping the monument. Observing this, Yuan Yi retaliated with an ice hand to thwart Haochen's attempt to claim the treasure. At this juncture, Yuan Yi harbored no suspicion that the Shaoyang monument had been swapped. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, leaping into the void to battle. Who would have thought that the famed Yuan Yi of the Huayu sect would prove to be a treacherous individual? To obtain the Shaoyang monument, he had crippled a friend. Forsaking all loyalty, what right had such a malicious person to exist in this world? As Haochen continued his assault, he vocally condemned Yuan Yi's actions, inciting the latter's fury to unprecedented heights. At this moment, Haochen had already fled from Shaoyang Mountain Manor. Yuan Yi pursued him relentlessly, traversing from south to north, then east again, battling through the manor's confines and into the open, vowing to slay the man before him. Those who accompanied Yuan Yi into the manor also took to the skies to encircle Haochen. Although Haochen was unperturbed by Yuan Yi's prowess, he understood that a solitary tiger could not withstand a pack of wolves, particularly as his intent was merely to lure the enemy away from the manor. Once he had escaped the confines of Shaoyang Mountain Manor, Haochen unleashed his full potential, feeling a surge of pent-up frustration. Pausing in the void, he turned to gaze at the pursuing Yuan Yi, his killing intent palpable. Yuan Yi, with a sinister grin, bellowed, "You dare to harm my Huayu sect members? You shall not escape. Prepare to die." The ice hand shimmered with a chilling light, producing a howling wind that sent shivers across the skin. Haochen's eyes widened as he countered with a sky-overturning hand, meeting the ice hand head-on. The two ethereal hands collided in a burst of energy, causing Haochen to be thrown back. Yuan Yi roared, swinging his ice hand down with lethal intent. Feeling the impact, Haochen swiftly turned, activating a technique known as the illusory point, which struck the center of Yun Yizai's hand just as he hesitated, allowing him to evade. As Yun Yizai's hand crashed down, Haochen deftly maneuvered within a mere inch, conjuring the immortal slaying sword in his grasp. This sword was a treasure of the celestial realm, and since arriving in this world, Haochen had seldom wielded such a conspicuous artifact. The immortal slaying sword possessed its own intelligence, had it not sensed Yun Yi's presence and pleaded to be unleashed. Haochen would not have allowed it to showcase its power. At this moment, the sword radiated enchanting brilliance, launching successive strikes autonomously, executing a series of fluid movements in the blink of an eye. Boom! With a deafening explosion, dust swirled around as gaping voids emerged in the space surrounding the two combatants. Forced to the ground, they clashed fiercely, yet only the patches beneath each stood unscathed, while the surroundings lay ravaged by their immense power. Haochen fixed his gaze upon Yuni, his eyes flickering with intent as he unleashed the killing immortal sword. Launching the first strike, Yuni burst into laughter, advancing rather than retreating. His left hand morphed into a shield while his right wielded the frost hand, striking down in one fluid motion. Humph! Haochen grunted as he executed a relentless series of strikes with the killing immortal sword, his movements fierce and unyielding. The absurdity of Haochen's tactics infuriated Yuni. This was hardly the elegant duel of celestial beings, but rather akin to a brutish villager hewing wood. The killing immortal sword clashed against the frost hand, each combatant's technique meeting the other's with force. In a moment of distraction, the blood-poisoned spirit clone, which had been gathering power, surged into Yuni's body, merging with his blood and penetrating his sea of consciousness. A sharp pain pierced Yuni's mind, causing him to falter just as Haochen seized the opportunity to unleash the sword's energy, piercing through Yuni's palm. Their gazes locked once more. A flicker of surprise crossed Yuni's face as he growled, "Who are you?" Haochen remained silent, observing him as the air around him swirled, gathering energy into the killing immortal sword. With a commanding voice, he declared, "5 elements sword formation." Brilliant light erupted as 5 radiant swords materialized, dancing and swirling before him. "You think your treasures can save you?" Yuni scoffed, abruptly conjuring the Xingtian axe, aiming a powerful strike at Haochen. The Xingtian axe, an ancient treasure wielded by the legendary war god, contained a fierce and murderous aura, ranking among the top-tier artifacts. It was said that Xingtian had slain countless ancient beings with this very axe, showcasing its formidable might. Seeing Yuni summon the Xingtian axe, Haochen's gaze sharpened with greed. The 5 swords darted swiftly, forming a colossal web of light, while countless smaller blades flitted chaotically through the air. Boom! The axe's obsidian edge collided with the sword web, shattering it in an instant. To the astonishment of all, the disbanded sword web coalesced into a colorful vortex, ensnaring the Xingtian axe within its grasp. "Cut!" Haochen's eyes gleamed as he commanded, and a burst of golden light erupted, fleeting like a whisper. Yuni's eyes widened in alarm. With a forceful thrust of his right hand, he conjured a shield above his head. With a firm stance, he summoned a luminous barrier, staunchly defending against the dual onslaught. "Humph! I refuse to believe you can withstand this." Haochen flicked his left hand, unleashing a streak of cold light that raced toward Yuni's chest in the blink of an eye. Bang! Yuni staggered back, his body jolting from the impact. And with this retreat, he lost some of his strength. Seizing the moment, the Xianbing spirit clone surged upward, transforming into streams of mystical ice energy, sealing Yuni's acupoints. "Break!" Yuni bellowed, the axe in his grasp thrumming with power as he cleaved through the colorful vortex with tremendous force. His expression shifted, and with a flash, he teleported 100 zhang away. Haochen's expression darkened as he glared at Yuni, infuriated that this old rascal had withstood his 2 assaults without a scratch. Yuni regarded Haochen with a cold smile, remarking, "Is that all the might your attacks possess?" Haochen's complexion darkened, utterly astonished by the resilience of Yun Yi's physique. How could such a person still wield a shield? Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to compose himself. Defeating someone as formidable as Yun Yi would be an arduous task, yet, to retreat now would be fraught with reluctance. The allure of the Xingtian axe was too tempting, not to mention that this individual could not be allowed to persist. His existence meant unrest for the Shaoyang villa. Blood, poison, and profound ice surged into Yun Yi's body. compelling him to diminish his magical power to suppress the blood poison. Just then, the profound ice surged again, necessitating another reduction in his magical strength. With a flick of his hand, the Lucian sword was secured by Haochen, who stood steadfastly, unblinking, and proclaimed, "I have one final move. If you can withstand it, victory will be yours." Haochen slightly raised his head, casting his gaze toward the distant Yun-Yi. Due to his assault, Yun-Yi had already reinforced the barriers surrounding him multiple times. Chapter 1154, The Battle in the Void, Part 2, Is that so? Then allow me to witness your true strength. Yun-Yi retorted dismissively. Haochen grinned, declaring, "Old man, I have stated it clearly. Today, I shall claim your life." Suddenly, Yun-Yi conjured a thick mist of ice, revealing a face starkly pale. Such brazen audacity. He scoffed, his eyes coldly fixed on Haochen. "Before you proceed, unleash your most powerful spell. Otherwise, do not blame me for not granting you the time to prepare," Haochen teased. Yet, these taunts ignited an overwhelming fury within Yun-Yi. Haochen intended to infuriate the old man, throwing his mind into chaos, and then deliver a fatal blow. "You insolent wretch, do not speak so recklessly," Yun-Yi roared, incensed by Haochen's words. However, before his voice could fade, he suddenly observed a subtle movement from Haochen's body, causing him to vanish without a trace. As Haochen shifted, an icy chill surged through Yun-Yi's heart. Years of honed instincts urged him to retreat with lightning speed. Just as Yun-Yi had taken 2 hurried steps back, the space before him trembled, and a ghostly figure materialized. Haochen wielded the burning heaven seal, unleashing a terrifying force that sent a chill coursing through Yun-Yi's skin as it descended upon him with fury. The burning heaven seal grazed Yun-Yi's face, missing its mark. Yet, the searing heat contained within it instantly flushed his face with color. With the attack having missed, Yun-Yi hastily retreated, cold sweat breaking out on his brow, soaking his back. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have been obliterated by the burning heaven seal. This young man unveiled yet another hidden card. After employing secret arts, his speed had become astonishingly swift. Even I struggled to keep pace. A cold sweat trickled down, inciting a mix of embarrassment and anger within Yun-Yi. "Today, I refuse to believe that even the venerable ancestor Yushi could best me. What can you possibly achieve?" He bellowed, his form suddenly transforming as a cacophony resounded. Chains of frigid ice erupted in a tempestuous barrage, resembling an immense, ice-colored spider web from afar. At the very center of this vast web stood Yun-Yi, akin to the formidable contract beast, the crystal spider, belonging to Haochen. A deep, resonant voice emerged from the icy mist, followed by a relentless surge of ice elemental spirits, each accompanied by a piercing roar. As these spectral forms materialized, they adhered to the scattered ice chains, which, in turn, devoured them like gaping maws, enveloped in an eerie black glow. The 100 spirits locking heaven. After consuming the ice spirits, the chains adopted an even more sinister demeanor, and a chilling command reverberated through the air. The ice chains intertwined like flashes of lightning, swiftly coalescing into a colossal ice serpent, pulsating with an uncanny metallic sheen. Amidst the swirling ice mist, a terrifyingly cold aura permeated the air, reminiscent of an ice serpent amidst the frozen tundra, instilling dread in all who beheld it. "Eliminate him." As the ice serpent writhed, a chilling voice echoed. The immense serpent's eyes ignited with a fierce white light, and with a swift flick of its massive tail, it tore through the space, darting toward Haochen like a bolt of lightning. Suspended in midair, Haochen met the advance of the colossal ice serpent with a steely gaze, undeterred by the piercing winds that accompanied its approach. Drawing a deep breath, he suddenly sheathed the heaven-burning seal, gripping the artifact, the demon banner, with fervor. Instead of retreating, he charged forward with the ferocity of a meteorite colliding with the earth, propelling himself towards the formidable ice serpent. The demon banner surged forth. As he moved, the banner was abruptly swung down, unleashing a radiant beam, a veritable colossus of a magical might that shot forth from the artifact. It crashed into the ice serpent with a thunderous impact, resonating like the clash of metal. Sparks erupted violently, yet the attack merely caused the serpent to shudder momentarily. As the banner descended, Haochen's expression darkened, and with a swift alteration of technique, he unleashed a torrent of piercing black light that struck the ice serpent once more. A flurry of relentless strikes ensued, causing the ice chains to erupt in agonized howls, fracturing under the onslaught. Haochen drew closer to the ice serpent, which, under Yun Yi's command, began to retaliate. The serpent's immense jaws gaped wide, unleashing a viscous surge of icy mist. Within that white fog, countless anguished screams pierced the air, sending shivers through the very soul of anyone who heard. Bang! The icy mist surged forth, but Haochen pressed on, undeterred. The azure lotus erupted from within him, forming a shield of ethereal fire before him. As the icy mist collided with the flame shield, it dissipated in a cloud of sizzling steam, utterly vanquished. Effortlessly repelling the serpent's assault, Haochen swiftly appeared before the ice serpent. With a deft motion, he sheathed the demon banner and, with both hands, conjured a dazzling array of seals that coalesced with breathtaking speed. Heavenly reversal hand. With a sudden, forceful strike, the cold gaze of Haochen pierced through the air as his left palm struck down with tremendous power, crashing onto the head of the ice serpent. Upon impact, the numerous ice chains atop the serpent's head shattered once more, releasing a torrent of frigid poison. As his left hand descended, his right palm followed suit. The lesser yang palm. With the mastery of the heavenly flames pill's formidable strength, Haochen astonishingly manifested the lesser yang palm. Such a refined spell would surely evoke awe from the venerable ancestor Yushi. The lesser yang palm, infused with astonishing force, thunderously collided with the ice serpent's head amidst a multitude of shocked gazes. Boom! The massive form of the ice serpent gradually stiffened, and moments later, a deep, resonant voice echoed. Before their eyes, the ice serpent's body visibly crumbled, transforming into countless shattered ice chains that erupted with a chilling wail. The meticulously conjured icy serpent by Yun Yi succumbed entirely to Haochen's relentless onslaught. Gazing at the now ineffective serpent, which had been ruthlessly obliterated by Haochen's thunderous approach, even Yun Yi himself found it hard to believe. Staring vacantly at the imposing figure suspended in midair, his breath caught in his throat, and his pupils abruptly constricted. In the air, Haochen's figure gradually dissipated, while the space before Yun Yi twisted ominously. He realized then that their cultivation levels were closely matched. The reason Yun Yi was able to elevate his cultivation to the golden immortal realm in such a short span was due to the recent recruitment of disciples by the Five Elements sect. The second elder, Zhu Tao, in a bid to gain Yun Yi's support for the sect, had offered him an ice element girl for dual cultivation. It was this exceptional gift that facilitated Yun Yi's rapid ascent to the golden immortal realm. Chapter 1155, Battle in the Void, Part 3, Blood Poison, Profound Ice, Engage. A figure materialized eerily, a sinister smile gracing the young face, as a delicate blue lotus spun quietly in his palm. This technique was the interest reclaimed from ancestor Yushi. The malevolent grin on Haochen's face widened as the blue lotus shot forth like lightning. Yun Yi, filled with dread, watched as the blue lotus, blood poison, and profound ice entities surged forward simultaneously. In a moment of desperation, he concentrated the icy celestial essence within him, conjuring an icy barrier to shield himself and retreating at breakneck speed. However, the blood poison and profound ice merely served to obscure the blue lotus's assault, diverting Yun Yi's attention as they slipped past him, returning to Haochen's side. Boom! The blue lotus struck true, unleashing a cataclysmic sound once more. The ferocious flames erupted from beside Yun Yi, the searing heat swiftly causing his icy barrier to melt. Despite the protection of the icy celestial essence, Yun Yi narrowly evaded a fatal blow under the onslaught of the blue lotus. Observing the area engulfed in flames, Yun Yi's expression shifted slightly. The overwhelming power suddenly displayed by Haochen was far too formidable. Even he felt a sense of trepidation, as the blue lotus fire was truly terrifying. Yun Yi turned his head slightly, and suddenly a sound transmission was made. Several powerful individuals who had been following exchanged glances, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in their eyes. This young man, having achieved such remarkable feats at such a tender age, would undoubtedly become a grave threat to the Huayu sect if left to mature. Therefore, he must not be allowed to live. At this moment, the people of Shaoyang Villa, who had scattered to break through, had already joined forces with the strong ones lying in ambush outside the villa. As they gazed upon the fiercely intense battle unfolding in the sky, they could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Particularly the master of the Rainforest Villa and the ancestor of Yushi, both wore expressions of disbelief. They had never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary young man could unleash such terrifying power when enraged. Indeed, he was a fated person of their ancestor. The waves of fire spreading across the sky, under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, gradually began to dissipate, revealing the scene within. What first caught everyone's attention was the young man clad in immaculate attire. The earlier cataclysmic explosion seemed to have left him unscathed, his presence still long and powerful, instilling awe in those who beheld him. Not far opposite him hovered another figure, evidently the grand protector of the Huayu sect, Yun-yi, who had suffered a severe blow from the blue lotus fire. However, at this moment, the icy mist surrounding him had almost entirely dissipated. With the veil of mist lifted, Yun-yi's slightly weakened physique was exposed to countless gazes, eliciting gasps of astonishment. It turned out that the ice mist was composed of spiritual entities. Indeed, Yun-yi was enigmatic. No wonder he had been gathering spiritual entities everywhere. Hearing the murmurs rising from below, Yun-yi's expression darkened slightly. The earlier explosion of the blue lotus fire had obliterated his strongest defenses, leaving him with considerable injuries. The blue lotus fire seemed to possess the ability to scorch one's consciousness, causing him excruciating pain throughout his body. Yun-yi's gaze flickered rapidly. His eyes fixated on Haochen with an expression of unwillingness. Yet, he was deeply shaken by the terrifying combat prowess that Haochen had displayed earlier. Gritting his teeth, Yun-yi recalled his previous defeat at Haochen's hands, never imagining he would encounter him again. It seemed he needed to relay the message for Huayu sect to dispatch more powerful allies. Just as this thought crossed Yun-yi's mind, a sudden tension gripped his heart, and he hastily retreated, stepping back into the void. As he withdrew, a peculiar figure appeared directly where he had just been. A fist enveloped in emerald flames struck fiercely at the emptiness. With a single blow, ripples spread through the very fabric of space. To those who had come to encircle him, Haochen sneered coldly, his form trembling as he vanished mysteriously. Feeling the chilling sensation rise within him as Haochen's figure disappeared once more, Yun-yi was engulfed by fear. This fellow's speed was too terrifying. Had he been at his peak, he might not have feared him. But now, after suffering the successive impacts of the blue lotus and blood poison, along with the Xianbing, his consciousness suffered a severe blow, his joints felt heavy, and he could no longer keep pace with Haochen's speed. As he stepped into the void, transforming into a bolt of lightning to retreat, there came a moment when his retreating figure suddenly stiffened. With a face full of horror, he hastily turned around, ice mist swirling around his palm. Instantly, countless ice phantoms surged forth, accompanied by piercing wails, and then exploded. The explosion formed a circle, a ferocious shockwave radiating outward. However, when it reached a certain point in the void, a fist ablaze with emerald flames struck out fiercely, shattering the shockwave and forcing it back. Then, like lightning, it traversed the remnants of the explosion and struck heavily against Yun-yi's chest. Bang! The punch landed with tremendous force, causing Yun-yi to emit a cry of anguish. His weakened body quivered violently, his complexion turning pale. Had it not been for the obstacles presented by the spirit objects within the ice mist, the aftermath of the explosion might have claimed Yun-yi's life directly. Utilizing this momentum, his body shot backward like a flash, accompanied by a panicked scream. Unable to contain himself any longer, he shouted, "Zhu Tao, Tian Yunzi, lend me your strength." Before his voice faded, Haochen's ethereal figure reappeared before him. A sinister smile crept across his face as he delivered a fierce punch aimed at Yun-yi's head. If that punch connected, Yun-yi would surely be left soulless. Boom! As the punch was about to strike Yun-yi's head, an aged figure materialized in a flash, a withered hand blocking Haochen's fist. The two tremendous forces collided at the point of contact, erupting into a gust of air that radiated outward. "Young man, why harbor such murderous intent?" An elder's hand firmly grasped Haochen's fist, chiding gently. "Have you finally lost your patience?" Upon seeing the elder intervene, Haochen's expression darkened gradually, a cold sneer escaping his lips as he delivered a swift kick. This elder had been concealed in the void, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Haochen had long been aware of his presence. The sharp, piercing energy coalesced at the tip of his foot, exuding a chilling aura. Bang! The elder's face remained as stoic as water, his palm angled peculiarly, successfully deflecting Haochen's kick. He then quickly retreated a few steps, effortlessly taking Yun-yi with him. "Tian Yunzi, help me subdue this brat. Huayu sect will surely express their gratitude." If you find it troublesome, just delay him. I have sent out a signal for assistance. I believe strong figures from the sect will arrive shortly, and at that time, this brat will undoubtedly be unable to escape. Yuan-Yi gazed at Haochen with a look of resentment, pleading with a grim tone. Chapter 1156, surrounded on all sides at this point. Yuan-Yi had come to understand. With his solitary strength, it was utterly impossible for him to capture Haochen. In fact, if he were to engage alone, he might very well perish at Haochen's hands. In the previous encounters, he had been perilously close to death. Were it not for luck, he would have surely met a tragic end. Hearing Yun-Yi's words, the third elder of Blood Shadow Gate, Tian Yunzi, nodded with a smile. In regard to the formidable entity known as the Huayu sect, should the Blood Shadow sect manage to cultivate a favorable relationship with Yun-Yi, the benefits would undoubtedly be significant. Already harboring murderous intent towards Haochen, they would naturally not decline the request from the esteemed protector Yun-Yi of the Huayu sect. Tian Yunzi chuckled softly, his sinister gaze shifting toward Haochen. With a subtle wave of his hand, he commanded, Fai Yunzi, Kong Yunzi, this young man possesses an unusual demeanor. You two shall assist me in swiftly subduing him. The two protectors of the Blood Shadow sect, Fai Yunzi and Kong Yunzi, were momentarily taken aback by this directive. Hesitantly, they voiced their concerns. Third elder, with so many witnesses present, is it truly appropriate for the three of us to join forces against Amir Jr.? Amir Jr.? Tian Yunzi retorted coldly. Even the two of you combined may find yourselves at a disadvantage against this individual. Do you still dare to label him as such? He continued with a chilling smile. I suspect he is an ancient being adept at concealing his presence and altering his appearance. Fai Yunzi and Kong Yunzi exchanged glances. A sense of awkwardness enveloping them. They were acutely aware of their inferiority compared to Yun-Yi, having witnessed the grim fate that befell the esteemed protector. Were it not for the intervention of the third elder, they might have already perished at the hands of the young man. Thus, they found it difficult to counter the third elder's assertion, for the reality was starkly evident. After a brief exchange of glances, Fai Yunzi and Kong Yunzi gritted their teeth and nodded in agreement. They swiftly positioned themselves alongside Tian Yunzi, forming a triangular formation to encircle Haochen, their menacing aura gradually enveloping him. Observing this scene from above, the ground surrounding the Shaoyang villa erupted in murmurs of astonishment. The Blood Shadow sect was indeed mobilizing three formidable warriors to jointly confront a youth. The skepticism of outsiders was but empty words. True renown resides with the survivors, while those who cling to hollow fame are destined for obliteration. Disregarding the murmurs below, Tian Yunzi maintained his indifferent gaze fixed upon Haochen. He spoke slowly, young man. You are indeed powerful, but that will not alter your fate today. Should you choose to surrender, you might mitigate your suffering. In response to Tian Yunzi's words, Haochen scoffed, his eyes scanning the surroundings, his expression gradually growing solemn. 2 early-stage golden immortals and 1 mid-stage golden immortal. This formation could easily apprehend him, provided he did not possess any hidden cards. Unfortunately, he had not anticipated the toll that executing the void manipulation would take on his stamina. As his complexion turned increasingly pale, Haochen pressed his palms together and swiftly formed a series of intricate seals. However, with each transformation of his seals, his strength waned. From a distance, Yuan-Yi misinterpreted Haochen's state, believing he had succumbed to the effects of the ice palm during their earlier confrontation. Sensing an opportunity, he suddenly unleashed an ice palm, aiming to strike Haochen from between Fai Yunzi and Kong Yunzi. The plans of the third elder, Tian Yunzi, of the Blood Shadow sect were thrown into disarray. The truth of Haochen's seal was that he was experimenting with the illusory techniques of the Shaoyang Monument, aiming to test their formidable power by forging a passageway to escape encirclement. Yun-Yi's icy grasp undoubtedly shattered the encirclement of the Blood Shadow sect. Consumed by rage, Yun-Yi harbored only the intent to eliminate his adversary, nothing more. Haochen, lacking any desire to engage in combat, instantly aligned with Yun-Yi's intentions, offering him a feast prepared for Tian Yunzi. A rudimentary void technique suddenly surged forth to meet the icy hand. Simultaneously, it bestowed upon Tian Yunzi a small surprise. An ethereal shadow abruptly burst forth from Haochen's side, charging directly at Tian Yunzi. The most perilous place is often the safest. Haochen surmised that at this moment, the strongest area was also the most vulnerable. As the seamless action unfolded, Haochen swiftly followed, the ethereal shadow darting toward Tian Yunzi. The icy palm collided with the void technique, causing the void to shatter, and the ferocious magical energy obliterated the defenses of both Fei Yunzi and Kong Yunzi. An unforeseen calamity sent the two spiraling into the void, with Yun Yi also grievously injured and spitting blood. The ethereal shadow was a manifestation of blood poison, armed with lethal magical projectiles and explosive devices, launching a surprise attack when least expected. The intent was not to kill Tian Yunzi, but to divert his attention and provoke him. A series of explosive sounds erupted, with colorful detonations occurring under the gaze of countless onlookers. In a cataclysmic display, the blast struck violently against the protective barrier that Tian Yunzi had conjured. Boom! The sharp, piercing sound echoed through the sky, resonating as if it could penetrate the very soul of a person. Countless faces contorted in anguish, hands pressed tightly against their ears. Bang! The chaotic explosions posed no real threat to Tian Yunzi, who remained unfazed by the noise, yet left him covered in dust and debris. Seizing the opportunity, Haochen had already slipped out of the encirclement. "I will kill you," Tian Yunzi shouted in a fit of rage, humiliated by such an affront. One fled in madness while the other pursued relentlessly, their figures gradually fading from view. "Brother, at such an age, still resorting to such petty tricks, is this not distasteful?" Xiao Chui remarked, standing amidst the jungle, observing Haochen's receding figure. She then commanded, "As the mantis stalks the cicada, the yellow bird lies in wait. It is time for us to clean up this mess. Ling Tanner, Xiongzhu, Yulan, gather your men to deal with those besieging the manor. The ice fire dragon, and I shall eliminate that old bastard Yun Yi." Before her words had fully settled, 5 transformed magical beasts vanished like the wind. As Tian Yunzi and Haochen engaged in a relentless chase, they barely reached the territory of the serpent demon Yulan, both panting like exhausted rabbits. Haochen could run no longer. He was utterly fatigued. "Kid, this is where it ends." Tian Yunzi's chilling voice rang out as he suddenly waved his hand, unleashing streams of blood-red energy from his palm. This sanguine energy harbored countless restless souls, shimmering with an eerie luster. The blood-red residual soul energy coalesced into a singular blood arrow. With a swift motion, a powerful curved bow materialized in his hand. The residual soul energy arrow knocked and ready. Blood God bow. Tian Yunzi's countenance darkened as he drew back the bowstring. In an instant, amidst the creaking sound, a full bow was drawn slowly, and terrifying celestial essence gathered around. Upon the bowstring, an arrow infused with the remnants of a soul, laden with malevolence, gradually materialized. As this ominous arrow took shape, the countenance of Haochen darkened from afar. He mused silently. The remnants of a soul can be wielded in such a manner? Chapter 1157. Each engaged in battle. Haochen could sense that where the arrow of remnants was aimed, even the void had quietly split to reveal a fissure. Taking a deep breath, he understood that this entity could not be countered by mere powerful artifacts. The remnants of a soul could only be collected or incinerated. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes as he abruptly swung his arm. A blue lotus appeared before him, and as he altered its hand seal, the lotus began to spin with urgency. The fire attribute celestial essence around him surged forth, converging upon the blue lotus in a torrent. With each increasing influx of fire attribute celestial essence, the sizable blue lotus, measuring about 10 feet, gradually rotated and floated in the void. Furthermore, Haochen summoned the concealed Dan-burning flower. While the blue lotus gathered its might, he stealthily amassed the energy of the Dan-burning flower. Calculating a confrontation of strengths, aiming for mutual destruction, he prepared to strike unexpectedly, using a gentle force to yield tremendous results. Simultaneously, within the space of the jade pendant, Yu Yao was gathering the little girl and the handsome young man, ready to mobilize at any moment aboard the interstellar ship. While Haochen was engrossed in his preparations, Tian Yunzi could hardly contain his impatience. "This arrow shall claim your life," he declared, his gaze sharp as he beheld the enormous blue lotus that Haochen was conjuring. "Blood slaughter, ascend to the heavens," he bellowed, a savage expression crossing his face as he released the taut bowstring. Whoosh! With his finger released, the massive blood-red arrow infused with the remnants of a soul shot forth like a thunderous bolt. In its wake, the malevolent aura surged across the heavens, casting an ominous shadow over the void. Haochen's expression hardened as he fixed his gaze upon the rapidly approaching blood-red arrow, its ominous essence magnifying within his sight. an intensity igniting within his eyes. With a stomp of his foot, he urged the Blue Lotus to collide with the onrushing arrow of remnants. Blue Lotus, annihilate the world. The Blue Lotus and the blood-red arrow shot through the sky like meteors, colliding in a spectacular display of devastation within the void. Boom! The colossal Blue Lotus, akin to the wrathful fist of a fire deity, unleashed a force capable of obliterating worlds upon contact with the blood-red arrow of remnants. Ding! A piercing, shrill sound resonated through the skies, a tone so sharp it seemed capable of penetrating the very souls of countless beings, leaving both man and beast alike with expressions of anguish. Humans covered their ears, while beasts shut down their hearing. Boom! In that moment, the blood-red remnants of a soul erupted uncontrollably. Under the horrifying surge of this malevolence, even the void was suffused with wisps of remnants. Beyond the vast barrier formed by the blood-red remnants, the Blue Lotus surged forward with great force. The terrifying fire of the Blue Lotus and the blood-red remnants of a soul intertwined chaotically, beginning a fierce struggle for survival. In the heavens above, the azure flames of the Blue Lotus and the crimson remnants of malevolent souls each claimed half of the sky. They unleashed their energies in a frenzied display, resulting in a cataclysmic collision that reverberated through the very fabric of existence. Tian Yunzi stood suspended in the sky, his body trembling uncontrollably. The pressure emanating from the pervasive void made his arms feel as though they might snap at any moment. He was acutely aware that if he faltered even slightly in this critical moment, the annihilating power of the Blue Lotus would swiftly breach the remnants of the malevolent souls and reduce him to mere pulp with a single strike. Thus, even if it meant exhausting the last vestiges of his strength, he could not afford to retreat. Fleeting clouds, ethereal mists, lend me your strength. Tian Yunzi's visage contorted with ferocity, his gaze fixed like that of a venomous serpent upon the distant, indistinct figure of Haochen as he roared. However, Xiao Chui, the ice fire dragon, Ling Tian Qiongzhu, and Yulan, each transformed celestial beasts, were far from mere pets. After luring the enemy away, Xiao Chui and the ice fire dragon swiftly incapacitated Yun Yi. Xiao Chui captured Fei Yunzi, while the ice fire dragon ensnared Kong Yunzi. Severely wounded, Yun Yi attempted to flee, but was struck by a bolt of azure fire from Xiao Chui, leaving behind nothing but a charred carcass and a wisp of soul that vanished into the horizon. For at least 100 or 80 years, he would pose no threat to the world again. Although it is said that immortal beings endure eternally, preserving numerous strands of their souls, this particular fragment would likely become lost amidst the void. Ling Tian and Yulan, akin to the devouring serpent and the serpent demon, regarded the cloaked figures without concern for their cultivation levels. The venom of the serpents and the python inundated the attackers besieging the mountain stronghold, consuming them whole. Even those of considerable prowess who managed to escape the serpentine onslaught could not evade the web of Qiongzhu's celestial net. Only Qing Yunzi was fortunate enough to escape. Hearing Tian Yunzi's telepathic summons, he desperately made his way towards the elder Tian Yunzi. The transmission of Tian Yunzi's consciousness was not in vain. As a group of figures appeared in the distant sky, such a tumult could not fail to disturb nearby practitioners immersed in their cultivation. And it was evident that Yun Yi had already sent word to Wolongmen for reinforcements. Continuing to engage in battle was untenable. The arrival of assistance would spell trouble. Haochen's eyes flickered momentarily before he inhaled deeply. With a focused thought, he infused a strand of celestial energy into the Blue Lotus, which instantly erupted into radiant flames. Feeling the vast power contained within the Blue Lotus, a fierce expression crossed Haochen's face. Go! The Blue Lotus surged forth in accordance with Haochen's intent, striking violently against the encroaching crimson remnants of malevolent souls. The ensuing impact produced a cataclysmic sound that echoed through the air. A massive ripple of energy radiated outward at lightning speed, crashing against the surrounding curtain of flames, causing the Blue Lotus to tremble violently. Where the azure flames met the crimson remnants of malevolent souls, the void began to fracture. The relentless crimson energy enveloped the Blue Lotus, which, in turn, recklessly plunged into the sea of crimson, causing the malevolent essence to dissipate rapidly. Yet, under the pervasive erosion of the crimson remnants, the Blue Lotus began to show signs of contraction. Meanwhile, the blood-colored residual soul's malevolent energy began to dissipate rapidly. the two terrifying forces growing increasingly feeble as they eroded one another. Gazing at the weakening azure lotus and the blood-colored residual soul's energy, Tian Yunzi's face bore a sinister smile. He had successfully withstood Haochen's terrifying assault. He was convinced that such a level of attack could not be repeated by Haochen. As long as he could prolong the encounter a little longer, until reinforcements arrived, it would spell doom for Haochen. Under Tian Yunzi's cold gaze, the blood-colored residual soul's energy continued to dissipate, and at the moment it nearly vanished, the azure lotus erupted with a resounding bang, transforming into a deluge of fiery feathers that scattered across the sky. At the moment of the azure lotus's explosion, Tian Yunzi could no longer contain his delight, erupting into a chilling, malevolent laugh. However, his mirth was short-lived, interrupted by a shadow that descended rapidly from the heavens. Tian Yunzi slightly raised his head, his gaze dark and foreboding as he regarded the approaching figure, a mocking expression appearing on his aged face. How dare it charge forth, willing to gamble everything? His withered hand suddenly tightened around a cloud shovel, and with a stomp of his foot, the blood-colored residual soul's energy surged forth from within him once more. As a mid-level golden immortal, his formidable strength was beyond the reach of ordinary beings. The shadow that plummeted from the sky was extraordinarily swift, appearing before Tian Yunzi in the blink of an eye. At that moment, a flower of Donphan, resembling a dragon's eye, inexplicably emerged from Haochen's sleeve. The sudden appearance of the Donphan flower stunned Tian Yunzi, sending a chill down his spine. Within this flower, he sensed a power akin to that within the azure lotus, a force imbued with an aura of destruction. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, the exhausted Tian Yunzi felt that this might be the last straw to break the camel's back. His pupils constricted to the size of pinholes. Almost instinctively, Tian Yunzi gathered the scant remnants of the blood-colored residual soul's energy to fend off Haochen's assault. As Haochen suddenly appeared before him, the Donphan flower in his hand shot towards Tian Yunzi's chest with lightning speed. Such a rapid offensive caught even Tian Yunzi off guard. The terrifying Donphan flower undoubtedly required a considerable amount of time to coalesce, a feat he was utterly incapable of achieving. How had Haochen managed to secretly gather the Donphan flower without a sound? In that moment, contemplating further was futile. The only time Tian Yunzi had was to position the cloud shovel horizontally to shield his chest. Bang! The anticipated miracle did not occur. The Donphan flower, under Haochen's mental command, collided eerily with the cloud shovel. Boom! A fierce fiery storm erupted amidst countless astonished gazes, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. Bang! Hidden in the void, Tian Yunzi watched the fiery tempest, his body convulsing. The combat strength unleashed by Haochen filled him with an overwhelming fear of death, and he finally began to regret his choices. Why, under the seductive influence of the formidable protector Yuan Yi from the Huayu sect, did he willingly provoke the Shaoyang manor? Now he comprehends that subduing the Shaoyang manor and coveting the Shaoyang steel was, in truth, a perilous greed leading to near-certain doom. Amidst the raging flames, a figure was violently ejected, spewing forth a cascade of crimson blood. At that moment, Xiao Chui and her companions spotted a multitude approaching from a distance. Thus, they organized the personnel of Shaoyang Manor and, alongside Yulan and others, hurried towards the battleground of Haochen. As explosions reverberated, Xiao Chui and her group arrived just in time, witnessing a figure pale as death, drenched in blood, clutching a broken yuan shovel. It was none other than Tian Yunzi, which brought them a semblance of relief. Haochen, observing Tian Yunzi's disheveled state, noted it was even worse than before. He appeared gravely injured. With a thunderous crash, the bloodied Tian Yunzi slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater, his figure lying within, teetering between life and death. The air was thick with silence, and countless gazes were fixed upon the deep pit, a sensation akin to their scalps erupting with shock. This battle left them with only one word resonating in their hearts: astonishment. Such a cataclysmic clash is a rarity in a lifetime. In the skies above, Tian Yunzi stared vacantly at the seemingly lifeless third elder Tian Yunzi. At that moment, fear surged within him, compelling him to flee. Yet, just as Tian Yunzi moved, an ominous hand materialized from the space behind him. Move again, and your soul shall scatter. A palm gently descended upon Tian Yunzi's shoulder, and a voice, laced with a chilling calmness, echoed softly. Tian Yunzi's throat constricted, and he struggled to turn his head. A face, contorted with malevolence, emerged in his line of sight. Haochen, with a visage marked by a sinister ferocity, bore traces of blood at the corners of his mouth, his tattered clothes hinting at a degree of disarray, undoubtedly a consequence of the earlier inferno. Yet, any injury he suffered paled in comparison to that of Tian Yunzi. Did you ever anticipate such an outcome before arriving at Xiaoyang Manor? Haochen smiled, though his grin was devoid of warmth, sending a chill through Qin Yunzi's heart. If you kill me, the Blood Shadow sect will make it impossible for you to survive here. Remember, we are not the Huayu sect. Straining against the icy dread within, Qin Yunzi forced himself to threaten with a stern voice. Haochen merely smirked disdainfully. Hearing Haochen's laughter, an unsettling apprehension washed over Qin Yunzi. Yet, before he could extricate himself, a Danyan flower flashed and swiftly penetrated Qin Yunzi's body. As the Danyan flower surged within, Qin Yunzi emitted a harrowing scream, akin to the most excruciating of tortures. With Haochen sealing the space, the agonized cries of Qin Yunzi were inaudible to the outside world. Haochen, seemingly unaffected, coldly regarded Qin Yunzi as his form grew increasingly feeble amidst the flames. As the soul was on the verge of dissipating, he waved his hand to summon back the flame flower. At this moment, Qin Yunzi hung his head low, his breath exceedingly weak. The waves of searing pain emanating from the depths of his consciousness caused his body to involuntarily twitch. Was it painful? Gazing upon the extremely feeble Qin Yunzi, Haochen gripped his neck, his hand tightening with each passing moment. A sinister expression once again surged across the young man's face. The Yu family has been driven to ruin by you, and perhaps this is insufficient punishment. Therefore, even if you are to lose your soul, it is only fitting. Qin Yunzi's body convulsed, after enduring the ordeal with the flame flower. He lacked even the strength to utter a word. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. If one were to describe his current emotion, it would be one of profound regret. Brother, enough of this. Let us end it quickly and depart. Xiao Zui urged Haochen as she observed him tormenting Qin Yunzi. Haochen realized it was time to conclude. Suddenly, he confined Qin Yunzi within the first layer of the demon suppression tower. At that moment, Yulan and Ling Tian'er had already escorted the third elder of Blood Shadow Gate, Tian Yunzi, over. Without further ado, Haochen imprisoned Tian Yunzi in the demon suppression tower as well. He then proceeded to gather Xiao Zui and the other 3 celestial beasts. Only the serpent demon Yulan remained, releasing her serpentine aura to obscure all traces of their presence. Haochen concealed his aura and altered his appearance to resemble Yutong while gathering herbs. Seeing Yulan tidying up the surroundings, he finally summoned her back. Simultaneously, he called forth Yutong from the flying shuttle. I was just about to sleep a bit longer. Upon her summoning, Yutong appeared still drowsy. After placing Yutong back into the flying shuttle, Haochen cast a spell of hypnosis upon her. As long as Haochen did not break the enchantment, Yutong would remain in slumber. At this moment, near the territory of the serpent demon Yulan, only the concealed and disguised Haochen and Yutong remained. 2 young men, each holding a herb shovel and carrying a backpack, gathered herbs in the mountains, drawing no attention from others. Some powerful individuals flew overhead, yet none noticed anything amiss. Chapter 1159. Healing and recovery time passed swiftly. Haochen and Yutong did not rush back to Xiaoyang Villa. Instead, they refined rebirth pills within Yulan's territory. They summoned Xiao Zui, Xiaohong, Xiao, and Shuiying for protection, allowing Yulan to gather personnel to clear the territory of outsiders. Time has the power to dull all wounds. When Haochen and Yutong returned from gathering herbs in the mountains, 3 days had already elapsed. Humaman, Blood Shadow Gate, Wuxingman, and other sects had all visited Xiaoyang Villa. While their condolences were feigned, their true intent was to gather intelligence. After assisting Haochen, Ling Tian'er and Yulan remained nearby, seeing the formidable enemy defeated. Those who lingered around Xiaoyang Villa, along with members of the Yu family, returned to the villa. When Yuni trailed Haochen as he departed Xiaoyang Villa, the black-clad individuals who had remained there had yet to commence their plunder. The master of Yulin, hidden in the dark underground passages, observed the strong adversary being lured away and promptly revealed himself before the Xiaoyang monument. At this moment, the figures cloaked in black remaining at the Xiaoyang Villa found themselves no match for the master of the Rainforest Villa. Although injured, the master was nonetheless a celestial being of mid-level cultivation. Upon witnessing the departure of the sect's formidable warriors and the emergence of the Rainforest Master, the black-clad individuals hastily retreated. Shaoyang Villa is a place of hidden talents and formidable guardians. It is wise not to provoke such ancient beings. Otherwise, where have the celestial beings from those sects vanished? The grand protector of the Huayu sect and the third elder of the Blood Shadow sect, who innocently entangled themselves with Shaoyang Villa, must have faced the wrath of a powerful figure, for how else could they have fallen silent? In an instant, throughout the vast expanse of the Purple Star courtyard, the mere mention of Shaoyang Villa instilled fear, adding an air of mystery to its reputation. The plaza of the villa was now level and well kept. Haochen, the Grand Master of the 72 Halls, spoke on behalf of the Emperor Haochen. His words akin to a decree. The central domain's hall dared not show any signs of negligence. Thus, the atmosphere at Shaoyang Villa was tense. With all trivial matters set aside, the young master ought to be returning soon. It has already been 3 days. In the main hall, Ancestor Yushi was in the company of a robust elder. This lad, is he not out there stirring up trouble again? Haochen mused as he engaged in conversation with Ancestor Yushi. Ancestor, Yutong and the young master have returned. A house servant rushed into the hall, interrupting their conversation. Almost simultaneously, Haochen and Yutong entered, with the rainforest master following closely behind. Yutong suddenly rushed into Ancestor Yushi's embrace, expressing her longing after several days apart. Seeing Haochen in the hall, Haochen inquired, "Why are you here, old man?" "Brat, I merely passed through and thought to visit an old friend. Is that not permissible?" Haochen replied, casting a glance at Ancestor Yushi before addressing Haochen. "I intended to head to Dan City to gather with you. Yet here I am unexpectedly meeting you. There's still time to participate in the Alchemist Grand Competition. Grant me a moment to reattach Ancestor Yushi's severed limb, and I shall accompany you to Dan City, if that is agreeable." Before he could finish, Yutong sprang from Ancestor Yushi's arms, questioning, "Are you saying that Ancestor has a chance to have his limb reattached?" Both Haochen and the Rainforest Master were taken aback. "Indeed. Is there a problem with that? Otherwise, why would I have spent so many days gathering herbs?" Haochen remarked nonchalantly. "Do I have hope for my limb to regenerate?" Ancestor Yushi was now visibly agitated. He had assumed that with the purification of the blood poison within him, he would be content to cultivate again. The possibility of limb regeneration was beyond anyone's calm acceptance. There is no time like the present. Let us commence the treatment now to prevent any unforeseen complications. I implore both of you, esteemed seniors, to guard me." Haochen was also aware of the impending Alchemist Grand Competition and sought to expedite the treatment of Ancestor Yushi. As a testament to his years of dedication to Shaoyang Villa, he promptly instructed the Rainforest Master to leave the hall and stand guard outside. Haochen waved his hand to establish a barrier. With himself and Yutong present, it was sufficient. With a flick of his wrist, Haochen produced a vial of homemade disinfectant. Following Haochen's directives, the three donned protective attire and underwent a brief disinfection process. From his storage ring, he retrieved a platform and set it up appropriately. Afterward, Haochen and Yutong summoned the ancient Ancestor Yushi and placed him upon the platform. Then, Haochen retrieved various bottles and jars, along with an array of homemade instruments. Once Yushi was secured on the platform, he commenced the treatment of the severed limbs. Yutong was responsible for the pain relief pills, the reviving purple pill, the restoration pill, and the rebirth pill, and she instructed on their application. The assistants were assigned to Haochen, who was to familiarize himself with the names and shapes of the instruments. As Haochen cut open Yushi's trouser leg, he discovered that the remnants of his legs below the knees still bore traces of ice poison. This ice poison bore similarities to blood poison, having mingled with the bloodstream. "Uni, old man, may you escape this calamity," Haochen exclaimed, filled with indignation upon witnessing Yushi's condition. You killed the Grand Protector of Huayu sect, Uni?" Haochen inquired, astonished. "Those who harm friends for wealth and twist right and wrong deserve to perish," Haochen retorted, his frustration palpable. Haochen, Yushi, and Yutong collectively gasped in disbelief. The Grand Protector of Huayu, Uni, is a powerful figure at the golden immortal level. If Haochen has slain him, then his own realm. Suddenly, Haochen unleashed an aura of golden immortal energy, consuming the residual blood poison and ice poison within Yushi's body. However, he could only absorb one type of toxin at a time, necessitating the assistance of the blood poison spirit. "Come forth," he commanded, and with a thought, a shadow darted into Yushi's body. An hour later, Haochen abruptly waved his hand, and in an instant, the green-souled dagger sliced toward Yushi's severed limb. Although it was merely a small section being removed, it caused Yushi great agony. Pain relief pill. Haochen whispered urgently. Yutong promptly administered the pill to Yushi, employing a hemostatic powder and the restoration pill, reviving purple pill, and rebirth pill to mend the bones. 3 hours later, Haochen, weary, spoke to Xiaohao Tiannan, elder. Dispel the barrier. Without hesitation, Xiaohao Tiannan complied, then queried in confusion, is this sufficient? It will take another 7 hours for a complete recovery. We must leave here for the time being. Once Yushi has regained his strength, I will accompany you to Dan City, Haochen explained earnestly. You cannot enter for the time being. At the moment the barrier was lifted, Yulin, the master of the Yulin Manor, attempted to enter the hall, but was halted by Haochen. Yulin did not question the reasoning. There was a rationale behind the prohibition. With a wave of his hand, Haochen summoned 2 figures into the hall, establishing a barrier around it. The 2 figures were Ziyu and Yexiawei, both of whom possessed extensive nursing experience. We shall rest in the main hall, Haochen instructed Xiaohao Tiannan and Master Yulin. Chapter 1160. The alchemist competition. Time passed as Haochen and Xiaohao Tiannan engaged in conversation. Unexpectedly, Haochen was abducted and found himself in the Spirit Mountain Monster Valley, beyond Xiaohao Tiannan's control. Concerning the events in Snow City, Elder Xiaohao had not permitted anyone to participate, viewing it as a trial for Haochen. Many unforeseen occurrences had transpired, exceeding Elder Xiaohao's grasp. In the ethereal realm of the Immortal Soul Valley, the actions of Haochen remained shrouded in mystery, and his unexpected ascension to the Golden Immortal Realm has taken many by surprise. At this moment, Xiaohao Tiannan finds himself unable to track Haochen's whereabouts. Had it not been for Haochen's deliberate low profile, he would undoubtedly have become a topic of much speculation within the celestial realm. As the night passed and 7 hours elapsed, Xiaohao Tiannan and the master of Rainforest Manor accompanied Haochen to the living room. Upon Haochen's withdrawal of the barrier, Ancestor Yushi was already present, practicing walking with the support of Ziyu and Yexiawei. Meanwhile, Yutong lay upon the couch, lost in slumber. Xiaohao Tiannan and the master of Rainforest Manor were momentarily taken aback. They had presumed that the regeneration of severed limbs, performed by Haochen, was merely a transplantation of the original body after Ancestor Yushi's restoration of bodily functions. To their astonishment, new limbs had grown directly. The technique of limb regeneration had been lost to the celestial realm for a millennium, only to resurface in the mortal world, flourishing under Haochen's expertise. This was a fortuitous event for humanity, the celestial realm, and the Xiaohao clan. The Xiaoyang steel was claimed by a fortunate individual, while the blackstone steel left by Haochen took its place. Unintentionally, Yutong found enlightenment while admiring the blackstone steel, capturing the attention of Ancestor Yushi and the master of Rainforest Manor. Upon awakening from her epiphany, she grasped the essence left by Haochen, resulting in a remarkable advancement in her cultivation. Ancestor Yushi and the master of Rainforest Manor, akin to Yutong, each received their own distinct insights. It was then that the master of Rainforest Manor comprehended that what is lost in one place may be gained in another. The blackstone steel was as precious as the Xiaoyang steel. Haochen is indeed a prodigious genius. Accompanying Xiaohao Tiannan, Haochen arrived at Dan City, where the alchemist competition had commenced. The Alchemist Association's venue could accommodate tens of thousands of alchemists. Teams from various regions had taken their respective seats. Today marked the ordinary alchemist competition, divided into 3 tiers. 1st to 3rd grade alchemists comprised the beginner group, 4th to 6th grade alchemists formed the intermediate group, and 7th to 9th grade alchemists represented the advanced group. Haochen participated in the beginner alchemist competition, having found her designated alchemical platform within the barrier. The alchemical platforms were controlled by formations, each a separate floating platform. Haochen surveyed the competition area. The number of ordinary alchemists in the beginner division was no fewer than 8,000. If not a full 10,000. Fortunately, being in Dan City, the ample space could accommodate the numerous spectators. Begin. With that, the beginner group of alchemists commenced their craft, each striving to showcase their utmost abilities. In the stands, Xiaohao Tiannan sat alongside members of the Haotian City Alchemist Association, their primary focus on the participants representing their association. At that moment, Haochen occupied a seat reserved for celestial alchemists, his gaze solely fixed on Haochen. Before long, the preliminary competition for the beginner alchemists concluded. An elder clad in the robes of a 7th-grade alchemist stood elevated, instructing the participants to raise their finished elixirs above their heads. With a discerning glance, the elder swiftly identified those who had produced superior quality elixirs. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the top 10 from the thousands of participants were announced. Haochen was among them, eliciting a subtle smile from Haochen. Next, the intermediate group competition commenced. As Rofier received her number and awaited her entrance, she stood in line, her heart whispering, "Go for it. I must prove myself." Surely, if Haochen were to learn of my status as an intermediate alchemist, he would be utterly astonished, wouldn't he? I wonder if he has come to watch. He had promised to participate in the grand competition, so he must be here, right? If he were to witness me competing in the intermediate group, he would surely be taken aback. For reasons unknown, Rofier found her thoughts drifting to Haochen. The mere contemplation of his astonishment upon seeing her filled her with pride. As the intermediate alchemists made their entrance, Rofier, in high spirits, stepped into the arena. She glanced around the stands, but regrettably, Haochen was nowhere to be found. With tens of thousands present, spotting him would not be an easy feat. Nonetheless, Rofier was convinced that he was indeed in attendance. Haochen, beaming with joy, remarked to those beside him, "That most beautiful girl is Rofier from our Haochen city." Haochen's gaze immediately fell upon Rofier. Yes, Rofier? He was indeed taken aback. She had become an intermediate alchemist, which had completely escaped his notice. He mused. Begin. The competition among the intermediate alchemists had commenced. Approximately half an hour later, all participants completed their concoctions, raising their elixirs high above their heads. The same elder clad in the robes of a 7th-tier alchemist surveyed the contestants for the duration of an incense stick's burning, after which the top 10 were announced. Rofier had achieved her goal. Next came the advanced group. The Haochen City Alchemist Guild was represented by 2 alchemists, Ronan and Haofei, who made their way directly to the arena. The half hour had nearly elapsed. Haofei secured the 10th position, while Ronan fell short of the mark. Following this would be the Celestial Alchemist competition. The first group of first-tier Celestial Alchemists was called to enter. At last, the atmosphere in the venue became electrifying. Celestial Alchemists were, without a doubt, a league apart from ordinary alchemists, akin to the heavens and the earth. Haochen donned the robes of a Celestial Alchemist and retrieved his alchemist qualification token, along with a badge adorned with 2 purple gold stars. He approached the registration desk, where his name was inscribed as a participant from the North Haoting Celestial Realm. Haochen, receiving his number. The number was 2017-3, designating him as the 3rd group of the 2nd-tier Celestial Alchemists. Among the 1st-tier Celestial Alchemist competitors, a stunningly beautiful woman scanned the surroundings. Disappointed at not finding the one she sought, she reluctantly withdrew her gaze. The woman silently encouraged herself. "Come on, Hanyu. You can do this. Last time, you just made it into the top 10 of the Ordinary Alchemist Advanced Group. Now, with mastery over the Dan Flame, as you step into the realm of celestial alchemy, you must shine brightly in this alchemist competition." This strikingly beautiful woman was Hanyu, who had previously achieved a top 10 finish in the Ordinary Alchemist Advanced Group. She was also the first girl Haochen had befriended upon arriving in the ZY Celestial Realm. At that moment, a stir arose among the crowd of first-tier Celestial Alchemist participants, as many rushed forward to greet one another. "I have met young Master Murong. I have met Celestial Alchemist Murong Nan." Haochen stood in a corner, his gaze firmly fixed upon Hanyu. Murong Nan approached Hanyu, saying, "Hanyu, give it your all. I have come here specifically to cheer for you." "Thank you, senior brother." Hanyu nodded slightly. At that moment, a voice called out, "First-rank alchemist, contestants, please enter the arena." Hanyu turned to Murong Nan and said, "I shall enter now." "Good. Wishing you a triumphant start." The alchemist Murong Nan had secured 2nd place in the previous ordinary 9th-rank alchemist category. Recently, he had just obtained the title of alchemist alongside his junior sister Hanyu. At the age of 35, Murong Nan stood out among his peers, a remarkable figure despite only being in the mid-stage of the human immortal realm. His innate talent for alchemy fostered a sense of pride and defiance within him. Due to the considerable number of participants competing for the title of first-rank alchemist, the contestants were divided into 3 groups, with Murong Nan placed in the 2nd group. Murong Nan gazed dreamily at Hanyu, who was the first to step into the competition area. Her enchanting silhouette drove him to distraction. Unable to suppress the urge to possess her, he never relinquished his pursuit of Hanyu. He often fantasized about the scenes of galloping alongside the three sisters of the Han family, believing that winning Han Yu would also mean capturing Han Yu and Han Shui. Chapter 1, 161. Emerging Prominence. The Celestial Realm Alchemist Competition primarily seeks to unearth talented alchemists from the celestial domain, fostering camaraderie, exchanging experiences, enhancing alchemical skills, and promoting the esteemed service of alchemists within the celestial realm. Thus, the alchemist contestants compete in stages, with the top 3 from each group advancing to the finals. The ultimate event allows 1st to 9th rank alchemists to draw lots for their matches. For those whose performances falter on the day, another opportunity is granted to showcase their aspirations. This also provides a chance for those who solely focused on alchemical studies and did not partake in the Alchemist Guild certification assessments to participate in the grand competition. For instance, although Haochun's actual level had reached 5th rank alchemist, even 6th rank, his certification still reflected a mere 2nd rank alchemist. Only those holding alchemist certifications are eligible to compete, and they must participate according to the rank indicated on their certificates. Hence, a contest is established to unearth exceptional talents on site. The materials for the competition, ranging from 1st to 9th rank herbs and elixirs, are supplied by the Central Guild. Successful concoctions are collected by the Alchemist Guild, while those who fail bear the cost of their materials. The Guild issues certification tokens on site. For other events, the materials are also provided by the Alchemist Guild. As the 1st rank alchemist competition concluded, Han Yu secured 3rd place. At this moment, tears welled in her eyes as she searched for Haochen's figure, feeling a deep sense of regret for not having seen him. She worried that Haochen may have been delayed by his commitments at the Zhongyuan sect, and she felt remorseful. The 2nd rank alchemist contestants entered. The members of the Haotian City Alchemist Guild instantly perked up, especially Luo Feier and Hao Ruoxian, who eagerly scanned the crowd of competitors, hoping to catch a glimpse of Haochen. However, their hopes were dashed, and disappointment set in as Haochen did not arrive in time for the alchemist competition. Only Xiao Haoyin remained aware of the situation. Upon learning that Haochen had successfully concocted 5th rank celestial elixirs, his heart raced with excitement. It had been many years since a newcomer had participated in the 2nd rank alchemist competition in the Bei Haoding celestial domain. The Alchemist Association has decreed that alchemists of the same rank may only participate in the competition a maximum of 3 times. Xiao Haoyan, Luo Haoyan, and several elders can no longer compete in the 2nd tier and above alchemist competitions. The city of Haoyan now faces a dire shortage of 2nd tier and higher alchemists, indicating that the northern Haoding immortal domain is experiencing a depletion of talent. Both Luo Haoyan and Xiao Haoyan then find themselves in an embarrassing position. Even the great Emperor Haoyan would feel overshadowed. In the 1st group of the 2nd tier alchemist competition, participants from the Haotian City Alchemist Guild failed to make a mark, while the 2nd group also faced defeat. It appears that the northern Haoding immortal domain is indeed struggling with a lack of capable individuals. The 3rd group of 2nd tier alchemists is now entering the arena. Luo Feier and Hao Ruoxian sit listlessly in the audience, fighting drowsiness. Focus. Watch the thrilling performances of the 3rd group of 2nd tier alchemists. Xiao Haoyan Nan exclaimed as he noticed the 2 dozing off, playfully giving each a light smack on the head. This is boring. I'm not watching anymore. Luo Feier pushed back against Xiao Haoyan Nan's teasing. Then you shall regret it, he retorted with a grin. As the participants of the 3rd group entered, Hao Chun made his appearance. Upon seeing him, Hao Ruoxian suddenly shouted, "Brother, go for it." Her excitement was palpable. Luo Feier abruptly opened her eyes, feeling a surge of frustration, muttering to herself, "How irritating. Why did he take so long? What a waste of worry." The young girl beside Yulin Feng, the master of the Rainforest Manor, stood up abruptly, startled by Haochen's presence. "Is that Haochen?" Yutong stammered, momentarily taken aback. "Oh my goodness, it really is Haochen." After several blinks, she regained her composure. "Impossible. This cannot be. The herbs gathered from Snake Mountain were all mediocre. The pills produced could barely be called alchemical. How could he possibly be a 2nd tier alchemist? Wait, what about the old ancestor's leg?" Yutong pondered, confused, before angrily plopping back down. The stands erupted with murmurs, as not many recognized Haochen. However, there was one who did, by Li Qianyan, who nearly lost her life while trying to refine pills for herself, vividly remembered him. Now, seeing Haochen among the 2nd tier alchemists once more, she was utterly astonished, causing quite a stir in the crowd. "Wow, Daddy, look. Isn't that Zilin? Exclaimed a spoiled little girl beside Han Lin Feng of the Han family in Mist City. Meanwhile, Mu Rong Nan, seated in the stands after placing third in the second group of first-tier alchemists, was simmering with frustration, suddenly noticing the commotion in the stands. She followed the direction of Han Yu's gaze and locked her eyes on Haochen's figure, seething. Who is this rustic villager making a scene and capturing my beloved's attention? Seated at the Alchemist Association's podium, Huangfu Ling Tian furrowed his brow, inquiring, why are so many faces filled with astonishment and murmuring? A beautiful woman standing nearby replied, allow me to inquire, esteemed president. After a stick of incense had burned, a beautiful woman approached Huangfu Ling Tian respectfully and said, President, the astonishment among everyone stems from a certain individual we witnessed in the second-tier elixir group. This person, who assisted by Li Yuntian in concocting medicinal pills at the Zhongyuan Gate a few days ago, has now registered as a contestant in the Haochen City Alchemist Association. Today, witnessing his participation in the second-tier elixir competition has left many in awe. Who is it? The president inquired. It is contestant number 2017, named Haochen. Ah, understood. You may leave now. Yes, president. As the woman departed, Huangfu Lingtian mused, that individual, scarcely yet 30, possesses celestial cultivation and such remarkable alchemical talent, and is already a second-tier elixir master. The emergence of such a figure in the North Haoting immortal domain speaks volumes of its wealth and talent. Standing next to the 2017 alchemical furnace, Haochen remained oblivious to the sudden buzz surrounding him. He had always maintained a low profile, cautious in the presence of such a wealth of talent in the city of alchemists. A piercing gaze fell upon him. It was by Li Qianyan. She noticed that Haochen appeared even more seasoned than when they last met, which surprised her. Commence. The third group of second-tier elixir masters was about to begin their alchemical endeavors. Haochen proceeded with his task, purifying celestial herbs and medicines in front of his furnace. Flames erupted from the furnaces in orderly rows as all participants engaged in their craft. 3 hours later, Haochen initiated the process of condensing his elixir. Impressive, young man, remarked an elder beside him, contestant number 2016, upon witnessing Haochen's skillful condensation. Haochen grasped the elixir he had created and raised it above his head. At that moment, the celestial pill in his hand exuded a fragrant mist. Many alchemists in the audience gasped in astonishment. To produce a second-tier celestial elixir in just over 3 hours and achieve such a high level of refinement was nothing short of miraculous. Reminiscent of the rebirth of a pill emperor, an elder clad in the garb of a sixth-tier alchemist observed the elixir in Haochen's hand and nodded appreciatively. Chapter 1162, Emerging Prominently, Part 2. In the main viewing platform, Luo Haoyan, the president of the Haochen City Alchemist Association, beheld Haochen's exceptional performance and could not help but smile. Remarkable. Compared to his previous performance at the Alchemist Association, his skills have improved exponentially. Haochen's profound mastery of alchemy was undoubtedly a testament to Luo Haoyan's guidance. He had imparted nearly half his life's worth of alchemical knowledge to Haochen and could be regarded as a mentor in every sense. However, he remained unaware that Haochen was not merely a second-tier elixir master. He was adept at concocting fifth-tier elixirs as well. 4 hours later, all alchemists from the third group had completed their elixirs within a remarkably swift time frame, indicating the high caliber of each participant. Everyone raised their elixirs in hand. The first place in the third group goes to contestant number 2017, announced the judge after a stick of incense had passed. By the way, the celestial elixir crafted by this young brother is the finest quality second-tier elixir I have ever encountered in my lifetime. Even during my own time as a second-tier elixir master, I could not have produced an elixir of such superior quality. Wow. Everyone found it hard to believe that the judge would express such sentiments, especially with such high praise. The elderly man, designated as number 3016, gazed in astonishment at Haochen, silently reflecting on the fact that the first place had eluded him, now claimed by the young man beside him. Furthermore, the second place in the third group was taken by number 2016, who, it is worth mentioning, had concocted an impressive second-grade elixir. Although it fell short compared to the first place, it was still of exceptional quality. The elder of number 2016 stood there, stunned, realizing the significant gap between his second-grade elixir and that of number 2017. The third place in the third group was awarded to number 202. Following this, An elder clad in the robes of a sixth-grade alchemist issued the qualification certificates for the finals, directing participants to the registration desk. The finals were to be conducted within the boundaries of the void. Haochen smiled subtly within, astonished at how effortlessly he had secured the title of first-grade alchemist. All eyes were drawn to him in excitement. Possessing the cultivation of a celestial being and achieving the rank of a second-grade alchemist at merely 20-something years of age was nothing short of extraordinary. How could one not be captivated by such a remarkable feat? Hanyu gazed at Haochen with immense gratitude, utterly astonished by his prowess. However, there were those who seethed with anger, notably Hanyu's senior apprentice, Murong Nan, whose frustration escalated with Haochen's growing prominence, a perplexing reaction indeed. At that moment, Yutong, seated beside the master of Yulin Manor, indignantly remarked, "So he is truly formidable. Just wait until I deal with him for causing me to languish in a stupor within my magical artifact." Elder 2016's face turned ashen as he thought, how could no 2017 have claimed the title of first-grade alchemist? This is unfathomable. The heads of the Luo, Hao, and Zhu families were at a loss for words to convey their astonishment at this development. Huangfu Lingtian clenched his fists, exclaiming, "This young man is truly extraordinary. His future is boundless." He resolved to seek Luo Haoyin for a discussion on securing Haochen for the council's employment, compelling or not. As for Luo Feier and Hao Ruoxuan, they were left in a state of disbelief. In another corner, Bai Li Qianyan watched Haochen with a smile, though tears of joy streamed down her cheeks. After the competition concluded, Haochen descended from the stage, while the third group of second-grade alchemists prepared for their trials. Backstage, an elder approached Haochen. "May I see the elixir you just refined?" he inquired. Here, Haochen presented the elixir he had crafted during the competition. The elder, who was also a participant, number 3016, examined the elixir and exclaimed, "I was initially reluctant to accept this, but now I am completely convinced." "Oh, you flatter me," Haochen replied modestly. The elder then asked, "By the way, what is your name and how old are you?" Haochen replied, "I am Haochen, let us say I am 30. To achieve the rank of second-grade alchemist at such a young age, and to possess strength far superior to mine, truly impressive." The elder responded, "Greetings, Haochen. My name is Yun Linshi. May I invite you to my residence as a guest?" Haochen shook his head, saying, "I'm sorry, but I do not know you. Do not misunderstand. I am genuinely curious about you, and simply wish to get acquainted. I also seek to discuss the art of alchemy with you." Devoid of any ulterior motives, Yun Lingxi sincerely extended the invitation. "Congratulations, Master Uncle." As they conversed, Hanyu approached Yun Lingxi. "Master Uncle?" Haoyin inquired, looking at Hanyu with curiosity. "Indeed. He is my master uncle. What of it?" Hanyu asked, puzzled. "Do you know each other?" "I invited him to our residence as a guest." Yun Lingxi clarified. "What? My master uncle invites you to our home, and you hesitate?" Hanyu exclaimed indignantly. No. Haoyin stammered, at a loss for words. "Haha." Witnessing Haoyin's flustered demeanor, Hanyu chuckled, saying, "It's settled then. I shall attend to you when the time comes." Murong Nan, observing nearby, felt a surge of resentment as he witnessed Hanyu flirtatiously engaging with Haoyin. He had already harbored ill feelings towards Haoyin, and seeing the woman he adored openly entice him filled him with fury. "Junior sister." Murong Nan could no longer contain himself and called out, hoping to interrupt the exchange and diffuse the tension between them. However, Hanyu merely glanced at Murong Nan, gave a casual nod, and continued conversing with Haoyin. "Haoyin, I too wish to discuss alchemical techniques with you, if you would oblige." Murong Nan's irritation escalated. Hanyu, oblivious to the brewing jealousy in her senior brother, was simply enthralled by the prospect of conversing with someone more skilled in alchemy. Haoyin, having left Yun Lingxi and Hanyu behind, walked alone. Hanyu exchanged a few words with Yun Lingxi, then hurried after Haoyin, leaving Murong Nan fuming. Murong Nan's expression darkened as he shouted, "Hanyu." Hanyu turned back and said, "I apologize, senior brother, but I am currently unavailable. We shall speak another time." Leaving her brother in a fit of jealousy, Hanyu followed after Haoyin. "How dare this young man compete with me for a woman?" Murong Nan muttered through clenched teeth. Upon stepping outside, Hanyu caught up with Haoyin, asking, "Where are you headed?" Realizing Hanyu had followed him, Haoyin shook his head in dismay, saying, "Hanyu, you are putting me in a perilous position. Do you not see your brother has been waiting for you? With your relentless pursuit, what will he think? He might just tear me apart." Hanyu then realized the precariousness of the situation her mind finally grasping the implications. But I have no ties with him. We are merely siblings in the craft, Hanyu declared, seemingly carefree. Others may not view it that way, in your brother's eyes. You might already be the object of his affections. Well then, go offer some comfort to your brother. I shall take my leave. With that, Haochen attempted to depart immediately. Just then, a throng of familiar faces surrounded him. Yutong was the first to rush in front of Haochen, exclaiming, "You are a second-tier alchemist. Why did you not disclose this to me?" Meanwhile, her hands were not idle, as she fiercely twisted Haochen's waist. "Ouch, let go, it hurts," Haochen pleaded, observing Yutong's fierce demeanor. After all, he had disturbed her in Snake Mountain, unsettling the heart of a young girl and leaving her in a state of restless slumber amidst the chaos. As Haochen and Yutong were engaged in playful banter, an unpleasant voice pierced through the moment. Murong Nan, glaring at Haochen, said menacingly, "You're Haochen, aren't you? This isn't over, just you wait." With a dramatic flick of his sleeve, Murong Nan cast one last glance at Hanyu before departing amidst the gazes of the crowd. Haochen frowned. It was evident that Murong Nan was displeased. He thought to himself, "You are seething with anger, yet I am equally vexed by you." At that moment, Hanyu's master uncle, Yun Linshi, approached Haochen and remarked, "Haochen, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." As time passed, the competition continued in a tense atmosphere. Haochen, using the pretext of recuperation, hid in a corner, admiring the alchemist grand tournament. No matter how much Luofei and Haochen stirred the scene, or how Yutong, Bailey Qianyan, and Hanyu searched for him, Haochen remained elusive. The participants were no mere weaklings. It was no surprise that those who had persevered thus far possessed considerable abilities. However, he summoned forth the beings from the Jade Pendant space, the Demon Suppression Tower, as well as the various entities associated with the Flame of Heaven seal, the Qian Kuan Furnace, and the Ancient Bronze Bowl, allowing them to partake in the grand event. The management was entrusted to the likes of Xiaocui and Ziyu, who coordinated with Luofei and Haochen. They were aware of Haochen's treasure space and understood the necessity for accommodations. Thus they had carefully selected a place for him well in advance. While waiting, preparations for the finals were already underway. Armed with the qualification certificate for the finals, participants were able to enter the final competition, vying for the opportunity to partake in practical assessments. Haochen had come to this grand event with the ambition of securing the highest prize. The pinnacle of the competition promised a fragment of the King of Beasts, the Qilan Fire. Within the fire space of the Demon Suppression Tower, he possessed various sources of flames, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, but lacked the high-tier beast fire. If he could obtain the Qilan Fire and deduce the methods of fusion, he could enhance the power of the fire space within the Demon Suppression Tower. Initially, he had entered the competition merely to repay the support from the Alchemist Guild of Haochen City, but upon arriving, he discovered the allure of the prizes. His motivation for participating began to swell. He was determined to strive wholeheartedly for the Qilan Fire. The finals differed from the ordinary competitions for reasons unknown. Was it perhaps due to the Qilan Fire? The choice of venue was unique, and as long as there were no ulterior motives, it would suffice. Haochen's gaze drifted toward the center of the square, where the space appeared slightly distorted. In that warped area, an elderly figure clad in alchemist robes came into view. On the left side of his chest, a distinguished alchemist badge gleamed, a resplendent white emblem embedded with 6 points of purple gold. The badge represented a first-tier alchemist, bearing a single hexagonal purple gold star, yet the Elder's badge boasted 6 stars, a testament to his esteemed rank. One of the elders of the Alchemist Guild beheld the unusual emblem, prompting a hushed gasp from some individuals in the square, which was swiftly followed by an enforced silence. The elder, however, paid no heed to the murmurs around him, remaining as tranquil as a monk in meditation. At a certain moment, his eyelids fluttered slightly, and he gradually opened his eyes. With a casual glance, he declared, "Those participating in the final alchemical competition proceed to the virtual realm." As soon as his words resonated, he waved his hand toward the distorted space, and a portal for transportation unfurled before them. Upon hearing the elder's proclamation, the atmosphere in the square stirred, with many individuals exhibiting signs of unease. Clearly, they had been preoccupied with the spectacle and had not adequately prepared themselves. Shortly after the elder's announcement, a middle-aged man with an impassive demeanor took the lead and stepped into the transport portal. He then presented the formulas and ingredients for the alchemical examination to the elder, who inspected them before offering a slight nod. The elder retrieved a transport talisman and handed it to the middle-aged man, who then entered the portal, vanishing swiftly. With this first individual paving the way, others began to approach in succession, submitting their materials and entering the portal without hindrance. Naturally, there were those who attempted to pass off inferior ingredients in hopes of deceiving the elder. Yet, as soon as they revealed their offerings, the elder swiftly dismissed them with a wave of his hand, sending them sprawling far from him, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Observing the crowd enter the transport portal, Haochen turned to Han Yu and said, "I shall take my leave first. We shall regroup once outside." Han Yu replied softly. With a smile, Haochen straightened his attire and, amidst envious gazes, approached the elder. He extracted his list and materials from his storage ring and presented them. The elder accepted them, scrutinizing for a moment before casting a cursory glance at Haochen and nodding slightly. "You may proceed." Offering a respectful fist salute to the elder, Haochen's gaze shifted toward the portal before him. Taking a deep breath, he felt he was one step closer to the Chilan fire. The finalists were transported into the vast expanse of the square, into a virtual space. Given that some alchemists possessed only the cultivation of human or earthly immortals and lacked the ability to traverse the void, the use of the transport array was necessary to convey them to the virtual realm. Within this virtual space, numerous alchemical platforms floated, destined to be the focal point of the competition. The final clash of this alchemical event would unfold upon these platforms. The crowd's excitement reached a crescendo for today. Only those who had triumphed in the preliminaries, specifically the top 3 alchemists from each group, were eligible to contend in the final rounds of the alchemist competition. The atmosphere was electric, with countless eyes fixed upon the portal in the square, where participants would soon emerge. In one of the seating areas, Bai Li Qianyan's gaze was firmly locked on that portal, a hint of tension gracing his features, despite his unwavering confidence in Haochen's abilities. However, she possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the fierce competition within that realm. There is no need for excessive concern. In due course, numerous contestants will emerge, shattering their teleportation talismans to exit. Should Haochen also make his appearance, he will undoubtedly seek us out. Observing this, Bai Li Yuntian offered a reassuring smile, though he soon realized the inappropriateness of his words and awkwardly added, "Furthermore, with Haochen's inner strength, navigating the finals should pose no challenge." In response to Bai Li Yuntian's comfort, Bai Li Qianyan could only nod in resigned agreement. Just as she was about to speak, her attention was abruptly drawn to the spatial gate, where intense fluctuations of spatial energy had suddenly manifested. Chapter 1164, Virtual Space, Part 2. The spatial gate has been activated. At the moment the fluctuations materialized, an overwhelming cheer erupted from the boundless sea of spectators surrounding the gate. Countless fervent gazes swiftly converged upon that very portal. Under the watchful eyes of the entire assembly, the tremors of the spatial gate grew increasingly intense. Eventually, figures began to emerge, stepping forth from the pulsating gate amidst the resounding cheers that filled the air. The arrival of these successful contestants ignited thunderous applause from the stands. Those who had reached this point could be considered the creme de la creme of the alchemists from the celestial realm. Even if they chose to forego the competition at this juncture, they would still be revered as esteemed guests by various factions. As more and more silhouettes emerged from the spatial gate, the jubilant roars intensified. The vast plaza trembled subtly beneath the weight of such overwhelming sound waves. Whoosh! The spatial gate quivered once more, and then an enchanting figure, captivating in her elegance, stepped gracefully into view. Instantly, the cheers within the arena surged anew. The name of Han Yu had resounded loudly over the years, and it was well known that she would be a formidable contender for the championship of this alchemical assembly. In stark contrast, the brilliance of Mu Rong Nan, who followed her, appeared somewhat diminished under the radiance of this enchanting woman. Even though he was also hailed as a prodigy, he struggled to shine in her presence. Following Han Yu, a multitude of figures continued to emerge. Yet despite the efforts of Bai Li Qianyan and the others, they could not find Haochen among them. At that moment, her delicate features shifted slightly, and her jade-like hands unconsciously tightened into fists. Should any misfortune befall Haochen within the virtual space, it was unfathomable to consider the depths of despair that Bai Li Qianyan would plunge into. Observing her increasingly icy demeanor, Bai Li Yun Tian refrained from further comments, his own heart beginning to flutter with unease. In the realm of virtual alchemy, the dangers stem not only from errors, but also from the potential malevolence of other contestants. The stronger participants might resort to underhanded tactics against those they perceived as threats to their success, while jubilant celebrations echoed in other areas. This particular segment remained shrouded in an unusual silence. In such moments, even the brows of Bai Li Yuntian could not help but slightly furrow. The fingers that were originally leisurely intertwined subconsciously loosened, just as Bai Li Qinyan's heart began to sink. The portal to another realm once again rippled with a wave of energy. Soon, a striking figure gradually emerged and stepped forth from the spatial gateway, landing gracefully upon the ground. Brother, upon seeing this slender silhouette, a look of surprise immediately blossomed on Xiao Chui's face as she called out eagerly. Upon hearing her words, Bai Li Qianyan and the others felt a surge of excitement, their gazes swiftly turning. Indeed, they beheld that extraordinarily familiar figure, and relief washed over them. Did I not say so? With Haochen's prowess, how could he possibly fail to pass this second trial? At this moment, Bai Li Yuntian released the heavy stone of anxiety from his heart, speaking with a smile. As the tension eased among them, Haochen, having stepped through the portal, suddenly turned his gaze. He then smiled and nodded in the direction of his family and friends. This fellow, observing Haochen's calm demeanor, Luo Feier could not help but shake her head, muttering in resignation. Standing in the vast expanse of the square and hearing the uproar around him, Haochen felt a momentary daze. During his time within the barrier, it had been serene, yet he felt something was amiss. Now that he emerged, he realized it was the absence of vibrant energy. Within the square, Haochen's eyes scanned the surroundings. He took note of the continuous stream of individuals emerging from the portal, and a flicker of astonishment passed through his eyes. The number of spectators in the square must surely exceed 1 million. He had certainly not anticipated such a turnout. After 2 rounds of elimination, it was astonishing that so many remained. With such a congregation of alchemists, even during the peak of the celestial realm, the alchemist conference would pale in comparison. This was not merely a matter of quantity, but also of quality. Any individual chosen from this assembly would possess remarkable strength. As his gaze roamed, it suddenly halted at the highest seats in the square. There sat a few individuals, and even Haochen felt a daunting and oppressive aura emanating from them. The Masters of the Alchemist Association. His eyes swept across 3 figures, and he was momentarily taken aback, for he discovered a stunningly beautiful woman he had never encountered before. At that moment, her gaze was fixed intently upon him. Though he had not previously met this enigmatic beauty, her position indicated her esteemed status. A jolt of surprise coursed through him. Someone of such rank was beyond his reach at present. Thus, he dared not linger his gaze upon her, quickly averting his eyes after a brief glance. Is he Haochen, the celestial alchemist from your Haotian City Alchemist Guild? The beautiful woman scrutinized Haochen for a moment before turning to the person seated behind her, Luo Haotian, and softly inquired. Yes, that is indeed Haochen. Luo Haotian replied with a beaming smile and a nod of pride. As her gaze swept over Haochen, a sudden spark of realization ignited within the beautiful woman. Vice President Qinwen, did you notice? The fluctuations of Haochen's spiritual consciousness appeared rather peculiar. If my conjecture is correct, he is likely a formidable opponent at the late stage of the celestial immortal realm. The beautiful sister smiled gently and spoke slowly. It is indeed the spiritual consciousness of a celestial immortal. Vice President Qinwen beside her nodded in agreement. Soon after, an expression of astonishment crossed Qinwen's face, and he indignantly remarked, that old fellow, Luo Haotian, certainly has a keen eye. It is truly enviable. If he is indeed at the late stage of the celestial immortal realm, even Wang Li and Sui Ying from the association will find it challenging to surpass him in this alchemist competition. The beautiful sister gazed at Haochen and couldn't help but exclaim. Qinwen nodded, recalling that when he first encountered Haochen during the preliminary rounds, he did not possess such an impression. Clearly, this transformation must have occurred within the void boundary during the alchemical process. However, is being at the late stage of the celestial immortal realm truly sufficient? Alas, is it so difficult to triumph over that old man just once? Vice President Qinwen lamented. The gate of space continued for approximately half an hour before gradually coming to a halt, and the distorted spatial fluctuations began to dissipate, restoring tranquility to the gate of space. As the portal closed, the number of contestants in the square increased significantly, startling Haochen. These individuals hailed from the 5 great celestial domains, representing the finest alchemists and immortal alchemists from various locales. To seize the championship in the alchemist competition, one must tread upon the heads of others, ascending step by step until reaching the pinnacle at last.